This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. At 7 o'clock in the morning, Jong Yuni had just walked out of the gym when her phone suddenly rang, breaking the silence. Glancing at the caller ID, she quickly answered. "Hello, Miss C? It's me." A clear, steady voice came from the other end of the line. It was Jong Yuni's boss, Caroline Yumiling, a very capable woman. "Eva, something's happened with the Aurora spokesperson. Aurora is an internationally renowned beauty brand with a wide range of products, and its flagship products are well known to many people. Aurora in the Greater China region is also a client of Jong Yuni's Seaway Public Relations Agency, which is responsible for brand promotion and image maintenance. A week ago, Aurora officially announced its new brand spokesperson, a young actor who became a hit a few months ago after starring in a TV series. On the day of the official announcement, products bearing the brand's name sold out in just a few hours, making both the brand and its fans incredibly pleased and proud. Unexpectedly, before all the products had been delivered, the spokesperson's reputation was exposed. After hanging up the phone, Jong Yuni took to Weibo. A few minutes ago, the relatively well-known W Paparazzi Studio released a minute-long video. In the video, Aurora's spokesperson, Zhu Jiayo, embraces a curvaceous woman and kisses her in an underground parking lot. The woman's face isn't clearly visible, but the man's profile, including a fleeting glimpse of most of his face as he removes his mask, clearly reveals his identity. What's more, the outfit Zhu Jiayo was wearing was the same one he'd worn 3 days earlier when he appeared at a brand event and took photos with fans. The video was so damning, leaving no room for quibbling or denial for Zhu Jiayo's team or fans. The video had already topped the trending search list within moments of its release. Netizens, newly awakened, and major media outlets rushed to the scene to get their fill. Meanwhile, some marketing accounts, which profit from exaggerating facts and grabbing attention, were eager to share, analyze, and delve into Zhu Jiayo's relationship history and the identity of the woman. After watching the video, Jong Yuni called the brand representative to confirm the time and location for the meeting. PR efforts require timeliness, so Jong Yuni and the others didn't have much time to waste. She didn't even go home, but hailed a taxi to the office. There, she washed up and changed her clothes, and other colleagues arrived one after another. The brand's video conference call hadn't yet been connected, so Jong Yuni discussed it with her colleagues. Colleagues unanimously agreed that replacing Zhu Jiayo as Aurora's spokesperson was the most appropriate move immediately, minimizing the damage and preserving the brand's image. Jong Yuni agreed, believing it was the simplest and most effective PR tactic. While celebrity dating revelations are now commonplace, most fans accept them well. Even if they express dissatisfaction, they simply quietly unfollow them. Unlike in the past, when fans would boycott idols and engage in excessively harsh protests, this is based on the assumption that the celebrities haven't established a single persona. Coincidentally, Zhu Jiayo, the man whose intimate videos were leaked, has always maintained a single, innocent image, completely unaware of relationships. When Aurora was considering him as a spokesperson, Jong Yuni had read some of his profile and interviews. What particularly impressed me was when, on a variety show, he was asked about his dating history, and with a shy smile, he said he'd only ever had a crush on a girl during his early teens in high school. Because of this short video, his fans dubbed him a peerless little milk dog, and some even called for protecting Zhu Jiayo, the last remaining pure land in the entertainment industry, and preventing him from being tainted by the filthy world. A moment later, Caroline arrived. "What's going on with the brand?" Caroline asked. Jong Yuni glanced at her phone. "We have 3 minutes left until the scheduled meeting." Caroline nodded, then asked, "What are your thoughts?" Everyone looked at each other, but no one said a word. Caroline raised her eyes and pointedly called out, "What do you think, Eva?" Jong Yuni frankly admitted, changing the spokesperson is currently the quickest way to protect the brand's image, but the brand can't leave a spokesperson empty. After Zhu Jiayo's incident, the brand needs a more popular and reputable spokesperson to suppress the incident, promote it, and maintain its image. Caroline continued, "Another point is that if you replace an artist right after they get into trouble, some people might think the brand is cold-blooded and unsympathetic. These assumptions are all possible. More importantly, artists with greater fame and reputation than Zhu Jiayo might not be willing to accept the endorsement. They have no shortage of money or name recognition, so there's no need to pounce on a product endorsed by a disgraced artist." That's what Jong Yuni meant. Caroline paused, then asked, "Have you contacted the artist's team?" Jong Yuni hummed, "No reply, no phone calls." Hearing this, Caroline sneered, coward. He dares to do things, but he doesn't take responsibility. Zhang Yuni and the others remained silent. 3 minutes later, the video conference was connected. Like Zhang Yuni, the brand also wanted to remove the spokesperson to minimize the brand's losses. However, a post-removal solution needed to be determined immediately. Everyone debated whether to immediately issue a statement announcing their intention to no longer cooperate with Zhujiao. Just as they were about to vote, the brand received a call. A few minutes later, the brand's decision to remove Zhujiao wavered. I just received a call from Zhujiao's agent. They provided a more suitable alternative to removing him. He paused. Shall I have them join the meeting to discuss the details? Caroline nodded in agreement. After a while, Zhang Yuni learned of Zhujiao's team's plan to announce his relationship with that girl. Zhang Yuni frowned at Zhujiao's agent's words, but remained silent. Caroline did ask, announce the relationship, and then what? Zhujiao's agent explained, Jiao previously gave an interview, and fans all know he had a crush on a girl in high school. The paparazzi photos were taken of that girl. I know how thinking works. With a little guidance and hinting, an incident can be turned into a story. It could even be a beautiful, romantic, and heartfelt story. After hearing the proposal from Zhujiao's team, the brand asked, what do you think? Caroline glanced at Zhujiao, who sat silently beside her agent, and asked calmly, are you sure there won't be any more videos leaking? Zhujiao's agent smiled awkwardly, of course not. That video was just a momentary oversight by Jiao. Caroline smiled, but didn't comment. She tilted her head, what do you think of Eva? Zhang Yuni pursed her lips, and asked the question everyone was concerned about, is she that girl? Zhujiao and his agent were both stunned. Then, she smiled and said, Eva, that shouldn't be the point, right? Hearing this, Zhang Yuni calmly said, our PR team needs to confirm that there won't be any more explosive revelations later. We can't contradict ourselves. She reminded Zhujiao, if it's not that girl, then you need to confirm that she, including Mr. Zhu's classmates, won't leak the news online. He has a crush on someone else. Zhang Yuni was meticulous. She was actually very reluctant to use the plan proposed by Zhujiao's team. It was extremely unfair to those clueless fans, including consumers. But the brand's intention was clear, and they, as agents, had no choice but to respect it. Unless this plan was completely unfeasible. Zhujiao's team looked a little grim after hearing what Zhang Yuni said. Fortunately, the brand spoke up at the right time. Eva is right. Is she? Zhujiao's agent smiled awkwardly. She will be. Don't worry, we handle the rest of the matter and ensure that nothing like this happens again. Zhujiao and his team provided guarantees, and the brand agreed to their proposal. The PR firm considered it morally unworkable, but from a profit perspective, they had to acknowledge that it was the most appropriate solution at the moment. After the video conference, Zhang Yuni returned to her office and drafted several PR plans for Zhujiao's relationship revelation. Soon after, Zhujiao issued a statement admitting the relationship. The team wrote a poignant and moving draft and posted it on Weibo. From beginning to end, the draft unanimously recounted his deep affection for the girl. He had been secretly in love with her since high school. Due to his poor academic performance and lack of brilliance in other areas, he felt unworthy of her and had held back from confessing his feelings, keeping them hidden. At first, he thought his secret crush would be over. Unexpectedly, they met again last month by chance. It was because of this encounter that Zhujiao mustered the courage to pursue her. He expressed on Weibo how lucky he was to have met the girl he'd loved for so many years again, and how happy he was to be with her. He felt like he'd been struck by a huge surprise, and every day felt like a dream. During their time together, he lived in a state of both happiness and anxiety. He knew it was wrong to hide their relationship, but their relationship wasn't stable enough. He had originally planned to wait until the relationship was stable before sharing the good news, but was accidentally photographed by paparazzi. He thought this might be a chance given by God to openly introduce his girlfriend to everyone. He didn't ask for their blessings, but simply asked that everyone refrain from attacking her and blaming him for any problems. Zhujiao's short essay, posted on Weibo, garnered much love and sympathy from fans. Even passers-by exclaimed, Zhujiao is truly affectionate, and wished his secret crush a happy ending. At the same time, the Aurora brand teamed up with Thinking Public Relations to maintain Zhujiao's image, cultivating a sense of enduring affection. In just half a day, Zhujiao transformed from a celebrity who deceived fans and concealed his romantic relationship into a self-deprecating, affectionate man. The tides of the entertainment industry shift so rapidly. 1 hour, someone can be universally criticized, the next, adored by millions. The public opinion had temporarily subsided, but Zhang Yuni and the others had to deal with the subsequent trivialities to prevent similar incidents from happening again. All day, Zhang Yuni held meeting after meeting and drafted countless proposals. By the time everything was over, it was already 8 o'clock in the evening. Zhang Yuni rubbed her stiff neck and packed up to leave. When we left the office, we saw colleagues still working overtime. Thinking of everyone's busy day, Zhang Yuni didn't hesitate to ask, "Have you all had dinner yet? Do you want to get a midnight snack together? I treat you." What to eat? Everyone had been busy all day, so they'd eaten a little, but it wasn't very good. Zhang Yuni smiled, "Eat whatever you want." "Can you eat something expensive, Sister Eva?" Zhang Yuni, "Of course. If you're not in a hurry, leave." Everyone left immediately, and Zhang Yuni paid for the meal out of her own pocket, not asking for any formalities. However, considering that everyone would have to go home after dinner, everyone unanimously chose a high-end Japanese barbecue restaurant not far from the office. After a busy day, everyone was craving some meat. Sitting down at the barbecue restaurant, Zhang Yuni invited everyone to order whatever they wanted while she went to the restroom. Returning to the table from the restroom, she saw two colleagues sitting next to her, excitedly discussing something. Zhang Yuni casually asked, "What are you talking about?" At her voice, Elisa, a colleague in the department, quickly looked up and called out, "Sister Eva." Zhang Yuni, Another colleague glanced at her and whispered, "We're gossiping." Zhang Yuni was curious, "What gossip?" The colleague glanced at her cautiously again, before hesitantly saying, "Nexalith. Mr. Zhou's." Nexalith is Mr. Zhou, whose full name is Zhou Tings, was the client of Siwei, and the client Zhang Yuni and her colleagues served. And Zhou Tings was one of the most difficult clients Zhang Yuni had ever dealt with in her 8 years in the industry. The two had a feud 2 years ago, and their relationship has remained the same. One king doesn't meet the other, and there's no room for two tigers in one mountain. Zhang Yuni hadn't heard that name for a while, and she almost didn't react. She was silent for 3 seconds, then asked expressionlessly, "What's the gossip about him?" The two colleagues exchanged glances and whispered, "I heard from their colleagues that a female celebrity confessed her love to Mr. Zhou today." Zhang Yuni raised her eyebrows and said without hesitation, "What female celebrity has such poor taste?" They actually fell for him. It was already past peak dining time, and there were only 2 tables of customers at the barbecue restaurant. Zhang Yuni and her group were seated near the entrance, and everyone fell silent as they listened to their colleagues' gossip. Similarly, Zhang Yuni's words were particularly clear, reaching the ears of the few people who had just entered the restaurant. The surroundings suddenly fell silent. Zhang Yuni, perceptive, turned in the direction of her colleagues peeking. In the dim light, her clear eyes glimpsed a stunning face, one that, no matter how much she resented him, she could find no flaws. Their eyes met briefly. Zhang Yuni looked away, her face calmly speaking, "Mr. Zhou, what a coincidence." Zhou Ting's gaze swept over her, cold and indifferent. "It's quite a coincidence." He hinted at something. Zhang Yuni smiled faintly but didn't respond. To prevent further conflict between the two, the account manager sitting across from Zhang Yuni broke the awkward silence. "Mr. Zhou, are you guys working so late today too?" he suggested. "Since we're so lucky to meet, why don't we all have dinner together?" Hearing this, Zhou Tings raised his eyelids, glanced at Zhang Yuni nonchalantly, and asked politely, "Is Eva welcome too?" Zhang Yuni, She forced a smile, not even a hint of reluctance. Working in public relations for so long, she had long since mastered the art of saying one thing and meaning another. "Welcome, Mr. Zhou. It's our honor to have you dining with us." She didn't think Zhou Tings would want to dine with them. It wasn't like the restaurant didn't have extra seats. Zhou Tings took in Zhang Yuni's subtle smile and raised his eyebrows slightly, a half smile on his face. "In that case, let's go together." Zhang Yuni, You're being rather forced. Chapter 2. Siwei PR and Nexalith have a very close partnership, so most of the colleagues on both sides know each other. Thus, after Zhou Tings and the others sat down, there was no sense of awkwardness or unfamiliarity. Except for Zhang Yuni. She truly hadn't expected Zhou Tings to agree to share a table with them. Based on her understanding of him, he would probably try to first undermine them, expressing his embarrassment, allowing Zhang Yuni to persuade him, and then ultimately reject them. This was his usual tactic. Why had he changed his ways today? Zhang Yuni looked at the man sitting diagonally across from her, her eyes involuntarily falling on him. She sensed a familiar, hostile gaze. Zhou Tings lifted his eyelids slightly, and glanced over. However, the man in question was oblivious, his gaze still fixed. Zhou Ting's raised his eyes, and as the two colleagues beside him finished their conversation and turned sideways, he coughed. The next second, someone called Zhang Yuni's name, Eva. Hearing her own name, Zhang Yuni raised her eyebrows slightly. Sister Mingming. The person who called her was Ren Huaiming, one of Zhou Ting's assistants. She was 2 years older than Zhang Yuni, and they were very close, chatting and dining together privately. Ren Huaiming had just discussed with Zhang Yuni's colleagues the recent attack on Nexalitha's new product launch. Since it wasn't a major issue, they hadn't consulted with Zhang Yuni's PR agency. Nexalith Group already had its own PR department, and they usually handled minor issues internally. But this minor attack was incredibly annoying. Ren Huaiming wondered how Zhang Yuni would handle it. She wanted to hear her thoughts. Hearing Ren Huaiming's words, Zhang Yuni was surprised. Is that matter still not over? When Nexalitha's new product was first attacked, Nexalitha's PR director contacted Zhang Yuni, and Zhang Yuni's advice was to not respond. The company attacking Nexalitha's new product was a tiny one, and their actions were clearly an attempt to exploit the situation. If Nexalith had responded, it would have only served to further their scheme. Zhang Yuni had been very busy recently, and after responding to the Nexalith PR director's inquiry, she didn't ask about further developments. Since Zhou Ting's and his team hadn't contacted her, she naturally assumed the matter was resolved. Ren Huaiming nodded, sighed, and said, "Yeah, there's no point in complaining. They come back every few days with a new account. They're so annoying." Hearing her depressed tone, the colleague sitting next to Zhang Yuni smiled and consoled her. "Don't worry, your President Zhou is still sitting here." At the mention of Zhou Ting's, Zhang Yuni glanced at him, lowered her head, and sipped her water. What does President Zhou think? Zhou Ting's tilted his head, returned her gaze, and calmly returned the question. "Assistant Ren is asking about you." Zhang Yuni choked, unable to help but sidelong glance at Zhou Ting's and said, "President Zhou, my consulting fees are very expensive. If Ren Huaiming simply had a work problem and needed Zhang Yuni's help, she would be willing to help unconditionally. But with Zhou Ting's eavesdropping, Zhang Yuni felt she couldn't be so selfless and open with all her knowledge." Zhou Ting hummed, then asked knowingly how much. Zhang Yuni, She was silent for 3 seconds, then, under the gaze of her colleagues, she said slowly, "Mr. Zhou should have an idea." Did she really have to tell him herself? Zhou Ting should be well aware of her annual salary. Hearing this, Zhou Ting's glanced at her, curled his lips slightly, and said in a low voice, "I know." He paused, lowering his posture. "Will Eva give everyone a lesson?" Zhou Ting's performed well, and Zhang Yuni didn't keep her in suspense any longer. "Not really, but you can try this plan." Whenever she brought up matters related to her profession, Zhang Yuni became exceptionally serious and professional. She and Ren Huaiming and the others analyzed how to respond to superficial attacks from small companies. Small companies, like these, generally assume that as long as they don't cause significant damage to large corporations, the large corporations won't really bother with them. If they did, the large corporations wouldn't be able to handle it. This is indeed the case. But a product's reputation actually grows from small problems. Therefore, Nexalith needs to take this seriously, at least to make an example of someone. After Zhang Yuni finished her suggestion, she looked directly at Zhou Ting's and asked, "Isn't President Zhou thinking the same thing? If it happens again, President Zhou will probably take action." Zhou Ting's wasn't surprised that Zhang Yuni had guessed his thoughts. He raised the corner of his mouth slightly, acquiescing. Following this, a manager sitting on Zhou Ting's other side pressed the issue. "Eva, how do you think Nexalith can minimize the negative impact if they take action?" This question made Zhang Yuni glance at the two people across from him, and then he said, "I need to make a proposal on this issue first." She asked Zhou Ting's in a negotiating tone, "If Mr. Zhou wants to hear a proposal, can Sister Mingming schedule an appointment with me at work tomorrow?" Sensing the hidden meaning in her words, Zhou Ting's gazed at her calmly, his expression indifferent. "No problem." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Ting's took the initiative to end the business conversation. "Let's eat first." After finally getting off work and going out to eat, no one wanted to keep talking about work. Everyone enjoyed their late-night snack at the barbecue restaurant. Halfway through the meal, Zhou Ting's phone rang. He stood up to answer it, and hadn't returned by the time everyone had almost finished eating. Zhang Yuni immediately stood up, preparing to pay the bill. Before she reached the cashier, she caught sight of a familiar figure. "Mr. Zhou," Zhang Yuni called. Zhou Ting's leaned aside, put away his phone, and said in a distant tone, "Are you done?" Zhang Yuni replied, "How much?" Zhou Ting's raised an eyebrow. "I pass it on to you later," Zhang Yuni said. "I've agreed with my colleagues that I treat you tonight." She didn't want to take advantage of Zhou Ting's. Although she disliked him intensely, and took the opportunity to make him lose face, she loved seeing him suffer, but one thing led to another. Hearing this, Zhou Ting's nodded slightly, not arguing politely. Okay. After eating and drinking, everyone went home to rest. Zhang Yuni dropped off a few colleagues on the way home. By the time she reached her own home, it was already 11 o'clock. After washing up, Zhang Yuni checked the time and went back to her study, turning on her computer. There was something to deal with regarding the Nexolith matter, and Zhang Yuni needed to gather more information. Although Zhou Ting's hadn't given a firm answer as to whether or not she would involve her mind, since the topic had come up, Zhang Yuni wanted to prepare in advance to facilitate further progress. Of course, if Zhou Ting's ultimately didn't contact them, and the company could handle the issue internally, then Zhang Yuni would consider it another lesson learned. It was already past 1 in the morning when Zhang Yuni finished organizing the Nexolith new product information and the company's history. After a brief preparation, Zhang Yuni saved the information and dragged her exhausted body back to her room for sleep. As she lay down, she vaguely felt that she had forgotten something. For a moment, her mind went blank again. Just as she was about to fall asleep, Zhang Yuni suddenly opened her eyes, stood up, and fished out the bill for the evening snack from the pocket of her windbreaker hanging on the floor-standing clothes rack by the door. When she received the bill at the barbecue restaurant and transferred it to Zhou Ting's, someone spoke to her, and she forgot to transfer the money to him right away. Zhang Yuni dug out the bills, went to the bedside table, picked up her phone, and opened it. As she searched for Zhou Ting's WeChat, she couldn't help but wonder. Zhou Ting's wouldn't think she was deliberately withholding the money, would he? After scrolling for a long time, Zhang Yuni tapped the rather unpleasant profile picture and simply transferred the amount on the bill, adding, "Mr. Zhou, this is for dinner." After sending the message, Zhang Yuni didn't wait for a reply and lay down again with her eyes closed. More than 10 minutes later, Zhou Ting's emerged from the bathroom and saw a new message on WeChat. He glanced at the time the message was sent and slowly wiped his still dripping hair. His gaze lingered on the dialog box for a moment before he put the phone down. The next day, Zhang Yuni, who only went to the gym once every other day, slept until 7. After washing up, she went into the kitchen to make a simple breakfast, which she ate while checking the news online. Seaway PR starts work at 9 a.m., and Zhang Yuni was already at the office by 8:30. Just a few minutes after she arrived, her assistant Joey also arrived. "Sister Eva, would you like something to drink?" Joey asked. Zhang Yuni is a senior account director at Seaway PR, with her own office and dedicated assistant. Zhang Yuni, American. Joey, unsurprised, smiled and said, "Wait a moment." Before officially starting work, Zhang Yuni reviewed the work at hand with her account manager. The PR work for the beauty brand still requires follow-up maintenance and constant attention. The critical moment passed, but there were still some surprises. After working until 10 a.m., Zhang Yuni received a call from the Nexolith PR manager, who asked her to schedule a meeting to discuss business matters. Hearing the familiar voice on the other end, Zhang Yuni recalled their conversation last night. She hadn't expected Zhou Ting's to arrange for a colleague to negotiate with her so quickly. She glanced at her schedule. It wasn't particularly busy today. Thinking, Zhang Yuni said calmly, "I'm fine. I have a slot between 4 and 5 p.m. I can come over for a meeting." "Okay," the other party said politely. "Sorry, Eva, the company's been really busy lately, and we can't spare the time." Zhang Yuni understood. "It's okay. Send me the information once it's ready. We take a look." "No problem." Shortly after hanging up the phone, Zhang Yuni received the information compiled by Nexolith. It was similar to what she had collected the night before, but Nexolith's internal information was more detailed and clearer. Zhang Yuni called a meeting with her department colleagues to review the incident and propose a solution. After the meeting, Zhang Yuni didn't even go to lunch. She stayed in her office analyzing and writing a PowerPoint presentation for her proposal, preparing materials for a later meeting at Nexolith. At 3:40 p.m., Zhang Yuni and 3 colleagues arrived at Nexolith promptly. She usually arrived early to avoid unexpected situations. A Nexolith colleague led them into the conference room. A moment later, colleagues from Nexolith's public relations department, the product director, the operations director, and others arrived. Zhou Ting's didn't show up. A Nexolith colleague informed Zhang Yuni, and the others, that he had gone to R&D and hadn't returned yet. The meeting wasn't long, and while Nexolith didn't have much time to prepare a proposal for Seaway, Zhang Yuni and her team were known for their efficiency, so the meeting went smoothly. However, since the decision-makers, including Zhou Ting's, hadn't arrived yet, the plan couldn't be finalized. Fortunately, Zhang Yuni and the others had anticipated this before arriving. Today's meeting was just a preliminary one. The details still needed to be fine-tuned and discussed in detail. After the meeting, Zhang Yuni had to rush off to another meeting and didn't leave with her colleagues. As she walked alone to the parking lot, she heard crying from nearby. Zhang Yuni frowned and hesitantly walked toward the source of the sound. Behind a pillar in the parking lot, a woman was squatting on the ground, hugging her knees and crying. Judging by her attire, she looked like a Nexalith employee. Zhang Yuni frowned, debating whether to go over and ask about the situation or offer a few words of comfort, when distinct footsteps sounded from the other side. Before she could react, Zhou Tings and Ren Huiming appeared in front of the woman. Zhang Yuni blinked slightly, watching Zhou Tings half kneel and talk to the woman. She then saw him take a tissue from Ren Huiming and hand it to the woman. After a brief exchange, the three of them left together. That evening, Zhang Yuni was relaxing on her phone after get-off work when she came across a new post on Ren Huiming's Moments. Oh no! The boss has gained another little fan. Half an hour after posting, many of their mutual friends commented, "What's going on? Sister Ming, please elaborate. How is your boss attracting attention again? Is there another competitor? What's Mr. Zhou up to?" Zhang Yuni tried to hold back, but couldn't help but comment, "Didn't you try to persuade him?" Chapter 3. Not long after this comment was posted, Zhang Yuni received a reply from Ren Huiming, "I can't persuade him." Everyone in the company, including many of the partners, was enamored with Zhou Tings. Most knew their liking and admiring him would lead nowhere, yet they plunged headfirst into it anyway. Seeing Ren Huiming's reply, Zhang Yuni slumped down on the beanbag and shook her head. Just as she was about to put down her phone to read a little, a message from Ren Huiming arrived, "Eva." Ren Huiming's working and off-duty states were two completely different things. At work, she was professional, aloof, and heroic, like her immediate boss. In private, she was adorable and full of a girly heart. Every time Zhang Yuni chatted with her, she felt a few years younger. Zhang Yuni, Sister Ming Ming. Ren Huiming, are you busy right now? Zhang Yuni, not busy now, what's up? Want to talk about the proposal? Ren Huiming, no, let's not talk about work after work, okay? I'm not our boss. A workaholic, who works nearly 20 hours out of 24. Zhang Yuni chuckled, oh. Ren Huiming, yeah, I just wanted to ask if you have any plans for Saturday. Zhang Yuni vaguely guessed what she was going to say, and replied bluntly, no, I'm waiting for Sister Ming Ming to arrange it. Saturday was Ren Huiming's birthday. Zhang Yuni knew and remembered it. Seaway PR and Nexalith Technologies work closely together. Ren Huiming was assigned to work as Zhou Ting's assistant over 2 years ago. Since then, Zhang Yuni, her, and Zhou Tings have known each other. Zhang Yuni dislikes Zhou Tings, but has always had a good impression of Ren Huiming. Apart from work, the two have similar interests in private, so they would have dinner together and go shopping together from time to time. Ren Huiming, nothing all day. Zhang Yuni, I'm not sure if you ask me that. I hope nothing unexpected happens. In her job, it's hard to completely relax. If something unexpected happens, even on a long vacation, not to mention a weekend, she has to get on her computer and deal with work immediately. Ren Huiming immediately retracted the message, emphasizing, definitely not, absolutely not. Zhang Yuni couldn't help laughing, I hope. Ren Huiming, if nothing unexpected happens, we go camping in the mountains on Saturday? Zhang Yuni was surprised. Spend the night in the mountains? Ren Huiming, that's the arrangement for now. We can stay in tents, and there are B&Bs nearby. Zhang Yuni, what time do we leave? Ren Huiming, how about 10 a.m.? I'd be there for lunch. Zhang Yuni, no problem. The two agreed on a time and ended their conversation. Half a minute later, Zhang Yuni received another message from Ren Huiming, Eva. Have you checked your moments? Zhang Yuni, what? After the message was sent, Zhang Yuni saw a red number on her moments. She clicked on it suspiciously, and saw a list of mutual friends who had liked and commented on Ren Huiming's post. Zhou Ting's name stood out. Zhang Yuni blinked, exited moments, and sent a question mark to Ren Huiming. Ren Huiming, I remember I blocked him. And she knew Zhou Tings rarely checked his moments. For him, checking moments was a complete waste of time. Zhang Yuni, it should be fine. Ren Huiming, I'm fine, I was just worried about you. Zhang Yuni was slightly speechless, and opened Ren Huiming's moments again. She stared at Zhou Tings like on the post she commented on, and couldn't help but wonder, presumptuously. Could Zhou Tings have liked it just for her? Tell her he knew how much she disliked him, the client, behind her back? Zhang Yuni pondered for a moment and decided not to. She was being narcissistic. Zhou Ting's probably wouldn't care about her comment. And certainly wouldn't give her a warning out of concern. Thinking this way, Zhang Yuni comforted Ren Huiming. I'm fine. Mr. Zhou wouldn't bother me over a single comment. Ren Huiming, that's true. Zhou Ting's was known for his professionalism. He never gave anyone a hard time because of personal grudges, nor did he relax work requirements just because they were familiar with each other. Zhang Yuni didn't dwell too much on Zhou Ting's likes. After chatting with Ren Huiming, she went back to reading. Feeling sleepy, she closed her book and went to bed. Not long after she fell asleep, her phone on the bedside table suddenly vibrated. Zhang Yuni's ears twitched, and her eyelashes fluttered. But before she was fully awake, her phone went silent again. The next morning, before her alarm went off at 6, Zhang Yuni opened her eyes. After lying flat on her back for a minute, she threw back the covers and got out of bed. After washing up in the bathroom and changing into her workout clothes, Zhang Yuni finally checked her phone and saw the midnight message. It was from Zhou Ting's, and the transfer she had made to him the night before had been returned due to an expiration date. After transferring the money that night, Zhang Yuni had forgotten to check to see if Zhou Ting's had received it. She wasn't sure if he had forgotten, either. Thinking of this, Zhang Yuni clicked on the transfer again, reminding Zhou Ting's. Mr. Zhou, remember to collect the meal money. As soon as the message was sent, Zhou Ting's replied, sorry. Zhang Yuni blinked. Oh, then you should collect it now. She's the one who paid. So she's the one who paid. Seeing this, Zhou Ting's accepted the money. He knew that if he didn't accept it, Zhang Yuni would persevere and send him the money every day. She might even ask him, Mr. Zhou, are you being chauvinistic and won't accept dinner invitations from women? Seeing Zhou Ting's accept the money, Zhang Yuni took the opportunity to ask, Mr. Zhou, have you reviewed Siwei's proposal? Zhou Ting's, Zhang Yuni, ? What does the ellipsis mean? Zhou Ting's was speechless. He raised his hand and rubbed his brow. He asked, Eva, are you sure you want to discuss business with me at this time? At 6 in the morning, how much annual salary did Siwei pay her to be so dedicated? Zhang Yuni, then let's talk later. Zhou Ting's, well, what time will you arrive at the office? Zhang Yuni, what time will Mr. Zhou arrive? She could follow Zhou Ting's schedule. Party B serves Party A principle Zhang Yuni had kept in mind since she joined the company. Zhou Ting's, 8:30. Zhang Yuni, okay, I contact you at 8:30 then. After making an appointment with Zhou Ting's, Zhang Yuni hurried to the gym. After turning 25, Zhang Yuni insisted on going to the gym 2 or 3 times a week. In her line of work, professional ability is crucial, as is energy and physical fitness. She works long hours, sometimes even working all night on proposals. So, maintaining good health is crucial. After working out, Zhang Yuni went home, showered, put on makeup, and drove to the office. She lived not far from the office, no more than a 20-minute drive. She arrived at the office just after 8 o'clock. Zhang Yuni first reviewed the proposals made at yesterday's meeting, and added a few new ideas that she had thought of last night. When the clock struck 8:29, Zhang Yuni received a message from Zhou Ting's. How would Eva like to talk? Zhang Yuni didn't think much of it. Mr. Zhou, is a video call available? A video conference would make it easier for her to explain and demonstrate to Zhou Ting's. A few seconds later, Zhou Ting sent a video call invitation. Zhang Yuni answered the call, raised her head from her lowered position, and politely greeted the person on the other end. Good morning, Mr. Zhou. Sorry to bother you at this hour. Before she could finish her words, Zhang Yuni caught sight of his high, slightly aggressive brows, his dark, sharp pupils gazing directly at her through the camera. Their eyes met, and Zhang Yuni was startled for a moment before realizing something was amiss. Mr. Zhou, you haven't arrived yet? Zhou Ting's hummed calmly, his voice low. Something delayed me. He looked at Zhang Yuni, his gaze as calm as the ocean, deep and bright. Can you hear me? Zhang Yuni nodded hesitantly, catching a glimpse of the background behind his camera. After a few seconds of hesitation, she couldn't help but ask, are you on the street? Before Zhou Ting's could answer, someone nearby told her the answer. Mr. Zhou, I'm sorry we're late. A strange voice reached Zhang Yuni's ears. Are you okay? Zhou Ting's replied calmly, no. Zhang Yuni, forced to listen to the conversation, fell silent. After Zhou Ting's finished his brief exchange with the other man and turned his gaze back to her, Zhang Yuni spoke again, car accident? Zhou Ting's replied, rear-end collision. Zhang Yuni was stunned. The driver who hit you ran away? She heard the insurance agent say they'd call the police, and the driver would be found soon. Zhou Ting's nodded. Zhang Yuni was speechless, unable to help but sigh. How tragic. Zhou Ting's glanced at her and whispered, continue. Zhang Yuni was speechless, deeply impressed by Zhou Ting's composure. Even after being rear-ended, he could still talk to her about work so calmly. Thinking, Zhang Yuni said more gently, don't worry. Take care of things over there first. Although she longed to finalize the plan and move the work forward, she wasn't so cold-blooded as to leave Zhou Ting's, who had just been rear-ended, to listen to her report on the side of the road. Hearing this, Zhou Ting's raised his eyelids, glanced at her, and said in a calm voice, no need. The driver hasn't arrived yet. Let's continue. Zhang Yuni, She paused for 3 seconds, speechless, then nodded slightly. Have you reviewed the proposal? Zhou Ting's agreed yes. Before Zhang Yuni could say anything, Zhou Ting's pointed out the problems with their proposal. Zhang Yuni noted down the details Zhou Ting's mentioned. While she felt that Zhou Ting's was overly critical, she also had to admit that his professional insights, including new media public opinion monitoring and guidance, were no less professional than theirs. The two chatted for a while, and Zhang Yuni had a rough idea of what Zhou Ting's was dissatisfied with. She nodded in understanding. Okay, then we make some revisions and submit the proposal. Zhou Ting's nodded slightly. Thank you for your hard work. Zhang Yuni paused and said softly, you're welcome, Mr. Zhou. The conversation was almost over when Zhou Ting's driver arrived. After the call ended, Zhou Ting got in the car and went to the company, while Zhang Yuni revised the proposal. As she continued to revise, her mind suddenly flashed back to the scene of Zhou Ting standing by the road, carefully and rigorously discussing the proposal with her. Had just been in a car accident, he stood alone on the busy roadside, yet his face showed no sign of embarrassment, panic, or confusion. He remained calm, composed, and professional. He even managed to draw on his excellent memory, even after something like a car accident, to calmly point out the shortcomings and strengths of their proposal and offer his considered suggestions. Having known Zhou Ting's for over 2 years, Zhang Yuni was well aware of his professional abilities. Surprisingly, with each new collaboration, his performance always impressed her again. Thinking of this, Zhang Yuni felt a little depressed. She felt she was growing and improving. Compared to her first collaboration with Zhou Ting's, Zhang Yuni received significantly less criticism from him. She was more thoughtful and thorough, and her plans were more complete. Even her boss praised her steady progress over the past 2 years. However, Zhou Ting seemed to be progressing faster and more steadily than she, and everyone she knew. After a moment of reflection, Zhang Yuni sent a message to Ren Huiming. Your boss is truly extraordinary. Ren Huiming waited half an hour before replying. I think so too. Zhang Yuni, really? Ren Huiming, yeah, I'm telling you. Mr. Zhou was in a car accident this morning, yet he clocked in at the office as if nothing had happened. If Mr. Ming hadn't brought the doctor, we wouldn't have known. Zhang Yuni, I know. Ren Huiming, huh? Zhang Yuni, we discussed the proposal this morning. Ren Huiming, after the accident? Zhang Yuni, yeah. Ren Huiming, you two are truly top-tier workaholics. Zhang Yuni was speechless. I didn't know at first. After the message was sent, Zhang Yuni paused and asked, is your boss okay? Ren Huiming, nothing serious, but it looks like there's a scratch on his arm and a swollen finger. As soon as the personal doctor left, President Meng took him to the hospital for an x-ray. I didn't go. Zhang Yuni, is that so? Ren Huiming, yeah, I won't chat with you anymore. I'm going to get busy. Zhang Yuni, okay. Zhang Yuni spent the entire morning revising the proposal and making the final touches. When everything was finished, she called a team meeting. The meeting ended just in time for lunch, so Zhang Yuni went downstairs to grab a bite to eat before returning to the office. Sitting down again, she lowered her eyes to look at the documents on the table, hesitated for a moment, and then, adhering to the belief of a good cooperative relationship, she opened Zhou Ting's dialogue box and sent him a greeting message. Chapter 4. Hospitals are always packed on weekdays. Even private hospitals are no exception. Thankfully, Meng Sui had made advance arrangements, forcing Zhou Ting's to pass through without any problems, quickly undergoing x-rays and examinations. The test results would take a while to come back, and since there wasn't anything urgent at the company, the two of them simply stopped by the hospital entrance and bought a cup of coffee to drink while they waited. While waiting, Meng Sui glanced at the man, whose hand was injured while the other was busy reading and replying to emails, and sighed softly, who's so clueless as to call you now? Don't they know you're half-crippled? Zhou Ting's glanced at him, then at his slightly swollen finger, confused as to how he could be considered half-crippled. Zhou Ting's remained silent, and Meng Sui felt a sense of defeat. He muttered to himself, then suddenly remembered something. "Oh, by the way, the driver just told me that when he came to pick you up this morning, you were standing by the roadside in a meeting. What happened?" He looked up at Zhou Ting's and asked, "Are there any other meetings in our company that I don't know about?" When he mentioned the morning meeting, Zhou Ting's gave him a reluctant look and said calmly, "The proposal from Siwei." Meng Sui raised an eyebrow. "Siwei?" He realized, didn't they come to the company yesterday afternoon? Zhou Ting's nodded slightly and explained, "The proposal wasn't perfect." Meng Sui understood what he meant. "You called it back?" Zhou Ting said briefly, "Is it true?" Meng Sui looked at him and pressed on. "So you had a private meeting with Eva this morning? Wasn't she mad at you?" Although Meng Sui didn't much care about company matters, he was well aware of Zhou Ting's and Zhang Yuni's feud. He vaguely remembered the scene of the two men arguing in a meeting. It was Meng Sui's first time attending a meeting with both Zhou Ting's and Zhang Yuni. Before the meeting, his assistant had warned him not to speak out, no matter how President Zhou and Director Zhang of Siwei argued later. The meeting between Zhou Ting's and Zhang Yuni was different from usual. Meng Sui didn't take it seriously at first, nor did he think Zhou Ting's was the type to argue in meetings. He was a man of few words, and he would ruthlessly reject any planning proposals he wasn't satisfied with, without giving them a chance to argue or explain. That day, the two men had a heated exchange, and after listening to Siwei's proposal, Zhou Ting's was unsurprisingly dissatisfied. He sent it back, and asked them to submit a new one in 2 days. Zhang Yuni asked him what was wrong with it, and Zhou Ting's, in a rare move, pointed out the problem directly, even offering some suggestions, prompting Zhang Yuni to think and come up with more interesting ideas, helping him understand what Nexalith and Zhou Ting's wanted. In the early stages of the meeting, the two exchanged cold stares and engaged in a constant arguing. In the later stages, however, they became more gentle and mellow, catching everyone off guard. After Zhang Yuni and her group left, Meng Sui felt strange and asked Zhou Ting's, "Are your meetings with Siwei always like this?" Zhou Ting's, "What kind?" Meng Sui glanced at him. "Why haven't I seen you make such suggestions in other PR company meeting proposals?" Zhou Ting sneered and said coldly, "Have you seen the other company's proposals?" Meng Sui said no, and then asked, "Why?" Zhou Ting's, "Go take a look." Afterward, Meng Sui looked at the other company's proposals, and vaguely understood Zhou Ting's meaning. The proposals from other PR firms were completely different from what Zhou Ting's was looking for, with only Siwei's submission being slightly off. This tiny margin shouldn't be enough to make Zhou Ting's react so badly. However, when he pressed Zhou Ting's for any other reasons, he remained silent. After that incident, Meng Sui would occasionally hear company employees discussing things like, Boss Zhou had criticized Siwei again today, and how Siwei's director didn't even glance at him when he left. Over time, Meng Sui formed a deep impression of Siwei PR and Zhang Yuni. Hearing what Meng Sui said, Zhou Ting's was slightly speechless. "What's the fuss?" "Meng Sui, what do you think?" Zhou Ting smiled and sent a message to his assistant, saying calmly, "She's not that insensitive." Meng Sui chuckled. "I know that. What I mean is, why did you two have to meet on the street?" "We had an appointment at 8:30, Zhou Ting's told him. Zhou Ting's was a man of strong sense of time, as was Zhang Yuni. Unless there were exceptional circumstances, neither of them would tolerate being late. Meng Sui was puzzled. "Can't we postpone it?" Zhou Ting's replied, "I'm not injured." So there was no need to postpone. However, there was another reason he hadn't told Meng Sui. He had dealt with Zhang Yuni frequently, and knew she was a very ambitious person who liked to finalize things as quickly as possible. Zhang Yuni wanted to finalize Nexalith's proposal as soon as possible. Only by finalizing this proposal could she focus more fully on other tasks. Meng Sui was choked by Zhou Ting's words, speechless. The two of them didn't discuss the meeting anymore. After waiting in the coffee shop for a long time, the assistant called to say the results were in. Zhou Ting's hand wasn't seriously injured, but it wasn't completely clear. He had a soft tissue contusion on his left finger, so he needed to be careful with his hands for the next few days. After returning to the office from the hospital, Zhou Ting's immediately held 2 meetings. After the meeting, Meng Sui followed him to his office. "Want to have the assistant bring lunch?" "I eat here." Zhou Ting's agreed. While the assistant brought the lunch, Zhou Ting's went to the restroom. When he came out, Meng Sui informed him, "Someone sent you a message." Zhou Ting's replied nonchalantly, and clicked on it. Seeing Zhang Yuni's name, he was a little surprised. Before he could react, Meng Sui tilted his head and exclaimed in surprise, Eva, the famously cool queen of PR, actually cares about others? Zhou Tings gave him a sidelong look. Ming Sui, I mean, Eva might be in a good mood today. Zhou Tings ignored him, lowering his eyes, as he replied to Zhang Yuni's message. Nothing. After replying, he added, it's a soft tissue contusion, it will heal in a few days. Zhang Yuni, then Mr. Zhou, please take care. Zhou Tings, okay. The two chatted briefly, and each put down their phones. Ming Sui watched the two people's extremely polite conversation and suppressed the teasing that was about to come out of his mouth. These two people were so serious that he didn't know how to joke. Meanwhile, on the other side, after confirming that Zhou Tings was indeed fine, Zhang Yuni breathed a sigh of relief. If Zhou Tings had been injured today because of the meeting with her, and had delayed going to the hospital, she would have felt very sorry. Putting her phone down, Zhang Yuni ate her meal in peace. After dinner, she reviewed her proposal, ensuring there were no loopholes, and that all aspects had been considered. Only then did she send it to Caroline for review. After finishing, Zhang Yuni dozed off at her desk for 20 minutes. After recuperating, she returned to other tasks. At 4 in the afternoon, Zhang Yuni received a call from Caroline, saying, come out to dinner tonight. Zhang Yuni, okay. Working in PR makes leaving on time difficult. After so many years in the workplace, Zhang Yuni had long since grown accustomed to working overtime. But dinner parties, as always, were something she disliked. She worked in PR, requiring her to be adept at networking and connecting with people from all walks of life. So no matter how much she disliked it, Zhang Yuni would accept it. At 6:30, Caroline messaged her to meet in the parking lot. Zhang Yuni replied, I'd be there in 5 minutes, then packed up and left. Caroline's driver drove. After getting in, Caroline handed her a document. Take a look. Zhang Yuni flipped open the document, which turned out to be a file for a restaurant chain. It detailed everything from the founder to the company's recent development path, including its declining performance. Zhang Yuni read it as quickly as she could and looked at Caroline. Is this the owner of this company we're meeting tonight? Yes. Caroline nodded, pointing to a photo in the file. See him. He took over this responsibility from his father last year, and has been thinking about making changes. However, the various restaurant failures of recent years have caused a decline in customer traffic, and the business hasn't yet returned to its first-year average. Therefore, the young successor is trying every possible means to turn a profit. Zhang Yuni understood. Has he met with other PR firms before? Caroline, according to reliable sources, they met with Chengyan staff last week. Chengyan PR and Seaway PR are the two most reputable and comprehensive PR firms in recent years. However, the two PR firms focus on different things. Seaway emphasizes brand building, creative planning, and so on, while Chengyan emphasizes integrated marketing and social media. Zhang Yuni nodded. Caroline glanced sideways, taking in her calm, three-dimensional profile. How is it? Are you confident? Zhang Yuni laughed. I don't know. Caroline raised her eyes and asked with a smile, don't know? This wasn't like the Zhang Yuni she knew. Zhang Yuni hummed and told the truth, I find out after dinner. She first needed to confirm what the young owner of the newly acquired restaurant brand wanted most. As they spoke, the two arrived at the restaurant's oldest establishment in Shanghai. The old establishment had been renovated a few years ago, but it still retained its decades-old character. The overall style was quite vintage, easily evoking memories of customers' youth. Caroline brought her assistant and Zhang Yuni. After introducing themselves, the waiter led the three of them to a private room. After sitting in the room for a while, the other party arrived. Seeing the people in the room, Pu Li's eyes flashed with surprise. When he received a dinner invitation from Seaway PR, asking if he was available for a meeting, Pu Li had his assistant leave Seaway PR's information in his office. He knew who was currently in charge of Seaway, and he also knew who was the current director. When Pu Li saw Zhang Yuni's photo, he was a bit surprised. He knew there were beautiful women in the PR industry, and he had heard people say that Seaway had a very beautiful director. But Zhang Yuni's beauty was quite different from what he had imagined. Her beauty couldn't be described as tacky. Zhang Yuni's features were delicate and elegant, her temperament noble and intellectual. Her professional attire accentuated her coolness, spiritedness, and radiant beauty. Mr. Pu. Pu Li was distracted for a second when Caroline and Zhang Yuni stood up and greeted him. I'm Caroline, and this is our company's director, Eva. Pu Li nodded, greeted the three, and gestured, sit down. Zhang Yuni and the others sat down. Today was a private dinner, and after sitting down, they didn't rush into discussing work. Caroline and Pu Li's mother had met once before, and it was because of that encounter that they secured this meal today. They exchanged a few pleasantries, and ate a little before getting back on track. Puli's needs were not simple. To restore a restaurant brand that had been declining for several years to its peak, they needed to make comprehensive improvements, perhaps even overhauling everything and starting over from scratch. After their conversation had concluded, John Uni and the others stood up to say goodbye. Puli walked the others downstairs. As they reached the door, he pulled out his phone and asked, "Eva, can you add me on WeChat?" He had Caroline's phone number, but not John Uni's. Meeting John Uni's gaze, Puli said softly, "If you have any ideas later, we can communicate." Of course. John Uni immediately pulled out her phone and said politely, "Mr. Poo, let me scan you." After adding the contact information, the restaurant manager came to see Puli, needing to take care of something. After Puli left, John Uni and the others headed out. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out from the side, "Miss C, Eva." They turned and saw Ming Sui and Zhou Ting suddenly appear nearby. Chapter 5. Mr. Ming, Mr. Zhou. Caroline called out first, smiling, "What a coincidence." John Uni and the assistant beside her followed suit. Ming Sui nodded, his expression composed, and pointed backward, saying, "Yes, we're having dinner with our elders." Hearing this, John Uni instinctively glanced back and saw two elderly women and a very beautiful young woman a few steps behind Zhou Ting's and the others. The three of them politely greeted their elders. Caroline praised, "Mr. Ming is still so filial." Ming Sui responded without a hint of modesty, "Not bad." He chatted with Caroline for a moment, then tilted his head to look at John Uni and jokingly said, "It's been so long, Eva's still as beautiful as ever." Ming Sui and Zhou Tings had both seen the man asking John Uni for her contact information. As soon as Ming Sui said this, everyone around her turned their gazes on her. Thankfully, John Uni was already accustomed to all sorts of scrutiny. She accepted the attention naturally, her lips curling slightly upward. Mr. Ming is still so good at praising people. With the elders present, Ming Sui didn't say much. He smiled faintly, saying, "This is the truth." Then he and Zhou Tings and the others left first. John Uni and the others slowed down and fell behind them. She looked up at the people walking in front, and for some reason, she lowered her eyes to look at Zhou Ting's left hand, which hung at his side. His injured finger was bandaged, and it was still noticeable at a glance. But he didn't seem to feel any discomfort, and his every move was as elegant and graceful as ever. On the way back, Caroline's assistant lived closer, so the driver took her home first. After the assistant got out of the car, Caroline tilted her head to look at John Uni, who was still looking at the documents beside her. She smiled helplessly, "There's no rush. Let's go back and prepare. I suspect they arrange a competition." John Uni nodded, "I bet so." She had sensed this earlier when she was talking to Puli. Caroline smiled. "What kind of promotional methods do you think Mr. Poo prefers?" John Uni closed the information in her hand and looked at Caroline. "I haven't thought about it yet, but I can roughly guess how he wants to reform it." Caroline raised an eyebrow, unsurprised. "Tell me about it." John Uni spoke slowly. "Just now during dinner, he mentioned that the older generation is more conservative, unwilling to accept change, and unwilling to abandon the beliefs that inspired their founding. From the innovative dishes to the restaurant's interior design, they're still sticking to the style of decades ago, focusing on nostalgia. It's not wrong to embrace nostalgia, but the balance must be struck. And, ideally, innovation and improvement should be combined with nostalgia. Many people prefer the original flavor, but just as many prefer food with additives. If Xuanqing Restaurant wants to retain its old customers while attracting new ones, it needs to make changes in all aspects." Puli wanted to change things, but John Uni had just learned that Xuanqing Restaurant was a business owned by his father's generation, invested in by several elders, and he couldn't have the final say. To move forward with the project, he needed the approval and support of the other shareholders. This is a difficult point. Caroline agreed with John Uni. "So what do you think Mr. Poo will do?" "I don't know, but he's already doing it," John Uni replied. Caroline side glanced at her. He contacted us, didn't he?" John Uni replied. Puli had approached Chung Yen and met with them again, clearly intending to make drastic changes to the restaurant. John Uni suspected that Puli would use this PR opportunity to confront the other shareholders and demonstrate his resolve and stance. Hearing John Uni's words, Caroline smiled. Yes. Her guess was similar to John Uni's. But the details would require further communication. After chatting about work for a while, Caroline suddenly shifted the subject to Ming Sui and Zhou Tings. John Uni and she were both mentors and friends, and she couldn't resist a little gossip. Do you know who that young lady was? Zhang Yuni blinked slightly. I don't know. Caroline thought for a moment. If I remember correctly, she's the daughter of a car brand. Zhang Yuni uttered an "oh" and casually said, Nexalith is planning to collaborate with a car brand? Caroline glanced at her. What did you say? Zhang Yuni paused, then couldn't help laughing. I mean, another kind of collaboration. Caroline understood her meaning and shrugged. Most likely, but I don't know if it's Mr. Ming or Mr. Zhou who's going to collaborate with the car brand's daughter. Zhang Yuni didn't know how to respond. After 3 seconds of silence, Caroline gently touched her arm. Who do you think it could be? Zhang Yuni looked up at her and said honestly, I don't know. Caroline knew she was telling the truth, so she didn't embarrass her. Instead, she analyzed the situation herself. While I think Mr. Ming is more likely, Mr. Zhou isn't out of the question either. If that weren't the case, why would Mr. Zhou be there when Mr. Ming was having dinner with his mother? Zhang Yuni nodded thoughtfully. Caroline then discussed the matter with Zhang Yuni, but before they could finish more than a few words, she arrived home. Caroline had no choice but to go home and make an appointment with Zhang Yuni to have dinner together when they were free. The driver finally dropped Zhang Yuni off. On the way home, Zhang Yuni couldn't help but think of the topic Caroline had mentioned. After pondering it, she felt that Caroline's point made a lot of sense. She was a little surprised that Zhou Tings would accept the blind date. In over 2 years of collaborating with Zhou Tings, Zhang Yuni had never seen him with any close female friends. Even his colleagues, who knew Zhou Tings well, occasionally spoke of him with a certain disdain. They said he had ruined the face that Nuwa had sculpted for him. He was pure and unselfish, never letting anyone take advantage of him. Thinking of this, Zhang Yuni suddenly remembered some more insider gossip she had heard before. A former partner who had dealt with Zhou Tings abroad had mentioned that Zhou Tings had a girlfriend before, but he wasn't in a relationship now, simply because he had been hurt by women. Rumor has it that he returned from a transfer abroad a few years ago because of a breakup with his girlfriend. Zhang Yuni didn't know the specifics. She'd only heard it from earshot, and whether it was true or not remained to be seen. After a moment's thought, Zhang Yuni suddenly raised her hand and tapped her head. What was she thinking? Whether Zhou Tings was dating or had a girlfriend in the past was none of her business. He just didn't find fault with her on the proposal. Why would she care about his private life? Thinking of this, she simply put Zhou Tings, including the incident at the restaurant, out of her mind. After returning home and washing up quickly, she went into her study and began to compile and organize information about Shuanxing Restaurant, which she had visited tonight, from its founding to the present day. Caroline's information was summarized, but Zhang Yuni needed more details, including the changes in Shuanxing Restaurant's operating income over the years, financial data, and so on. Zhang Yuni was very efficient, and was used to doing most things herself. Anything that truly required excessive time and energy would be assigned to her assistant and other colleagues during work hours. Zhang Yuni sorted out the key information and reviewed it. It was already 1 in the morning when she finished and prepared to go to bed. After tidying herself up and lying down, Zhang Yuni rolled up under the covers and closed her eyes. That evening, while chatting with Pu Li, Zhang Yuni had 2 glasses of wine. She had a decent alcohol tolerance. 2 glasses wouldn't have made her drunk, but after drinking, Zhang Yuni found it easier to fall asleep. Strangely, that night, she closed her eyes for a long time, but couldn't fall asleep. As she drifted off, a familiar yet unfamiliar face surfaced in Zhang Yuni's mind. Before she could catch her eye, it vanished. Because of this disorienting dream, Zhang Yuni was still a bit dazed when she woke up the next day. She wasn't sure if she'd actually dreamed of Zhou Tings the previous night. If so, it must have been God's punishment for her gossiping about him that night. Thankfully, Zhang Yuni didn't see Zhou Tings again for the next 2 days. This made her feel a little more at ease. On Friday afternoon, Siwei went to Nexalith to work on a new round of proposals. Zhang Yuni and Pu Li had already scheduled a meeting to discuss matters, so they didn't go together. Siwei and Nexalith worked closely together, and this project proposal could be handled by account manager Lu Jingman. When Zhang Yuni returned to the office after her business talk with Pu Li, Lu Jingman told her that Zhou Tings had taken the time to listen to the afternoon's proposal, and said they did a good job and could move forward directly. Zhang Yuni was surprised. He's not busy today? Lu Jingman shook her head. I don't know, but he arrived a minute before the meeting started. Zhang Yuni was silent for a moment, muttering, what's the point of him not going last time and going this time? Lu Jingman, maybe he really isn't busy. He's putting us in a very passive position, Zhang Yuni said, frowning. If she, a minor director, didn't go, while Zhou Ting's, the general manager, took the time to go, it would give the impression that they were not paying enough attention to this proposal. While Zhou Ting's himself might not think so, others might not. More importantly, it was certainly not a very appropriate approach. After pondering for a moment, Zhang Yuni asked Lu Jingman to return to her workstation. She took out her phone and called Zhou Ting's to explain the situation. Unfortunately, Zhou Ting's didn't answer the call. Zhang Yuni had no choice but to edit a message and send it to him, expressing Siwei's apologies. At 7 p.m., Zhou Ting's replied, saying everything was fine. Her colleague had mentioned this at the meeting, and Zhou Ting's didn't mind. The two chatted briefly on WeChat again, and after confirming that there was nothing wrong with Zhou Ting's, Zhang Yuni felt relieved. But next time, she'd still have to go there herself. To avoid the same mistake. Not long after she finished talking to Zhou Ting's, Zhang Yuni received a message from Ren Huiming. Eva, don't forget tomorrow. Zhang Yuni quickly replied, I remember it. Ren Huiming, okay. By the way, I remember you don't like driving, right? Then I arranged for someone to pick you up. Outside of the week, Zhang Yuni really didn't drive unless she could. She particularly disliked driving on the highway. Similarly, she wasn't surprised that Ren Huiming remembered this. Therefore, Zhang Yuni didn't hesitate. If it's not too much trouble, of course. Ren Huiming, not too much trouble, some of them like to drive. Zhang Yuni, okay. She texted Ren Huiming the address, agreed on a departure time, and ended the conversation. At 12 o'clock, Zhang Yuni promptly texted Ren Huiming a happy birthday message. After that, she packed her luggage for a one-night stay in the mountains. A single change of clothes was all she needed for the night, so Zhang Yuni packed in a matter of minutes, and went to bed early. The next morning, Zhang Yuni got up, made breakfast, and then worked for a while before arriving at the gate of the community just in time to wait for someone. She had met several of Ren Huiming's closest friends, and was quite familiar with them. Zhang Yuni initially assumed that Ren Huiming would arrange for one of her friends to pick her up, so she didn't ask any further questions. What she never expected was that the person Ren Huiming would arrange to pick her up would be Zhou Ting's. When she arrived at the entrance to the residential complex and saw a familiar-looking SUV parked in the waiting area, Zhang Yuni wondered if she hadn't slept well, and her eyesight was distorted. It wasn't until her phone rang that she stopped, checked the caller ID, and answered that she confirmed that the car not far away was indeed Zhou Ting's. Mr. Zhou? Zhang Yuni called him suspiciously. Zhou Ting's had just parked his car when he heard him say, Good morning. His voice was low, and in the breezy morning air, it sounded pleasant. I'm downstairs at your complex. Have you packed and come down? Zhou Ting's words naturally came from the assumption that Ren Huiming had given Zhang Yuni a heads-up. Neither of them had expected Ren Huiming to forget to tell Zhang Yuni that Zhou Ting's was picking her up today. Hearing Zhou Ting's words, Zhang Yuni opened her mouth and said, I saw your car. Zhou Ting's then glanced sideways, and spotted someone not far away wearing wide-leg trousers and a pearl-colored shirt. Zhang Yuni was tall and well-proportioned, and this casual, simple outfit perfectly complemented her temperament. Zhou Ting's gaze remained fixed on her for 3 seconds before he pushed open the car door and got out. Good morning, Mr. Zhou. Zhang Yuni exchanged glances and pursed her lips. Excuse me, please come pick me up. In reality, if she had known it was Zhou Ting's who was picking her up, Zhang Yuni would have chosen to drive herself. She had no idea what Ren Huiming was thinking. How could she dare let her boss, Zhang Yuni's client's supervisor, come pick her up? She simply couldn't bear it. Zhou Ting's hummed a feint on my way. He reached out to take Zhang Yuni's travel bag and put it in the trunk, then opened the passenger door, and said in a deep, clear voice, Get in first. Zhang Yuni responded and, as she stepped into the car, she suddenly noticed Zhou Ting's large, bony hand resting on the passenger door frame to prevent her from banging her head. After she sat down, he naturally lowered his hand, closed her door, and walked around the front of the car to get in. In an instant, all the noise outside was blocked out. The car became strangely quiet. Sitting inside, they could faintly hear each other's breathing. After a few seconds, Zhang Yuni, feeling a bit overwhelmed by the somewhat eerie atmosphere, blinked lightly, turned to look at the person next to her, and broke the silence in the car. Mr. Zhou, aren't you leaving yet? Could they be waiting for someone? Zhou Ting lowered his eyelashes, gave her a penetrating look, and spoke in a slow, almost smile-filled voice, Eva. Zhang Yuni let out a sudden, What's wrong? Zhou Ting raised his chin slightly, reminding her, Seatbelt. Zhang Yuni, Chapter 6. Zhang Yuni silently fastened her seatbelt before Zhou Ting set off. The familiar scenery outside the window remained. Zhang Yuni tilted her head to glance briefly before returning her gaze to the road ahead. The car was so quiet that she could hear the birds chirping outside. Shanghai was just as congested on weekends as it was on weekdays, even outside rush hour. After a while, the driver spoke, "Have you had breakfast?" Zhang Yuni snapped back to her senses and glanced sideways at him. "Yes, and you?" The conversation wasn't about work, and Zhang Yuni stopped addressing Zhou Tings with honorifics. Zhou Tings, yes. The conversation abruptly ended, and the car fell silent again. Half a minute later, Zhou Tings asked again, "Would you like to listen to some music?" Zhang Yuni blinked. "Sure. Playing some music should make the atmosphere in the car a little better. At least it won't be so quiet." Zhou Tings let Zhang Yuni handle the process herself. Zhang Yuni, maintaining her composure towards the client, didn't connect her phone to Zhou Tings' car's Bluetooth. Instead, she simply opened the music and hit play. She randomly selected a playlist, and a husky, moving voice filled the car. With the music, Zhang Yuni felt much more at ease. She no longer sat in a state of formality, and had time to message Ren Huiming, asking her what she was thinking, and why she had arranged for Zhou Tings to pick her up. Ren Huiming, presumably busy, replied after a while, saying, "It's a long story. I tell you the details when you arrive." Zhang Yuni, "Okay." Ren Huiming, "Don't feel too pressured. Mr. Zhou isn't that intimidating in private." Seeing this, Zhang Yuni thought to herself that it wasn't that she found Zhou Tings intimidating. She wasn't afraid of him. Otherwise, she wouldn't have dared argue with Zhou Tings during the proposal. She felt awkward and inappropriate. It seemed strange no matter how you looked at it. The boss of Party A was driving for the employee of Party B. After a moment's thought, Zhang Yuni replied, "Okay, that's it for now. Have you arrived yet?" Ren Huiming, "Yes, 2 friends and I are already here and waiting for you." Zhang Yuni, "No problem." Closing her phone, Zhang Yuni glanced out the window again. They hadn't left the city yet. They were still moving slowly. A car ahead accelerated, changing lanes, and Zhou Tings applied the brakes lightly, barely noticeable. It was then that Zhang Yuni realized that Zhou Tings drove more steadily than most men. He didn't have the bad driving habits most men have. He didn't rest his elbows on the window. He didn't change lanes too frequently, and he didn't slam on the brakes or the accelerator. He drove steadily and gracefully. If someone cut in line, as long as they politely turned on their turn signal, he would give way. If they were rude, he wouldn't give them a chance either. Unconsciously, Zhang Yuni observed Zhou Tings for a long time. So long that she was startled to notice when her phone on her lap vibrated. Her breath hitched slightly, and she pursed her lips as she shifted her gaze upwards, resting her gaze on Zhou Tings' profile. Fortunately, the person involved didn't seem to notice. Suddenly, Zhang Yuni relaxed a great deal. She let out a soft sigh, her long eyelashes fluttering slightly, and calmly averted her gaze. The phone on her lap continued to vibrate, and Zhang Yuni immediately picked it up and opened it. It was a message from her half-brother, Zhang Chen, tentatively asking if she was busy and asking if he could choose a birthday gift this year. Zhang Yuni was stunned for a moment, then checked her calendar, and saw that Zhang Chen's birthday was in 2 weeks. After her parents divorced, they each started a new family. She wasn't particularly close to her family, but they kept in touch from time to time, and there weren't any conflicts. Zhang Chen and she were more than a decade apart in age, so there wasn't much conflict between them. Every year on his birthday, Zhang Yuni prepared a present for him. In previous years, when she'd asked him what he wanted, he'd said it didn't matter. This year was an exception. After pondering for a few seconds, Zhang Yuni replied, "What do you want?" "Zhang Chen, I want a watch, is that okay?" Zhang Yuni was surprised. "Which one?" Zhang Chen sent her a photo of a sports watch, a unique design that looked very cool. Zhang Yuni searched online. The watch wasn't expensive, even cheaper than the birthday gifts she'd given Zhang Chen in previous years. She found it strange that Zhang Chen had suddenly requested this particular watch. Zhang Yuni asked, "Why do you want this watch? Don't you want anything else? Didn't you say you wanted to buy a bicycle during the Lunar New Year?" Zhang Chen, "I don't want to change now." Zhang Yuni didn't quite understand kids these days, so she said, "Okay." Zhang Chen, "You agree?" Even through the screen, Zhang Yuni could sense his happiness. She smiled faintly, lowering her eyes, and replied, "Yes, for your birthday." Zhang Chen, "Thank you, sister." Zhang Yuni, "You're welcome." Zhang Chen, "Then I get back to my homework. Will you be back soon?" Zhang Yuni didn't hesitate. "It depends on work. If I'm not busy, I'll be back for your birthday. Zhang Chen, okay. After concluding her conversation with Zhang Chen, Zhang Yuni couldn't help but sigh. Zhang Chen's birthday was coming up, and Zhang's father and aunt would definitely call to ask her to come home. She could still perfunctorily say she was too busy with work to go back to Zhang Chen, but she couldn't give such a casual excuse to Zhang's father and aunt. After all, Zhang Chen's birthday fell on a weekend. Suddenly, a low, slow male voice reached her ear. Tired? Zhang Yuni instinctively raised her eyes to meet Zhou Ting's gaze. His pupils were dark and bright, deep and beautiful in the sunlight. For a moment, Zhang Yuni was distracted, then slowly shook her head. No! Zhou Ting's, the driver, hadn't even said he was tired, so it was a bit much for her, the passenger, to feel tired. Thinking about it, Zhang Yuni casually asked, What about you? Do you want me to drive for a bit? Zhou Ting's, no need. He raised his chin slightly, indicating, We're getting on the highway. Zhang Yuni was stunned. After a moment, she came to her senses and pursed her lips. I just don't really like driving on the highway. It's not that I can't drive. Zhou Ting's hummed casually, Don't force yourself. If you don't like it, then don't drive. Zhang Yuni heard the hidden meaning in Zhou Ting's words and moved her lips, but no sound came out. Once on the highway, the road became smooth and unobstructed. Zhang Yuni was quite energetic at first, but then, perhaps because of Zhou Ting's steady driving or the warm sunlight outside the window that seemed to be a bit soporific, she actually fell asleep in Zhou Ting's car. She even slept all the way to her destination. When Zhang Yuni woke up dazed, they were already halfway up the mountain. Hearing the noise from her side, Zhou Ting's tilted his head slightly. Awake? Zhang Yuni, She was stunned for a few seconds, then hummed a bit sheepishly, Are we there? Zhou Ting's nodded slightly, right away. The car couldn't reach the top, so they needed to park halfway up and walk up. A few minutes later, Zhou Ting's parked in the parking lot halfway up the mountain. Zhang Yuni and he got out of the car together. As soon as they did, they received a call from Ren Huiming. Eva, where are you guys? Zhang Yuni, just parked. Ren Huiming exclaimed, What a coincidence. Tan Jiashi and the others are also halfway up the mountain. Hearing the familiar name, Zhang Yuni exclaimed, How many of them? Ren Huiming, 3 of them. Zhang Yuni hummed, Are they all people I've seen before? One of them isn't. Ren Huiming hesitated. One of them is Tan Jiashi. Before she could finish her words, Zhang Yuni heard her own name. She looked in the direction of the call and saw Tan Jiashi, whom she had met before, another friend, and the pretty girl standing next to Tan Jiashi. We met? Midway through her words, Ren Huiming also heard the noise. Zhang Yuni, yes. Ren Huiming was speechless and quickly said, Tan Jiashi is in a relationship. He just told me this morning that he wanted to bring his girlfriend along, and I couldn't refuse. Zhang Yuni understood what she meant and soothed her. It's okay, I'm hanging up now. See you later. In the blink of an eye, Tan Jiashi and the other 2 approached Zhang Yuni and the others. Mr. Tan. Zhang Yuni greeted them with a faint smile. Long time no see. It's been a while. Another friend spoke up, looking at Zhang Yuni, then at the man who had gotten out of the car with her. Who is this? They were familiar with Ren Huiming and would occasionally meet for dinner, but they knew nothing about her boss. Normally, Zhou Ting's wouldn't have met or become acquainted with a friend of his subordinate. Mingming's boss, Mr. Zhou, Zhang Yuni introduced. The 3 of them were stunned. Tan Jiashi quickly extended his hand to Zhou Ting's. Mr. Zhou, I've heard of you. I'm Tan Jiashi. Zhou Ting's nodded slightly, shook his hand, and said briefly, Zhou Ting's. The 5 of them had met by chance, and naturally joined together to hike up the mountain. Zhang Yuni didn't have much with her, just a travel bag, and Zhou Ting's had about the same. Zhou Ting's took something out of the trunk. Zhang Yuni reached out to take it, but he refused. No need. Zhang Yuni was startled, glanced at the 2 bags in his hands, and whispered, I can carry them. Zhang Yuni was used to doing things on her own. Zhou Ting's glanced at her, but said nothing. After a few seconds of stalemate, Tan Jiashi and the others, who had collected their luggage nearby, called out, Yuni, President Zhou, are you ready? Zhang Yuni quickly said, yes. She looked at the luggage Zhou Ting's held, and stopped struggling. She felt relieved to have someone to help her with the luggage. Then, thank you, President Zhou. The 2 of them walked towards Tan Jiashi and the others. After walking a short distance toward the top of the mountain, Zhang Yuni belatedly realized why Zhou Ting's hadn't needed her to carry the luggage. President Zhou was strict at work, but in private he was very considerate and gentlemanly. Besides, the weight of their luggage was nothing to him. Zhang Yuni was lost in thought when Ding Ying, Tan Jiasher's girlfriend, who had walked up behind her, suddenly asked, "Ms. Zhang, is your English name Eva?" Zhang Yuni turned to look at her calmly. "Yes." Ding Ying pursed her lips, her gaze scrutinizing her. "No wonder you looked familiar to me." Hearing this, Zhang Yuni smiled. "Really?" She returned Ding Ying's gaze and explained, "That might be because I have a common face." "No," Ding Ying retorted without hesitation. "You don't have a common face. I think you look familiar because—" "Ms. Ding," Zhang Yuni interrupted her bluntly, "you and Mr. Tan are a good match." Ding Ying paused, glanced back at Tan Jiasher behind her, and pursed her lips. "Really?" "Yes," Zhang Yuni said. Ding Ying was stunned and said nothing. At the same time, Zhang Yuni said, "I'm a little thirsty. Let's go get some water from Mr. Zhou first." Her water was in the bag Zhou Tings was carrying. After saying this, Zhang Yuni quickened her pace and caught up with Zhou Tings, who was walking in front. At the sound of footsteps, Zhou Tings glanced back. Their eyes met. Zhang Yuni's mind went blank for a moment, her lips moving. "What's wrong? I should be asking you that." Zhou Tings raised his eyebrows slightly, his tone cold. "Is someone chasing you?" Zhang Yuni, "No." She pursed her lips, making up the excuse she had just used to refuse to continue chatting with Ding Ying. "I'm a little thirsty." Zhou Tings noticed her breathlessness, but didn't expose her. He took the bottle of mineral water from the bag and, before handing it to her, asked, "Can you unscrew it?" Zhang Yuni thanked him and took it, replying, "Of course." She still had some strength left. After half a minute, Zhou Tings tilted his head. "Eva." Zhang Yuni, still unscrewing the bottle cap, said dejectedly, "Here?" Zhou Tings lowered his eyes, his voice clear, "Do you need help?" Zhang Yuni wanted to say no, but for some reason, the cap on this bottle of mineral water wouldn't open, no matter how hard she tried. After a few seconds of silence, Zhang Yuni had to give up. "Yes, thank you." Zhang Yuni had expected Zhou Tings to mock her, or perhaps laugh at her for being so stubborn. To her surprise, he remained silent, taking the bottle, unscrewing it, and handing it back to her. He even added, "Next time you see Mr. Su, give him some advice." The Mr. Su he was referring to was Su Wei, the owner of the mineral water brand in Zhang Yuni's hand. Zhang Yuni knew this person, but had never worked with him. However, she knew Zhou Tings had a good relationship with him. Zhang Yuni asked without hesitation, "What's your suggestion?" Zhou Ting looked at the bottle of mineral water in her hand, and said seriously, "Change the design of the bottle cap." Zhang Yuni, Chapter 7. Zhang Yuni choked slightly, hearing the hidden meaning in Zhou Ting's words. She opened her mouth, but before she could decide what to say, Zhou Tings offered a serious analysis. If they don't make changes, this product will likely lose the female customer base, which represents a significant portion of the market. After a few seconds of silence, Zhang Yuni looked up at Zhou Tings and said calmly, "I think it's a good idea. I have to ask Mr. Zhou to convey my suggestion to Mr. Su." She added, "If Mr. Su needs publicity and PR, please also recommend Siwei." Zhou Tings, He raised his eyes slightly, his gaze shifting to Zhang Yuni. "Eva." Zhang Yuni met his gaze calmly. "Please speak, Mr. Zhou." Zhou Ting stared at her intently for a moment, then smiled casually and asked jokingly, "Where did Siwei find you?" Even at this moment, he still managed to earn business for his company. Understanding Zhou Ting's implication, Zhang Yuni raised an eyebrow. "What do you think, Mr. Zhou?" Zhou Tings, "Campus recruitment?" Zhang Yuni smiled. "Sort of. Why, it was only considered a campus recruitment." Zhang Yuni didn't tell Zhou Tings, and their relationship wasn't at the point where it needed to be explained in detail. Zhang Yuni joined Siwei through campus recruitment, but she and Caroline, who recruited her, had known each other before campus recruitment. She went to Siwei for an internship during her senior year. After the internship, Zhang Yuni returned to school to continue her graduate studies. During her time there, Caroline made an exception and allowed her to work part-time at Siwei, doing things within her capabilities. The salary wasn't high, but Zhang Yuni was very happy with it. Similarly, after graduating from graduate school, Zhang Yuni declined offers of better benefits from other companies and chose Siwei, as always. 8 years had passed since the internship. Zhou Tings nodded lightly, and didn't ask any more questions. Zhang Yuni also said nothing more. The two walked to the top of the mountain in silence, without further conversation. However, Zhang Yuni noticed that Zhou Tings would look back every once in a while to ensure they were at a safe distance. If she fell too far behind, Zhou Tings would slow down and wait for her. Noticing this, Zhang Yuni couldn't help but wonder why she hadn't realized Zhou Tings was so attentive before. The two of them maintained a steady pace until they reached the top. As soon as they reached the top, Zhang Yuni heard Ren Huaiming's voice, "Mr. Zhou, Eva." Zhang Yuni looked up and saw Ren Huaiming running towards them from a distance. The wind was strong at the top of the mountain, and the sound of the wind whistled past her ears, bringing a comfortable and relaxing feeling. Zhang Yuni waved, her lips curled upwards. "Sister Mingming." Ren Huaiming walked over to her. "Are you tired?" "Not at all." Zhang Yuni reached out and hugged her, smiling softly. "Happy birthday." Ren Huaiming, "Thank you." After chatting briefly at the summit entrance, Ren Huaiming took Zhou Tings and Zhang Yuni to the campsite where the tents had been set up to rest. When they arrived, two people were already at the tent, Ren Huaiming's cousin Ren Heffing and her good friend Tang Shi. Zhang Yuni had met both of them before, so Ren Huaiming skipped the introduction process and only introduced Tang Shi to Zhou Tings. Zhang Yuni was just beginning to feel strange when she heard Ren Heffing raise his eyebrows at Zhou Tings. "I thought you weren't coming." Zhou Tings glanced at him and said unceremoniously, "Mr. Ren is hard to get an appointment with." Ren Heffing smiled. "Not bad." Zhou Tings didn't respond. Zhang Yuni, listening nearby, realized Zhou Tings and Ren Heffing must know each other and be quite familiar with each other. As expected, Ren Huaiming soon answered her questions. She told Zhang Yuni that Zhou Tings' reason for coming here today was simply because Ren Heffing was there. Zhou Tings and Ren Heffing had known each other for many years. They were not only university alumni but also direct colleagues. However, they didn't keep in touch much. This time, Nexalith wanted to collaborate on a project with Ren Heffing's company. But Ren Heffing was so elusive that Nexalith couldn't get him to meet with him. In the end, Ming Sui had no choice but to ask Zhou Tings to meet with Ren Heffing and test his luck. At least he needed to know why he didn't want to work with Nexalith and wouldn't meet with anyone from Nexalith. This was also the reason Zhou Tings showed up at Ren Huaiming's birthday party. At this point, Ren Huaiming also felt strange. My cousin wasn't one to put on airs. Besides, between Ren Heffing Company and Nexalith, Nexalith was naturally more powerful. Cooperation between the two parties was clearly a win-win situation. Zhang Yuni pondered. Perhaps Nexalith had inadvertently offended President Ren? Ren Huaiming turned to look at her. "Is that so?" Zhang Yuni, "I'm guessing." "Not really," Ren Huaiming said. "I've been at Nexalith for so many years, and I haven't heard of any grudges between my cousin and Nexalith." Zhang Yuni didn't understand. She tilted her head to look at the two people sitting side by side on folding chairs chatting. She didn't sense any tension between them. Instead, they seemed quite harmonious. After a brief discussion, the two of them couldn't come to a conclusion. A short while later, Tan Jiashi and his group finally arrived. Tang Shi, who knew Tan Jiashi, couldn't help but sigh, "Aren't you a little slow?" Eva and the others arrived half an hour later. "Sorry," Tan Jiashi explained, "I took some photos along the way, so I was delayed." Ren Huaiming chimed in, "It's okay, we're not in a rush." After everyone arrived, they went to a nearby restaurant for lunch. After lunch, they rested for a while before getting busy preparing for the evening's camping and barbecue. On the mountaintop, there were B&Bs, restaurants, a supermarket, and rentals for various camping and barbecue equipment. This area has been developed for many years, and the commercial industry chain is quite well developed. After a busy period, they prepared everything they might need for the evening, and then got up to walk around, take in the scenery, and watch the sunset. Tan Jiashi's girlfriend wanted to take photos, and the others, not wanting to be a third wheel, didn't go along. Zhang Yuni, Ren Huaiming, and Tang Shi walked together in the other direction. After walking a short distance, Ren Huaiming suddenly said, "Eva, I'm sorry about what happened this morning." Zhang Yuni, "What?" She was stunned. Ren Huaiming, "About picking you up." Tan Jiashi didn't initially say he was coming. When I asked him, he said he had his girlfriend with him. I was thinking of asking Shueisha to pick you up, but I didn't expect him to suddenly tell me this morning that his girlfriend wanted to come over. Shueisha was another friend who had just been in the same car with Tan Jiashi and his girlfriend. Since Tan Jiashi had said this, Ren Huaiming naturally couldn't refuse. So, she could only ask Zhou Tings if he could pick up Zhang Yuni along the way. It's okay. If Ren Huaiming hadn't mentioned it, Zhang Yuni would have almost forgotten. I didn't take it to heart. Ren Huaiming hummed, I guess I didn't arrange it properly. Zhang Yuni smiled, there's always a surprise. Ren Huaiming sighed. Tang Shi, listening nearby, asked hesitantly, did his girlfriend give you a hard time? Zhang Yuni looked up at the two of them and asked helplessly, why would she give me a hard time? What do you think? Ren Huaiming glanced at her. If she knew Tan Jiashi had been pursuing you for so long, she wouldn't be happy. Zhang Yuni choked slightly and said silently, even though she wouldn't be happy, she wouldn't give me a hard time, would she? She wasn't in a relationship with Tan Jiashi. She had rejected him the first day he pursued her, making it clear that he wasn't her type and that he shouldn't waste his energy. Tangxi shrugged, I don't know. I felt like she was looking at you the whole time. Zhang Yuni realized belatedly, when? Ren Huaiming, during lunch, didn't you notice? Zhang Yuni really hadn't noticed. She hadn't eaten much that morning, and it was almost 2 o'clock by lunchtime. She sat down and buried her head in her food, not paying attention to anything else. Seeing her innocent expression, Ren Huaiming and Tangxi exchanged a look of amused surprise. You really didn't feel anything at all? No, Zhang Yuni replied. Ren Huaiming pondered for a few seconds, then nodded. That's good. I hope not tonight either. She didn't want her friends to upset her birthday party. Zhang Yuni comforted her, don't worry. They were all mature adults. They shouldn't have a falling out over such a small matter. After a short walk around the summit, the three of them ran into Xueshao on their way back to their campsite. When they returned, Tan Jiashi and his girlfriend hadn't returned yet, but Zhou Tings and Ren Hufeng were still where they'd started, seemingly untouched. The sky darkened, and the surrounding streetlights all came on. Gradually, the sound of voices grew louder. The weather was getting warmer, and it was the weekend, so many people were camping on the summit to watch the sunrise and sunset. A moment later, when Tan Jiashi and his girlfriend returned, the group was almost ready for dinner. Zhang Yuni had eaten a lot at noon, so she wasn't hungry yet. The group chatted and ate, creating a lively atmosphere. After a quick bite, Ren Hufeng went to get the cake he'd brought that morning and stored in the cafeteria refrigerator. After celebrating Ren Huaiming's birthday, the group continued to eat and chat. The evening breeze had a slight chill. Zhang Yuni put on a coat, but she was still a little chilly. Just as she was debating whether to go back to the tent to get another piece of clothing, Tan Jiashi's girlfriend suddenly called out, Eva. Zhang Yuni looked up at her. The girl stared at her intently and pursed her lips. Nice to meet you. Let me toast you. Zhang Yuni frowned, but before she could react, she tilted her head back and downed the drink in her glass. Yeah. Tan Jiashi called her in a low voice, clearly disapproving. The girl named Yaya glared at him, shook off his hand, and turned her gaze back to Zhang Yuni. For a moment, Zhang Yuni felt a bit of a headache. She hadn't expected this. After a few seconds of silence, Ren Huaiming spoke, easing the awkward atmosphere. Isn't it my birthday today? Yeah, if you want to drink, shouldn't you ask me to? Yaya remained silent, staring at Zhang Yuni. Zhang Yuni, helpless, sighed silently, then lifted the still full glass in front of her and said calmly, Thank you, I'm glad to meet you too. Ren Huaiming tried to stop her, but Zhang Yuni refused. It was just a glass of wine, she could accept it. Zhang Yuni hadn't expected that just as she finished her drink, Yaya spoke again, politely saying, Can I ask you a few questions? Zhang Yuni wanted to say no, but it was Ren Huaiming's birthday, and she couldn't be so disrespectful and ruin the party. She hummed softly, of course. Upon hearing her answer, Yaya smiled slightly and said, I've heard of your name before. You're even prettier than in your photos. Zhang Yuni frowned slightly at this. Yaya was talking to herself when she suddenly asked, I heard you're in PR. Do you have any appearance requirements for PR jobs? Does it have to be pretty? Do you need someone as pretty as you? Are people who aren't pretty not? This was incredibly rude. Before she could finish, Zhou Ting, who always disliked interfering in other people's affairs, especially the feuds between women, spoke up, Mr. Tan. His voice was low and cold. Your girlfriend is drunk. Tan Jiashi snapped back to his senses and tried to stop Yaya, saying awkwardly sorry. He quickly pulled Yaya up from her chair and whispered, Yaya, you're drunk. Let's go get some rest. Ren Huaiming also stood up to help, wanting to take Yaya away. I'm not drunk. Yaya pushed the two people beside her aside and looked at Zhang Yuni. Eva hasn't answered my question yet. Helplessly, Zhang Yuni rubbed her temple and replied, As far as I know, there shouldn't be. She returned Yaya's gaze with a faint smile, her voice clear, confident, and bright. After all, if they could find someone as beautiful as me to do PR, all the PR companies would have gone bankrupt long ago. Chapter 8. At first glance, Zhang Yuni's words might sound arrogant, but they weren't exaggerated. She was a renowned beauty in the public relations industry. She had a perfectly balanced face, large, round eyes, a high, round nose, plump lips, smooth facial lines, and a distinct jawline, giving her features a strikingly three-dimensional appearance. Since middle school and high school, Zhang Yuni had received numerous suggestions from teachers, including family and friends, to pursue an artistic career. This was even more pronounced in college, when people from the film and television industry who had somehow heard of her would approach her directly at school and ask if she wanted to debut as a star. It didn't matter if she couldn't act. With her looks, she wouldn't be criticized for debuting as a vase-like beauty. This wasn't just the opinion of outsiders. Even the faculty and staff at school shared this sentiment. When she first entered college, Jong Eun wasn't particularly eloquent. But because she was beautiful, her classmates and teachers liked to invite her to any activities. Even if she claimed she couldn't, her teachers and classmates would persuade her, suggesting she simply play a supporting role and provide a facade. Jong Eun had always known she was beautiful. Her beauty had brought her many advantages, allowing her to gain unnoticed advantages in many situations. At the same time, her beauty had also brought her a fair share of trouble. As Yaya had just mentioned, many partners, upon first meeting her, would bluntly ask whether their PR agency prioritized appearance when selecting candidates, and would also doubt her professional competence. They might even suspect she had obtained the project through illicit means. In all her years in the industry, this wasn't the first time Jong Eun had faced such scrutiny. She'd heard far harsher words than those uttered by Tan Jiasher's girlfriend, but Jong Eun usually ignored them. They were the ones with the mouths, so they could say whatever they pleased. But every time she heard them, she still felt helpless and mocked, feeling that the world's prejudices were truly profound. Men against women, women against women. Hearing Jong Eun's brazen words, Tan Jiasher's girlfriend stared at her with wide eyes in disbelief. Jong Eun twitched her lips slightly and stared back, silent. The others were also stunned for a moment, not expecting her to suddenly say such things. The only one who wasn't surprised was probably Zhou Ting's. He hummed in agreement the moment Jong Eun finished speaking. Tang Shi also reacted and said, let alone the PR industry, even many celebrities in the entertainment industry aren't as beautiful as Eun. Hearing this, Tan Jiasher's girlfriend's face darkened. She opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but Ren Huiming broke the ice. Mr. Tan, take Yaya back to the tent to rest. She's really drunk. Tan Jiasher regained his composure and, while Yaya was distracted, he and Ren Huiming took her away. After they left, Ren Huifeng spoke to lighten the mood. Jong Eun, remembering that this was Ren Huiming's birthday party, didn't show her emotions, feeling it unnecessary. The others continued eating and chatting, turning the topic to more interesting things, ignoring the previous incident. After chatting for a while, Ren Huiming returned. She took her chair and sat down next to Jong Eun, whispering an apology. Jong Eun smiled and shook her head, lowering her voice. What are you apologizing for? I'm the one who's apologizing for ruining your birthday party. How can I blame you? Ren Huiming glanced at her and sighed. If I'd known they were going to do this, I wouldn't have let them come. Ren Huiming regretted it deeply, but she couldn't have known things beforehand. She knew Tan Jiasher well. They were college classmates and had been in touch and collaborating intermittently since graduation. With all their years of friendship behind them, she couldn't possibly refuse Tan Jiasher's offer to bring his girlfriend to her birthday party. Jong Eun smiled and reassured her, it's okay, I didn't take it to heart. Ren Huiming was dejected. I did? Jong Eun laughed, knowing she was genuinely embarrassed. She thought for a moment and whispered, then go back and treat me to a meal alone. Ren Huiming said without hesitation, okay, I make amends. Jong Eun, I want something expensive. Ren Huiming nodded, 5,000 per person is fine. Jong Eun's lips curled, then I have to pick carefully. The two of them murmured, and Tang Shi coughed. Two of you whispering, how about playing a game? Jong Eun looked up. What game? There weren't many games for 6 people. Tang Shi suggested a few, but was rejected. Before they could choose, Zhou Ting's and Ren Huifeng's phones rang, and they refused to join their game. Finally, the 4 of them decided to play cards. Jong Eun wasn't a card expert. She always lost. This time was no exception. When Zhou Ting's returned from his call, they had finished another round. Jong Eun lost again, and she had lost all her chips. After giving the chips away, she looked up at Zhou Ting's who had returned and asked casually, Mr. Zhou, do you want to play? Zhou Ting glanced at the chips in front of the players. Don't want to play anymore? Jong Eun answered frankly, I've lost everything. Shui Xiao said kindly, I can lend you some first. Tang Shi and Ren Huiming smiled and agreed, I can too, interest-free. Jong Eun, She gave a helpless smile, and was about to say something when Zhou Ting suddenly picked up a nearby folding chair and placed it between them. He said softly, I'm not playing, I'm betting. The players were stunned. Tang Shi asked, then who are you betting on, Mr. Zhou? Zhou Ting didn't even glance at the people next to him. He said directly, the one with the bad luck. This is more challenging. Zhang Yuni, She choked slightly, then said bluntly, if I lose again, Mr. Zhou won't come after me. Zhou Tings, seeing how meticulously she was preparing herself, asked with amusement, don't you trust yourself so much? This wasn't the Zhang Yuni he'd imagined. She was supposed to be vibrant and confident. Zhang Yuni honestly said, I'm not very good at this. The probability of her winning at cards was simply too small. Hearing this, Zhou Tings lowered his eyelashes, curious to see her melancholy and helpless expression. He raised his eyebrows slightly, his voice low, then trust me. Zhang Yuni instinctively asked, what? Zhou Tings raised his chin slightly, motioning for Ren Huaiming to shuffle the cards and start a new round. Trust my investment vision. Hearing Zhou Tings' words, Zhang Yuni was stunned. She looked at Zhou Tings' handsome profile and was distracted for a moment. Okay. The other three, listening to the conversation, couldn't help but remark, Mr. Zhou, you sound a bit disdainful of us three poker kings. Zhou Tings, who's the poker king? Xue Xiao, us? Tang Shi couldn't help but laugh and jokingly asked, Mr. Zhou, are you planning to win back everything Eva lost to us? Zhou Ting said politely, you have to ask Eva. Zhang Yuni was lost in thought, and didn't hear Zhou Ting's words clearly. What? Zhou Tings asked, do you just want to win back what you lost, or do you want to win back everything from all three of us? Zhang Yuni was speechless and reminded him, Mr. Zhou? Zhou Tings glanced sideways, his voice low, Their eyes met for a second, and Zhang Yuni gently reminded him, the worst thing to do when playing poker is to brag. It would be really embarrassing if they lost. Zhou Tings, Seeing Zhang Yuni's serious expression, he couldn't help but raise his hand to rub his forehead, then smiled. Okay. I try to be low-key. Facts prove that Zhou Ting's boasts were well-founded. Although Zhang Yuni's luck was terrible, Zhou Tings had a great card memory, and could guess what cards each of the three opponents had in their hands. Thus, Zhou Tings won the first hand he joined Zhang Yuni's side. He won several more in a row after that. In less than half an hour, Zhang Yuni had won back all the losses she had lost. A little later, Ren Huffing returned and joined Ren Huaiming, who was currently losing the most. The situation suddenly changed. Another half-hour passed. Xue Xiao and Tang Shi were completely defeated. The two men spread their hands, gazing at the 2x2 combinations on the opposite side. How about you four play a game? Xue Xiao nodded. Would you like Tang Shi and me to be the betting partners? Ren Huffing smiled. No problem. Zhou Ting, not one to spoil the fun, nodded. Not surprisingly, Xue Xiao backed Ren Huffing to win. Tang Shi, mindful of his friend, placed his bets on Ren Huaiming and Zhang Yuni. I'm betting on Ming Ming and Yuni, Tang Shi said. I'm going big. Win double, lose double. No one objected, except Zhang Yuni, who asked, are you sure? I should be the loser. Tang Shi waved her hand. Are you sure? Didn't you just win? Zhang Yuni, that's what Mr. Zhou helped me win. Tang Shi didn't care. That's still a win. Zhang Yuni laughed. Well, if I lose, I treat you to dinner. Tang Shi, okay. The four continued their new round of poker. Playing with Zhou Ting, Ren Huffing, and the others, Zhang Yuni was determined to lose. She wasn't very good at it to begin with, and facing two exceptional players, she hadn't expected to win. What she never expected was that, at the end of the third round, she'd actually won. Before Zhang Yuni could even begin to express her surprise, Tang Shi exclaimed excitedly, see, I told you you could do it. Zhang Yuni raised her eyes and asked uncertainly, did I really win? Ren Huaiming smiled and handed her the chips. Yes, you won them from Mr. Zhou. Zhang Yuni sighed suspiciously, weren't you distracted just now? Zhou Ting handed her the lost chips and replied calmly, no. The group played cards until after 11 o'clock, then remembered they had to get up to watch the sunrise the next day. They ended their game and headed to the nearby bathroom to wash up. Ren Huaiming had booked several tents, enough for everyone to choose from. Someone would be needed to keep watch that night, but Zhou Tings and Ren Huffing both said they weren't sleepy yet, so they were allowed to go to bed first. After washing up, Zhang Yuni, Ren Huaiming, and Tang Shi shared a large tent, making it easier to chat and feel more secure. The three of them laid down and chatted for a while before drifting off to sleep. Zhang Yuni felt a little sleepy when she first lay down, but when she finally tried to fall asleep, she couldn't. After struggling for a long time, she listened to the even breathing of the two people next to her, then carefully climbed up and unzipped the tent. It was late at night, and the mountaintop had become noticeably quiet, with only the occasional snoring of other tourists not far away and the sound of the wind blowing in her ears. Exiting the tent, Zhang Yuni immediately spotted the person sitting sideways to them. She hesitated for a few seconds, then stood up. At the same moment, the person who had heard the noise tilted their head to look over. The moon was high in the sky, and the night sky at the top of the mountain was much brighter than at the foot. A few stars dotted the night sky. The eyes of the people looking towards her were even brighter and more brilliant. Before Zhang Yuni could reach Zhou Ting spoke first. Can't sleep? Zhang Yuni, a little bit. She sat down next to Zhou Ting's. Has Mr. Ren gone to bed? Zhou Ting's replied. Zhang Yuni took out her phone to check the time and hesitantly asked the person next to her, Do you want to go get some sleep? I'd be here. Zhou Ting's raised his eyes, his gaze fixed on her. Aren't you afraid? Zhang Yuni was bewildered. What are you afraid of? Before Zhou Ting's could explain, she suddenly realized, not afraid. She wasn't that timid. Zhou Ting's nodded. No, I'm not sleepy. Zhang Yuni uttered a him, and said nothing more. This seemed to be the first time they had sat side by side, not talking about work, with no one else around. They just quietly listened to the wind and took in the silent night. Suddenly, a cold breeze blew. Zhang Yuni instinctively touched her arm. The next moment, a jacket with a refreshing minty scent fell on her. Zhang Yuni stiffened, her breath stagnating slightly. Zhou. Put it on, Zhou Ting said calmly. Don't catch a cold. Zhang Yuni hesitated. What about you? I'm not cold, Zhou Ting said. Zhang Yuni instinctively wanted to refuse, but Zhou Ting stopped her. Eva. Zhang Yuni, Zhou Ting's lowered his eyes, his expression somewhat serious. If my right-hand man gets sick, Caroline will give me trouble. Zhang Yuni blinked softly and said softly, How dare Sister C? He was their client. Zhou Ting smiled to himself. Not necessarily. Zhang Yuni couldn't argue, so she fell silent. She gently gathered her black windbreaker and glanced sideways at the man, wearing only a thin shirt. His muscular features were clearly defined, yet not exaggerated. After a few seconds of silence, he added, Thank you. Zhou Ting's raised his eyelids and gazed at her. His deep, bright pupils reflected her face, blurred and hazy in the night. He spoke slowly. What are you thanking me for? Another gust of wind blew in from afar, whirring like a heartbeat still beating rapidly in the night. Zhang Yuni met Zhou Ting's gaze, grasped her clothes, paused, and said, My coat? Zhou Ting's raised an eyebrow, his lips curled up. You're welcome. Chapter 9. After these two sentences, the two of them stopped talking. Originally, Zhang Yuni had worried that it would be strange for her and Zhou Ting's, two strangers, to sit together without talking, but that wasn't the case at all. The two of them gazed up at the stars in the night sky, felt the drifting breeze, and listened to the rustling of branches, feeling comfortable and relaxed. After sitting for a while, Zhang Yuni even felt a little sleepy. Just as she was debating whether to get up and go to bed, Zhou Ting's called out, Eva. Zhang Yuni turned her head. Zhou Ting's lowered his eyes, his dark gaze fixed on her face. Go get some sleep. Zhang Yuni looked at his strong face and nodded hesitantly. What about you? Will Xue Xiao take your place later? Zhou Ting's nodded. Zhang Yuni uttered a him, hesitated for a few seconds, then stood up. Then I go rest. Go ahead. Zhou Ting stood up with her and walked her to the tent. Zhang Yuni raised her hand to return the clothes she was wearing to him, saying silently, Good night. Good night. Slipping back into the tent, Zhang Yuni fell asleep within minutes. She regained consciousness only to be awakened by a noise outside. Near her, Ren Huaiming also woke up and asked in a hoarse voice, What time is it? She fumbled with her phone and opened it. It's almost 5 o'clock. Should we get up to watch the sunrise? Zhang Yuni opened her eyes. Almost. It was a rare trip up the mountain, and although everyone was sleepy, they still forced themselves to get up and watch a full sunrise. Watching the sun gradually rise, it dyed the sky red and brightened the clouds. After watching the sunrise, the group wanted to go back to sleep for a while, but the sounds of footsteps and voices all around made it difficult to fall asleep again. In the end, Zhang Yuni and the others simply retreated to their tents to rest for 2 or 3 hours before packing up to descend the mountain. Descending the mountain, like ascending, required some walking. Having not rested properly the previous night, the group clearly lacked the energy they had on the ascent. They descended in silence, at a brisk pace. There was a restaurant and a larger supermarket near the parking lot halfway up the mountain. When they reached the halfway point, Ren Huaiming suggested they have breakfast together before continuing. As they walked toward the breakfast shop, Zhang Yuni noticed the supermarket next door selling coffee and tilted her head to ask, Anyone want some coffee? Everyone chorused yes. Zhang Yuni smiled. Then I go get some coffee. I go with you, Tang, she said. The two of them entered the supermarket, and had just finished placing their orders to pay when Zhou Ting and Ren Hufeng arrived. Ren Hufeng rushed to pay the bill, and Zhang Yuni and the others didn't compete with him. No one cared much about the cost of a few cups of coffee. After buying their coffee, they returned to the breakfast shop. Breakfast was served quickly. Zhang Yuni, having just woken up, had no appetite and only ordered a bowl of millet porridge. The group chatted while eating, and the atmosphere was quite harmonious. Zhang Yuni finished breakfast first, said goodbye to the others, and went outside to wait. The morning breeze brought a slight coolness and a refreshing feeling, which felt quite comfortable when it hit my face. Zhang Yuni was walking leisurely outside, when a familiar female voice suddenly came from behind her. Miss Zhang. Zhang Yuni turned around and saw Ye calling her. No one had mentioned what happened last night, since they woke up. But Zhang Yuni could sense that Ye had been avoiding her as much as possible, from watching the sunrise that morning until breakfast. He probably wanted to say something by calling her now. Thinking about it, Zhang Yuni asked, Is there something wrong? Ye stood about half a meter away from Zhang Yuni, pursing her lips tightly as she took a step forward. I'm sorry. Zhang Yuni looked at her, silent. Ye lowered her eyes, bit her lip, and whispered, I was drunk last night, and shouldn't have said that to you. I'm so sorry. She wanted to explain that she hadn't meant it that way, but was simply curious about her charm that made Tan Jiasher so obsessed with her. Even when he was with his girlfriend, he could still stare at her in a daze. The words hit her lips, but they felt too fake. Whether she meant to make things difficult for Zhang Yuni or not, she had already done it. Before meeting Zhang Yuni, Ye knew that Tan Jiasher liked her, and that he had been pursuing her for a long time. After being with her, he still had photos of Zhang Yuni on his phone. Once, when he was drunk, he even called her Eva. Thinking of these things, Ye felt sad. That was why she had been so careless, using the alcohol to embarrass her and make things difficult for her. I'm really sorry, Ye said, not trying to defend herself, but simply apologizing. Zhang Yuni stared at the girl in front of her, then asked, Are you targeting me because Tan Jiasher pursued me before, or do you think he still likes me, and is only with you to attract my attention, or perhaps just to pass the time? Ye was stunned. She hadn't expected Zhang Yuni to be so blunt and direct. She opened her mouth, unsure how to respond. Fortunately, Zhang Yuni didn't insist on an answer. She looked at Ye and said softly, If it's the former, then it's really unnecessary. Everyone has a past. If you're still dwelling on someone's past while you're with them, you never be happy. But if it's the latter. Zhang Yuni paused and said, That's probably just your misconception. You should know that your boyfriend is actually quite attracted to girls. Tan Jiasher has decent personal qualities, a straight figure, handsome features, a wealthy family, and a successful career. He's a self-employed entrepreneur with a fairly large self-media company, which boasts many beautiful, well-known internet celebrities. When he was pursuing Zhang Yuni, many others were also pursuing him. Ye was stunned. I know. Then have you asked him why he chose to be with you? Zhang Yuni said. Ye was stunned. She hadn't asked. In fact, she was also curious about why Tan Jiasher was with her. It's clear that before they were together, he had been courted by many women who were prettier and more talented than himself. Taking a glimpse of Ye's expression, Zhang Yuni knew she hadn't asked nor dared to. She was silent for a few seconds, then looked at the girl, several years her junior, and suggested you could ask. After saying this, Zhang Yuni added, From what I know, he's not the type to casually find a girlfriend just because he wants a relationship or is short of someone. Ye instinctively pressed on, What do you mean? Zhang Yuni stopped short, unwilling to elaborate. She started walking the other way, and as she passed Ye, she stopped again and said, I accept your apology. I hope it won't happen again. Ye's breathing hitched slightly as she came to her senses. Thank you. Zhang Yuni walked away without a word. As she turned the corner, her eyes met with someone standing nearby drinking coffee. Zhang Yuni's steps paused slightly, but she didn't stop and continued walking. At that moment, she didn't want to say anything to Zhou Ting's, nor did she know what to say. After breakfast, everyone prepared to return. Ren Huaiming had initially wanted Zhang Yuni to ride in their car, but then she thought it wouldn't be a good idea to leave Zhou Ting's alone in a car. After asking Zhang Yuni for her opinion, she got into Zhou Ting's car again. As they climbed in, she asked, Mr. Zhou, are you sleepy? Zhou Ting's tilted his head. No. Zhang Yuni silently fastened her seatbelt. On the way back, the three cars kept a relatively close distance, making for a lively atmosphere. Suddenly, the phone in her pocket vibrated. It was a message from Ren Huiming. Tan Jiashi said he wants to have dinner with you when he gets home. He wants to apologize. Zhang Yuni, no. Ren Huiming, I don't think it's necessary either. But I saw Yaya following you out at the breakfast shop. Did she apologize? Zhang Yuni, yes. Ren Huiming, how was her attitude? Zhang Yuni honestly said, not bad, just a little girl who's been blinded by love. Ren Huiming, well, that's Tan Jiashi's fault. Anyway, don't take it personally, and make yourself unhappy. Zhang Yuni, no. She could sense that Yaya wasn't a bad person. She wasn't a saint, nor was she a softy without a temper. The reason she didn't take it personally, and accepted her apology was quite simple. Yaya's apology was sincere. The real problem for how she treated her was Tan Jiashi. It was Tan Jiashi's fault. Even if she wanted to settle accounts with Yaya, the blame would be on him. It was he who failed to provide her girlfriend with a sense of security, leading to Yaya's unnecessary misunderstandings. Thinking of this, Zhang Yuni asked Ren Huiming to tell Tan Jiashi, I deleted and blocked his contact information last night. Please ask him to delete all information related to me. It would be better if we didn't meet or contact each other in the future. Ren Huiming was surprised. Huh? What do you mean by all information related to Zhang Yuni? Besides WeChat and phone numbers, is there anything else? Ren Huiming was momentarily stunned. Zhang Yuni, just convey it this way. Tan Jiashi should understand. Ren Huiming, okay. Ren Huiming relayed Zhang Yuni's message to Tan Jiashi. Tan Jiashi stared at the message for a long moment before replying, I understand. Reassure her that this won't happen again. Ren Huiming took a screenshot and sent it to Zhang Yuni. Zhang Yuni sent her an OK emoji and put the phone down. Moments after putting it down, the sudden ringing rang again. Zhang Yuni looked up at the incoming call on the dashboard. It was an unfamiliar number. Zhou Tings also took a moment to glance over and whispered, please click on it for me. Zhang Yuni answered the call. Hello? Zhou Ting's low voice reached his ears. The unfamiliar male voice from the other end reached the car. Hello, is this Mr. Zhou? Zhou Tings replied, who is this? Mr. Zhou, this is the 4S dealership's maintenance department. Your car has been repaired. When would it be convenient for you to come pick it up? Zhou Tings made an appointment with the other party and hung up. Zhang Yuni then remembered the car accident Zhou Tings had been in a few days ago. She subconsciously cast her gaze on Zhou Tings' left hand. The bandages on his fingers had long been removed, and his slender fingers looked the same as before, seemingly completely healed. Sensing her gaze, Zhou Tings tapped the steering wheel with his long fingers. Eva. Zhang Yuni looked away. Is your hand okay? Zhou Tings whispered, it's just a minor problem. Zhang Yuni uttered an oh, and after a few seconds of silence, she said, was the car repaired so quickly? It seemed like only 3 or 4 days had passed. She had the impression that car repairs usually took about 2 weeks. Zhou Tings explained, it wasn't too bad. Zhang Yuni suddenly realized and didn't ask any more questions. The car fell silent again. Zhang Yuni wanted to sleep for a while, but she couldn't fall asleep. She had no choice but to give up and play with her phone to pass the time. She clicked on it, but didn't know what to do. In her distracted state, Zhang Yuni's gaze involuntarily turned to Zhou Tings. The man's profile was strong and smooth. He stared intently at the road ahead, his expression focused and captivating. As Zhang Yuni watched, she suddenly noticed something was amiss. Is it raining? Glistening water droplets clung to the window. Zhou Tings nodded slightly. A light rain. Zhang Yuni nodded and turned to look at the water splashing against the car window. Gradually, the rain intensified. Water pooled on the ground, and the raindrops fell into the pools, splashing and creating ripples. Zhang Yuni stared at the wet ground for a moment, blinking softly. Thankfully, the rain didn't last long. It stopped shortly after the car left the highway. Looking at the increasingly familiar streetscape and the now stopping rain, Zhang Yuni suddenly felt a subtle reluctance. Before she could fully process it, the car arrived at the entrance of the residential complex. Zhang Yuni regained consciousness, slowly unbuckled her seatbelt, and looked at the person beside her. I'm going home first. Thank you, Mr. Zhou, for taking me back. Zhou Tings got out of the car with her and helped her with her luggage. No need. Zhang Yuni uttered a sigh, then said, that's not a good idea, is it? Zhou Tings, He lowered his eyes, not quite understanding what she meant. Zhang Yuni's thoughts shifted, and she looked up at the person before her. She said seriously, you should thank me. He had driven her twice, and she owed him a huge thank you. Zhou Tings raised an eyebrow. Zhang Yuni thought for a second before impulsively saying, How about I treat you to dinner when I'm free? Hearing this, Zhou Tings looked at her quietly, silent for a moment. Zhang Yuni wasn't intimidated by him. She met his scrutiny head-on and asked, "So, Mr. Zhou, are you willing to give me this opportunity?" Chapter 10. At this time in the morning, there were quite a few people moving around at the entrance to the residential complex. The surroundings were noisy, but Zhang Yuni's heart was calm. She asked the question and waited patiently for Zhou Ting's response. Zhou Ting was silent for a moment, then raised his eyebrows slightly and asked, somewhat unexpectedly, "When is Director Zhang free?" "Not sure." Zhang Yuni's words were uncertain. She wanted to treat someone to a meal, but she had to ask them to wait until she was free. This seemed a bit unnatural, but she had no choice. Tomorrow was a workday, and she had no time or space to treat Zhou Ting to a good meal. Zhou Ting, He was speechless, taking in the disappointment on Zhang Yuni's face. The corners of his lips curled slightly. "Okay, then I wait for Eva to treat me to dinner." Zhang Yuni smiled faintly. "No problem." The two of them made a verbal agreement, and Zhang Yuni said goodbye to Zhou Ting. Zhou Ting paused for a moment, waiting for Zhang Yuni to enter the residential complex before returning to his car and driving away. When Zhang Yuni told Zhou Ting she'd treat him to dinner when she was free, she was thinking about the following weekend. Normally, she had at least one full day of rest on weekends. Unfortunately, many things couldn't keep up with plans. On Thursday, Zhang Yuni had to go on a business trip. Something had arisen at Siwei's Licheng branch, and she needed to go over there. Zhang Yuni and her assistant, Qin Xinhe, flew to Licheng on Thursday evening and stayed there for several days before returning to Shanghai. By the time she returned to Shanghai, she had a lot of work piled up. Zhang Yuni was so busy that even her weekend was taken up. On Sunday, Zhang Yuni had a dinner date with a client. After dinner, she accompanied the client on an inspection tour. They were busy until the evening, finally wrapping up their work. After parting with her assistant, Zhang Yuni received a message from her equally busy friend, Zhong Ling, asking her what she was doing. Zhang Yuni, just finished working overtime. Zhong Ling, what a coincidence. I just got out of the operating room, too. Zhong Ling is a doctor, and her workload is even more extreme than Zhang Yuni's. Although they live in the same city, they don't see each other often. They're both so busy. Zhang Yuni, that's awful. Zhong Ling, who says it isn't? Zhang Yuni's lips curled. Come on, I treat Dr. Zhong, who's looking so miserable, to dinner. Zhong Ling, okay, where? Zhang Yuni had been busy all day and was really hungry. She thought for a moment. Hot pot? Zhong Ling, then I come over now. Zhang Yuni, okay. The two of them made an appointment, and Zhang Yuni drove to their usual hot pot restaurant. But before she even arrived, Zhong Ling called. Zhang Yuni quickly picked up the phone, and Zhong Ling told her, Yuni, there's an emergency patient at the hospital. I have to go back. Their dinner date was off. Zhang Yuni wasn't surprised, and quickly instructed, okay, drive slowly, don't rush. Zhong Ling, don't worry. She expertly turned the car back toward the hospital, saying softly, let's meet up when I'm done. I treat you then. No problem. After hanging up, Zhang Yuni took a moment to check the navigation. After a few seconds of thought, she turned on her turn signal and parked in a curbside spot. If Zhong Ling wasn't going, she didn't want to go either. This area of the city center is always crowded. It was bustling outside the car. Zhang Yuni sat in the car and stared outside for a while. Suddenly, her cell phone vibrated again. She lowered her head and opened it. It was a message from Zhang Chen. A family photo taken for his birthday. Zhang Chen, sister, we're having dinner. Have you eaten yet? I received your gift and I love it. Thank you, sister. Zhang Yuni stared at the lively, heartwarming photo for a long time before replying, I'm glad you like it. You're a year older now. You should listen to Dad and Auntie. Zhang Chen, I will. Dad asked you to come home after you're done. We missed you. Zhang Yuni, okay. After concluding her conversation with Zhang Chen, Zhang Yuni sat in the car for a while. She sat there until her stomach was rumbling, then she pushed open the door and got out. There was a 24-hour convenience store not far away. Zhang Yuni made her way through the bustling square and into the store. The convenience store had a wide selection of fast food. Zhang Yuni stood in front of the shelf, lost in thought, unsure what to eat. After a moment's hesitation, she grabbed a rice ball and went to the refrigerator, where she took out a can of Coke, which she rarely drank. The convenience store was packed with people checking out, and Zhang Yuni walked to the end of the line. Ahead of them was a young couple, playfully joking and seemingly in love. Zhang Yuni glanced at them, then lowered her head, and pulled out her phone to pass the time. Opening her moments, she immediately saw the posts of Zhang's father, Zhang Chen, and her aunt. They had all posted almost simultaneously, some with the same photos, some with different ones. Zhang Yuni glanced at the text on Zhang's father's moments, her finger slightly raised, but she hesitated to click on the screen. In her moment of distraction, someone called out, "Check out." Zhang Yuni snapped back to her senses, and quickly took 2 steps forward, placing her things on the table. "Yes, these two." Before she could finish her words, a hand appeared in front of her. Before she could react, she caught the scent of mint, followed by a familiar voice, "Together." Zhang Yuni's head shot up, gazing at the person who had suddenly appeared at the convenience store. "You?" Zhou Tings tilted his head, paid after the cashier scanned the code, and then hummed, "What's wrong with me?" Zhang Yuni shook her head. Following him, Zhou Tings picked up the items on the table and whispered, "Let's get out first." The convenience store was small and crowded, clearly not the place for a casual chat. Zhang Yuni's actions outstripped her thinking. By the time she realized what was happening, she had already followed Zhou Tings to the rest area outside the convenience store. "Mr. Zhou?" she asked curiously, staring at the rice ball in Zhou Tings' hand. "Zhou Tings, I live nearby." Zhang Yuni suddenly realized, looked around, and realized they were quite close to Nexalith. She slowly uttered, "Oh." Zhou Tings raised his eyes and whispered, "What about you?" Zhang Yuni was about to say she'd just finished work, but as the words reached her lips, she feigned a casual air, "I was just bored and wandering around." Hearing this, Zhou Tings nodded slightly and said, "Bored?" Zhang Yuni hummed vaguely, and lowered her eyes. "Yeah, what's wrong?" Zhou Tings didn't respond immediately. It wasn't until Zhang Yuni looked up and turned her gaze to him that he called her, "Eva." His voice was deep and magnetic, tingling in her ears. Zhang Yuni resisted the urge to touch her ear and agreed, "Yes, Mr. Zhou, do you have any instructions?" "Not really instructions," Zhou Tings replied lazily, reminding her, "You seem to have forgotten something." Zhang Yuni instinctively asked, "What?" Zhou Tings looked at her quietly for a moment, then unexpectedly said, "I haven't had dinner yet." Zhang Yuni was stunned, suddenly remembering what she had said half a month ago. She'd treat him to dinner when she was free. And now, not only had she not treated Zhou Tings to dinner, she was actually strolling around alone. Realizing this, Zhang Yuni looked slightly embarrassed and asked, "What do you want to eat?" "Zhou Tings, rice balls?" Zhang Yuni choked and quickly snatched the rice ball from his hand. "How about something else?" Seeing her panic, Zhou Tings chuckled. "Do you have a recommendation?" Zhang Yuni thought for a moment and vaguely remembered a private restaurant nearby. She wasn't sure Zhou Tings' taste though. She had no idea what he liked or disliked. "There's a private restaurant not far away," Zhang Yuni suggested, looking at the person next to her with clear eyes. "Shall we go there?" Zhou Tings had no objection. The restaurant wasn't far, and walking or driving would take about the same amount of time. Zhang Yuni asked Zhou Tings whether to drive or walk, and Zhou Tings chose the latter. The two of them walked there. On the way there, Zhang Yuni checked the restaurant's hours online and confirmed that it was still open when they arrived. After checking, she sent Ren Huaiming another message, asking about her immediate boss's food preferences. Ren Huaiming was puzzled. "Why are you asking that?" "Zhang Yuni, I'm treating him to dinner." Ren Huaiming, "Huh?" Zhang Yuni, She didn't understand Ren Huaiming's surprise. Ren Huaiming observed the conversation and quickly clicked on Zhou Ting's itinerary and dinner arrangements. After confirming that Zhang Yuni's invitation to Zhou Ting's was not part of her work, she replied, "No problem." Without further questioning, she told Zhang Yuni about Zhou Ting's preferences. Zhou Ting's didn't like sour food, anything sour. Otherwise, he was fine. His taste was mild, but he could handle spicy food. Zhang Yuni, "I see. Does he have any particular favorites?" Ren Huaiming thought for a moment. "I don't think so." Zhang Yuni, "Thank you." Taking note of Zhou Ting's preferences, Zhang Yuni put away her phone and walked side by side with him. The two walked on, not exchanging much. The street was bustling with people, and the sound of singing drifted into their ears from afar. Zhang Yuni inadvertently glanced down, catching sight of her reflections occasionally overlapping on the ground, and suddenly felt less exhausted by the day. It was almost dinner time, and there were only 3 or 4 tables of customers at the private restaurant. Zhang Yuni and Zhou Tings went in, and found a seat by the window. Adhering to the principle of putting customers first, Zhang Yuni handed the menu to Zhou Tings. Zhou Tings didn't hesitate, accepting it and ordering 2 signature dishes. Zhang Yuni also added another. After the waiter left, silence fell. Zhang Yuni raised her eyes slightly, and coincidentally, her gaze met Zhou Ting's. After staring at each other for a few seconds, Zhang Yuni pursed her lips slightly, then explained, I was on a business trip last week. That was why she hadn't been able to treat Zhou Ting's to dinner. Zhou Ting's looked at her. Just got back? I came back 2 days ago, Zhang Yuni said. The company's been a bit busy lately. Zhou Ting smiled knowingly. I know. Zhang Yuni was stunned. What? Zhou Ting's. Siwei's been quite productive lately. Zhang Yuni, oh. Siwei was in the same business, so it was normal for Zhou Ting's to hear about his busy schedule. The two were chatting when the food arrived. Zhang Yuni was very hungry. She picked up her chopsticks and, without saying anything to Zhou Ting's, buried her head in her food. The two stopped talking. After quietly eating for a while, filling her empty stomach, Zhang Yuni raised her eyes again and looked at the elegant man eating across from her. Just as she was about to say something else, a strange female voice rang out from beside her, Zhou Ting's? The two of them raised their heads in unison, looking towards the source of the voice. At the same time, the girl who had called Zhou Ting's took 2 steps forward, her eyes brightening as she exclaimed in surprise, Senior Zhou, it really is you. Zhang Yuni's eyes darted between the two of them, but she remained silent. Zhou Ting's looked at the girl approaching him, glanced at her opposite, and then asked, Who are you? A flash of embarrassment and frustration crossed the girl's face at Zhou Ting's words, but she quickly smiled and reminded him, Senior Zhou, I'm Miao Zhuxian. She stared at Zhou Ting's intently, a look of grievance on her face. You don't remember me? Zhou Ting's paused, then said softly, I'm sorry. Miao Zhuxian choked slightly. Considering Zhou Ting's busy schedule, it seemed normal for him not to remember her. She mentally reassured herself and waved her hand. It's okay, it's been a while. I just returned home and didn't expect to run into Senior Zhou here. Zhou Ting smiled politely. Miao Zhuxian was bewildered by his smile. After all these years, Zhou Ting's looked as handsome and charming as ever. Thinking, she pursed her lips. Senior Zhou, you know. Before she could finish the rest of the sentence, Zhou Ting suddenly spoke, Ms. Miao. Miao Zhuxian's eyes lit up. Zhou Ting's, his expression composed, politely and distantly reminded, Is that your friend waiting for you? Miao Zhuxian turned and followed his gaze, stunned. Ah yes. It was then that she noticed Zhang Yuni, sitting across from Zhou Ting's. The two glanced at each other. Miao Zhuxian hesitated for a moment before asking, Who is this? Zhang Yuni smiled faintly. My last name is Zhang. Miao Zhuxian's point was clearly not that, but she wasn't completely devoid of emotional intelligence. She smiled. Miss Zhang, I'm sorry to bother you. Zhang Yuni, no problem. After Miao Zhuxian left, their room suddenly fell silent. After taking 2 more bites, Zhang Yuni put down her chopsticks. Zhou Ting's raised his gaze. Are you finished? Zhang Yuni nodded. Half a minute later, Zhou Ting's called the waiter over for the bill. Zhang Yuni pulled out her phone, but Zhou Ting's refused, next time. Zhang Yuni was taken aback for a moment before saying, Okay. The two of them left the restaurant and returned the same way. As they were about to reach the parking spot, Zhang Yuni couldn't help but ask, Was that your junior? Zhou Ting's, It seems so. It seems so? Zhang Yuni found his question odd, and couldn't help but laugh. Mr. Zhou has no impression of her? Zhou Ting's, No. Zhang Yuni was speechless and paused. Then Miss Miao must be sad. She's so beautiful, but Mr. Zhou still can't remember her. Hearing this, Zhou Ting slowly raised an eyebrow. Is she very beautiful? This question puzzled Zhang Yuni. Yes, don't you think so, Mr. Zhou? Zhou Ting didn't answer immediately. He lowered his gaze to Zhang Yuni, his eyes as deep as a pool, making Zhang Yuni feel a little overwhelmed. She wanted to look away, but then he smiled slowly and said, I think Director Zhang of Siwei is more beautiful. Chapter 11. The street was lined with tall buildings, flanked by rows of streetlights. The light from the streetlights, along with a gleam from nearby shop signs, illuminated the pitch-black night. Zhang Yuni raised her eyes slightly, inadvertently meeting Zhou Ting's. For a moment, she felt that Zhou Ting's eyes shone brighter than the lights, brighter than the crescent moon hanging in the night sky. The man's low, slow voice drifted into her ears, and Zhang Yuni involuntarily lowered her eyes. Mr. Zhou? Zhou Ting's, He was still looking at her. Zhang Yuni remained silent, letting the words linger on her lips for several seconds before finally speaking, Aren't we being a little superficial? Zhou Ting's paused, lowered his head and smiled. A little, it seems. Zhang Yuni nodded, not continuing the discussion. Judging others is always bad. Just as she reached the car, Zhang Yuni paused and turned to look at the other person, who had also stopped. If there's nothing else, I go back first. Zhou Ting's replied, drive slowly. Zhang Yuni smiled. Okay, thank you, Mr. Zhou, for dinner. She thought for a moment and suggested, let me treat you next time. Okay, Zhou Ting's didn't refuse. Treating, like any other social interaction, requires give and take to survive. After Zhou Ting's response, Zhang Yuni said nothing more and turned to drive away. As the car pulled onto the wide road, she glanced in the rearview mirror. Zhou Ting's was still standing there. After a while, the tall figure disappeared from view. After dinner with Zhou Ting's, they didn't see each other for a while. Zhang Yuni was busy, and Zhou Ting's was even busier. That day, Zhang Yuni took her team to Nexolith for a meeting. She had expected Zhou Ting's to sit in, but he was nowhere to be seen after the meeting. Before leaving, she learned from Zhou Ting's colleagues that he had gone on a business trip abroad. After returning to the company from Nexolith, Zhang Yuni attended another meeting. By the time it ended, it was almost time to get off work. There was still a pile of documents in the office that needed processing. Zhang Yuni finished the important ones first, handed them over to her assistant, and then moved on to other matters. After a while of busy get off work, there was a knock on the door. Zhang Yuni looked up and saw Chen Xinhe standing at the door. Sister Eva, we're going downstairs to eat. Do you want me to pack it up for you? Zhang Yuni thought for 3 seconds. Bring me a rice ball. Chen Xinhe sighed. Just one rice ball? Zhang Yuni, well, I'm not very hungry. Chen Xinhe understood. Okay, then let's go eat first. Go ahead. After telling her assistant, Zhang Yuni returned to work. An hour later, Chen Xinhe returned with a rice ball. Sister Eva, your rice ball. Thank you. Zhang Yuni picked up her phone and transferred the money for the rice ball to her before taking it. I leave once I finish my urgent work, she instructed. Don't wait for me. Chen Xinhe knew her personality. I understand. After Chen Xinhe left, Zhang Yuni was about to unwrap the rice ball and take a couple of bites when her phone screen lit up. A new message came in. Zhang Yuni casually clicked on it, and it turned out to be a message from Ren Huiming. Second day abroad, I want to go home. Zhang Yuni raised an eyebrow. What? Are you unhappy on your business trip? Ren Huiming honestly said, business trips within China are fun. We get to visit different cities, and President Zhou always gives us half a day off to explore. But abroad, it's not so much. She typically has trouble adapting to the diet, and can't eat much abroad. Every time she goes on a business trip, Ren Huiming loses weight. Zhang Yuni asked, how long will this trip be? Ren Huiming, it depends. A week at best, half a month at worst. Zhang Yuni, half a month is a bit long. Ren Huiming, who says I can't? I want to go back home and eat the next day. At this point, she asked Zhang Yuni, what are you having for dinner? Show me and feast your eyes. Zhang Yuni, feeling both amused and embarrassed, simply sent her a photo of the rice balls. Not surprisingly, she received a long string of ellipses in Ren Huiming's reply. Zhang Yuni asked knowingly, why? Ren Huiming, is this what you're eating tonight? Zhang Yuni, it's simple, convenient, and quick. Ren Huiming, I'm impressed. I should switch with you. You should come on this business trip with our boss. This made Zhang Yuni want to laugh, and she jokingly replied, it's not impossible. It depends on how much annual salary Mr. Zhou is willing to pay to poach me. Ren Huiming, I ask for you. Zhang Yuni, sure. The two of them joked, neither taking the matter seriously. After chatting for a while, Ren Huiming prepared for bed. Zhang Yuni said goodnight, put down her phone, picked up her rice ball, ate it, and continued working overtime. After finishing her chores, she dug out the information she had compiled about Xuanxing Restaurant. Yesterday, Xuanxing Restaurant invited Seaway to participate in a competition with other public relations companies. Xuanxing Restaurant will choose to cooperate with the company with the best proposal. The proposal competition is next week, so Zhang Yuni needs to get her proposal ready this week. The preliminary proposal can be handed off to other office colleagues. They need the opportunity to practice. But Caroline had discussed with Zhang Yuni that she hoped she would participate fully, preferably writing a separate proposal draft to avoid any unexpected situations. Opening the documents, Zhang Yuni was a bit confused. After struggling for a while, she decided to visit Xuanxing Restaurant more often over the next 2 days, both the main branch and the branches. Only by gaining a deeper understanding could she find the right solution. Knowing her plan, Caroline told her to go ahead and inspect it, and the company would reimburse her meals. Zhang Yuni smiled and said, "That's great. She won't hold back." She ordered all the expensive dishes at Xuanqing restaurant these next few days. The next morning, Zhang Yuni went straight to the Xuanqing restaurant near her home for breakfast. She arrived during peak breakfast time. Zhang Yuni looked around and noticed that the restaurant wasn't doing very well, while the smaller shop next door was packed. What's particularly striking is that Xuanqing restaurant initially rose to fame thanks to its breakfast culture. Zhang Yuni had breakfast outside and went to work. At noon, she took her assistant to a nearby Xuanqing restaurant for lunch. In the evening, she met up with Tang Shi, who was free, and went to another restaurant for dinner. For several days, Zhang Yuni visited every Xuanqing restaurant in Shanghai, finding the food a bit unpalatable. She wasn't picky about food, but she couldn't stand the same old thing 3 times a day. After work on Friday, Zhang Yuni made an appointment with Zhong Ling in advance, hoping to visit the last Xuanqing restaurant. Unfortunately, Zhong Ling had to work an extra shift, so by the time they arrived at the restaurant, there was already a line for a table. "Wait a minute," Zhang Yuni asked. "Are you hungry? Want something to eat first?" Zhong Ling declined. "No, wait." Zhang Yuni nodded, and the two of them went to the waiting area at the entrance. While they were waiting, someone walked out from a distance and stared at them. Zhong Ling glanced up and felt a strange sensation when she saw the man standing nearby. Before she could ask Zhang Yuni who he was, Puli walked over to them and said in a low voice, "Eva." Hearing her name, Zhang Yuni looked up and smiled slightly. "Mr. Pu." She hadn't expected to run into Pu Li here. Although Xuanqing restaurant was managed by Pu Li, the one they had chosen tonight was smaller and located in the suburbs. Compared to the other restaurants in the city, Pu Li was much less likely to come here. Pu Li responded, nodding to Zhong Ling beside her. "Waiting for a table?" Zhang Yuni smiled and said, "Yes." She glanced around. "Business here is pretty good," Pu Li said softly. "It's better on weekends." He looked at Zhang Yuni and asked, "Why didn't you tell me you were coming? I'd have the manager save a table for you." "It's inappropriate," Zhang Yuni said bluntly. Pu Li shook his head, his eyes fixed on her. "There's nothing inappropriate about it." He then leaned over and said, "Let's go to the private room." "There's still room." Zhang Yuni was slightly startled, hesitated for a moment, then agreed. It was hard to refuse such a generous offer. The restaurant manager led the two to a private room with a great view. Pu Li gave them a few instructions, wished them a pleasant meal, and left. After the people left, Zhong Ling raised her hand and poked Zhang Yuni's arm. "What's going on?" Zhang Yuni was puzzled. "What?" Zhong Ling gave her a sidelong glance. "Don't pretend." Zhang Yuni explained, "He's a client that Siwei is competing with." Zhong Ling raised her eyebrows. "The client you're competing with?" Zhang Yuni, "Yes." "Isn't he competing with you?" Zhong Ling asked directly. Zhang Yuni, "Eh." She choked and looked at Zhong Ling slowly. "What are you talking about?" "It's not true." "You really don't feel anything?" Zhong Ling asked. Zhang Yuni sighed, handed her the menu, and asked her to order first. Honestly, not much. She could sense that Pu Li's attitude towards her was a little strange. However, Pu Li's behavior wasn't obvious. Besides, they had only known each other for a short time, and had only met a few times for business matters. Zhang Yuni knew she was pretty, but she wasn't so narcissistic as to think every man who knew her would like her or want to pursue her. That would be too much of an exaggeration. Zhong Ling suddenly realized it and nodded. "We see." Zhang Yuni, "What?" "I think he's interested in you, and will definitely pursue you later." Zhong Ling said confidently. Her judgment of people was quite accurate. Zhang Yuni was speechless. "Then did you notice that I wasn't interested in him?" "Of course." Zhong Ling glanced at her and teased, "Not only did I notice that, I also noticed that you weren't interested in all men." They were high school classmates. Although they attended university in different districts, they saw each other quite often. On weekends, when Zhong Ling was free, she would visit Zhang Yuni's part-time job to eat and chat. In the more than 10 years they had known each other, Zhong Ling had never seen her in close contact with any other man. Since college, Zhang Yuni had been aloof and focused solely on work and money. Zhong Ling's words left Zhang Yuni feeling somewhat helpless. "No way." Zhong Ling's face was serious. "No." If it had been before, Zhang Yuni would have kept quiet, because Zhong Ling was telling the truth, and she had no way of refuting it. But now, a pair of deep, beautiful eyes flashed through Zhang Yuni's mind. Before she could think about it, Her phone on the table vibrated. Zhang Yuli replied to Zhong Ling, "No," and clicked on it. To her surprise, it was a message from Zhou Ting's. It was a very nonsensical message. How about double it? Zhang Yuli didn't react, and after a moment's deliberation, she asked, "Did I send the wrong message?" Zhou Ting's, Zhang Yuli, ? Zhou Ting's, no. Zhang Yuli was puzzled and was about to ask what he meant by that, but Zhou Ting's answered her question first. Annual salary. Chapter 12. Zhang Yuli immediately realized what he meant. She had never expected that Ren Huaiming would actually ask Zhou Ting's about the joke she just made with her. Even more surprised was that Zhou Ting's would negotiate terms with her so seriously. Zhang Yuli was stunned for a few seconds, then replied, clutching her phone, "Then I think about it." Zhou Ting's, "Okay, let me know when you've made up your mind." Zhang Yuli laughed, and then a strange, inexplicable emotion emerged. The conversation with Ren Huaiming that day was a joke. Ren Huaiming knew this, and while she didn't know why she'd asked Zhou Ting's anyway, Zhang Yuli was certain that Zhou Ting's knew she was joking. She had been at Seaway for so many years, and Seaway had been a place where she'd been nurtured and experienced. As long as nothing drastically happened, Zhang Yuli wouldn't leave. Even if she was offered a higher annual salary, she wouldn't leave. In the past 2 years, headhunters have been trying to recruit Zhang Yuli to switch jobs. Even the bosses of other PR firms have mentioned this to her numerous times, both overtly and covertly. Seaway is a large platform, and their company is not bad either. More importantly, Zhang Yuli's annual salary and benefits, including her voice, would be greater if she went to another company. But Zhang Yuli never wavered. Zhou Ting's couldn't have been unaware of this. So, Zhang Yuli was curious why Zhou Ting's responded to her joke, knowing the situation. Was it because it would be impolite not to respond? Probably not. Zhang Yuli knew in her heart that if Zhou Ting's hadn't sent her this incoherent message today, she wouldn't have known Ren Huaiming had mentioned this to him. Even if she knew, she wouldn't have expected him to respond seriously to her expectations. Expectations? Zhang Yuli chewed on the word, and suddenly she understood. Perhaps she hadn't realized it herself, but when she and Ren Huaiming discussed this topic, while she hadn't actually considered changing jobs, she still expected Zhou Ting's to give her an answer. Even if she was joking, Zhou Ting's didn't let her joke go unanswered and vanish without a trace. Realizing this, Zhang Yuli felt a rush of wind, reaching a heartbeat she had never felt before, rippling the surface. Suddenly, a loud snap of fingers flashed before her eyes. Zhang Yuli looked up. "What's wrong?" Zhong Ling's gaze fixed on her, scrutinizing. "Should I be the one asking you this?" She raised her chin slightly, pointed at the phone in her hand, and asked, "Is it something at the company?" Without waiting for Zhang Yuli to reply, she added, "No, if it were a company matter, you wouldn't have that expression." At this point, she raised an eyebrow. "Tell me, what's going on?" Zhang Yuli, She looked up at Zhong Ling, almost laughing. "Dr. Zhong." "Zhong Ling, go ahead. You have so many questions. How should I answer them?" Zhang Yuli asked. Zhong Ling hummed, "Just answer the key points. Nothing's going on at the company." Zhang Yuli said, "We should be able to have dinner together tonight." Zhong Ling glanced at her, feeling she was avoiding the point. "Then who is Director Zhang talking to?" Zhang Yuli returned her gaze, and wanted to say party A, but ultimately said friend. 2 words. Zhong Ling, male or female? It had to be said that she understood Zhang Yuli. Seeing her eyes light up, Zhang Yuli was at a loss for words. Male. Anything else? Zhong Ling tilted her head, studying her for a moment, her eyebrows raised. Is he handsome? Zhang Yuli, handsome. Zhou Ting's appearance was the first time Zhang Yuli had had his proposal rejected, and his merciless critiques irritated her to the point of rage. She wished she could chop him into pieces, ride on his coattails, and curse him. She pointed at his nose, ready to curse him with 1,000 words, but she couldn't find a single word like ugly. Hearing the word handsome, Zhong Ling nodded, okay. Zhang Yuli laughed, what? What do you think? Zhong Ling glanced at her and said slowly, handsome is fine. I won't ask any more questions. Zhang Yuli choked slightly, wanting to say she'd misunderstood, was overthinking things. The words were on the tip of her tongue, but she bit them back. It was so insincere. If others didn't understand her, how could Zhong Ling not understand her? She and Zhong Ling had known each other for so many years, and even the slightest emotional fluctuation was noticeable. But for the moment, she really didn't have any particular emotions. After much thought, Zhang Yuli simply kept silent, playing dumb. After a while, the waiter came in with the food. Zhang Yuni looked back at her phone and replied to Zhou Ting's, "No problem." After replying, Zhang Yuni, adhering to the principle of reciprocity, asked, "Are you still not resting so late?" She calculated the time and realized it must be 2 in the morning abroad. Zhou Ting's, "Just finished." Seeing this, Zhang Yuni thought to herself, it seems things abroad are really quite tricky. Thinking, she lowered her head and replied, "Mr. Zhou, you've worked hard." Zhou Ting's, "A little bit." Zhang Yuni didn't know how to respond. Before she could finish her words, Zhou Ting sent another message, "Working overtime?" Zhang Yuni, "No, I'm having dinner with friends." Zhou Ting's, "Okay." Their conversation ended, and Zhang Yuni put down her phone to chat with Zhong Ling over their meal. With a time difference of several hours, Zhou Ting's also put his phone down. He threaded his slender fingers through his tie knot, unbuttoned it, and stepped into the bathroom. He had attended a party that evening and smelled a bit of alcohol. After washing up and coming out, Zhou Ting's phone, which had been placed nearby, lit up. It was an international call from Ming Sui. Zhou Ting's picked up the phone, his throat dry as he walked towards the refrigerator. "What's up?" Ming Sui, unfazed by his attitude, asked directly, "How was your conversation tonight?" Zhou Ting's, "No problem." Ming Sui raised an eyebrow, surprised. "Does that mean it's done?" "If they don't go back on their word," Zhou Ting said. Ming Sui pondered for a moment. "Probably not." Zhou Ting hummed, unscrewed the bottle of mineral water, and drank most of it. "Sign the contract tomorrow?" Ming Sui asked again. Zhou Ting's, "Yeah." "Okay." Ming Sui nodded. "When are you planning on coming back?" Zhou Ting's, "Tomorrow night, if all goes well." Ming Sui was surprised. "Not going to see Yan Ling? Or is she on a business trip again?" "No," Zhou Ting said. "I made an appointment with her after signing the contract." Ming Sui understood and smiled. "Then you should stay there for a few more days. It's a rare trip, so spend more time with Yan Ling, otherwise, the next time she sees me, she say I'm exploiting you and not giving you any time off." "No need," Zhou Ting's refused without hesitation. Ming Sui found it strange and couldn't help but ask, "Why?" "There's nothing urgent back home, and if there was, I could handle it." In the past, when Zhou Ting's went to Paris, he would always take a few days off to stay there. Zhou Ting's, "I have something." Ming Sui, "Okay." He didn't ask Zhou Ting's what it was, because he wouldn't necessarily tell him anyway. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Ting's lowered his eyes, opened his phone, and sent a message. He was about to log out of WeChat when he suddenly remembered something and clicked on the red dot notification. He refreshed his phone and saw a moment's post from someone he'd contacted half an hour ago. The text was simple and clear, a toast emoji. Below it were 2 images, a photo of the couple, and a photo of food. Zhou Ting's glanced over and spotted 2 familiar profile pictures. He collected himself for a moment, turned off the screen, and went back to his room for sleep. It was late in Paris. It was still early in China. After eating, Zhang Yuni and Zhong Ling planned to go for a stroll around the area to help digest their food. Before leaving, she had mentioned it to Puli on WeChat. After all, this private room was a backdoor that Puli had opened for her. What Zhang Yuni hadn't expected was that Puli would appear a minute after she sent the WeChat message. "Are you done?" He looked at the 2 of them, his brows relaxed, and asked politely, "How was the meal?" Zhang Yuni smiled slightly and said softly, "Very good. Thank you, Mr. Pu, for your hospitality." When she asked the waiter for the bill, he said that Mr. Pu had instructed that the order be charged to his account. Zhang Yuni understood the situation and didn't intend to embarrass the waiter. She was just a little frustrated that she would have to treat him back later. Hearing her words, Puli smiled. "Just let me know if you're coming to Xuanxing next time." Zhang Yuni readily agreed. "Okay." The 3 of them walked out, and Puli said, "I take you there." At the door, Zhang Yuni turned back to thank him. "Mr. Pu, I take you here. I'm sorry for the trouble you've caused me today." Puli lowered his eyes. "No need to be so polite." Zhang Yuni said softly, "It's my pleasure." Puli paused, then shook his head helplessly. "Take your time on your way back. See you next week." Next week, Siwei was going to the Xuanxing office building for a proposal pitch. Zhang Yuni understood and replied, "See you next week." After saying goodbye to Puli, Zhang Yuni and Zhong Ling strolled around the neighborhood before returning home. Back home, Zhang Yuni saw that the post she had posted on WeChat moments during dinner had received numerous likes and comments. Foremost among them was a wailing Renhuiming. She asked Zhang Yuni if she had done it on purpose. She knew she wasn't eating well abroad, yet she still posted photos of delicious food, a blatant seduction. She even threatened to treat her to a meal, or she'd be angry. Further down was Nexalitha's PR manager, who was in frequent contact with Zhang Yuni and the others, interacting frequently. He said, "What a coincidence. We were also having dinner at Xuanxing restaurant today." Below that were comments from her own company, including some from partners. Zhang Yuni selected a few replies, glanced at the profile picture she liked, and suddenly felt a little foolish. She immediately put down her phone, washed up, and rested. The next day, Zhang Yuni stayed home. She got up, ate something, and then went to her study to organize materials and write the proposal for Xuanxing restaurant. After 2 days of seclusion at home, by Sunday evening, Zhang Yuni had finished the proposal, shut down her computer, and dragged her exhausted body back to her room to rest. Zhang Yuni arrived at the office early Monday morning. When her assistant arrived, she had already been there for almost an hour. "Sister Eva, how long have you been here?" Zhang Yuni looked up at her. "Not long, good morning." "Chen Xinhe, good morning, would you like some coffee?" "I already have," Zhang Yuni replied. "Please notify everyone that the meeting will begin at 10 o'clock. Chen Xinhe agreed. "Okay." After the 10 o'clock meeting, Zhang Yuni returned to the office to review her colleague's proposal for Xuanxing restaurant. It was already noon when she finished. She offered different opinions and asked her colleagues to revise them. After processing them, Zhang Yuni received a call from Nexalitha's PR manager, who had questions for her. The PR plan Siwei had put together to address the attacks on Nexalitha's new product had been quite effective, but now a new problem had arisen. They needed to keep a close eye on their movements and come up with a solution as quickly as possible. After hearing what the other party said, Zhang Yuni quickly passed on instructions to handle the emergency. The PR team responded promptly, and no serious issues arose at Nexalith. To avoid any unresolved issues, Zhang Yuni had to find time to attend a meeting at Nexalith. It was already 5 p.m. when Zhang Yuni arrived at Nexalith. She had been there so often that the receptionist and she were already familiar with each other. After arriving at the conference room with familiarity, Zhang Yuni and her colleagues met with Nexalitha's PR department. When the meeting concluded, it was almost time to leave. The PR manager escorted Zhang Yuni and the others to the elevator. "Eva, do you have anything else to do tonight?" He smiled and extended an invitation to Zhang Yuni. "Siwei handled this matter so beautifully today. I'd like to treat you to dinner." Zhang Yuni declined with a smile. "It's my job. No need to be polite." No, the manager said. "Without your timely suggestion, this matter wouldn't have been resolved so smoothly." Although Nexalith was Siwei's client, not every client could solve the client's problems instantly. Zhang Yuni's promotional offer, which included a response plan, was a resounding success for Nexalith. Zhang Yuni understood the manager's intention. As she pondered how to properly decline, the elevator doors opened. "Mr. Zhou." Before she could even enter the elevator, the manager standing next to her called out to the people inside. Zhang Yuni also raised her eyes in time to see Zhou Ting's, who had suddenly appeared. "He's back so soon." "Eva." Before Zhang Yuni could speak, Zhou Ting called out, his brows raised slightly. "Just finished a meeting?" Zhang Yuni responded, then paused. "Mr. Zhou is back from his business trip." Zhou Ting looked at her until she got into the elevator before saying, "Yes, I got back last night." Chapter 13. "So busy?" Hearing Zhou Ting's response, Zhang Yuni subconsciously added. She didn't think much of it when she said it, simply expressing her feelings. After all, Zhou Ting's had just returned from a cross-border business trip. Normally, after a busy and tiring business trip, the company would give employees a day or two off to rest and recharge. While Zhou Ting's wasn't an ordinary employee, he was still a human being, and his body would get tired and need rest and recharge. He had returned home last night, and returned to work today, so Zhang Yuni's comment about being busy was understandable. But to others, these words took on a slightly different meaning. The PR manager who had accompanied Zhang Yuni into the elevator listened to the conversation, looked left and right, and felt a little strange. When did they become so familiar with each other? Although the two companies had been collaborating for several years, and Zhang Yuni and Zhou Ting's had known each other for over 2 years, they only worked together. Not only were they unfamiliar with each other in private, but they also had some conflicts. Once, Zhang Yuni was late for a team meeting and his proposal wasn't very good, earning him harsh criticism from Zhou Ting's. After that incident, every time Zhang Yuni saw Zhou Ting's, he would call him with a hint of sarcasm. Thinking of this, the manager glanced at the two of them again, wondering if he was misinterpreting the situation. Before he could come to a conclusion, Zhou Ting spoke first. Not bad. Zhang Yuni looked at him, confusion evident. Zhou Ting's lowered his gaze, not continuing the conversation. Is it resolved? He was looking at Zhang Yuni, but the question sounded like he was asking his own company's manager. Resolved. Receiving Zhou Ting's glance, the manager quickly responded, generously praising Zhang Yuni. Thanks to Eva for coming up with a solution in a timely manner. Without her, this matter wouldn't have been resolved so quickly. Zhou Ting hummed calmly, then, to everyone's surprise, said, I should thank Eva. Zhang Yuni looked at Zhou Ting suspiciously. Zhou Ting stared back, his expression calm. The PR manager immediately grasped his superior's hidden meaning and said hurriedly, Yes, I just told Eva I'd like to treat her to dinner. Zhou Ting casually asked, Where are you going? The manager was stunned and said helplessly, Eva hasn't agreed yet. Zhang Yuni thought, as if the question had been thrown to her. After a few seconds of reflection, she said, My colleagues and I have to go back to the office, so it might not be convenient today. She then emphasized, This is also our responsibility. Mr. Zhou, Manager Wang, don't be so polite. Manager Wang was speechless and was about to say, Forget it, we talk about it next time. Next to him, Zhou Ting spoke again, Is there something urgent that requires you to work overtime? His probing question stunned Zhang Yuni. The two exchanged glances. For some unknown reason, Zhang Yuni suddenly hesitated. I'm not really in a rush. Zhou Ting hummed, If there's no rush, why not eat first? In fact, even if you're busy, you should eat first. At this point, it would be inappropriate for Zhang Yuni to refuse. She exchanged glances with the other two colleagues and agreed. Okay, then I trouble Mr. Zhou and Manager Wang. Zhou Ting smiled faintly and asked politely, Any requests for food? Zhang Yuni, No, we're all fine. Zhou Ting nodded slightly. After the elevator reached the first floor, he immediately called his assistant to make a restaurant reservation. They were treating the Seaway people to dinner. It was Ren Huiming who answered the phone. She was surprised for a moment and quickly asked, Does the restaurant have specific specifications? Zhou Ting's, you decide. He paused and added, The Seaway people are quite familiar with you. You can accompany them. Zhou Ting's was referring to the Seaway people, but he was actually referring only to Zhang Yuni. The other Seaway people and Ren Huiming were only nodding acquaintances. Ren Huiming agreed, No problem, Mr. Zhou. She clicked on their usual restaurant and asked, Then I book Furong Manor? Furong Manor was one of Shanghai's more upscale restaurants, specializing in fusion cuisine. Zhang Yuni and Ren Huiming had been there together, and, regardless of the price, they both liked it. Zhou Ting's, okay. Ren Huiming, okay. With no budget constraints from the boss, restaurant reservations are much easier. After booking the restaurant, Ren Huiming sent the message to Zhou Ting's. Zhou Ting's forwarded it to Zhang Yuni. They wouldn't go to the restaurant together. Arriving in the basement garage, Zhang Yuni and her colleagues got into the same car. After getting in, one of her colleagues, slow to react, asked, Sister Eva, are we having dinner with the Nexalit people tonight? Zhang Yuni, sitting in the back seat, hummed softly, Nervous? Not really. We're old friends, so I wouldn't be nervous. The colleague said, It was just a little unexpected. I didn't expect President Zhou and the others to be so welcoming. Another colleague nodded in agreement. I find it strange too. Listening to the conversation, Zhang Yuni was speechless for a moment. She herself found it strange. Manager Wang aside, why was Zhou Ting so insistent on treating them to dinner? Zhang Yuni was just pondering this when Ren Huiming messaged her, Hey, we can have another big dinner tonight. Zhang Yuni, tonight's a dinner party. Ren Huiming, what kind of dinner party is it with you? No one will force us to drink, and no one will expose us to secondhand smoke. What a joy. That's true. Zhang Yuni and Zhou Ting's company had dined out many times, and they had never been forced to drink. Neither Zhou Ting's nor the other leaders at Nexalith would ever force them to drink. When they were getting to know Ren Huiming, Zhang Yuni had once lamented to her that the leaders at Nexalith were all good people, unlike those at other companies who often urged people to drink, smoke, and so on at dinner parties. Ren Huiming told her that it was because they had a very strict boss, Zhou Ting's. Some leaders at Nexalith used to encourage drinking, including the bad habit of smoking at work. It was Zhou Ting's who put an end to all this after he returned to China. At dinners, employees couldn't be asked to drink, let alone encourage others to drink. If an employee didn't want to attend a dinner, they didn't have to go. As for smoking, Nexalith previously had a rule prohibiting smoking in the office, but there wasn't any consequence for smoking, so many colleagues still smoked secretly. After Zhou Ting's return, he strictly prohibited it. Smoking in the office would result in a fine. If someone was caught and dissuaded more than once and refused to listen, Nexalith would simply fire them. Shortly after Zhou Ting's return to Nexalith, he addressed a meeting by stating that the company had many female employees and that they came to work, not to inhale secondhand smoke. He hoped that colleagues would respect each other. The harmful effects of secondhand smoke are self-evident, and smokers understand this better than non-smokers. If someone really wants to smoke, they can go outside and then return to their workstations. At first, some people thought Zhou Ting's was being overly nosy. He's a general manager, not a director or CEO, so why should he make such demands? Meng Sui, despite holding the title of CEO, unconditionally supported Zhou Ting's and bluntly stated, "Mr. Zhou's opinion is mine." Gradually, Nexalith became a rare company where you couldn't smell the slightest bit of cigarette smoke. Because of this, Zhang Yuni quite enjoyed attending meetings at Nexalith. The company environment is great, the corporate culture is excellent, and meetings are relaxing and comfortable. Thinking of this, Zhang Yuni couldn't help but sigh, "I'm really thinking about switching to your company." Ren Huiming, a warm welcome. Zhang Yuni laughed, then suddenly remembered something and asked, "Why did you really tell Zhou Ting's you wanted him to poach me?" Ren Huiming, we just happened to be talking about this the other day, and I just casually said, "Did he ask you?" Zhang Yuni, "Yes." Ren Huiming, "Wow, what do you say?" Zhang Yuni, "You know I was joking, what else can I say?" Ren Huiming, actually, our company is pretty good." Zhang Yuni, "Forget it, I don't want to be managed by Mr. Zhou." Ren Huiming replied without thinking, "If you really come, who's going to be in charge?" Zhang Yuni, question mark. Ren Huiming, "If you switch to our company and become vice president, President Zhou won't be able to control you anymore." Zhang Yuni was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. "You think too highly of me, don't you? She doesn't have the skills to be vice president yet. And vice presidents are also subject to control." Ren Huiming said seriously, "It's only a matter of time. I believe you have the ability." Zhang Yuni, "Thank you. If you become vice president one day, I definitely treat you to dinner." Ren Huiming, "Okay." The two chatted along the way, and soon arrived at the restaurant one after the other. When they arrived, Zhang Yuni sent a message to Caroline, informing her of the evening's dinner. A few minutes later, Caroline replied, "Enjoy your meal. Since it's President Zhou's treat, don't be polite to him." Zhang Yuni smiled at the message and replied, "I won't be polite." Furong Manor is a courtyard restaurant with a lovely ambience. Leading from the courtyard, an arched bridge opened, beneath a gurgling stream. In the distance, a vast bamboo forest and lush trees stretched. Zhang Yuni and her group crossed the bridge, then passed through the charming courtyard and arrived at a private dining room. Nexalith had 4 people, Manager Wang and his assistant, Zhou Ting's and Ren Huiming, and Zhang Yuni had 3. 7 people in one private room was just the right size. Since everyone was familiar with each other, the seating wasn't particular, but if anything, Zhang Yuni was seated next to Zhou Ting's, with Ren Huiming on her other side. Ladies first. Zhou Ting's asked the waiter to bring the menu to Zhang Yuni and her group. Zhang Yuni didn't hesitate, ordering a few dishes she wanted. While waiting for the dishes, Manager Wang took the initiative to strike up a conversation with Zhang Yuni and her group. Initially, the conversation was about business, but gradually, the subject strayed elsewhere. Manager Wang loved to eat. Besides enjoying a few drinks, he also loved to seek out delicious food. Zhang Yuni had heard this before. So when he asked her what she thought of the food at Xuanxing restaurant, she wasn't particularly surprised. But she could sense someone's gaze on her. She instinctively looked up, exchanged glances with Zhou Ting's, and whispered, "Not bad. The ingredients are clean and fresh." Manager Wang smiled. "That's right. At least it's not pre-prepared." He sighed, "It's just that you get a little sick of it after eating too much. Many of their dishes taste pretty much the same." Zhang Yuni paused. "I'm not as good as Manager Wang in that regard. I can't really tell the difference. I quite like Xuanxing restaurant." Manager Wang understood. "I think it's good too. Xuanxing restaurant is the restaurant my family, and I go to when we're not sure what to eat." Zhang Yuni agreed. "We're pretty much the same." At this point, Manager Wang asked, "I heard Xuanxing is planning a restructuring. Is that true?" "It's not a secret. Just ask around and you find out." So Zhang Yuni didn't deny it. She nodded, "Yes, Siwei is competing." Manager Wang raised an eyebrow. "Then I wish Siwei good luck." Zhang Yuni, "Thank you, Manager Wang." The two exchanged a few pleasantries, and Manager Wang and Zhang Yuni went back to chatting, also about Shanghai cuisine. Zhang Yuni listened and lowered her head to drink water. In fact, she had just somewhat agreed with Manager Wang's words. She had tried every Shuingxing restaurant over the past few days, and could clearly feel that many of Shuingxing's dishes tasted very similar. Different ingredients, but the taste was very similar, which was a very dangerous situation for a restaurant. Shuingxing was the client they were aiming for, and even if that was true, she couldn't speak negatively about the future client behind their back. Although the people in the private room were all familiar, they wouldn't spread Zhang Yuni's words. But Zhang Yuni had been in the workplace for so many years, so caution was always a good thing. Zhang Yuni was thinking when the person to her left, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. When is the pitch? Zhang Yuni was startled and turned to look at him, somewhat surprised. Why are you asking that, Mr. Zhou? Zhou Ting raised an eyebrow, but didn't properly answer Zhang Yuni's question. Instead, he said, I can't ask. Zhang Yuni choked, wanting to say that she didn't mean that. After a few seconds of silence, Zhang Yuni said softly, no. She thought for a moment and said, I thought Mr. Zhou didn't know about this. Zhou Ting's truly didn't know. He told her the truth, I really didn't know before. Zhang Yuni was startled by his honesty, and remained slightly speechless. Mr. Zhou is a busy man, it's normal he doesn't know. Zhou Ting smiled at this. Eva, that sounds like a sarcastic remark. Zhang Yuni was speechless. I didn't. Zhou Ting stared at her intently, as if asking, really? Zhang Yuni didn't know. She hadn't meant to mock Zhou Ting's, but she couldn't quite put her finger on what he meant. Gazing at his overly beautiful, radiant peach blossom eyes, now filled with hope, Zhang Yuni held her breath and whispered, Wednesday. Zhou Ting's nodded and murmured, okay. Chapter 14. Zhou Ting's okay made Zhang Yuni blink slowly. She lowered her eyes to the tea in front of her, ripples forming as the waiter arrived to serve the dishes, and uttered a soft oh. After the waiter finished serving the dishes, everyone stopped discussing irrelevant topics, and picked up their chopsticks, ready to fill their stomachs. Since everyone was familiar with each other, there was no need for formalities when dining. Zhang Yuni wasn't a picky eater, and certainly wouldn't frequently move tables when a group was dining. Most of the time, she'd eat whatever dish came her way. On occasion, if there was something she wasn't particularly fond of, or something she really liked, she would subtly express her preference. As they ate, Ren Huaiming chatted with her. Zhang Yuni listened attentively, occasionally responding. When they were halfway full, Zhang Yuni noticed something subtle. She loved Farong Manor's mustard shrimp balls, but the portion size was small, so she usually only had one or two. Today, not only did she order 2 large portions, but the dish also frequently stopped in front of her, leaving her completely satisfied. The meal took over an hour. After they had eaten their fill, everyone prepared to leave. They had to go to work tomorrow, and none of the people they were dining with were particularly fond of fun, so they didn't plan to stay out too long. As they were leaving, Zhang Yuni's colleague whispered, Sister Eva, are you still living where you lived before? Zhang Yuni hummed, then remembered something. No need to take me home. The colleague was surprised. Then how are you going home? They were going to a meeting today, driving the company car. The 2 colleagues' home addresses were in the opposite direction of Zhang Yuni's, a fact she had known for a long time. It's just that they had just come to the restaurant from Nexalith, so she didn't have a chance to go back to the office and drive her own car. Zhang Yuni, I take a taxi. The colleague sighed, a little hesitant. No, it's so late. We can take you home first. It's not a big deal. Zhang Yuni shook her head. No, a taxi is very convenient. You should go back and rest early. Although Zhang Yuni was the leader of the 2, she wasn't the type to bother her subordinates. There was no need to make them make an extra trip when a taxi could solve the problem. But the colleague was about to say something to persuade her, but before she could finish, Ren Huaiming, who had overheard their conversation a few steps behind them, spoke up. We take her home. You guys go back. With Ren Huaiming's words, Zhang Yuni's colleague no longer hesitated. Okay, then I ask Assistant Ren to take Sister Eva home. Ren Huaiming, no problem. Zhang Yuni's colleague drove away, followed by Manager Wang and the others. After they left, Zhang Yuni turned to look at Ren Huaiming, a bit puzzled. Did you drive today? Ren Huaiming, yes, Mr. Zhou's. She had just come here with Zhou Ting's. Zhang Yuni remained silent, staring at her in disbelief. You mean you're going to give me a ride in Mr. Zhou's car? Isn't she being too rebellious? Ren Huaiming nodded, not seeing anything wrong. Don't you live in the same direction as Mr. Zhou? It's definitely okay for him to give you a ride. After work, with Ren Huffing's relationship as a key factor, Ren Huaiming was no longer as polite and courteous with Zhou Ting's as she was at work. Zhang Yuni, She choked slightly, and was about to say something else when Ren Huiming turned around and asked the man who had just finished a phone call, Mr. Zhou, could you please take Yuni home later? She's not driving today. Zhou Ting's walked towards where they were standing. He looked up at the two of them, his gaze fixed on the man in the light-colored business suit for a few seconds. He said in a low, slow voice, sure. He then looked at them and said, I get the car. When Zhou Tings went out with his female assistant, he usually drove himself. In less than a minute, Zhou Tings parked the car in front of Zhang Yuni and Ren Huiming. Considering that he would be the first to get out, Ren Huiming didn't bother with Zhang Yuni and said directly, Yuni, take the passenger seat so you don't have to change seats later. Zhang Yuni agreed. Okay. As they got in, Zhang Yuni tilted her head toward the driver's seat, hesitating to say something. Before she could form her words, Zhou Ting, like a worm in her stomach, whispered no need. Ren Huiming was checking her phone. Hearing this inexplicable question, she subconsciously asked, what do you mean by no need? The two people in the front seat exchanged glances, and Zhang Yuni felt a little like laughing. Nothing. Ren Huiming uttered an oh, her eyes rolling between the two of them, and said nothing more. Ren Huiming lived not far from the restaurant. It took just over 10 minutes to get to her house. When the car stopped, she was still talking to Zhang Yuni. She had no choice but to tell Zhang Yuni, let's talk next time we meet. I'm going home now. Zhang Yuni agreed. Ren Huiming turned back to thank the driver for the ride home. After Ren Huiming got out of the car, Zhou Ting turned the steering wheel and continued driving Zhang Yuni. After the other person left, the car became much quieter. Somehow, the two of them were alone again. In the enclosed space, Zhang Yuni even thought she could hear Zhou Ting's even breathing. She instinctively tilted her head to look at the person in the driver's seat. The first thing she saw was the cold, slender, bony hands at the steering wheel. The veins on the backs of their hands bulged, conveying an unspoken sense of power. Zhang Yuni looked, her mind involuntarily searching, recalling the feeling of shaking hands with those hands. It had been a while, as if they'd shaken hands twice when they first met, but they'd skipped the formalities later. Zhang Yuni was so absorbed in her thoughts that she didn't notice the person in the driver's seat taking the time to glance at her several times. When she came to her senses, she realized that this seemed rather impolite. She stealthily raised her gaze, lingering for a moment on Zhou Ting's profile, then calmly turned away. Eva. Zhou Ting suddenly spoke. Zhang Yuni, Caught off guard, she turned her gaze back to the driver. What? Zhou Ting said calmly, how's the proposal going? Zhang Yuni was startled. She hadn't expected him to ask that. For now, it's ready. Zhou Ting's. What do you mean by for now? It's not completely finalized. Zhang Yuni spoke frankly. She had written the proposal for the Xuanxing competition and reviewed it several times. She had some points she liked, some she didn't. What was a little frustrating was that she didn't know how to revise the points she wasn't satisfied with. At this point, Zhang Yuni had a flash of inspiration and asked, Mr. Zhou, do you know much about the restaurant industry? Zhou Tings glanced at her. What do you want to ask? Zhang Yuni pondered. I'd like to ask, if you were the owner of Xuanxing restaurant, faced with this dilemma, what changes would you make? Would you make drastic changes, or take a conservative approach? Whether or not the competition will win on Wednesday hinges on the choice Pu Li makes for Xuanxing restaurant. Zhang Yuni's current proposal leans towards the conservative side, a conclusion she's drawn from recent conversations with Pu Li, researching Xuanxing restaurant's past, and chatting with other guests while dining there. A business like Xuanxing restaurant would certainly want to preserve its unique characteristics. Zhou Tings wasn't surprised by her question. He paused, tapping his fingers on the steering wheel, and whispered, what do you think? Hearing Zhou Ting's words, Zhang Yuni was a little bewildered. Wasn't I asking you? How did he become the one asking him? Zhou Ting was speechless. I haven't worked in the restaurant industry, but based on my understanding of these companies, they're likely to take a conservative approach. But if it were you, Zhang Yuni continued, her eyes bright and clear. You'd choose the former, right? Zhou Ting returned her gaze. Yes. Zhang Yuni nodded, then asked, why? Dramatic changes are too risky. Success is easy. The business will thrive. But failure could lead to decline or even bankruptcy. Xuanxing restaurant's business isn't particularly strong right now, but it's not bad either. They're still profitable, and haven't reached the point where they need drastic reforms. Zhou Ting didn't directly answer her question, instead asking, who currently manages Xuanxing restaurant? Pu Li. Zhang Yuni answered instinctively, do you know him? Zhou Ting glanced at her and said coldly, I don't know. Zhang Yuni wasn't surprised. Instead, she told Zhou Tings, he's the new owner of Xuanxing Restaurant. He took over from the previous owner, Mr. Pu, just a year ago. Counting the time, he's been in charge for less than 6 months. Zhou Tings, really? Zhang Yuni, yes. Zhou Tings, He paused. What else? Zhang Yuni didn't react for a moment. What? Has he made any adjustments to the restaurant in the past 6 months? Zhou Tings pressed. Zhang Yuni nodded. Yes, he made some adjustments first. Zhang Yuni searched her mind for the information she had found and told Zhou Tings. The car was silent, with only the rise and fall of Zhang Yuni's clear voice. Zhou Tings listened quietly, not uttering a word until she stopped. By the time Zhang Yuni finished, the car had already stopped at the gate of her residential complex, without her noticing. That's all? Zhou Tings asked after Zhang Yuni paused. Zhang Yuni, well, after all, he's only been in charge for half a year? Zhou Tings nodded slightly, understanding. Zhang Yuni turned and stared at him, awaiting his comments. Zhou Tings lived up to her expectations, and asked seriously, what's the success rate of the changes he's made since taking office? Zhang Yuni answered truthfully. Zhou Tings paused for a few seconds and then said, what's his major? Zhang Yuni blurted out, management major, finance minor. Have you specifically checked? Zhou Tings raised an eyebrow, his tone somewhat unpredictable. Zhang Yuni met Zhou Tings' downward gaze, vaguely sensing that his eyes held a deeper meaning. After a few seconds of silence, Zhang Yuni smiled faintly and said, knowing yourself and your enemy ensures victory in every battle. She then added quietly, I have some knowledge and memory of our partners. Zhou Ting raised her eyes. Really? Don't believe me? Zhang Yuni raised her eyes, a look of pride and confidence on her face. Mr. Zhou, feel free to ask anything. Zhou Ting lowered his eyes, and looked at her intently for a moment. Forget it today. Zhang Yuni, Zhou Ting brought the topic back to the topic, and analyzed it for her. I think Xuanxing's manager is a risk-taker. Zhang Yuni paused. Because of the changes he made earlier? Half, Zhou Ting replied. The other half is his major. For someone born like Pu Li, their family must have already made arrangements for where they would attend school, who they would associate with, what major they would choose in college, whether they would study in China or abroad, and so on. Zhou Tings was certain his management major was arranged by his family, and his minor in finance was what he truly was interested in and wanted to study. While many things can't be generalized, those involved in finance inevitably have a sense of adventure and a thirst for experimentation. Zhang Yuni blinked, understanding Zhou Ting's meaning. She looked at him with bright eyes, her pupils filled with excitement. Zhou Tings met her gaze, his expression slightly restrained, his voice deeper. My personal opinion? He reminded her that if she wanted to make any changes, she should proceed with caution. Zhang Yuni understood the hidden meaning, and her eyes curved. I know. Thank you, Mr. Zhou, for reminding me. Zhou Ting smiled. You're welcome. Then Zhang Yuni realized she was already at her doorstep. She hesitated. Should I go home first? She was anxious to get home and revise the plan. I treat you to dinner when I'm done? Zhou Ting nodded and suddenly said, Are you sure you can finish this? Chapter 15. Zhou Ting's question caused Zhang Yuni's mind to go blank for a moment. Quickly she reacted, sure. She pushed open the car door, swayed towards the driver's seat, and said with a smile, after the pitch is over, if I'm still busy, I treat Mr. Zhou to dinner. I schedule a time with him then. Zhou Tings looked at her, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. Get some rest early, he urged. Zhang Yuni, okay, Mr. Zhou, take care. With that, Zhang Yuni got out of the car and hurried home. Zhou Tings paused for half a minute, waiting for the figure to disappear before driving away. Back home, Zhang Yuni didn't even have time to shower. She took off her shoes, threw her bag aside, and went straight to the study. Zhou Ting's reminder made sense. When Zhang Yuni was making her proposal, she had been hesitant, wondering whether to take a conservative or adventurous approach. She had reviewed Xuanxing's past publicity and promotional efforts, and had always taken a conservative approach. It wasn't that Pu Li hadn't made changes since taking over from his father. It's just that the success rate wasn't very high, barely reaching a 50% chance. So Zhang Yuni thought Xuanxing might still prefer a more conservative promotional approach. Zhou Ting's words made her realize that if Pu Li were a more conservative person, he wouldn't have done so much preliminary work before. The things he had done since taking over, whether successful or not, were all laying the groundwork for hiring a PR firm this time. Since that was the case, why not take a risk? Zhang Yuni didn't hesitate and rewrote the proposal. Just as she was almost finished, her phone on the desk vibrated. It was a message from Zhou Ting's. The message even contained information related to Pu Li, referring to some of Pu Li's investment projects during his years abroad. Zhang Yuni hadn't found any of this information in her previous research. She clicked on it and read it, overjoyed, but she didn't ask the person on the other end how they found it. Zhou Ting's had his own network and methods. Just because Zhang Yuni couldn't find information didn't mean he couldn't either. However, when she asked Zhou Ting's in the car today, she simply wanted to understand the thinking of a leader of his caliber. She wasn't beating around the bush, hoping he'd help her find information or offer her some backdoor advice. She didn't need it, and Zhou Ting's knew she wouldn't. Thinking about it, Zhang Yuni replied, "Thank you, Mr. Zhou." Zhou Ting's, "Haven't you finished yet?" Zhang Yuni, "Almost done." Zhou Ting's, "Okay." The two of them didn't exchange any further words. Zhang Yuni made minor revisions to the proposal based on the information Zhou Ting's provided. By the time they were done, it was already 2 in the morning. Zhang Yuni opened her phone again, but there were no new messages from Zhou Ting's. She guessed he was probably asleep. Without giving it much thought, Zhang Yuni got up and went to wash up. Afterward, she fell asleep. The next day at the office, Zhang Yuni first went to Caroline's office to discuss the Xuanxing restaurant proposal and her own ideas. Caroline had always trusted her and rarely objected to Zhang Yuni's ideas or proposals. But now, seeing her new proposal, she felt a little hesitant. "Eva," Caroline called her. "Zhang Yuni, Ms. C, just be frank." Caroline smiled and whispered, "You prefer this version, don't you?" "Yes," Zhang Yuni thought for a moment and replied, "I'd like to use this version for the competition." Caroline nodded and looked at her. "Reasons?" Zhang Yuni was prepared, and when she asked this question, she gave a serious answer. She wasn't impulsive or reckless, and certainly not because of Zhou Ting's personal opinion. It was Zhang Yuni's own inclination. Those who work in public relations need not only boldness and carefulness, but also professional skills, and the ability to step out of their comfort zone. The same is true for corporate reform. After hearing Zhang Yuni's reasons, Caroline said nothing more. "Proceed according to your ideas." Then she asked, "Will you give the speech?" Zhang Yuni shook her head. "I want Tess to give the speech." Tess was an account manager in Zhang Yuni's department, a lower position than hers, but she was very steady and had worked at Seaway for several years. "Are you sure?" Caroline looked at her. "Doesn't your chances of success increase?" Zhang Yuni, "I think Tess is really good." She was someone who was willing to give her subordinates opportunities to perform. Caroline was silent for a moment. "Aren't you afraid of losing?" "If you lose, it must be a problem with the proposal," Zhang Yuni said. "It won't be the speaker's fault." Caroline actually understood this. The speaker played a certain role in the competition, but it wasn't more important than the manuscript. Besides, she knew Tess's work style. Her strengths were her stability, but her weaknesses were her tendency to be too conventional and sometimes inflexible. After a moment's deliberation, Caroline decided not to interfere. "Okay, you decide. They're all your people, and you know their individual strengths best." Zhang Yuni hummed a sigh of relief. "Thank you, Caroline, for giving me the freedom to make the decision." Caroline glanced at her. "You're my mentor. How could I possibly not know you?" Zhang Yuni's lips curled, but she didn't object. Suddenly, Caroline changed the subject and asked, "How was dinner with Mr. Zhou and the others last night?" "Not bad," Zhang Yuni said. "How did you say it?" "They're launching a new product mid-year. While Seaway and them have a close partnership, there's no guarantee they choose us for this project, so..." Caroline stopped talking and looked at Zhang Yuni. "You have to be aware of this." Zhang Yuni nodded, taking note of the matter. "Okay, I understand." She would keep a close eye on it. Leaving Caroline's office, Zhang Yuni asked her assistant to instruct them to meet in the conference room after lunch that afternoon. She had some things to explain. It was Wednesday, and the pitch was in the afternoon. Zhang Yuni left early and went to meet Zhong Ling near the hospital for breakfast. When Zhong Ling arrived, Zhang Yuni had already ordered. "Why this place again?" Zhong Ling asked, panting as she sat down. "Zhang Yuni, I want to eat." The treater was the most important. Zhong Ling glanced at her, took a sip of the tea on the table, and asked, "What happened?" She knew Zhang Yuni well. When she was in trouble, she loved to have a meal with someone to relieve stress. Zhang Yuni, "No." Zhong Ling raised her eyes. "Really? Really?" Zhang Yuni, feeling both amused and embarrassed, explained, "I have a pitch for a relatively important project this afternoon. In fact, over the past 2 years, Having participated in various company pitches, Zhang Yuni hadn't been nervous much. She had been in this industry for so many years, and she was confident and confident. This time, she was nervous simply because she knew she had taken a risk. Hearing this, Zhong Ling looked at her intently for a moment. "Then I treat you to dinner today." Zhang Yuni laughed. "Why?" "I wish you good luck with the pitch." Zhong Ling had no intention of popping champagne in celebration. She just wanted to wish her friend the best. Zhang Yuni said, "Okay, if I win Xuanxing's annual PR contract, I treat you to a nice dinner." "No need for a nice dinner," Zhong Ling said. "Take me out for some fun." She hadn't been out and about for a long time. Zhang Yuni thought for a moment. "Okay, let's go to the beach." Zhong Ling, it's a deal. The two of them had breakfast at Xuanxing restaurant, one going to the hospital and the other to the office. At the office, Zhang Yuni finished her important tasks first. After lunch, she even went back to the office for a nap. Before lunch ended, there was a knock on the office door. Zhang Yuni agreed, "Come in." It wasn't her assistant who pushed open the door, but Tess. Eva. Tess's Chinese name was Hu Xiaochang. She was half a year older than Zhang Yuni, so she always addressed her by her first name. This was Zhang Yuni's request. She didn't want everyone to call her sister Eva. That would give her the illusion of being truly old. Although she wasn't afraid of her age and sincerely believed she would get better with age, but having a colleague older than her call her sister still felt a bit awkward. Zhang Yuni looked up. "What do you want to talk to me about?" Hu Xiaochang nodded, and at her gesture, he pulled out a chair across from her and sat down. He whispered, "Are you sure I'm going to the competition this afternoon?" Zhang Yuni, "Yeah, I don't want to go." Hu Xiaochang was silent. It wasn't that she didn't want to go, but she was worried about messing up. Zhang Yuni knew what she was thinking and said softly, "Tess, you've been at Seaway for 4 years, and we've known each other for 4 years. I know your abilities, and I'm sure you know them too. Even if you don't trust yourself, shouldn't you trust my judgment?" Her words left Hu Xiaochang speechless. "But I'm worried." "Don't worry." Zhang Yuni looked up at her, a faint smile that made her feel comfortable. "We be with you." At this point, Hu Xiaochang suddenly couldn't hesitate anymore. After a moment's silence, she looked at Zhang Yuni with a firm gaze. "I do my best." Zhang Yuni, "I know." She pondered for a moment, then looked at Tess. "We still have time. Should we go to the small conference room?" Hu Xiaochang, "What for?" Zhang Yuni stood up, her eyebrows raised slightly. "Let me experience what it's like to be the client." Hu Xiaochang instantly understood what she meant. She wanted to give her a chance to rehearse her speech in this small conference room. "Okay." She quickly agreed, then anxiously asked, "Will this interfere with your other work?" Zhang Yuni held up the documents in her hand. "This is my work this afternoon." The two of them went to the conference room together. Zhang Yuni played the role of Party A, trying her best to think and ask questions from their perspective. After walking Hu Xiaochang through his speech, Zhang Yuni returned to her office to give him time to sort himself out. At 2:45 p.m., Zhang Yuni and her team appeared at the Xuanxing restaurant office building. Shortly after they arrived, Cheng Yin and several other PR firms also arrived. 5 PR firms were competing for Xuanxing's PR pitch. After a brief greeting, Zhang Yuni and the others took their seats in the conference room. The meeting began at 3 p.m. sharp. 5 minutes into the meeting, Zhang Yuni's phone vibrated in her pocket. She pulled it out and saw it was a message from Zhou Ting's. "Start at 3 o'clock?" Zhang Yuni, "Yes." She didn't ask how he knew the exact time. Zhou Ting's, "Are you confident?" Zhang Yuni thought for a moment. "A little bit." Zhou Ting's, "Only a little bit?" Zhang Yuni, "Yeah, mainly because I checked my horoscope this morning, and it doesn't look very good for my zodiac sign today. Although superstitions are bad, people still need some spiritual support when undertaking important tasks." Zhou Ting's, who was also in a meeting, looked at Zhang Yuni's message with a hint of surprise, yet also a hint of amusement. Eva still believes in these things? Zhang Yuni, "Occasionally." Zhou Ting's understood and asked, "So how is my zodiac sign's fortune today?" Zhang Yuni blinked. "Let me check now." She actually took a serious look at it, took a screenshot, and sent it to Zhou Ting's. "First place." Zhou Ting's clicked it open and took a look. "Not bad indeed." Zhang Yuni, "Very good, okay?" Zhou Ting's curled his lips and asked, "Do you want it?" Zhang Yuni blinked, hesitant. "What?" Zhou Ting's, "Good luck." Zhang Yuni paused, then understood what he meant. "Why, President Zhou wants to give me some?" Zhou Ting's, "If Director Zhang needs it." Zhang Yuni didn't hesitate for long, replying bluntly, "Of course." It depends on whether President Zhou is willing to part with it. As this message was sent, the conference room door opened. Pu Li and several other managers entered. Zhang Yuni stood up with her colleagues and greeted them. When they finished greeting and sat down again, the competition was about to begin. She took a moment to glance at her phone. A new message had appeared in the chat box, which she hadn't yet exited, nothing to be reluctant about. Zhang Yuni smiled at this. She put away her phone, suddenly realizing that Siwei had a 90% chance of winning Xuanxing's annual PR contract today. When several companies competed together, the pressure was relatively high. Zhang Yuni's company was at the bottom, so they didn't really have much of an advantage. Before Hu Xiaochang took the stage, Zhang Yuni whispered in her ear, "Believe in yourself, and believe in us." Okay. Hu Xiaochang took a deep breath and took the stage to speak. After Hu Xiaochang finished his proposal, the meeting was temporarily over. The results would be out in half an hour, so Zhang Yuni and her companies didn't rush to leave, instead heading to the adjacent lounge to rest. Eva. Zhang Yuni had just sat down when Xing Yin's director called her. Zhang Yuni replied, "Director Yin." Yin Man smiled faintly. "Long time no see." Zhang Yuni, "It's been a while. Have you been busy lately?" Yin Man, "A little, but probably not as busy as you guys." Zhang Yuni smiled but said nothing. Yin Man looked at her and chatted with her. "Did you write your proposal today?" Zhang Yuni, "Is it that obvious?" "Yes." Yin Man, having dealt with her many times, said frankly, "I know your style, but I didn't expect you to take such a risk today." Zhang Yuni understood, and lowered her head to take a sip of coffee. "Neither did I." Yin Man raised an eyebrow. "What's going on? You're not afraid of being rejected at all, taking such an unconventional approach today. With competition comes failure, but I'm not afraid of that." Zhang Yuni spoke honestly, "Besides, I have confidence." Yin Man raised an eyebrow. "What's the matter?" "Someone lent me a little luck," Zhang Yuni told her. Yin Man, eh? Thinking Zhang Yuni was joking, she faltered slightly, "I'm not stealing Siwei's secrets." Zhang Yuni, "I'm serious." Yin Man glanced at her, unwilling to speak. Zhang Yuni didn't offer much explanation, silently curling her lips. Half an hour later, Pu Li personally announced that Xuanxing's public relations duties would be handed over to Siwei. He extended his hand and looked at Zhang Yuni, his face warm. "Eva, it's a pleasure working with you." Zhang Yuni shook his hand and said seriously, "Siwei will do its best to serve Xuanxing." "It's a pleasure working with you." On the way back, Zhang Yuni immediately told Caroline the good news. As soon as the message was sent, Caroline called. "I already know." "Congratulations," she said. "Let's go back to the office. I celebrate tonight." "Zhang Yuni, you have to ask the other colleagues." Caroline smiled. "Friday, today isn't a good time. Let's celebrate together over dinner, and then go karaoke." Zhang Yuni had no objection. The call continued all the way to the office. Back in the office, Zhang Yuni wanted to text Zhou Tings to tell him the news. But just as she sat down, Caroline's assistant called her upstairs for a meeting. By the time Zhang Yuni finished her work and remembered, it was already 9 o'clock. There were a lot of messages on WeChat, including from Ren Huiming. She was congratulating herself on securing the Xuanxing PR position. Zhang Yuni was stunned and quickly replied, "How did you know?" Normally, news wouldn't spread so quickly. News might spread quickly within a PR firm, but Ren Huiming's company isn't closely related to their industry. Ren Huiming, Mr. Zhou said so. Zhang Yuni, what? Ren Huiming, this afternoon, the PR manager came up to talk to Mr. Zhou about something. As he was leaving, he suddenly mentioned that you guys seemed to have a meeting at Xuanxing today, and he didn't know what the outcome was. Then, Mr. Zhou said you guys had taken over Xuanxing PR. Zhang Yuni was stunned for a few seconds after hearing this, then quickly pulled out her phone and called Zhou Tings. Chapter 16. As she dialed the phone, a wave of hesitation crossed Zhang Yuni's mind. After 2 beeps, the call was picked up on the other end. A deep, magnetic male voice reached her ears and then faded away. "Hello?" Zhang Yuni pursed her lips and introduced herself. "Mr. Zhou, it's me, Eva." Zhou Tings hummed, his tone cold and emotionless. "So late, what do you want to talk to me about?" Hearing this, Zhang Yuni choked slightly. She rubbed her nose, feeling guilty, and mumbled yes. Her answer made Zhou Tings raise an eyebrow. "What?" Zhang Yuni lowered her eyes, looked at the time on the computer screen, and said without hesitation, "Mr. Zhou, are you drinking? I treat you." At 9 o'clock in the evening, it seemed insincere and unreasonable for her to ask Zhou Tings to dinner. Worried that Zhou Tings would refuse, Zhang Yuni explained. Siwei has won Xuanqing's annual PR. Zhou Tings wasn't surprised at all, saying in a low voice, as expected. Huh? Now it was Zhang Yuni's turn to be surprised. After a brief pause, she jokingly asked, Mr. Zhou has so much confidence in our Siwei? Until the results were in, Zhang Yuni hadn't dared to say that. Zhou Tings chuckled and didn't answer. Zhang Yuni touched her ear with her hand, feeling a little uneasy. She paused, pondering what to say, when Zhou Tings asked, Have you eaten yet? No, Zhang Yuni replied. Zhou Tings understood and asked, Are you done? Yes, you can leave now. Zhang Yuni repeated, Shall I buy you a drink? Zhou Tings then said, Sure. Where are we going? The name of a pub flashed through Zhang Yuni's mind, and she told Zhou Tings. Zhou Tings wrote it down. Okay. See you later? Zhang Yuni said. Zhou Tings, see you later. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Yuni quickly packed up and left work. As she left the office, Hu Xiaochang, who was also working overtime, called out, Eva. Zhang Yuni turned around. What's wrong? Why haven't you left yet? Hu Xiaochang smiled. I have some unfinished business. Can't you go home and take care of it? Zhang Yuni was puzzled. Hu Xiaochang knew what she was worried about and said softly, My mother came to Shanghai a few days ago, and she's taking care of the kids. She's a single mother, working and taking care of the kids all by herself. Zhang Yuni and the others, knowing her situation, tried to take care of her as much as they could. If she needed to work overtime, they would try to arrange work that she could handle from home. The constant stream of unexpected situations in their profession made it difficult to avoid overtime. Zhang Yuni suddenly realized, Then you should go back early. Things that aren't urgent can be done tomorrow. She urged, Your mother rarely comes, so spend more time with her. Hu Xiaochang nodded, Don't worry, I will. At this point, she looked at Zhang Yuni, somewhat embarrassed. Eva, I'd like to take a day off the day after tomorrow. Zhang Yuni nodded, Okay. After agreeing, she asked, Is there something going on at home? Yes. Hu Xiaochang sighed helplessly, My mother isn't feeling well, and I want to take her to the hospital for a checkup. Zhang Yuni was slightly startled, then raised her hand and patted her shoulder. Go ahead. If you need any help, just tell me or Sister C or the others. Hu Xiaochang smiled knowingly, I will, thank you. After chatting with Hu Xiaochang for a few minutes, Zhang Yuni left the office. She typed in the address of the tavern and drove over. The tavern was a hidden gem that Zhang Yuni and Zhong Ling had stumbled upon 2 years ago. It wasn't big, but the atmosphere was wonderful. Tucked away in an alleyway in the downtown area, it was perfect for a drink or two after get-off work to unwind. More importantly, the drinks and food were excellent. Zhang Yuni and her friends had been there so often that they were familiar with the tavern's owner and chef. In less than 20 minutes, Zhang Yuni arrived. As soon as she parked the car, she sent a message to Zhou Tings. Mr. Zhou, I'm here. Zhou Tings sent her a photo of the tavern's interior, showing that he had already arrived. Zhang Yuni was startled and quickly got out of the car and walked inside. The tavern had a black wooden door, illuminated by 2 warm yellow lights on either side of the top. Zhang Yuni pushed the door open and entered, the room bathed in clusters of dimmer, gentler, warmer lights. Traveling through the hallway, to the left was a wine bar, and further ahead were neatly arranged seating arrangements. Because it was a weekday, the already lightly visited pub was even more deserted, with only 3 or 4 tables occupied. Zhang Yuni looked up, and immediately spotted the man sitting in the corner by the wall. The light and shadow fell on him, and from her angle, she could see the man's strong profile. His nose was straight, his nasal bridge narrow and high, and below it were lips of a slightly sensual, moderate thickness. Zhou Ting, noticing something, glanced in her direction, his eyes dark and bright. Their eyes met in midair, and Zhang Yuni stepped forward. Sorry, I'm late. Zhang Yuni felt particularly guilty when she said this. She was the one treating, yet she made them wait. Did you wait long? Zhou Tings, no. Zhang Yuni murmured, but didn't ask any further questions. She casually picked up the menu on the table, and glanced at the lemonade beside Zhou Tings. She felt like laughing. Why only 1 lemonade? Zhou Tings looked at her. The person who treated me to a drink just arrived. So for now, he'd just have the lemonade. Zhang Yuni was startled, her lips curling up slightly. She's here now. She asked vaguely, What would you like to drink? Zhou Tings lowered his eyes. Anything is fine. Then let me introduce you. Zhang Yuni didn't hesitate. The bartender here makes pretty good drinks. Zhou Tings nodded, watching her skillfully take the order, his eyebrows raised slightly. Do you come here often? Occasionally, Zhang Yuli replied. She was too busy with work to come often. She just loved going here, whether happy or upset. She wasn't a heavy drinker, but she had to admit that it helped her relax. After ordering the drinks, Zhang Yuli asked Zhou Tings, anything else? Zhou Tings hummed and picked up the menu again. Any food recommendations? Zhang Yuli was surprised. You haven't eaten yet? Zhou Tings didn't answer her directly, but instead looked at the menu and asked, anything? Their pan-fried ox tongue, roasted chicken, and nachos with meat sauce are all pretty good, Zhang Yuli told him. She didn't know Zhou Ting's taste very well yet, so she could only tell him a few dishes he tried that were good. Zhou Tings nodded and ordered nachos with meat sauce, roasted chicken, and a side of pasta with meat sauce. The drinks were brought over first. Just as Zhang Yuli was about to taste the food, Zhou Tings called out, Eva. Zhang Yuli looked up at the person sitting across from her. Sitting face to face, Zhou Ting's features were clearer and more handsome. He had a well-developed bone structure, and the proportions and depth of his features gave him a natural advantage. His eyebrows were sharp, his eyes were bright, and his temperament was noble and upright, calm and elegant. Zhang Yuli took him in, her eyelashes fluttering. What's wrong? Zhou Tings glanced at the wine in her hand and said calmly, drink later. Zhang Yuli was stunned, then suddenly realized. He remembered that she hadn't eaten dinner yet, and drinking on an empty stomach wasn't good. It was at that moment that Zhang Yuli realized that the dishes Zhou Tings had just ordered were for her. He must have already eaten. Realizing this, Zhang Yuli could feel her heartbeat quicken even more. If it weren't for the soft music still playing in the tavern, she might have been able to hear her own heartbeat. Okay. Zhang Yuli exhaled softly, avoiding Zhou Ting's gaze and looking away, asking for something to talk about. Did you just come from the company? Zhou Tings, no. Zhang Yuli murmured, not asking where he had come from. At that moment, Zhou Ting's phone screen lit up. He clicked it open. It was a message from Meng Sui. Where are you? Zhou Tings had an appointment with Meng Sui tonight. But Meng Sui was late, so he left. Zhou Tings, gone. Meng Sui, ? Zhou Tings, Mr. Meng, what time is it? Meng Sui was speechless. Although he felt guilty, he couldn't help but ask, you left without telling me? Zhou Tings, I forgot. Meng Sui choked, home? Then I come find you. Zhou Tings, not here. Meng Sui, ? Without waiting for Zhou Ting's reply, Meng Sui called. Zhou Tings hung up. Meng Sui then texted, what's going on? Zhou Tings, something. Meng Sui, what's the matter? Business or personal? He should know about business matters. After all, he's the figurehead president of Nexalith. Although Zhou Tings makes the final decision on all matters, big or small, and he never interferes with his choices, Zhou Tings is the kind of person who, even in power, wouldn't overstep his bounds. He'd still give Meng Sui a heads up if there was something. But if it wasn't business, but personal, Meng Sui felt he deserved to know. He was Zhou Ting's best friend. Hearing Meng Sui's words, Zhou Tings couldn't help but ask, did I sell myself to Nexalith? Meng Sui's confidence was lacking. I'm just concerned. Zhou Tings, no thanks. Meng Sui, Tisk, something's up with you, right? Why doesn't he know? Zhou Tings didn't reply to this message. The tavern's waiter brought their orders, along with an extra vegetable salad. Zhang Yuli was puzzled. Did they send the wrong dishes? No. The waiter was new and didn't recognize Zhang Yuli. He simply said, the boss sent it to you. Zhou Tings looked at Zhang Yuli. Zhang Yuli suddenly realized, is your boss here today? The waiter, in the kitchen. Zhang Yuli smiled, okay, thank you. After the waiter left, Zhang Yuli took out her phone and sent a message to the tavern owner, thanks. After sending the message, she put down her phone and called Zhou Tings to eat. Zhou Tings had actually finished dinner, but he still picked up his chopsticks and began to taste. The two of them ate in silence. Suddenly, Zhang Yuli's phone, which had been placed beside her, lit up. She picked it up and opened it. It was a reply from the tavern owner, you're welcome. Your boyfriend is good-looking. Zhang Yuli laughed, not a boyfriend. Tavern owner, oh? Zhang Yuli paused, then raised her eyes slightly, and happened to meet the gaze of the person opposite her. Her heart skipped a beat. Zhang Yuli feigned composure, lowering her eyes, as she pondered her response. The person on the other end asked, anything else at the company? No. Zhang Yuli quickly put her phone down. A message from a friend. Zhou Tings glanced at her phone, raised an eyebrow slowly, and didn't ask any further questions. The phone went silent. Zhang Yuni ate for a while longer before finally filling her stomach. The plates were cleared away, and Zhang Yuni took a sip from her wine glass, a satisfied smile on her face. Zhou Ting curled his lip. Suddenly, the person opposite, who had drunk 2 glasses of wine in a gulp, spoke up. Mr. Zhou? Zhou Ting fixed his gaze on her in response. What do you think of the wine here? Zhang Yuni asked curiously. Zhou Ting lowered his gaze, taking in the pair of clear eyes, and said in a low voice, not bad. That's good. Zhang Yuni smiled, holding the wine glass. I was worried it wouldn't suit your taste. Zhou Ting said this calmly. I'm not that picky. Zhang Yuni was puzzled. Really? How could she remember that Zhou Ting was very picky about wine? Zhou Ting was momentarily unresponsive and whispered, What? Zhang Yuni paused, muttering, No, maybe I remembered it wrong. Zhou Ting remained silent, a distant memory flashing through his mind. He paused, resting his elbows on the table, his slender fingers resting on his forehead, and smiled helplessly. You're not mistaken. Chapter 17. Zhang Yuni remained silent. Zhou Ting looked at her and whispered, I drink 3 cups to make amends. When the word apology came up, they both thought of the time Zhou Ting had been critical. That was the first dinner Zhang Yuni had had with him since they met. Before Siwei secured Nexolitha's annual PR contract, it had even lost the Nexolith pitch. The reason was simple. On the day of the pitch, Zhang Yuni and her friends were late. Zhou Ting had recently returned to China and didn't understand Siwei. He hated people who weren't punctual. So, he ruthlessly cancelled Siwei's pitch. Zhang Yuni tried to explain, but Zhou Ting wouldn't give her a chance. Later, a friend of Meng Sui and Caroline intervened and asked Meng Sui to invite Zhou Ting to dinner. Siwei's lateness was Siwei's fault, and Caroline knew it was their fault. But they still wanted to fight for it, at least for a chance to speak on stage. If Zhou Ting still didn't change his mind after the dinner, they wouldn't insist. Zhou Ting showed up at the dinner to show his respect to Meng Sui and Caroline. Zhang Yuni and Caroline had gone together, 6 or 7 people in a private room, and were introduced to each other. After a brief greeting, the food and drinks were served. Zhang Yuni stood up, holding her glass, and apologized to Meng Sui and Zhou Ting. Being late was their fault, a mistake in their own estimation. She didn't offer any further explanation, simply hoping Zhou Ting would give Siwei a chance. Meng Sui drank the wine Zhang Yuni offered as an apology, but Zhou Ting did not. Sitting beside Meng Sui, he gave Zhang Yuni a cold look and said bluntly, No thanks. Zhang Yuni stood there awkwardly. Meng Sui explained, Don't mind, Eva. He's a picky drinker, and having just returned to China, he's quite particular about his drinks. Zhang Yuni knew Meng Sui was trying to save face, and smiled faintly. I see. So what kind of wine does Mr. Zhou like? We can. No thanks, Zhou Ting interrupted her coldly. I'm not drinking today. Zhang Yuni was speechless, her face etched with embarrassment. Thankfully, Meng Sui's mediation helped avert an awkward situation. After the meal, Zhou Ting gave Siwei a chance to speak. Zhang Yuni and the others lived up to expectations. Thanks to Zhou Ting's sharp comments, they barely made it to the second round of the competition. Afterward, Siwei secured Nexolitha's annual PR. Thinking of this, Zhang Yuni still felt a tinge of resentment. After so many years in the workplace, she naturally understood that Zhou Ting's actions at the time were reasonable and logical. How could a team with no sense of time work together? But the sudden incident that day was truly unexpected and beyond Zhang Yuni and her team's control. Furthermore, she felt a bit embarrassed when Zhou Ting criticized her. Still, Zhou Ting didn't need to punish her with a drink. Zhang Yuni thought, There's no need for a drink. She admitted, It was indeed our fault back then. Zhou Ting, go ahead and punish him. Zhang Yuni looked at him suspiciously, wondering, why? It's a matter of reciprocity, Zhou Ting said. Zhang Yuni was speechless, then said after a pause, You didn't do anything wrong in the first place. You embarrassed the lady, Zhou Ting said, looking at her. That's still wrong. Zhang Yuni was stunned, and after a slow "oh," she finally remembered asking, Why did you finally give us a chance? She vaguely remembered that Zhou Ting hadn't relented at the end of the dinner. Zhou Ting looked at her. Afterward, Meng Sui and I went to the hospital together. Zhang Yuni was surprised. You? Well, Zhou Ting said. I'm sorry, I was too arbitrary. Zhang Yuni shook her head. If you put yourself in their shoes, I might have done the same. Being late is being late. Even if there's a legitimate reason, it's still being late. They were both professionals, and they already understood this. Being late for one's own reasons wastes the other person's time and work. It's normal for the other person not to listen to your reasons. Zhang Yuni had understood this long ago, but from her own perspective, she still felt a certain inexpressible helplessness and depression. Are they okay? Zhou Ting asked. Zhang Yuni and her team were late that day because they encountered a woman attempting suicide in labor. The situation was urgent and chaotic, so Zhang Yuni and her team rescued her and rushed her to the hospital. On the way to the hospital, Zhang Yuni was so flustered that she hadn't thought about calling Caroline to explain the situation. On arrival, after she had handed the woman to the doctor, Zhang Yuni remembered the incident. By then, it was too late. Not bad. Talking about the mother and daughter she had saved the day, Zhang Yuni asked, "Do you want to see them?" After that day, Zhang Yuni kept in touch with the mother and daughter. During holidays, she would visit them whenever she had time. Zhou Ting's, is it convenient? Zhang Yuni thought for a moment. It's okay to send photos. I show you the baby. Zhou Ting's, okay. Zhang Yuni picked up her phone, found Ho Dongling's chat, and showed Zhou Ting's the photo she had sent her. The little girl was over 2 years old and very cute. How's it going? Zhang Yuni handed the phone to Zhou Ting's and asked, in a rare childish tone, isn't she cute? Zhou Ting's lowered his eyes, looking at the little girl with bright eyes in the photo. His facial features softened, his gaze softened. Very cute. Zhang Yuni felt a surge of pride. Isn't it? Zhou Ting's agreed, then thought for a moment and asked, if I still didn't give Siwei a chance, would you regret it? Regret what? Zhang Yuni asked knowingly. Saving them? Zhou Ting's remained silent. Zhang Yuni looked up. Do you think I'd regret it? No, Zhou Ting said firmly. Hearing his answer, Zhang Yuni smiled and said, well, I wouldn't. She looked serious. If you didn't give her a chance, at most we'd have missed out on some benefits, and I believe we'd be able to regain Nexolith's PR the following year. Zhang Yuni had such confidence. She knew clearly that some things could be salvaged, saved. Some opportunities simply don't exist. Not even a 10,000th of a chance. Zhou Ting took in her expression, seeing her eyes sparkle as she mentioned the little girl, seeing her earnestly declare she had no regrets when she mentioned the incident that nearly cost her performance and damaged her reputation. A thought flickered in his mind. Zhou Ting understood and suddenly asked, I heard you were just stuck in traffic on the bridge. How did you find out she was about to jump? Zhang Yuni paused, not expecting Zhou Ting to ask such a question. How did you know it was me? Zhang Yuni's question was barely uttered before she realized. Ms. C said that? Zhou Ting nodded. Zhang Yuni hummed softly, lowering her eyes to her wine glass. She whispered, that road was heavily congested. We allowed 20 minutes for the traffic jam. While we were stuck in traffic, she was moving forward some distance away. When the road cleared a little, she stopped again. Over and over again, she didn't look like a leisurely passerby, nor like a stranger on her way somewhere. Zhang Yuni asked her colleague to stop the car. As she pushed open the door and got out, she wasn't sure if her thoughts were accurate. But she went down anyway, and just as the other person was dragging his bulky body up the railing, she grabbed him and held him back. It was a hunch, Zhang Yuni said succinctly. I just had a feeling something wasn't right with her. As for why she had that intuition, Zhang Yuni didn't mention it, and Zhou Ting didn't press the issue further. The two of them didn't continue the conversation, but Zhou Ting still punished himself with 3 drinks. After he finished, Zhang Yuni jokingly said, Mr. Zhou, did you forget something? Zhou Ting's, It's my treat tonight, Zhang Yuni said deliberately, reminding Zhou Ting that she was paying for his 3 self-inflicted drinks. Zhou Ting smiled at this, and raised his eyebrows. Then it's my turn? Zhang Yuni declined. No. Zhou Ting's, why? How can I keep asking you to treat me? Zhang Yuni said, I don't want to owe you more. Zhou Ting curled his lips, I don't mind. Zhang Yuni choked slightly, and glanced at him unceremoniously, I don't want to. Zhang Yuni insisted, and Zhou Ting naturally didn't force it. Before they knew it, it was past 11 o'clock. Zhang Yuni was slightly stunned when she saw the time. Mr. Zhou? Zhou Ting's, going back? Zhang Yuni nodded hesitantly. It's past 11. Let's go. Zhou Ting picked up his phone, and called a designated driver. As the two left the tavern, the owner, who had been hiding in the kitchen, appeared. Yuni. He called Zhang Yuni, his tone affectionate. Zhang Yuni looked up, Boss Jiang. Jiang Mingji responded, Why didn't you tell me you were coming? Zhang Yuni explained, I forgot. Jiang Mingji raised an eyebrow, and glanced at the person next to her. Who is this? Zhang Yuni turned, unsure how to introduce Zhou Ting. Should she call her client good or friend? While hesitating, Zhou Ting spoke first. Zhou Ting. Jiang Mingji. Boss Jiang extended his hand to Zhou Ting's and asked familiarly, "How's the wine?" Zhou Ting's, "Not bad." Jiang Mingji smiled, "Come often." Zhou Ting's nodded slightly. The two chatted briefly, and Jiang Mingji asked Zhang Yuni, "Did you drive here?" Zhang Yuni, "Yes." "Can I give you a ride?" Jiang Mingji asked. Zhang Yuni was stunned and asked, "Are you not running the shop anymore?" Jiang Mingji didn't seem to care. "You didn't need me anyway." Zhang Yuni was speechless, suddenly aware of a gaze on him. She paused and declined Jiang Mingji's offer. "No, we've called a designated driver." Even though he was rejected, Jiang Mingji remained undeterred. "Okay, bye." "Okay." Zhang Yuni said goodbye and left the tavern with Zhou Ting's. As they left the tavern, they could still vaguely hear singing emanating from inside. "Where's the car?" Zhou Ting's asked Zhang Yuni. Zhang Yuni raised her hand and pointed. "Over there, where's yours?" Zhou Ting's, "I didn't drive." Zhang Yuni was surprised. "Did you take a taxi?" Zhou Ting's, "Yes." Zhang Yuni uttered an "oh" surprised. "Then you?" Before she could finish her sentence, Zhou Ting's asked, "Would you mind giving me a ride?" "What do you think, Mr. Zhou?" Zhang Yuni found his question amusing. She glanced at the phone in his hand. "You're the one who ordered the designated driver, so I don't see any reason to refuse." Zhou Ting's nodded and said seriously, "That's right." The two waited for a while by Zhang Yuni's car before the designated driver arrived. After getting in, Zhou Ting's gave Zhang Yuni her address. Zhang Yuni blinked, and Zhou Ting's glanced sideways, whispering, "I return the car to you tomorrow morning?" "No rush." Zhang Yuni understood his intention. "I can take a taxi to work." Zhou Ting smiled faintly. "What time do you leave for the company?" Zhang Yuni, "Tomorrow at 7:30. Zhou Ting's, "Okay." The designated driver drove steadily and quickly. The two of them arrived at the gate of Zhang Yuni's residential complex without saying a word. After returning home from her separation and washing up, Zhang Yuni received a message from Zhou Ting's. "The car is parked." Zhang Yuni, "Okay." Zhou Ting's, "Go to bed early." Zhang Yuni, "Good night." Zhou Ting's, "Good night." Putting her phone down, Zhang Yuni went to bed. Having had a few drinks, she didn't feel like going back to the study to work overtime. After lying there with her eyes closed for a while, Zhang Yuni remembered something and sent Zhong Ling a message, asking if she was done with her work. "Zhong Ling, I'm getting ready for bed." "What's the matter?" Zhang Yuni, "A colleague of mine has an appointment at your hospital for Friday. If you're free, could you please help her?" Zhong Ling, "Which department?" Zhang Yuni had already asked Hu Xiaochang, who relayed the message to Zhong Ling. "Obstetrics and gynecology." Zhong Ling, "Okay, can you give me her contact information?" Zhang Yuni, "Okay." Sending Hu Xiaochang's WeChat to Zhong Ling, Zhang Yuni told her to contact her if she needed anything on Friday. Hu Xiaochang, still asleep, quickly replied, "Okay." Immediately afterwards, Zhang Yuni received another message from her, "Yuni, thank you." Zhang Yuni sent her an emoji in reply. After chatting with Hu Xiaochang for a few minutes, Zhang Yuni finally settled into bed. Because she went to bed early, Zhang Yuni woke up a little after 5 the next morning. After lying in bed for 10 more minutes, she threw off the covers and headed out to the gym. After returning home from her workout, Zhang Yuni showered and put on her makeup. As she finished putting on her makeup and chose her work outfit, she hesitated over the business suits in her closet. There was no set business suit for work. Zhang Yuni was simply used to dressing formally. As she was struggling with this, the phone screen next to her lit up. Zhang Yuni clicked on it. It was a message from Zhou Ting's. "Have you had breakfast?" Zhang Yuni held onto the closet door. "No." Zhou Ting's, "What do you want to eat?" Zhang Yuni thought for a moment. "There's a really good breakfast noodle shop right outside our complex." She'd eaten a lot today, and was craving noodles. Zhou Ting's, "Okay." Zhang Yuni, "You're out?" Zhou Ting's, "I'd be waiting for you at the entrance." He'd already arrived. Fearing Zhang Yuni might be anxious, Zhou Ting's added, "Don't worry, it's still early." Zhang Yuni, "I'll be down soon." Zhou Ting's, "No rush." Zhang Yuni knew Zhou Ting's wasn't trying to rush her, but she was anxious herself. She wasn't used to being kept waiting. She grabbed her everyday business suit, hurriedly changed her shoes, and headed out. When she reached the entrance to the complex, Zhang Yuni spotted someone waiting for her by her car. The weather was getting warmer, and Zhou Ting's was dressed to look especially handsome today, in a casual, light-colored suit. His tall, straight figure was handsome and dashing. He didn't look like he was going to work, but rather to a fashion show. Zhang Yuni thought to herself. Chapter 18. Hearing footsteps, Zhou Tings leaned over to look at her, waiting for her to approach. Good morning. Zhang Yuni stopped and looked up. Good morning, have you been waiting long? Zhou Tings said no, and opened the car door, motioning for her to get in. Zhang Yuni leaned in and climbed in. When Zhou Tings walked around the front of the car and took the driver's seat, asking her where the noodle shop was, she slowly buckled her seatbelt and said, You're not going to the noodle shop, are you? Zhou Tings was puzzled. Don't you want to eat noodles? Zhang Yuni didn't directly answer his question. Instead, she turned her head, letting her gaze wander over him. The noodle shop is too small. There might not be a seat inside at this time. Zhou Tings looked up. If there's no seat, where can we sit? At the door? Yes. Zhang Yuni nodded. There are usually a few folding tables at the door. She added, It's pretty basic. Enter the address. After receiving Zhang Yuni's answer, Zhou Tings insisted. Zhang Yuni, huh? Zhou Tings tilted his head to look at her, his lips curling slightly, a faint smile in his eyes. What, Eva, do you think I can't sit on the street and eat breakfast in this outfit? He heard the hidden meaning in Zhang Yuni's words. Zhang Yuni answered honestly, Aren't you afraid of getting it dirty? What? As long as it's washable. Zhou Tings didn't care. Zhang Yuni murmured, Oh, and while typing in the address, she muttered, There might be a lot of people looking at you. Although there were many people eating on the street in suits and ties, Zhou Tings' aura was noticeably different. Zhou Tings raised an eyebrow and smiled softly, Let them look. I'm not ugly, so I'm not afraid of being looked at. He's never been one to shy away from being stared at. Zhang Yuni was speechless, thinking to herself that he wasn't just good-looking. He was incredibly eye-catching. The two drove to the noodle shop, a little over a kilometer away, and arrived in 5 minutes. It was still early, but the noodle shop was already quite busy, with a line outside. Zhou Tings glanced around, and saw the simple menu posted on the wall. Zhang Yuni turned, What flavor would you like? Zhou Tings, do you have a recommendation? Zhang Yuni, most popular dishes are handmade beef noodles and shredded pork. Zhou Tings, I'm fine with anything. Zhang Yuni hummed a sigh of relief and asked, Then I order for you? Zhou Tings agreed, and he'd follow Zhang Yuni's instructions. There was indeed no room inside. By the time Zhang Yuni and Zhou Tings' noodles were ready, the only available space was a light wooden folding table on the curb outside the shop. Zhang Yuni asked the waiter to clean up and sat down with Zhou Tings. As she sat down, she glanced up at the man across from her, who looked remarkably calm and composed, and her heart, half hanging in the air, relaxed. The noodles arrived. Zhang Yuni waited for Zhou Tings to mix them thoroughly, then took a bite and asked, How's it? Zhou Tings swallowed his food, looked up, met a pair of expectant eyes, and said earnestly, Very good. Zhang Yuni smiled and slowly began to stir her noodles, thoroughly blending them with the garnishes, striving to make each noodle moist and flavorful. Okay. She knew the taste of the noodles at the noodle shop. Friends who had brought them there all praised their goodness, and even invited her back later. But Zhang Yuni couldn't help but worry that it wouldn't suit Zhou Ting's taste. After all, everyone has their own taste. The two of them finished breakfast in front of a bustling little shop and left. As they reached the car, Zhang Yuni suddenly remembered something, and looked at the man heading for the driver's seat. Mr. Zhou, can I give you a ride? Zhou Tings instinctively replied, Zhang Yuni looked at the car, her meaning clear. Zhou Tings was driving his own car today. He was clearly returning it. Zhang Yuni couldn't let him take her to Seaway, and then drive the car to Nexalith. If that were the case, the return of the car would be a long, long journey. Besides, Zhang Yuni needed the car for work. It would be most appropriate for her to take Zhou Tings to Nexalith, and then drive the car back to her own company. Zhou Tings realized what was happening, and raised an eyebrow. Okay, then I trouble you, Eva. You're welcome. Zhang Yuni got into the driver's seat. A thank you for breakfast. The two of them got in the car, and Zhang Yuni drove off. She was familiar with Nexalith's location, but this was her first time driving there from her home. 20 minutes later, the car stopped in front of Nexalith. As it stopped, Zhang Yuni couldn't help but think, I never knew my place was so close. She didn't show it, but tilted her head to look at the passenger seat. As she pondered what to say, her cell phone rang. Zhang Yuni quickly answered, Hello. A familiar male voice came from the other end, Eva? Before Zhang Yuni could say anything else, the other end said, This is Pu Li. Zhang Yuni was surprised, Mr. Pu. Pu Li smiled, her voice cold, Good morning. Zhang Yuni wasn't sure why Pu Li was calling her so early. After a few seconds of thought, she asked, Mr. Pu, Is there something urgent going on at the restaurant? No, Puli said softly, surprised that she had thought so far ahead. Nothing urgent, but there is something I want to discuss with you. He paused. Have you had breakfast? Zhang Yudi was silent. Are you at the restaurant now? Puli, well, is it convenient for you to come over? Of course. As a member of Party B, how could Zhang Yudi refuse Party A's request? Which restaurant are you at? I come over now. Puli gave her the location. After hanging up, Zhang Yudi remembered that there was someone else in her car. Mr. Zhou. She looked up at Zhou Ting's. Zhou Ting's agreed, unbuckled his seatbelt, and said, drive slowly. Zhang Yudi was stunned for a moment. Okay, then I get busy. Zhou Ting's nodded slightly, his eyes fixed on her. Eva. Zhang Yudi was typing in her address when she looked up. What's wrong? Zhou Ting's held onto the car door, his eyelashes lowered, and remained silent for a moment. It's okay, go ahead. Zhang Yudi, She honestly felt that Zhou Ting's was doing this on purpose, wanting to say something but stopping himself to pique her curiosity, but then stopped. But she didn't have time to ask further questions. Thinking about this, Zhang Yudi felt a little depressed. Goodbye. Zhou Ting's, goodbye. After parting with Zhou Ting's, Zhang Yudi rushed to Xuanxing restaurant without stopping. Parking the car in front of Xuanxing restaurant, Zhang Yudi immediately spotted someone waiting for her. She paused briefly, then pushed open the car door and stepped out. Mr. Pu. Puli looked up at her, his expression warm. I'm sorry to have you here so early. Zhang Yudi shook her head, her tone humbly. It's my duty. Puli gestured. Let's go get something to eat first. He didn't ask Zhang Yudi if she had already eaten, and there was no way Zhang Yudi would tell him at this moment. Mr. Pu, I've already had breakfast, so there's no need to eat. The two of them entered the store together. The store manager had reserved a seat for Puli with an excellent view, by the second-floor window. Zhang Yudi and Puli sat down face to face, and with a simple turn of their heads, they could take in the street and the distant scenery. What would you like to eat? Puli handed her the menu. Zhang Yudi took it. Mr. Pu, can you recommend something? I'm open to anything. Puli raised his eyes. Any preferences? Zhang Yudi, no. Puli didn't ask any more questions, and expertly ordered a few snacks that he thought were quite good. As the snacks arrived, Zhang Yudi opened up, wanting to know what Puli wanted to discuss specifically. But Puli wouldn't give her the chance. Let's talk after dinner. Zhang Yudi had no choice but to agree. Midway, Puli stood up to answer a phone call. Zhang Yudi also sent a message to her assistant, telling her that she was out on a business trip and would be back at the office late, and to call if anything urgent happened. In Zhang Yudi's job, clocking in and out wasn't necessary, but she was also worried about not being able to find her if the company needed her. After speaking to her assistant, Puli still hadn't returned. Zhang Yudi lowered her eyes to look at her phone, her mind suddenly distracted by the two words she had exchanged when she and Zhou Ting's had just parted. After pondering for a few seconds, Zhang Yudi couldn't help but open his chat. What did you want to tell me just now? Zhou Ting seemed busy, and he replied 20 minutes later. Just wanted to remind you not to overeat at breakfast. By the time Zhang Yudi saw his message, she and Puli had already resumed their snacks. Puli ordered quite a few things, and although Zhang Yudi couldn't eat much, she still gave him a courtesy and sampled every snack. Puli assumed she had a small appetite and didn't ask any further questions. After they had almost finished eating, Puli finally started talking to Zhang Yudi about work. Xuanxing wanted to make internal changes, and Zhang Yudi and her team would be responsible for promotion and publicity. He wanted to hear Zhang Yudi's assessment of his proposal and ask for any better ideas. Zhang Yudi had already thoroughly researched Xuanxing, and she already had answers to Pu Li's questions. She answered him earnestly, professionally, thoroughly, and with meticulous analysis. Pu Li had some knowledge of public relations work, but he had no idea they were capable of such a feat. Some of the ideas Zhang Yudi offered were better and more comprehensive than those offered by the marketing department. After a long chat, Pu Li, with a smile, said, I knew I was right to choose Siwei. Zhang Yudi's eyebrows curved. President Pu trusts us, so we naturally can't let him down. Pu Li looked at her intently and said, after a pause, I heard you've been working in this industry since graduation, and have you been working at Siwei? Yes, Zhang Yudi admitted. Pu Li nodded. No wonder you're so professional. Zhang Yudi smiled. Of course. After a brief chat, Pu Li suddenly changed the subject and said, Eva. Zhang Yudi, Can I ask you a personal question? Pu Li looked at her and said. Their eyes met, and Zhang Yuni's heart skipped a beat. She had a bad feeling. She wanted to tell Puli not to ask. But Puli was the client, and it wouldn't be appropriate to offend them on the first day of the partnership. Zhang Yuni had no choice but to say, "Ask anything." Puli raised an eyebrow and said bluntly, "Do you have a boyfriend?" Having expected this, Zhang Yuni replied, unsurprisingly, "No." Puli nodded. "No one pursuing you?" "Probably not." Having been asked this question, Zhang Yuni sighed silently inwardly, and had to bring up the words she'd used to say when someone tried to introduce her to someone. "I don't have any plans for a boyfriend right now." Hearing her refusal, Puli smiled faintly. "Celibate?" Zhang Yuni thought for a moment and replied honestly, "Not really." Having said this, Puli stopped asking. After discussing business matters and a few personal matters, Zhang Yuni stood up and said goodbye to Puli. She had to return to the company, and Puli had other things to attend to. Before they parted, Puli asked, "If anything happens here, can I contact you anytime?" "Of course," Zhang Yuni said dutifully. "That's what we're supposed to do." Puli was relieved. "Okay, let's get back to you." "Okay." Puli stood at the door and watched her go. Zhang Yuni drove off without lingering. Only when she returned to her office did she see Zhou Ting's message. Understanding his meaning, Zhang Yuni raised an eyebrow and replied, "Can you overeat at lunch and dinner?" She did it on purpose. Zhou Ting's, Zhang Yuni, Zhou Ting's, back to the office? Zhang Yuni, After sending the message, Zhang Yuni thought for 3 seconds and added, "Mr. Zhou, you're late." She was already stuffed. Even though she had only taken a bite of each snack, she still felt full. Zhou Ting's, "Sorry, I'll be there earlier next time." Zhang Yuni, "Okay." The two were chatting on WeChat. Zhang Yuni entered the elevator, checked the time, and asked, "Aren't you busy right now?" Zhou Ting's looked up, glanced at the manager making a presentation in the conference room, and replied with a lowered gaze, "Yeah, not really." Zhang Yuni, "No wonder." Zhou Ting's, "How about you?" Zhang Yuni answered honestly, "I'd be in the office soon, so I have to get busy." She'd been away all morning, so things must have piled up. Zhou Ting's replied, "Okay." Concluding the conversation, Zhou Ting's was about to put his phone down when Ming Sui, who was sitting in the main seat, gave him a look. Then, Zhou Ting's received a new message on WeChat. "Ming Sui, is Mr. Zhou slacking off during the meeting?" Zhou Ting's, "I'm imitating Mr. Ming." Ming Sui choked up, "I saw you grab your phone." Although he didn't listen carefully when he wasn't holding his phone, he wasn't that blatant. Zhou Ting's, "Really?" Ming Sui, "Of course." Seeing his reply, Zhou Ting's put his phone down. Glancing at his movements, Ming Sui was speechless and sent him another message, "Come to my office later." Zhou Ting's, "No." He knew Ming Sui couldn't be looking for him for anything serious. If he had, he wouldn't have said it on WeChat. Ming Sui was speechless, but there was nothing he could do about him. Although he was the CEO, Zhou Ting's made all the decisions about the company, big or small. His role as CEO was just a figurehead. Of course, Ming Sui also enjoyed being a figurehead CEO. He enjoyed the leisure and freedom. After the meeting, Zhou Ting's went back to his office. Ming Sui followed him in without being invited, pulled up a chair across from him, and sat down. She glanced at the phone in his hand and raised her eyebrows. "What are you doing? Ordering takeout?" If he was reading correctly, it was a food delivery app that none of them used often. Zhou Ting's hummed. Ming Sui frowned. "What do you want? Didn't you have breakfast? Should I have it delivered?" "No." Zhou Ting's placed his order and then looked up at him. "What do you want from me?" Ming Sui, "What are you buying?" Zhou Ting's was speechless, then glanced at him and said, "Mr. Ming, can't I have a little privacy?" Speaking of privacy, Ming Sui remembered, "Where were you last night?" Zhou Ting's, "Do I really have no privacy?" Ming Sui choked. "That's not what I meant. I'm just asking." He looked Zhou Ting's up and down, saying firmly, "You must be keeping something from me." The two had known each other since childhood, and knew each other intimately. Ming Sui wouldn't say he knew Zhou Ting's inside and out, but out of 10, he knew him at least 8 or 9 out of 10. Not only had he stood him up yesterday, but he was also playing on his phone during the meeting today. You know, Zhou Ting is the type of person who values efficiency. He always believes that communicating over the phone is more efficient and accurate. He rarely uses WeChat. Today, not only did he use it frequently, but he also blatantly slacked off during the meeting. "Tell me about it," Ming Sui pressed. "Is it something I can't even talk about?" Zhou Ting thought for a moment. Not yet. Ming Sui was speechless, her eyes suddenly widening. So is there something going on? He realized. Are you in a relationship? Zhou Ting, no. Ming Sui, then you have someone you like. Zhou Ting remained silent. Ming Sui observed his expression, searching his mind. Who is it? Is it someone I know? Is it the same celebrity you confessed to last time? Zhou Ting's glanced at him. What female celebrity? Don't tell me you've forgotten. Ming Sui glanced at him. Our company's product spokesperson. Zhou Ting's. Oh. His tone was indifferent. His attitude was cold. I don't remember. Ming Sui was speechless. If not a female celebrity, then who? Zhou Ting's ignored him. Just then, his assistant knocked on the door, and he immediately ordered Ming Sui to leave. If President Ming didn't work, he had to work. Ming Sui, embarrassed, listened to his sarcastic remarks, and reluctantly stood up and left. As he left the office, he wanted to ask Zhou Ting's assistants if they knew about their boss. But on second thought, he felt it was inappropriate. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zhang Yuni finished dealing with the morning's pile of tasks and stood up to walk around the office. She was really feeling a little full. She rubbed her stomach, picked up her cup, and decided to go to the tea room. As soon as she arrived at the tea room, Qin Xinhe called out to her, Sister Eva, you have a call. Zhang Yuni agreed, I'm coming. She returned to the office to answer the call. When she heard someone say she had takeout, she was a little confused. Are you sure it's for me? The delivery guy asked, Are you Miss Zhang? Yes. Zhang Yuni hung up and went downstairs to get the takeout. Downstairs, Zhang Yuni took the takeout from the delivery guy and returned to the office to open it, only to discover who had ordered it. What did you buy? Lu Jingmen knocked on the door and came in looking for her. Zhang Yuni, medicine. Lu Jingmen looked down. What's wrong? Did you eat too much? A little. Zhang Yuni took out the digestive and stomach-strengthening tablets that had just been delivered and read the instructions. I took 2 this morning. Lu Jingmen was surprised. Why eat 2 meals? At this point, Zhang Yuni was helpless. Party A's treating, there's no reason to refuse. Lu Jingmen laughed. When President Pu asked you out, you'd already had breakfast, right? Zhang Yuni, yeah. Why didn't you just say so? Lu Jingmen asked. Zhang Yuni frankly said, I can't let Party A's father eat alone. Lu Jingmen thought for a moment, that's right. They were serving Party A. Forget having an extra breakfast. Even if Party A invited them for drinks and business, they'd have to keep them company. Then take your medicine quickly, Lu Jingmen urged. Let's talk afterward. Zhang Yuni read the instructions, swallowed the medicine, and then started talking about work with Lu Jingmen. By the time they finished talking, it was lunchtime. Zhang Yuni wasn't hungry, so she didn't go downstairs with her colleagues to eat. She picked up her phone, opened the camera, took a picture, and sent it to Zhou Ting's. Mr. Zhou, did you buy this? This was a bit of a knowing question. No one else knew she'd overeaten so early in the morning. Zhou Ting's, are you feeling better? Zhang Yuni, I think so. Zhou Ting seems? Zhang Yuni, well, I'm not very sensitive to that. Anyway, I'm not feeling as bad anymore. Zhou Ting's let out a laugh. Do you want to go to the hospital? Zhang Yuni, no, I should be fine soon. Zhou Ting's, are you sure? Zhang Yuni, sure, I'm not going to eat lunch. Zhou Ting's didn't quite agree with her lifestyle, but he also understood the frustrations of working people. It's common to eat one meal and skip another. When you're busy, you get too hungry and can't eat. Zhou Ting's pondered for a few seconds. Not hungry at all? Zhang Yuni had a clue what Zhou Ting's meant and replied, now, I eat when I'm hungry. After she said that, Zhou Ting stopped trying to persuade her. He had originally wanted her to have some millet porridge to nourish her stomach. At this point, Zhang Yuni asked in confusion, have you had lunch? Zhou Ting's, no, I'm waiting for Ming Sui. Zhang Yuni blinked, okay. Just then, Ming Sui arrived. Zhou Ting's put away his phone and went downstairs with him. Zhang Yuni took a rare lunch break, so she put down her phone and took a nap on the sofa. After waking, she felt much better. Back to work, Zhang Yuni didn't feel hungry anymore. She was busy until 4 o'clock, when she got up for a meeting and finally realized she was hungry. After the meeting, Zhang Yuni followed Caroline to her office. How was your conversation with Mr. Pu this morning? Zhang Yuni had told her assistant and Caroline about it when she met with Pu Li that morning. Zhang Yuni sat down in the chair across from her and said softly, not bad. Many of his ideas align with our planned promotion, but he still needs to get the board's approval. Zhang Yuni pondered. That won't be that easy. Caroline nodded. At a company like Shuingqing, the board members tend to be more traditional and conservative. You might need to contribute more. Zhang Yuni, I know. The two chatted about Shuingqing's business affairs, but Caroline suddenly changed the subject to personal matters. Yuni. Zhang Yuni, what's wrong? Normally, when Caroline called her by her Chinese name, it wasn't about business. Caroline tilted her head and looked at her. Are you free this weekend? Come to my house for dinner? Zhang Yuni sighed, then calculated, are you planning on celebrating your birthday early this year? Caroline glanced at her. Seriously? I'm introducing you to a friend. Zhang Yuni was at a loss for words. Are you setting me up on a blind date? Not really, Caroline said. Just get to know each other. If there's no connection, consider it just friendship. Fearing Zhang Yuni might resist, she added the other person's identity. He was a coffee shop owner, and there might be opportunities for future collaboration. Zhang Yuni was a little tempted to refuse, but in their line of work, networking was crucial. The more people you knew, the easier it would be to get started. Besides, since Caroline had said that, she knew she just wanted a meeting and wouldn't force anything else. So she agreed. Okay, let's have dinner together. You can't push us too hard. Caroline agreed. I understand. Don't worry. Her words made Zhang Yuni feel a little more at ease. Seeing Zhang Yuni relent, Caroline warned, don't wear your business suit on Saturdays. Wear something a little fancier. At this point, Caroline couldn't help but taunt her, don't mess with your looks. Zhang Yuni looked innocent. Do you expect me to dress up even when I come to work? Caroline didn't think twice. I have no objection. Zhang Yuni, For some reason, she thought of the person, who looked more like she was going to a fashion show than a work outfit. Zhang Yuni couldn't help but laugh. Caroline was puzzled. What are you laughing at? Zhang Yuni looked up, her lips curled upwards. Nothing. If there's nothing else, I go back to the office. Caroline waved at her. Go ahead. Saturday lunchtime, don't forget. Okay. Back in the office, Zhang Yuni found a bowl of millet porridge on her desk. She paused for a moment and asked her assistant, did you order this for me? Chen Xinhe looked suspicious. Didn't you order this? Zhang Yuni, no. She picked up the takeout order, glanced at it, and knew the answer. Sister Eva? Seeing she didn't say anything, Chen Xinhe called out, the delivery man said it was yours, so I brought it in. Zhang Yuni came back to her senses, my friend ordered it. Chen Xinhe suddenly realized, okay, then you eat first. I'm going to go out first. Call me if you need anything. Zhang Yuni, go ahead. After Chen Xinhe left, Zhang Yuni took out her phone again, took a photo, and sent it to Zhou Ting's, asking bluntly, did you order it? Zhou Ting's, yes. Zhang Yuni was stunned for a moment, surprised, but not so surprised. She had only recently discovered that Zhou Ting's was a very attentive and meticulous person. This man appeared cold and indifferent, but he was actually very thoughtful. Just as she was thinking, Zhou Ting sent a message, arrived just now. Zhang Yuni, it should have been here a while ago. I was just in a meeting upstairs. Zhou Ting's, are you hungry? Zhang Yuni replied formally, yes. She had to admit that Zhou Ting's takeout order was just right. Zhou Ting's, eat now, don't overeat. Zhang Yuni pretended not to notice the sarcasm in his words and replied, thanks for the reminder, Mr. Zhou. I will definitely not eat twice a day in one meal again. Chapter 19. After finishing her millet porridge, Zhang Yuni felt like she could still fight for a while longer. Her thought came true. Just as she was about to rest for a while, something unexpected happened. The spokesperson for the beauty company, who had just finished her crisis PR, had been exposed again. Someone on Weibo revealed that his article was ghostwritten, and the woman in the article was not the senior student he had a crush on. They were clearly using someone else's name to deceive their fans, fabricating a story. Seaway wasn't responsible for PR for film and television companies, but it was responsible for PR for beauty brands. A brand spokesperson's mishap would directly impact product sales, reputation, and so on. Instantly, Zhang Yuni and her department were inundated with calls and meetings. Those who had hoped to leave work on time no longer had any hope. Even as she was swamped with work, Zhang Yuni couldn't help but think, thankfully, the news didn't happen on Friday. If it had, they wouldn't have had any weekend off. Since this happened on Thursday, everyone still had at least one working day to deal with it. As they gathered everyone for a meeting and waited for the cosmetics brand staff to arrive, Zhang Yuni was not surprised to hear colleagues complain, what a foolish spokesperson. Men are inherently bad. No man is good. The story is quite touching, and it moved quite a few fans to tears. Zhang Yuni listened silently, reading the public opinion on Weibo, her mind wandering. Suddenly, Lu Jingman raised her hand and poked her arm. The netizens are being quite harsh, aren't they? Zhang Yuni, that's normal. If it weren't for her professional status, she would have wanted to curse too. Lu Jingman sighed. Actually, I want to scold him too, but we have to prioritize work. At this point, she asked Zhang Yuni, have you come up with a PR plan? Zhang Yuni hummed, let me hear your opinion first. Lu Jingman, whose position was one level below Zhang Yuni's, was also highly capable, and her occasional suggestions were truly inspiring. Lu Jingman, the best solution is to terminate the contract. They had already mentioned this last time. There's no need to protect an artist who's repeatedly exposed in scandals. Besides, Zhu Jiayo isn't some untouchable A-lister. Even if he were, a scandal like this would undoubtedly lead to a significant fan loss. Zhang Yuni nodded, it depends on what Aurora thinks. Her first option was also to terminate the contract. Aurora might be considering how to restore their reputation and sales after the termination. Lu Jingman muttered. Zhang Yuni listened and suddenly asked, how well do you know Shen Shuyao? Lu Jingman was stunned. Shen Shuyao? That actress? Zhang Yuni, yeah. I don't know her particularly well, but she's been quite popular in the last 2 years. Lu Jingman spoke frankly, realizing what was happening. You want to recommend her to Aurora? Zhang Yuni smiled slightly. She probably doesn't need my recommendation. Aurora should know her. That's true, Lu Jingman pondered. Aurora is facing a crisis now, and I don't know if she'd be willing to sign. There's nothing wrong with the Aurora brand itself. Zhang Yuni clicked on Shen Shuyao's photo and whispered. As long as you're sincere, there shouldn't be any problems with Shen Shuyao. As she spoke, she picked up the phone next to her and sent a message. Lu Jingman understood and suddenly asked, she doesn't have any similar endorsements, right? Zhang Yuni, it just expired and wasn't renewed. Lu Jingman was surprised. Then there's hope. As they spoke, someone from Aurora arrived. The situation was urgent, so Zhang Yuni ignored the others and took the lead herself. As she expected, after the Zhu Jiayo incident broke again, Aurora immediately experienced product returns, and its online reputation immediately deteriorated. Aurora's operations were extremely anxious, but there was nothing they could do. Zhang Yuni bluntly suggested removing the endorser to stem the losses. As for the remedy, of course, it was to find a more powerful artist with greater sales potential. Besides that, Zhang Yuni offered a number of countermeasures for Aurora to consider. When Aurora selected a PR firm, they prioritized its ability to shape the client's brand and manage crisis. After hearing Zhang Yuni's thoughts, Aurora's vice president asked, are there any other alternatives? Zhang Yuni bluntly stated, this is the best solution to the current situation. From both a professional and personal perspective, Zhang Yuni hoped that Aurora would replace Zhu Jiayo as its spokesperson. She could sense that Zhu Jiayo must be protected, otherwise, Aurora wouldn't be so indecisive and appear so embarrassed. Seeing Zhang Yuni's resolute expression, the Aurora vice president paused, let's discuss this internally. Zhang Yuni responded, okay, Mr. Li, please feel free to contact us. We deal with other impacts first. There were many negative comments online about Aurora, and Zhang Yuni, and her team needed to address them and redress the situation. After the meeting, Zhang Yuni and the others immediately returned to their workstations. Soon after, Aurora announced that it would release a termination announcement as soon as possible. Zhang Yuni and her team needed to cooperate and strive to reverse the brand's current situation and return it to profitability as quickly as possible. Half an hour later, as netizens criticized Zhu Jiayo and returned their Aurora products, Aurora officially released a termination announcement with Zhu Jiayo. The statement was written by Zhang Yuni, and Aurora made some revisions before issuing it. Shortly after it was issued, some Aurora customers expressed the need to be more discerning about future spokespersons, saying that the product was still very useful, but their selection of spokespeople was always mediocre. Zhang Yuni took advantage of the comments from old customers to guide a new round of product marketing and promotion, trying to alleviate the current situation as much as possible. When you're busy, it's easy to lose track of time. Once the matter was essentially finalized, Zhang Yuni discussed with Aurora's vice president and asked them to contact Shen Shuyao's team first. She would also leverage her connections to try to reach Shen Shuyao or her agent directly, which would expedite the process. Other colleagues gradually returned home, and Zhang Yuni finally realized she was tired. She rubbed her sore eyes and opened her drawer to try to put in some eye drops, but realized she hadn't bought any more since running out last time. Closing the drawer, Zhang Yuni closed her eyes and relaxed, packing her things to go home. Waiting for the elevator, she opened her phone and saw numerous WeChat messages from friends, some asking for gossip about Zhui Jiayo, others chatting about trivial matters. Zhang Yuni checked and saw that Zhou Tings had sent her a message half an hour ago, asking if she'd returned home. Zhang Yuni was stunned for a moment, then lowered her head and replied, "Getting ready." Just half a minute after the message was sent, her phone rang in the silent office. Zhang Yuni picked up. "Hello? Just finished?" Zhou Ting's deep voice drifted into her ears, bringing a touch of life to the empty, overly silent office. Zhang Yuni hummed softly, paused, and asked, "What about you? You're not working overtime too, are you?" He answered the phone so quickly. Was he slacking off, or was he already at home with nothing to do? Zhou Tings glanced at the documents spread out on his desk and whispered, "Working overtime at home." Zhang Yuni sighed, unable to help but sigh. How miserable. They were all a bit miserable. But in comparison, she was the worst off. Hearing the melancholy in her voice, Zhou Tings whispered, trying to soften his tone. "Tired?" "Tired," Zhang Yuni answered honestly, stepping into the elevator. Zhou Tings was at a loss for words. Feeling his silence, Zhang Yuni smiled. "Mr. Zhou, don't you want to say anything?" Zhou Tings asked. "What do you want me to say?" In reality, saying anything would be futile. Zhou Tings could naturally comfort Zhang Yuni, saying thank you for your hard work, or telling her to go home and rest. But these words were too empty and ineffective, and instead seemed perfunctory. Zhang Yuni understood Zhou Ting's meaning. She stared at the ever-decreasing elevator floor numbers and deliberately asked, "What do you think, Mr. Zhou?" She suddenly became curious. "Have you never comforted anyone before?" Zhou Tings, "No." Zhang Yuni raised an eyebrow, suddenly remembering something, and whispered, "Have you ever had a friend who needed comfort?" "What friend?" Zhou Tings replied, "My friends are all of the same sex, so they don't really need verbal comfort." Zhang Yuni, holding her phone, caught a glimpse of her reflection in the elevator door. The corners of her lips twitched slightly, and she uttered a slow "oh." Zhou Tings, he needs at least. Zhang Yuni was surprised and jokingly asked, "Is President Meng so strong?" A natural optimist, Zhou Tings commented. Zhang Yuni laughed. That proves he's had a smooth life since childhood. Only those who lack nothing, whose hearts are filled with contentment, can be natural optimists. Of course, there are exceptions, but they are rare. Sensing the envy in Zhang Yuni's voice, Zhou Tings paused for a moment and whispered, "Are we at the parking lot?" He heard the elevator door open. Zhang Yuni said yes, and walked towards her car. "Hang up first?" Zhou Tings lowered his eyes. "The road's dark, drive slowly." Zhang Yuni smiled. "I know." After hanging up, Zhang Yuni sat in the car for half a minute before starting the car and heading home. The roads were clear at this hour, and it only took Zhang Yuni 10 minutes to get home from work. After parking the car and going upstairs, the phone screen in her hand lit up. It was from the person who had called her. "Have you arrived yet?" Zhang Yuni replied, "Just arrived." Zhou Tings, "Go to bed early." Zhang Yuni, "Okay, good night." Zhou Tings, "Good night." The next morning, Zhang Yuni awoke and sent a message to Zhong Ling, asking her to remember to contact Hu Xiaochang to see if she needed any help. She and Hu Xiaochang had worked together for years, and knew her well, knowing she didn't want to bother anyone. She wouldn't ask for help unless absolutely necessary, so it was up to the person offering the help to take the initiative. Zhong Ling replied after a while, "I know." "Why are you up so early?" Zhang Yuni hadn't replied yet, but Zhong Ling sent another message. "I saw some entertainment news last night. Aurora's PR agency is you, right?" Zhang Yuni, "Yes, that's why I got up so early." Zhong Ling suddenly realized, no matter how busy you are, remember to eat. It's good for your health. Zhang Yuni, "I know. Thanks, Dr. Zhong, for the reminder." Zhong Ling, "Go on, I take care of Hu Xiaochang." Zhang Yuni, "Okay." After washing up and chatting with Zhong Ling for a few minutes, Zhang Yuni changed and headed to the office. She left last and arrived first. Thankfully, she was already accustomed to this kind of work and life, so she didn't feel too uncomfortable. Zhang Yuni immediately reviewed the online buzz and compiled Aurora's data for analysis. After officially returning to work, she asked friends for the contact information for Shen Shuyao and her agent, attempting to reach out to them to discuss a possible collaboration. Soon after, Aurora's vice president informed Zhang Yuni that he had contacted Shen Shuyao's agent, but she wasn't interested in a partnership and that they might have a better option. Even if they didn't, they weren't interested in working with a brand whose spokesperson had recently been exposed. Nevertheless, Shin Shuao was Aurora's best option at the moment, so they had to fight for her if they could. Zhang Yuni and her colleagues met and decided to personally meet with Shin Shuao. What if she's personally interested in their proposal? The only problem is how to contact Shin Shuao. Zhang Yuni was having a headache when a colleague whispered, "Sister Eva, should we ask Mr. Zhou?" Zhang Yuni was puzzled. "Mr. Zhou?" "Yes," the colleague whispered. "I remember Miss Shin confessed her feelings to Mr. Zhou. Mr. Zhou should have Miss Shin's contact information." Zhang Yuni was stunned and subconsciously asked, "When did that happen?" "They talked about it last time we had dinner." "Have you forgotten?" Another colleague reminded her. "Someone from Nexalit told me." Zhang Yuni remembered this incident. She hadn't forgotten, but she hadn't expected the actress Zhou Tings had confessed her feelings to Shin Shuao. Meeting her colleagues' puzzled gazes, Zhang Yuni snapped back to her senses. "I just remembered." "Let me?" asked. As she spoke, she opened her phone, hesitated for only 3 seconds, then stood up to call Zhou Tings. Zhou Tings answered quickly, "Hello? Mr. Zhou?" Zhang Yuni returned to her office and whispered, "Sorry to bother you at this hour. Are you busy?" Zhou Tings asked directly, "Anything I can help you with?" Zhang Yuni pursed her lips. "Do you have the contact information for Miss Shin Shuao?" Zhou Tings frowned. "Who?" Zhang Yuni. "Shin Shuao, a very popular female celebrity." As she introduced her to Zhou Tings, Zhang Yuni couldn't help but wonder, could it be that her colleagues had misremembered her? Was it someone else, not Shin Shuao, who had confessed her feelings to Zhou Tings? Otherwise, how could Zhou Tings have forgotten this person's existence? Zhou Tings immediately realized and asked, "Do you want her to be Aurora's new spokesperson?" "She's the most suitable candidate right now," Zhang Yuni explained the situation. "But her agent isn't very optimistic, so I'd like to contact her directly and have a chat." Agents have their own considerations, and artists have their own. Sometimes, an agent might not want something the artist wants. Zhang Yuni wanted to fight for it, to try harder. Zhou Tings was silent. After a few seconds of silence, Zhang Yuni asked again, "Don't you have her contact information?" "Yes," Zhou Tings replied. Then, Zhang Yuni hesitated, "Please ask her for me. I'd like to add her as a friend." Zhou Tings, "Okay." Chapter 20. Zhou Tings was incredibly efficient. In less than half an hour, he had sent Zhang Yuni Shin Shuao's contact information. Zhang Yuni quickly requested to be added, stating her identity and purpose. Thanks to Zhou Ting's prior contact, Shin Shuao accepted quickly. Having contact information made things much easier and faster. After they became friends, Zhang Yuni took the initiative to explain herself in detail, and why she was looking for her. After the message was sent, Shin Shuao replied, "I know. Zhou Tings told me everything." Without waiting for Zhang Yuni to say anything else, Shin Shuao asked, "Let's meet up and chat." Zhang Yuni blinked, looked at the 3 words Zhou Tings she had sent, and replied, "When is it convenient for Miss Shin?" Shin Shuao, "Right now." Zhang Yuni, "No problem. Where would you like to meet, Miss Shin? I reserve a spot." Artists are quite secretive about their schedules, and a female star of Shin Shuao's stature needs to avoid being recognized by fans when she goes out. So, the meeting place needs to be chosen carefully. Shin Shuao directly sent her a shared location, and Zhang Yuni clicked on it. It was a coffee shop near Zhou Ting's office. When Zhang Yuni drove to the coffee shop, Shin Shuao hadn't arrived yet. She didn't rush her, but went to the small private room they had arranged to wait. While waiting for Shin Shuao to arrive, Zhang Yuni thought for a moment and asked Ren Huaiming, "What's the relationship between Mr. Zhou and Shin Shuao?" Ren Huaiming, presumably not busy, replied quickly, "Why are you asking this suddenly?" Zhang Yuni, "I'm looking for a collaboration with her and want to get to know her better." Ren Huaiming, "I'm not sure if they're close, but they should be familiar. She's been to our office a few times." Zhang Yuni suddenly realized, "I heard she confessed her feelings to Zhou Tings?" Ren Huaiming, "Yes, we all know that." Zhang Yuni, "And then what?" Ren Huaiming, "What then?" Zhang Yuni didn't know if Ren Huaiming really didn't understand her meaning, or was just doing it on purpose. She thought for a moment and replied, "What do you think?" Ren Huaiming smiled and replied, "No, President Zhou rejected it." Zhang Yuni, "Miss Shin isn't angry?" Ren Huaiming, "I don't know about that, but Shin Shuao hasn't been to our company recently." Zhang Yuni, "That's right." Ren Huaiming told her, "I've met her. She doesn't have the airs of a big star, and her personality is quite acceptable." Zhang Yuni, "Okay." After chatting with Ren Huaiming for a while, Shin Shuao arrived. Seeing her coming alone, Zhang Yuni was a little surprised. "Miss Shin, you came alone?" Shin Shuya took off her sunglasses and glanced at her, a flicker of surprise in her eyes. Why? She sat down across from Zhang Yuni and asked, Do you think I can't leave without my assistant? Zhang Yuni smiled and shook her head. That's not what I meant. Shin Shuya glanced at her and snorted. You're just prejudiced. Zhang Yuni, She was helpless, her lips slightly pursed. Just as she was about to offer some explanation, Shin Shuya ended the conversation. It's not important. Let's get down to business. Zhang Yuni smiled. Would you like something to drink? Anything, Shin Shuya said, then looked at Zhang Yuni hesitantly. What would you like to drink? Zhang Yuni, anything is fine with me. Then, Shin Shuya hesitated for a moment. Would you like a salty cheese latte? Zhang Yuni looked up at her, seeming to understand her hesitation. Yes, Miss Shin, would you like to drink? I can only taste it, Shin Shuya said gloomily. She was prone to gaining weight, and her agent was very strict about her diet. Zhang Yuni understood and suggested, It's okay, I can have another cup. Shin Shuya was silent for a moment. Thank you. After ordering their coffee and waiting for the waiter to bring it, the two of them got down to business. Shin Shuya took a sip of the salty cheese latte she had been craving and took the initiative to open up the conversation. Zhou Ting's told me about your situation. Are you sure I'm the most suitable candidate for Aurora? Zhang Yuni, yes. She looked at Shin Shuya and asked, Miss Shin, please state any conditions. We will discuss with Aurora and try our best to meet any that can be met. Hearing her words, Shin Shuya's rebellious nature emerged. Conditions? You don't even ask if I want to sign? Why did you just state conditions directly? She hadn't even made her stance clear, and Zhang Yuni was already moving on to the next step. Wasn't that a bit too hasty? Hearing this, Zhang Yuni smiled faintly and said seriously, If you had no interest in endorsing Aurora, you wouldn't have agreed to meet with me. She could have simply rejected him directly on WeChat. Even if she wanted to give Zhou Ting's face, she had already given him enough by agreeing to let him add her on WeChat. Shin Shuya was stunned. She hadn't expected Zhang Yuni to see through her thoughts. She was silent for a moment before saying, I'm negotiating a contract termination with the company. This was also the reason her agent had directly rejected the offer of cooperation with Aurora. The company hoped Shin Shuya would give up the idea of terminating her contract. If she insisted on doing so, many collaboration opportunities would be denied to her. Zhang Yuni nodded, I guessed it. Shin Shuya was surprised. Did Zhou Ting's tell you? No. Zhang Yuni didn't know why Shin Shuya said that, but she was also puzzled. Did Zhou Ting's know that Shin Shuya was going to terminate her contract with the company? She thought this in her heart, but kept it to herself. I've seen your development in recent years, and watched your recent interviews. Shin Shuya, was I that obvious? Zhang Yuni smiled. My intuition is pretty good. Talking about intuition was actually a self-deprecation. Zhang Yuni worked in public relations, and had a keen sense of smell. From the drama Shin Shuya had taken on in the past 2 years, including her occasional interviews, it was clear that she wanted to transform, to settle down, and to pursue a career in talent. But the dramas the company offered her were mostly idle dramas, both modern and ancient, with similar scripts and similar character designs. Shin Shuya didn't want to stay stuck in the same place. She was getting older, and it was impossible for her to keep playing the same scripts and roles. She wanted to change, but change wasn't easy. She could make money acting in idle dramas for the company, so naturally, they wanted her to continue on this path. Shin Shuya didn't refute Zhang Yuni's analysis. After a long pause, she asked, I have a good impression of Aurora, but my agency might. I understand what you mean. Zhang Yuni looked at her. Can you tell me how long until Mission's contract with the agency expires? An idea came to her mind. If possible, Shin Shuya could terminate her contract with the agency and sign an endorsement contract with Aurora, and they could announce it together. Given Shin Shuya's current popularity and traffic, this was a win-win situation. Shin Shuya told her, about a month or so. Zhang Yuni understood and asked, after your contract is terminated, which agency would you choose? For an artist like Shin Shuya, if news broke that her contract was not being renewed, there would be plenty of agencies eager to sign her. She should have the right to choose which agency she wants to work for. Shin Shuya looked at her. What's wrong? She asked Zhang Yuni. Does Miss Zhang know anyone in the industry? Yes, Zhang Yuni said, holding her coffee cup. Seaway has partnerships with several film and television companies. If you need anything, Miss Shin, Seaway can help connect them. Shin Shuya was startled and asked warily, What's Miss Zhang planning? Zhang Yuni explained, They want you to endorse Aurora. Shin Shuya was speechless. Are you sure Aurora still wants me to endorse them after they knew I was terminating my contract? Zhang Yuni asked. Why wouldn't they ask you to endorse them after you terminated your contract? She reminded Shen Shuao seriously, Miss Shen, it's you who has the popularity, the fans, and the commercial value, not your agency. Hearing this, Shen Shuyao's eyelashes fluttered, but she remained silent. Zhang Yuni didn't notice her mood swings and continued, Aurora perfectly matches your image. I've seen some of the products you've endorsed in the past, and watched your vlogs. You seem to like some of Aurora's products too. Zhang Yuni shared her thoughts with Shen Shuao, and listed the reasons why Aurora chose her. Although it was their first meeting and their personalities were quite different, they had a very pleasant chat. At the end of the conversation, Shen Shuao told Zhang Yuni, I need to think about it. Zhang Yuni said softly, no problem. Let us know when you've made up your mind. Shen Shuao nodded. Zhang Yuni had to go back to work, and Shen Shuao also had things to do. As they stood up to leave the coffee shop, Shen Shuao suddenly called out to Zhang Yuni, Miss Zhang, can I ask you a personal question? Zhang Yuni asked. Shen Shuao looked at her intently. What is your relationship with Zhou Ting's? Before Zhang Yuni could answer, Shen Shuao said somewhat angrily, the first time he contacted me, it was because you wanted to add me on WeChat and asked if it was okay. God knows she was happy for a minute when she saw Zhou Ting's message. Zhang Yuni was stunned, clearly surprised. Sorry, I didn't know he was. Zhang Yuni froze mid-sentence, not quite sure what to say. Was she going to tell Shen Shuao, I'm sorry I didn't know this was Zhou Ting's first time contacting you? That was a rather cheesy way of saying it, and it sounded too much like someone taking advantage of someone and taking advantage of them. I'd be more careful next time, Zhang Yuni said. That's fine. Shen Shuao wasn't one to get into a fight. She waved her hand. I understand your work. I'm just curious about your relationship. We're currently Party A and Party B, Zhang Yuni said honestly, thinking for a few seconds before adding, personally, we're probably friends. Nothing more than that yet. Even the tacit understanding between them had only recently shifted. Currently? Shen Shuao raised an eyebrow. Zhang Yuni, yes. Okay, Shen Shuao sighed softly, suddenly realizing something, muttering to herself, that means there's still hope for me. Zhang Yuni didn't know how to respond to this. Thankfully, Shen Shuao didn't question her further. After confirming that Zhang Yuni and Zhou Tings were merely friends and partners, she said goodbye to Zhang Yuni. I'm leaving. I contact you when I think of something. Zhang Yuni said softly, goodbye, Miss Shen. After parting with Shen Shuao, Zhang Yuni returned to the office. She informed the Aurora executives of the results of her conversation with Shen Shuao, and both companies held another meeting to address a lot of negative news. By the time they were almost done, another day had passed. Zhang Yuni returned to her office, feeling a sore back and swollen eyes. Chen Xinhe knocked on the door and asked if she wanted takeout for dinner. Zhang Yuni looked at the pile of documents on her desk and said, no, just make me some coffee. Chen Xinhe exclaimed, drinking so late? Zhang Yuni, it's okay. I'm not allergic to caffeine. 2 o'clock is just right for bed. While waiting for her coffee, Zhang Yuni checked her phone and unread messages. Among them was a photo Shen Shuao had sent her of Zhou Ting's. Zhang Yuni wasn't sure what the photo meant. She thought for a moment and said, Miss Shen has good photography skills. Shen Shuao, ? Shen Shuao, is that your point? Zhang Yuni, the model is very handsome. Shen Shuao was speechless. Ms. Zhang, Zhou Tings had lunch with me at noon. Zhang Yuni, I saw it. Shen Shuao was puzzled, not surprised at all. Zhang Yuni thought for a moment and replied, not bad. Shen Shuao, why? She was a little confused about Zhang Yuni. Shen Shuao could sense that something was going on between Zhang Yuni and Zhou Tings. When she and Zhang Yuni spoke separately about Zhou Tings at noon, she was clearly emotional. So, as Zhou Tings' suitor, shouldn't she be surprised or unhappy to be having dinner with him? Zhang Yuni thought to herself that she wasn't unhappy because she probably knew why Zhou Tings was having dinner with Shen Shuao. If she was right, this meal was probably a conditional exchange. The condition might even be that Shen Shuao agreed to Zhou Tings giving her his contact information, and then Zhou Tings would have to have dinner with her. However, she didn't directly tell Shen Shuao her suspicions, only saying, aren't Mr. Zhou and Miss Shen friends? The implication was that having dinner with friends was normal. Shen Shuao, ? Shen Shuao, I give up. How could these two people have such similar ideas? Zhang Yuni feigned indifference. Huh? Shen Shuao, talking to you is so boring. You're just as boring as Zhou Tings. Zhang Yuni was at a loss for words. Sorry. Shin Shuao, never mind. I won't bother with you. Zhang Yuni shook her head helplessly, put down her phone, and continued working. Half an hour later, she received a call from Zhong Ling with the test results of Hu Xiuchang's mother. The complete report isn't out yet, Zhong Ling whispered, but the blood test is out, and it's not normal. Her voice was filled with helplessness. We need to prepare in advance. Zhang Yuni was stunned. You have a guess? Zhong Ling didn't tell her guess, only saying, nothing certain until the results come in. Zhang Yuni frowned. When will the full results be out? Maybe Monday, Zhong Ling told her. I just took a look and thought I'd let you know first. Zhang Yuni hummed. Okay. Thanks. Don't thank me anymore, Zhong Ling said. It's just a small favor. If you need any help later, just let me know. Zhang Yuni, I know. I ask her when the time comes. Zhong Ling sighed and changed the subject. Yeah, I'm off work now. How about you? No. Zhang Yuni felt a headache. I'd be busy for a while. Zhong Ling reminded her. Balance work and rest. I know. After hanging up, Zhang Yuni stood up and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, looking out at the people outside who had accompanied their mother to the examination and were rushing back to work. Hu Xiaochang had always been a serious worker. Even if he had taken leave, he would still return to work if he knew the department was busy, so as not to burden his colleagues with more work. A hemp rope breaks at the smallest detail. Although Zhong Ling hadn't shared her predictions with Zhang Yuni, she knew her. If she hadn't anticipated the consequences, she wouldn't have called her to warn her. Zhou Ting's call came at this very moment. Zhang Yuni, distracted, didn't even check the caller ID. She simply answered, "Hello, who is this?" There was silence on the other end before a familiar, deep voice spoke. What's going on? Zhang Yuni was startled. She quickly moved the phone away from her ear and glanced at it. Mr. Zhou? Zhou Ting's answered, then, reflecting on her tone, whispered, Are you still busy? Zhang Yuni pursed her lips and hummed, There's still some finishing work to do. When will it be finished? Zhou Ting's asked. Zhang Yuni didn't immediately understand what he meant. What? Zhou Ting's reminded her, I helped, and Eva isn't going to show some appreciation? Zhang Yuni paused, then couldn't help but ask, How does Mr. Zhou want me to show appreciation? Treat you to dinner? She muttered softly, Didn't someone treat you to lunch? She didn't even notice the bitterness in her tone as she spoke. Lunch? Zhou Ting's raised an eyebrow, his tone tinged with disdain. Ming Sui did treat us, but he wasn't very good at choosing restaurants, so we didn't enjoy the meal. Zhang Yuni was stunned. Mr. Ming? Did Zhou Ting's have lunch with Ming Sui and Shin Shuao? Zhou Ting's. Ming Sui, don't you recognize him? Zhang Yuni, no. She blurted out, I thought. What did you think? Zhou Ting's pressed. Zhang Yuni opened her mouth and smiled. Nothing. She paused, looking at the work in front of her, then glanced at the clock. It was already 8 o'clock. She should be able to finish all the urgent matters within half an hour, and she could go home or do the rest tomorrow. Thinking this way, Zhang Yuni and Zhou Ting's discussed, If you want to eat, you have to wait for me for half an hour. Zhou Ting's paused. No, go somewhere with me. Zhang Yuni was curious. Where? Zhou Ting's. It's a secret. Chapter 21. Hearing the word confidential, Zhang Yuni felt a little tempted to call Zhou Ting's childish. She was efficient and direct, rarely keeping things in suspense, and didn't like others keeping things in suspense with her. However, she also knew that her current interaction with Zhou Ting's couldn't be handled with a work-related attitude, nor could it be handled with the usual methods of explanation and resolution. Noticing her silence, Zhou Ting's whispered, What do you want to say? Zhang Yuni hesitated, nothing. Zhou Ting's clearly didn't believe her. Really? Zhang Yuni hummed, but didn't respond. Anyway, my promise to go somewhere with you should be true. Zhou Ting's couldn't help but laugh at this. He curled his lips slightly, and before hanging up, he reminded her, I drive over to pick you up. After hanging up, Zhang Yuni looked at the phone on the table and casually touched her ear, noticing it was burning. Especially the one that had just been pressed against the phone, which was a bit too hot. Half an hour later, Zhang Yuni finished her important work on time and packed up to leave. As she left the office, she saw several colleagues working overtime at their workstations outside. She glanced over, inquiring about their progress, and added, If there's no rush, leave it for next Monday. It's getting late, everyone go home early. The colleague said goodbye, Sister Eva. Zhang Yuni nodded. If there's anything I need to take care of, send me an email. I see what I do. After giving her instructions, she headed downstairs. While waiting for the elevator, she received a message from Zhou Tings on her phone with a parking space number. Zhang Yuni lowered her head and replied, waiting for the elevator. Zhou Tings, no rush. Despite this, Zhang Yuni still ran downstairs as quickly as possible and walked to Zhou Tings' car. It wasn't the familiar SUV from last time, but another, equally familiar one. Opening the car door, Zhang Yuni exchanged glances with the person waiting inside. Zhou Tings' gaze fell on her, scrutinizing her, with a hint of meaning she couldn't yet perceive. Zhang Yuni sat down hesitantly, puzzled. Is there something on my face? Probably not. She glanced at the reflection in the elevator car as she rode. Aside from looking a little haggard, she looked fine otherwise. So why was Zhou Tings looking at her like that? Zhang Yuni pondered, feigning composure as she returned his gaze. Zhou Tings smiled and replied, no. Zhang Yuni turned to look at him. Zhou Tings didn't elaborate further, instead asking, are you done with everything? I've taken care of the important things, Zhang Yuni replied instinctively. Zhou Tings nodded slightly, stopped asking questions, and drove off. As the car pulled out of the parking lot, he asked Zhang Yuni, are you hungry? Before Zhang Yuni could say no, he gestured back. If you're hungry, you can have a snack. Zhang Yuni turned around and saw a bag in the back seat. She raised an eyebrow in surprise, leaned over, took it, and opened it, her lips tugging upward slightly in surprise. Did you buy this? Zhou Tings, don't look like it. No, Zhang Yuni explained, realizing the ambiguity in her question. I'm a little surprised. She found it hard to imagine Zhou Tings shopping for snacks at a convenience store. This was unlike Zhou Tings, and it was a stark contrast to his image. Zhou Tings understood her meaning and smiled faintly. Eat a little if you're hungry, but don't overeat. Zhang Yuni agreed. She wasn't hungry at the moment, so she rummaged through her bag and finally pulled out a box of candy. The candy was sea salt lemon flavored, something Zhang Yuni occasionally bought. When she was feeling down, a couple of candies would ease her mood. She unwrapped it and popped it in her mouth, feeling the lemon flavor spread. Zhang Yuni didn't even frown at the sour taste. She even felt it wasn't enough and stuffed another one in her mouth. Eating candy and enjoying the breeze, Zhang Yuni didn't ask Zhou Tings where he was taking her. At this moment, it seemed like she was okay with Zhou Tings taking her anywhere. They weren't that familiar with each other yet, and even their interactions outside of work were a little awkward and unfamiliar, and they didn't know each other well enough. But Zhang Yuni simply trusted Zhou Tings. Perhaps it was because she had been dealing with Zhou Tings for over 2 years and knew his character, his values, and how he handled himself. Of course, it could also be because she had unconsciously developed a curiosity about him. Zhang Yuni couldn't pinpoint the exact moment when this curiosity first emerged, but by the time she realized it, she was already paying close attention to him. Paying attention to everything he did outside of work. Observing every move he made that made her feel excited. Half an hour later, Zhang Yuni looked out the window at the street scene, a little puzzled. Shall we go to the suburbs? Zhou Tings, yes. Zhang Yuni, okay. She asked, then fell silent again. Zhou Tings tilted his head to glance at her. If you're tired, take a nap. It'd still take about an hour. Zhang Yuni shook her head, turning to stare out the window at the night, her voice light and airy, not tired. The tiredness wasn't physical, it was emotional. She couldn't sleep right now. Uncontrollably, Zhang Yuni sighed softly. Zhou Tings tilted his head to glance at her, but she didn't notice. After an unknown amount of time, the car drove off the overpass. A cool breeze blew over, bringing with it the fresh, natural air of spring, a truly soothing sensation. The wind brushed across her face, dispelling some of her annoyance. Zhang Yuni gazed into the distance, then suddenly turned to look at the person in the driver's seat. What do you want to say? After the third minute of Zhang Yuni's fixed gaze on Zhou Tings spoke. Zhang Yuni smiled faintly. What are we doing here? Zhou Tings, to get some fresh air. Zhang Yuni was stunned. Here to get some fresh air? Zhou Tings replied, do you feel the wind here is a little different? Zhang Yuni carefully felt it and said, yes. It wasn't the wind that was different, it was the environment. Zhang Yuni vaguely understood why Zhou Tings had driven here. A while later, the car stopped by the roadside. Zhang Yuni looked up and saw lights on in the distance. Want to get out? Zhou Tings nodded and unbuckled his seatbelt. Let's get something to eat. The two of them got out and walked towards the few restaurants in town. Zhou Tings asked Zhang Yuni for her choice. Zhang Yuni looked around and picked a home-style restaurant that looked the cleanest. It was almost 10 o'clock, and the shops were all getting ready to close. Fortunately, Restaurants like this in the small town are all run by the owners themselves, and the chefs and waiters are all family members, so they did not refuse Zhang Yuni and his team's business. After sitting down in the restaurant, the owner handed over the menus. "What would you like to order?" Zhou Ting asked. "What fresh, seasonal dishes are available?" "Yes," the owner said with a smile. "Spring bamboo shoots. We just dug them up in the mountains this morning. Would you like to try some?" Zhou Ting looked at Zhang Yuni. "Zhang Yuni, sure, I love spring bamboo shoots." In addition to the seasonal spring bamboo shoots and greens, the two also ordered a serving of garlic pork ribs and a serving of beef. After ordering, the owner went to the kitchen to cook. Not far away were the owner's two children, one older and one younger, doing their homework. Noticing Zhang Yuni's gaze, Zhou Ting looked up. "Kids, why aren't you up so late?" Hearing this, Zhang Yuni felt a little like laughing. She said softly, "Kids these days all go to bed late." Zhou Ting raised an eyebrow. "They can endure longer than we can." Zhang Yuni paused. "My brother, too." Zhou Ting lowered his eyes, looking at her and whispered, "How old is your brother?" 13, Zhang Yuni said. "Junior high school student." Zhou Ting nodded. "Quite young." "Yes, half-brothers." Zhang Yuni admitted the truth. Zhou Ting remained silent. He could sense that Zhang Yuni had a mediocre relationship with her family, and didn't like going home. But he didn't know that her parents were divorced, and that she had a half-brother. "You?" He started to speak, wanting to say something, but then realized it was futile. After a few seconds of silence, Zhou Ting asked, "Is your brother obedient?" Zhang Yuni, "Not bad." Zhang Chen wasn't a naughty child, and was quite nice to her. He would often send messages to Zhang Yuni, and would often ask her when she would be home. He missed her, and his parents missed her too. But what could he say? Zhang Yuni knew he meant it sincerely, and her stepmother was actually quite nice to her, never mistreating her, and even always being polite. But it was precisely this politeness that made Zhang Yuni feel like an outsider. Family members didn't need such politeness, only outsiders did. Zhou Ting lowered his eyes, observing the subtle shifts in the other person's mind, his heart shifting slightly. He was pondering how to comfort her when Zhang Yuni suddenly spoke, her eyebrows raised slightly. "Mr. Zhou." Zhou Ting's, Zhang Yuni rested her chin on her hand, her eyebrows curved. "Is there really nothing on my face? If not, why do you keep looking at me? You looked at me when I got into the car after leaving the company, and you're looking at me again now." Almost instantly, Zhou Ting understood the hidden meaning in her words. He was stunned for a moment, then said slowly, "Director Zhang is afraid of being seen?" Zhang Yuni choked slightly, having not expected him to be so confident. He was clearly the one looking, and she was the one looked at. When he asked this, she felt a tinge of guilt. After a moment's silence, Zhang Yuni averted her gaze from him and said, "I've been wearing makeup all day." Zhou Ting chuckled, his eyelashes slightly raised, his gaze fixed on her deeply, and he said softly, "You're still very beautiful." "Oh!" Zhou Ting's sudden bluntness made Zhang Yuni a little uncomfortable. She moved her lips and whispered, "I think so too." Zhou Ting curled his lips, tapped the rim of his cup with his finger, picked up the cold hot water from the table, and drank it. His Adam's apple rose. After a while, the waiter brought their ordered dishes to the table. Zhou Ting gestured to Zhang Yuni, "Let's eat." Zhang Yuni reached out and took the chopsticks, rinsed with hot water, from his hand. The restaurant wasn't exactly quiet. While the two of them were eating, the owner's children were still doing their homework. The older sister was teaching her younger brother, scolding him for being stupid, and he retorted. The owner spoke at the right moment, asking the siblings to be quiet, finish their homework, and go to bed. The murmur of conversation drifted into Zhang Yuni's ears, but she didn't find it annoying. On the contrary, she found it interesting. After eating, Zhou Ting paid the bill, and the two of them left the restaurant. Several nearby shops had closed, and the lights that had been on dimmed, leaving the surroundings pitch black, illuminated only by the moon in the night sky. In the distance, the croaking of frogs could be heard from the fields, one after another, incessant and incessant. Zhang Yuni glanced around. "Going back to the car?" Zhou Ting asked. "Do you want to go back?" Zhang Yuni was stunned, looking up into his deep, pool-like eyes, hesitant. It was late, and the surroundings were unfamiliar. But leaving immediately after eating seemed a bit wasteful to Zhang Yuni. Besides, she quite liked the atmosphere here. Zhang Yuni had grown up in town, and when she first arrived, she felt a resemblance to the small town she once lived in. The same quiet, the same natural surroundings. Before Zhang Yuni could make a choice, Zhou Ting asked, "Didn't the boss just say there's a stream nearby?" A lot of people come here to fish? Zhang Yuni blinked. Isn't that right? Zhou Ting nodded slightly and extended an invitation. Shall we go over and take a look? Before Zhang Yuni agreed, Zhou Ting continued, and while we're at it, we can help digest our food. What do you think, Eva? Zhang Yuni paused, pretending not to know that Zhou Ting had guessed her thoughts, and was giving her a way out. She curled her lips, and said seriously, I follow Mr. Zhou's arrangements. Zhou Ting agreed, then suddenly said, Eva. Zhang Yuni, It's already off work. Zhou Ting glanced at her sideways and suggested, let's change your address. Zhang Yuni was stunned for a moment, then smiled and asked, what address would Mr. Zhou like? She paused, looking at him with clear eyes, and tentatively asked Zhou Ting's. The evening breeze blew. Zhou Ting met his bright, cunning eyes, and said in a deep voice, I'm here. Chapter 22. The moment Zhou Ting responded, Zhang Yuni felt her heartbeat quicken. She gazed at Zhou Ting's handsome features, breathing softly and slowly before finding her voice. Let's go over there. Zhou Ting agreed. The two walked side by side, their shadows distinct on the moonlit ground, occasionally brushing against each other. After walking a short distance, Zhang Yuni thought of something. Then you? Zhou Ting glanced sideways, his eyebrows raised slightly. Zhang Yuni opened her mouth, trying to get him to stop calling her Eva. Eva was usually used by partners and co-workers. Zhang Yuni's closest friends all called her Yuni. But having Zhou Ting call her Yuni seemed a little strange. After a moment of silence, Zhang Yuni shook her head. Nothing. Zhou Ting raised his eyes, stared at her intently for a few seconds, then turned and said, let's go. He didn't pursue her hesitation. He understood her hesitation. As they walked along the country road, the croaking of frogs and the sounds of unknown animals grew more pronounced. After a pause, Zhang Yuni asked the person next to her, have you been here before? Zhou Ting, I passed by. No wonder, Zhang Yuni muttered. No wonder Zhou Ting didn't need navigation when he first came here. His destination was so clear. Zhou Ting explained, once, on a business trip, the highway was jammed, and a local driver took us this way. Ever since then, Zhou Ting had longed to come here for a walk. Unfortunately, work was so busy that he never had the free time. Even if he had, he wouldn't have bothered to travel so far. Today was an exception. Zhang Yuni nodded. I didn't even know there was a place like this nearby. Zhou Ting said slowly, it's quite beautiful during the day. We can come during the day next time. Zhang Yuni's eyes lit up. Really? What? Zhang Yuni realized belatedly that her words had been ambiguous, and quickly said, I meant how beautiful it is during the day. Zhou Ting nodded slightly, following her lead, and also made an appointment with her for another daytime visit. You see when you come back. Zhang Yuni understood Zhou Ting's meaning, and said oh, with a rising tone at the end of her voice. Let's wait until I'm done with this. Zhou Ting nodded. Unconsciously, the two of them reached the stream. The stream side was indeed a little brighter than the road along the way. Zhang Yuni stood by the road and looked down. She could see the hazy figures of people beside the stream, and there were scattered lights nearby. Do you want to go down and take a look? She asked Zhou Ting. Zhou Ting, go if you want. Zhang Yuni thought for a moment. Let's go and take a look. There are quite a lot of people. Zhou Ting, okay. He started downstairs, and Zhang Yuni followed him, waiting for him to clear the way for her. Zhou Ting took 2 steps, then stopped and looked back at Zhang Yuni. After a few steps back and forth, Zhang Yuni's mind was as clear as a mirror. She smiled and said, go ahead. No need to wait for me. I can keep up with you. Zhou Ting said in a deep voice, I know. He knew Zhang Yuni could keep up with him. He looked back not because he was worried that she couldn't keep up, but because he was uneasy. There were many reasons for his worry. It was too dark, and he was worried she might accidentally step on something and stumble. He was also worried she might step on something she was afraid of. It was too dark, and the surroundings were relatively unfamiliar, so he was worried she would feel uneasy. In truth, this worry came rather suddenly, perhaps even unwarranted. But Zhou Ting didn't intend to ignore it. On the contrary, he wanted to focus on it. After hearing Zhou Ting's answer, Zhang Yuni looked at him blankly. Soon, she seemed to understand what he meant. Thus, Zhang Yuni stopped trying to stop Zhou Ting from stopping to wait for her, and she tried to take each step as carefully as possible to relieve his worries. The two of them approached the fisherman. The fisherman turned to look at them, seeing their empty hands, and smiled knowingly. Are you taking a walk? Zhou Ting replied, just stopping by to see how you're doing. The fisherman shook his head, just sat down. Zhou Ting looked at the calm, slightly rippled water, and asked slowly, "Are there a lot of fish here?" "It depends," the fisherman told him. Zhou Tings nodded slightly, and began chatting without a trace of airs. After chatting for a while, the fisherman asked if he wanted to try fishing. Zhou Tings tilted his head. "Want to give it a try?" he asked Zhang Yuni. Zhang Yuni thought for 3 seconds and said, "Next time." It was too late today, and it wasn't his own fishing gear. Zhou Tings responded, politely declining the fisherman's offer. The two stayed with the fisherman for a while, before continuing on their way. As they walked, Zhang Yuni vaguely spotted a shed. Curious, she walked over and saw a sign in front of it that read Strawberry Farm. "Isn't strawberry season over yet?" she asked, surprised. Zhou Tings said, "Maybe there's still a little." Zhang Yuni sighed, a little regretful, and said, "It's too late. They wouldn't get any strawberries today." Zhou Tings lowered his eyes. "Want some?" "A little bit," Zhang Yuni said honestly. "I'm just greedy, but I can't really eat much." She had just eaten quite a bit at the restaurant. Zhang Yuni didn't think much of the strawberry farm. She took out her phone, checked the time, and said, "It's almost 12 o'clock. Should we go back? The return trip would take over an hour, and we might arrive home after 1. The two of them headed home. The road was clearer than the way there, just as Zhang Yuni had expected. They arrived at the entrance to the community just after 1 o'clock. The car stopped, she unbuckled her seatbelt, and glanced at the person next to her. "I'm going home first." Zhou Tings whispered, "Go to bed early." Zhang Yuni smiled. "Wash up and go to bed." She didn't have the energy to work overtime today. Zhang Yuni opened the car door and got out. As she raised her hand to close it, Zhou Tings called out, "Eva." Zhang Yuni turned around, The lights from the residential complex shone in, and the roof of the car opened. Their eyes met. Zhou Tings didn't speak immediately. He narrowed his gaze, staring intently at Zhang Yuni for a moment, then said, "It's okay. Go ahead." Zhang Yuni was startled for a moment, then smiled slowly, "Good night." "Good night." Zhou Tings waited until Zhang Yuni entered the residential complex before turning around and leaving. When he returned to his own complex, a new message popped up on his phone. At this point, Zhou Tings had a hunch it was from Zhang Yuni. Sure enough. The person with the little girl's profile picture sent, "I'm feeling much better." She saw Zhou Ting's intention to take her to the suburbs. Zhou Ting was the first to notice Zhang Yuni's low mood when she answered the phone call in the evening. Zhou Tings lowered his head and smiled. "Can you get a good night's sleep?" "Zhang Yuni, that should be fine, right?" Zhou Tings, "Right?" Zhang Yuni's lips curled slightly. "If I can't sleep, can I talk to Mr. Zhou about work?" Zhou Tings, "No, work isn't an option." Zhang Yuni raised an eyebrow and replied, "Okay." Zhou Tings, "Anything outside of work is fine." Zhang Yuni blinked. "Okay, but I'd better try to sleep." The two chatted for a few more inexplicable minutes on WeChat before putting their phones down. After washing up, Zhang Yuni didn't chat with Zhou Tings again. She was afraid that if she opened the chat box, she wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. Before bed, she checked her email and replied to 2 important emails before turning off her computer and going to sleep. Zhang Yuni's mind relaxed before bed, temporarily putting her worries aside and entering sleep mode. After a long nap until 8 o'clock, Zhang Yuni woke up feeling refreshed. After washing up, she found a WeChat message from Caroline a few minutes earlier, reminding her of their lunch date. Zhang Yuni chuckled, "I didn't forget, but please don't try to match us up. I just considered it a new friend to facilitate future business." Caroline, ? Zhang Yuni, "Seriously? Caroline, you haven't even met the person yet, and you don't have any thoughts?" Zhang Yuni, "No." She actually wanted to tell Caroline that she had someone she was interested in. But if she did, Caroline would definitely ask who it was. If she didn't, Caroline might start focusing on every aspect of her life. If she found out the person she was interested in was Zhou Tings, she might even try to bring them together. Zhang Yuni didn't want this. She and Zhou Tings hadn't even begun dating yet, and even if they did, she didn't want anyone, not even Caroline, to interfere. When it came to relationships, she wanted to proceed step by step, taking charge and moving forward on her own. Caroline, knowing Zhang Yuni's temperament, said helplessly, "Okay, let's have dinner and talk about work." Zhang Yuni, "Okay." Caroline reminded her, "I promised you I wouldn't try to match you up, but you can't dress too casually." Zhang Yuni was at a loss for words. "Okay, I definitely put on some makeup and come in nice clothes." Caroline, "I'd be waiting." After agreeing with Caroline, Zhang Yuni had breakfast and went to the study to work for a while. It wasn't until 10 o'clock that she returned to her room to put on her makeup and get ready. After changing, she went out to Caroline's house. On the way, Zhang Yuni stopped at a familiar flower shop and bought a bouquet of flowers. It was exactly 11:30 when Zhang Yuni arrived at Caroline's house. The gate was open, and she drove straight into the yard. Hearing the noise, someone inside ran out. Yuni. Zhang Yuni turned off the engine, got out of the car, and walked towards Caroline with a bouquet of flowers. With a gentle smile, she said, "Miss C." Caroline took the flowers from her, looked her up and down, and praised her. "Not bad. You look especially beautiful today." Zhang Yuni was naturally beautiful, and with a little dressing up, she would look even more stunning. Despite Caroline's numerous instructions, and the need to respect her guests, Zhang Yuni hesitated for a moment while choosing her clothes. Finally, she pulled out a dress Caroline had given her. The dress was a hazy blue, gentle and elegant. The hem was crisp, accentuating her slender waist and revealing her long legs. "I knew this dress would suit you." Caroline looked at her approvingly. This was Zhang Yuni's first time wearing it, and she laughed at her words. "Miss C has excellent taste." "That's right," Caroline said without a hint of modesty. "If I had poor taste, I would have missed you, such a gem." Zhang Yuni thought she was exaggerating and said a little embarrassedly, "So I'm so outstanding in Miss C's eyes." Caroline glanced at her and said proudly, "You knew that on your first day." She had always been generous with her admiration and praise for Zhang Yuni. Zhang Yuni smiled and took her arm. "That's not the case," Caroline hummed. "Glad to know." The two chatted and laughed, and soon the guest Caroline had been introducing to Zhang Yuni arrived. The two simply waited in the courtyard for the other to get out of the car, while Caroline introduced them to Zhang Yuni. There were two guests, a man and a woman. When Zhang Yuni saw them, she had to admit that Caroline had excellent taste. The friends she always introduced to Zhang Yuni were tall and handsome. Unfortunately, she wasn't interested in any of them. The same was true for this person today. Caroline introduced them. "Ji Shu, Ji Yueza, you two are siblings. Yuni my right-hand man." After a brief introduction, the four of them went inside to chat and wait for the chef to prepare the meal. Zhang Yuni learned from Caroline that Ji Yueza was the head of the coffee brand they often ordered from, and that the brand was planning to expand, suggesting a potential collaboration opportunity. Ji Yueza's sister was the owner of a dessert brand. Zhang Yuni had tried the desserts at that shop before, and they were very delicious. They were very popular in Shanghai, and there was always a line every time they passed by. Caroline's network was more extensive, and her connections were more comprehensive than Zhang Yuni's. Ji Shu and Caroline were the same age, and Zhang Yuni and Ji Yueza were about the same age. "You look very young." After hearing Zhang Yuni say she was 29, Ji Yueza smiled and said, "You don't look 29. Zhang Yuni smiled slightly. "Maybe my makeup today makes me look younger." Ji Yueza raised an eyebrow, smiled faintly, and said, "Truthfully." Zhang Yuni paused, then reciprocated, "Mr. Ji doesn't look 30-something either." Ji Yueza spread his hands and agreed, "Maybe I'm dressed younger today?" The two chatted awkwardly, but the atmosphere wasn't awkward. After a few words, dinner started at Caroline's house. Zhang Yuni wasn't very good at starting conversations outside of work. Thankfully, Ji Yueza, Ji Shu, and Caroline were all talkative, and Zhang Yuni could always pick up on any topic they started. The four of them chatted happily as they ate. After lunch, Ji Shu asked Caroline to take her for a walk. This was her first time at Caroline's place since she moved. After the two men left, only Zhang Yuni and Ji Yueza were left in the room. The house suddenly fell silent. Just as Zhang Yuni was pondering what to say, Ji Yueza's phone rang. He glanced at the incoming call, said something to Zhang Yuni, and went out to the courtyard to answer it. "Hello? Back home?" It was a friend's voice on the other end. "Out to play." Ji Yueza appeared into the room through the floor-to-ceiling window and said calmly, "I can't come right now." "What?" the person on the other end asked. "You're busy right after returning home?" Ji Yueza smiled. "No, my sister took me on a blind date." "What?" The person on the other end was extremely surprised and asked incredulously, "Our young Mr. Ji still needs a blind date?" Ji Yueza cursed, "Get lost. I can't disobey my sister." "That's right." The person on the other end, aware of the pressure Ji Shu was putting on people, jokingly asked, "How's your blind date? Is she pretty?" Ji Yueza was indeed very beautiful, she said. The person on the other end exclaimed, "How beautiful. Send me a photo." Ji Yueza frowned. "Not quite suitable." "Why wouldn't it be suitable?" The person on the other end said, "We're not spreading this." Ji Yueza still declined. It's not polite, but you can search for it yourself. What do you mean? The person on the other end was surprised. Did your sister introduce you to a female celebrity? Ji Yueza, not a female celebrity, but she's quite famous. She's the PR director of Seaway. You should have heard of her. Zhang Yuni had no idea that the main point of Ji Yueza's call was about her. When Ji Yueza left, she took out her phone and sent a message to Zhong Ling. Did you see the results today? Zhong Ling, I'm not on duty until tomorrow. I show you tomorrow. Zhang Yuni, okay. Zhong Ling, don't worry. Medicine is so advanced these days. Even if the outcome isn't good, it can be treated. Zhang Yuni, their family situation is quite unique. If Hu Xiaochang's family situation weren't so difficult, she wouldn't be so worried. Raising a child as a single parent is exhausting and tiring enough. If something happened to her mother, Zhang Yuni was worried she would be crushed by the burden of life. Zhong Ling, now that things have come to this, we can only hope for the best. Zhang Yuni, I know. After a few words, Ji Yueza ended his call. Zhang Yuni put away her phone and asked politely, Is there something going on at the company? Ji Yueza shook his head and said softly, A friend. Zhang Yuni suddenly realized something. Before she could think of what to say, Caroline and Ji Shu, who had come down from upstairs, said in unison, Where is the meeting? Did you agree or refuse? How about you take Yuni out for some fun? Ji Shu looked at Zhang Yuni. I heard from Caroline that Yuni works all the time and doesn't have much fun. My brother and his friends have quite a few. Do you want to go out for some fun together? Zhang Yuni paused, thinking she had to go back home to work. Just as the words were about to come out, Caroline chimed in, Let's go out for a walk. It's so boring staying home all the time. You need to relax. She hoped Zhang Yuni would get out and make friends more often. She was under a lot of pressure at work, and getting out would help her feel better. Ji Yueza also said, Eva, are you going? They're just a few familiar friends. At this point, it seemed inappropriate for Zhang Yuni to refuse. She nodded slowly, Okay, no problem. Thank you, Mr. Ji. In her line of work, making friends is not something to be afraid of. For Zhang Yuni, the more friends she makes, the easier it is to get her work done. She left Caroline's house with Ji Yueza. Zhang Yuni had wanted to drive her own car, but Ji Yueza refused. She had no choice but to take Ji Yueza's car. On the way to the club, Ji Yueza tilted his head to glance at her. Are you nervous? Zhang Yuni, no. Don't be nervous, Ji Yueza said softly. My sisters love doing this kind of thing. If you don't mind, don't force it. Zhang Yuni was slightly startled, then smiled and said, Sorry. Ji Yueza said nonchalantly, It's okay. I understand. Blind dates don't always lead to instant chemistry. Communicating with intelligent people is easy. After explaining her feelings to Ji Yueza, Zhang Yuni no longer felt the strain of sitting in his car. As they were about to arrive at the club, her phone vibrated in her bag. Zhang Yuni took it out and opened it. It was a message from Zhou Ting's. Chapter 23. At that moment, a flicker of guilt crossed Zhang Yuni's heart. Could Zhou Ting's possibly know what she was doing? But soon, Zhang Yuni felt that this wasn't necessary. Not to mention that she and Ji Yueza had just met for a meal, with Ji Yueza's sister and Caroline also in attendance. She had just made it clear to Ji Yueza that she had no such intentions, and there was no possibility of further developments between them. Even if there weren't, she didn't need to worry. She and Zhou Ting's were currently just friends. Even if their relationship progressed further, Zhou Ting's wasn't the type to stop or restrict her from making friends. If he was, then Zhang Yuni wouldn't have developed any feelings for him beyond work. Thinking this way, Zhang Yuni's body instinctively held its breath as she clicked on Zhou Ting's message. Thankfully, Zhou Ting's was just asking if she was busy. Zhang Yuni glanced at the time display and replied hesitantly, Outside. What's wrong? Zhou Ting sent a photo. Zhang Yuni clicked it and froze, her heart skipping a beat. Why did you go to the strawberry farm? Zhou Ting's didn't answer her why he was there, but simply asked, Do you want to eat? Zhang Yuni, now? Zhou Ting's. What time will you be home? Zhang Yuni wasn't sure about that. She thought for a moment, maybe in the evening. Zhou Ting's, okay. Zhang Yuni watched the conversation unfold. I tell you when I get home? Zhou Ting's, yes. Just as they agreed, the car stopped. Ji Yueza tilted his head to look at Zhang Yuni, his face beaming with excitement. Miss Zhang, we're here. Zhang Yuni quickly put away her phone and got out of the car with Ji Yueza. Ji Yueza brought Zhang Yuni to a club with a complete range of recreational facilities. Zhang Yuni had heard of this place before, and knew that many young men liked to hang out there. There was a bar on the first floor for drinks, a rock-climbing wall on the other side, and billiards, various game rooms, and so on the second and third floors. As the two of them entered, the people in the first floor booths turned to look. Someone greeted them, "Young Master Ji." Ji Yueza waved and led Zhang Yuni over. Zhang Yuni, Director Zhang of Seaway, Ji Yueza introduced her to the friends present. "Ms. Zhang, I've heard a lot about you. I didn't know your director was so beautiful." Everyone exchanged greetings, and Zhang Yuni nodded in response, her attitude neither overly enthusiastic nor overly aloof. She accepted the young men's gazes with a gentle smile, graceful and elegant, even joining in their conversations and engaging in small talk. Ji Yueza watched from the side, raising an eyebrow slightly. Before meeting Zhang Yuni, he had heard a lot about her from his sister. He knew she was a formidable woman. However, before they met, Ji Yueza hadn't anticipated that she was capable without being overbearing, and had a pleasant personality, quite different from the resolute woman her sister had described. She was bold yet gentle, aloof yet not cold. If he hadn't known she had no such feelings for him, Ji Yueza wouldn't have minded getting to know her better. What a pity. At least being friends wouldn't be bad either. Although Ji Yueza didn't have many pure female friends. After getting to know each other, Ji Yueza asked Zhang Yuni what she wanted to drink. Zhang Yuni said calmly, "This is my first time here. Mr. Ji, could you introduce me?" Ji Yueza looked up. "Sure, are there any dietary restrictions?" Zhang Yuni shook her head. "No, I'm fine with anything." "Alcohol too?" Ji Yueza asked. "Low-proof drinks are fine." Zhang Yuni replied, "I'm not a very good drinker." Ji Yueza was startled, surprised by her honesty. You know, if you meet someone with bad intentions, and you say you can't drink, they might deliberately force you to drink and get you drunk. Thinking of this, Ji Yueza glanced at Zhang Yuni for a moment longer, then smiled knowingly and snapped his fingers at the bartender nearby. "Miss Zhang, a seasonal juice." Zhang Yuni had already said she couldn't drink, so he couldn't just order her a drink. The bartender agreed, and Zhang Yuni smiled faintly. "Thank you, Mr. Ji." Ji Yueza shrugged. "I'm doing this for myself." He joked, "If I get you drunk, my sister and Sister C will come after me." Zhang Yuni curled her lips at this, but didn't comment. A moment later, the juice arrived. Zhang Yuni took it and tasted it. Ji Yueza asked, "How does it taste?" "Not bad," Zhang Yuni said softly. Ji Yueza nodded, not asking any more questions. A moment later, someone called Ji Yueza to play basketball. Ji Yueza looked at Zhang Yuni. "Want to come with us?" Zhang Yuni thought for a few seconds and declined. "I'm listening to music downstairs. You guys go ahead." Ji Yueza nodded, not forcing her. "Okay, if you get bored, message me and we go back." They had already exchanged contact information. Zhang Yuni, "Okay." After Ji Yueza left, Zhang Yuni sat alone in her seat for 2 minutes. A woman came over and said, "Miss Zhang." Zhang Yuni looked up. "Hello." "You're welcome," the visitor said with a smile. "I'm here with Mr. Ji's friend. Can I sit here?" Zhang Yuni understood, guessing Ji Yueza might have asked the visitor to accompany him. She nodded. "Of course, please." The visitor introduced herself. "My name is Lulu." "Zhang Yuni, call me Yuni." The visitor wasn't a partner, nor was she her client. She didn't introduce herself by her English name. Lulu nodded and looked at her, her eyes full of scrutiny. Zhang Yuni pretended not to notice. After a while, she asked, "Why are you looking at me like that?" Lulu was stunned for a moment, then shook her head and said, "Sorry." Zhang Yuni raised an eyebrow in surprise. "What?" Lulu took a sip from the wine in front of her and said softly, "You don't seem like someone from our circle." Zhang Yuni was stunned for a moment, then realized, "Do I smell too much like work?" Lulu was amused. "That's not what I meant." "What do you do?" When the man she had come with asked her to accompany Zhang Yuni, he didn't introduce her too much, simply saying that she and Ji Yueza had come together and asked her to chat with her. "Zhang Yuni, I'm a PR person." Lulu was surprised and curious, asking, "Huh? What kind of PR? For celebrities?" "Almost," Zhang Yuni said with a smile. Lulu nodded. "It's very hard, isn't it?" Zhang Yuni admitted, "It's quite hard. But after all, every job is hard." Although Zhang Yuni works a lot of overtime and faces a lot of pressure, she feels it's worth it. After all, her current income is pretty good. When her effort and income are roughly proportional, she doesn't feel so exhausted. Lulu didn't know much about her work, and Zhang Yuni sensed this, so she naturally shifted the conversation to other topics. Lulu worked in the beauty industry and had just begun her journey into the self-media world. After learning that Zhang Yuni worked in public relations, she discussed with her how to expand her fan base. Zhang Yuni understood the challenges facing their industry and offered her earnest advice. Later in the conversation, Lulu proactively asked Zhang Yuni for her contact information. After adding their contact information, Lulu asked a bit sheepishly, "Can I ask you if I have questions later?" Zhang Yuni, "Of course." She edited Lulu's note, "But I'm usually busy with work, so I might not be able to reply in time." Lulu didn't seem to mind. "It's okay, as long as you reply when you see it." Zhang Yuni, "I will." The two of them were happily chatting in a corner, unaware that someone upstairs was taking photos of them. When Ming Sui came across a photo in a group of playboys enjoying themselves, he almost thought he was seeing things. He clicked on the photo to enlarge it, confirming that one of the people in the photo was Zhang Yuni. After asking why Zhang Yuni was at the club, he turned to Zhou Tings and gossiped, "Do you know whose photo I saw in that group of playboys?" Zhou Tings waited 10 minutes before replying, "Who?" "Ming Sui, can't you just take a guess?" Zhou Tings didn't bother to guess. Ming Sui felt embarrassed and speechless. "Just guess someone, we're very familiar with him." Before Zhou Tings could reply, Ming Sui added, "Oh, you know him very well. I'm actually average, a great beauty." When Zhou Tings heard this, a beautiful, familiar face immediately popped up in his mind. He held his phone, narrowing his eyes slightly, thinking, "Ming Sui, you guessed pretty well." He then sent him the photo from the group chat. "You know what? Eva is even more beautiful when she's not in her business attire." Zhou Tings clicked on the photo, his expression slightly distorted. He stared at the person in the photo for a moment and asked, "Where is this?" "Ming Sui, the club I often go to." "What? Are you interested?" Zhou Tings, "You're not here today." Ming Sui, "No, I'm going home for dinner today." "Didn't I tell you this morning?" He also invited Zhou Tings to his house for dinner, but he declined. He said he had something to do today. Zhou Tings, "Oh, not going today." Ming Sui, question mark. Ming Sui knew Zhou Tings well. They'd been friends for so many years, and he could sense the slightest sign of something amiss with him. After pondering for a moment, Ming Sui said, "Go ahead. We go later." "Together?" Zhou Tings, "Sure." Ming Sui, question mark. Zhou Tings, "What?" Ming Sui raised an eyebrow, eager to ask him what was going on. On second thought, he decided that asking Zhou Tings over the phone would probably make him look silly. They'd meet later anyway, so he could observe and ask again. Thinking of this, he replied, "No problem. I send you the address. See you in half an hour." Zhou Tings, "Okay." Back at the club, Zhang Yuni chatted with Lulu for a long time. Ji Yueza then returned. "Bored?" Zhang Yuni, "Not bad." Ji Yueza, eh. Zhang Yuni's words left him at a loss for words. Silence enveloped the two of them. As Ji Yueza pondered what to say next, Zhang Yuni spoke first. "Did you win?" Ji Yueza glanced sideways. 2 rounds. He paused, then thought, "Do you know how to play? Want to try?" Before Zhang Yuni could say anything, he suggested, "Let me teach you." Zhang Yuni paused, then stood up and said, "I give it a try." Ji Yueza had invited her twice, and there were many of his friends around. Zhang Yuni couldn't afford to be too disrespectful. The two of them stood up and headed upstairs. Seeing them coming together, someone teased, "I thought Mr. Ji couldn't invite Miss Zhang." Zhang Yuni explained, "I'm just too lazy." "Miss Zhang, do you know how to play? Let Mr. Ji teach you," someone said. Zhang Yuni took the club and was about to reply when the door to the private room opened. Someone turned and looked over. Seeing the newcomer, they exclaimed, "What brings you here?" "Mr. Ming is here." "What day is it today?" "Mr. Zhou is here too." Zhang Yuni had been concentrating on applying her makeup, but when she heard Mr. Zhou's name, her eyebrows twitched and she instinctively raised her head. The private room was large and quite crowded. Zhang Yuni stood in the middle, next to Ji Yueza, and in front of her were a few friends she had greeted. Amid the bustling scene, she stood straight and precisely met the gaze of the newly arrived person. Zhang Yuni was momentarily distracted, and before she could even think about why Zhou Tings was here, Ming Sui spoke first. "I called him." He then greeted Zhang Yuni, "Eva." Instantly, everyone's eyes fell on Zhang Yuni. "Mr. Ming," Zhang Yuni called out, her eyes shifting to the side, as she pursed her lips slightly. "Mr. Zhou?" Ming Sui responded with a smile. "I didn't expect to see you here." Zhang Yuni was speechless, opening her mouth to say something. She carefully considered her words, but before she could speak again, Zhou Ting quipped, "You don't anticipate so many things." Meng Sui choked. Zhou Ting turned to look at her, his tone familiar. "Want to play golf?" Zhang Yuni gripped the club and hesitantly hummed. "Will you?" he asked. Zhang Yuni looked at him. "Yes." Zhou Ting smiled, not surprisingly, and picked up another club. Then, "Play around with me." Their familiar tone puzzled everyone around them. Everyone's eyes were on them, yet the two involved seemed unmoved. Or perhaps they felt it but simply didn't want to intervene. Zhang Yuni was about to agree when he heard Zhou Ting's words, but Ji Yueze, who was completely ignored, coughed, "Mr. Zhou?" Zhou Ting raised his eyelids and looked at him, his expression indifferent. Ji Yueze raised his chin slightly, pointed at Zhang Yuni, and said, "I asked Yuni out first." Although he had no feelings for Zhang Yuni, he wasn't the type to cling to her after being rejected. But Zhou Ting's sudden move to snatch her away seemed like a sign of disdain for him. He felt the need to speak up, reminding her that he was still here. Unexpectedly, Zhou Ting only gave a neutral him and asked, "Did she agree to it?" Ji Yueze, Chapter 24. The box fell silent. In fact, ever since the two men's inexplicable confrontation, no one else had spoken. Everyone watched them with gossipy eyes, occasionally exchanging glances as they discussed what was going on. "I don't know." Miss Zhang was so charming, she could make Zhou Ting and Ji Yueze clamor for her. Why wasn't Miss Zhang saying anything? How did Miss Zhang do it? What was going on between Ji Yueze and Zhou Ting? What was the relationship between the three of them? Just as everyone was puzzled, Ji Yueze, who had been speechless by Zhou Ting's question, tilted his head and looked at the person who had remained silent the entire time. Yuni. Zhang Yuni regained her composure and looked up at the two extremely immature men before her. Her lips moved, and she was about to say something when Zhou Ting suddenly said, "It was just a joke." Everyone was stunned, a little confused as to what was going on. Without waiting for anyone to think, Zhou Ting handed the club to Ji Yueze and said calmly, "You guys play." Ji Yueze looked at him, puzzled, then at Zhang Yuni. What was he thinking? Zhang Yuni was stunned, vaguely understanding Zhou Ting's intention. When he began to question whether he should play around with him, he hadn't expected Ji Yueze to intervene, and to say such words. But since Ji Yueze had spoken, he asked back. With the two of them in this situation, the choice fell on him. Zhou Ting hadn't meant for him to make the choice, but now that it had come to this, if he didn't back out, Zhang Yuni would have to make the choice. On one side was the existing partner, Party A, and on the other was a potential future partner. Zhang Yuni couldn't afford to offend either. Zhang Yuni knew Zhou Ting didn't want to embarrass her, but she didn't need his help. She wasn't that weak. Besides, they were all spectators, their friends. If this matter wasn't handled properly today, Zhou Ting or Ji Yueze would likely be the subject of a lengthy discussion, and neither side would be at a disadvantage. Thinking this way, Zhang Yuni said, "No need." Zhou Ting and Ji Yueze both looked at her. Zhang Yuni continued applying powder, looking at the two and suggesting, "How about taking turns? I can fight 2 rounds." After saying this, she discussed with Zhou Ting, "But I came here with President Ji. If President Zhou is willing, I can wait until I finish fighting with President Ji before I fight." She wasn't sure if Zhou Ting would be willing to wait behind Ji Yueze. The crowd's eyes lit up when they heard Zhang Yuni's words. No one had expected her to handle the situation this way. They had originally thought she would back down, refuse to fight, or choose to fight either Ji Yueze or Zhou Ting. After Zhang Yuni's proposal, the onlookers looked at Zhou Ting, somewhat curious about whether he would agree. He had been chosen after Ji Yueze. After all, Zhou Ting was considered a noble lady who wouldn't mingle with them. He had never been interested in the entertainment activities of these young men, and he wasn't very familiar with them. Just as everyone was speculating that Zhou Ting would most likely refuse, he smiled faintly. "Okay. At your request." His attitude was quite natural. Zhou Ting stepped aside to watch the fight. Zhang Yuni turned to Ji Yueze and asked, "Mr. Ji, how do you want to fight?" Ji Yueze hadn't expected Zhou Ting to be so flexible. He paused briefly and whispered, "How do you want to fight?" Zhang Yuni honestly said, "I can do it all." She knew a little bit of everything. Ji Yueze looked at her, pondering for a moment. 8. This was a relatively simple way to play. Zhang Yuni agreed. Ji Yueze had originally thought that Zhang Yuni was just trying to show off when she said she could play with both of them. After all, there's a difference between being able to play and being a good player. That's why he suggested the simplest way to play and had Zhang Yuni tee off. After Zhang Yuni pocketed several balls in succession, Ji Yueze suddenly realized she wasn't exaggerating, nor was she trying to show off. She truly had the skills to compete with him and Zhou Ting's. The group of young men watching nearby were also surprised. They knew Siwei's PR director and had heard some of Zhang Yuni's stories. They knew she was a capable woman. But they hadn't expected a woman so skilled at work to be so skilled at fun activities as well. Among the group, only Zhou Ting showed no sign of surprise. Meng Sui had seen through the crap the moment Zhou Ting started talking to Zhang Yuni. At that moment, 1/3 of his attention was on the pool table, and the rest was entirely on Zhou Ting's. It wasn't that Zhou Ting's didn't notice his gaze, he just didn't bother to ask. After a while, Meng Sui couldn't help but nudge him in the arm with his elbow, and asked, lowering his voice, "What's going on?" Before Zhou Ting's could say anything, he said, "Is it Eva?" The person who had made Zhou Ting's act strange, secretive, even furtive lately was Zhang Yuni? Meng Sui was shocked. Meng Sui was dumbfounded. Meng Sui, on second thought, it didn't seem particularly surprising. Zhang Yuni and Zhou Ting's had indeed been at odds with each other for the past 2 years, but when they discussed a particular topic, no one else could get a word in. More accurately, no one else could follow their train of thought. Sometimes, during meetings between the two companies, their conversations would drift off into other topics, leaving Meng Sui and the other attendees staring at them in bewilderment. Only after they finished speaking did they realize what they had just said. Thinking of this, Meng Sui asked, "You didn't have this planned, did you? Otherwise, why would he only be so at odds with Zhang Yuni?" Hearing this, Zhou Ting's gave him a look of disdain. Meng Sui was puzzled. "What do you mean?" "Nothing," Zhou Ting replied reluctantly. "Watching the game." Meng Sui, He turned his gaze to the game board, watched for half a minute, and then asked, "Are you familiar with Eva's skills?" Zhou Ting glanced at him. "Did you forget?" Meng Sui, "What?" "The PR partnership with Xinhai Film and Television," Zhou Ting reminded him. "She secured it." Meng Sui was startled, suddenly remembering something. Xinhai Film and Television is a well-known film and television company in the industry, having made many A-list celebrities famous. Generally speaking, such companies have their own PR firms and rarely work with outside agencies. Last year, Xinhai and its own PR firm seemed to be splitting up. As a result, the CEO of Xinhai Film and Television decided to outsource their PR. Several companies were pitching proposals. The CEO of Xinhai Film and Television, a rather eccentric person, waited until the first round of pitches was over before arranging for the PR firms that advanced to the second round to compete in other rounds. He loved billiards. His favorite was snooker. Therefore, the second round was a competition between PR companies on the billiards table. He had spread the word that he would give Xinhai Film and Television's PR to whoever could beat him. Meng Sui also heard later that Zhang Yuni's victory was a narrow one. However, not many people knew about this, especially not Ji Yueza and his group of playboys. Ji Yueza had lived abroad for a long time, and his domestic business was managed by others, making it even more unlikely that he would know about this. "You remember it quite clearly," Meng Sui teased. Zhou Ting was blunt. "It's just that Mr. Meng has a bad memory." Meng Sui, He choked slightly and gave him a sidelong glance, not wanting to argue. After a moment's silence, Meng Sui whispered, "Little G underestimated Eva. It's no surprise he lose this round." Zhou Ting looked at the two people at the table and said firmly, "He's definitely going to lose." As Zhou Ting had predicted, Ji Yueza lost. However, Zhang Yuni's victory was narrow. Her win wasn't overly dramatic. "Yuni, you call this a little bit of skill?" After losing, Ji Yueza wasn't upset. Instead, he asked in surprise, "Do you play often?" Zhang Yuni, "No." She didn't have time to play. Ji Yueza raised an eyebrow, unsure whether to believe him or not. After a few words, Ji Yueza looked up at Zhou Ting's. "Mr. Zhou, are you here?" Zhou Ting stood up and, instead of accepting the club Ji Yueza offered him, picked up another one, smeared it with powder, and whispered, "Eva, please show some mercy." Zhang Yuni casually glanced up, meeting his gaze. People were all around. Some were discussing the previous round, while others were watching them. But everyone's gaze was dynamic, except for the one they met, which was still frozen. After a moment, Zhang Yuni was the first to look away, her eyelashes fluttering as she replied to Zhou Ting's, "No. A match was a match." She wouldn't show mercy just because her opponent was Zhou Ting's. Similarly, she didn't need Zhou Ting's to show mercy to her. Zhou Ting's understood her meaning and curled his lip. "Then I try my best." Zhang Yuni hummed vaguely. The two even resorted to rock paper scissors to decide who would open the match. Perhaps Zhang Yuni's luck had run out. Zhou Ting's won the game, So he opened the match. They played snooker, and they didn't choose the 8-ball option. As everyone expected, Zhou Tings won the round. But it was a narrow victory. He only beat Zhang Yuni by 2 points. Miss Zhang is amazing. After calculating their scores, someone sighed. It's rare to see someone lose only 2 points playing snooker against Mr. Zhou. Zhang Yuni smiled faintly. Mr. Zhou showed mercy. Before Zhou Tings could say anything, Meng Sui stood up from the sofa and walked over. He didn't, "You're just a good player." With Meng Sui's words, the others, who had been wondering if Zhou Tings and Ji Yueza had both stopped playing against Zhang Yuni, immediately suppressed their narrow-minded assumptions. Zhou Tings also spoke at the right time. "No." Zhang Yuni looked at him. Zhou Tings raised an eyebrow. "Don't believe me?" The question was ambiguous, and Zhang Yuni didn't respond. Watching the two chatting, Ji Yueza tooted softly and joined in. "We've finished playing ball. It's getting late, Yuni. We should go back for dinner." When they left, Caroline had already told them they'd have dinner at her house that evening. So, there was nothing wrong with what Ji Yueza said. It's just that it could easily be misinterpreted, leading to unnecessary associations. Zhang Yuni could sense that the glances he directed at her increased as he uttered these words. One after another, they were hard to ignore. Zhou Tings, on the other hand, was the one Zhang Yuni casually glanced at. He was looking at her, but his gaze was the same as always, deep and calm, without any scrutiny, and it didn't make her feel uncomfortable. Sighing silently, Zhang Yuni reluctantly said, "Well, I trouble you again, Mr. Ji." Ji Yueza spoke casually, without a trace of airs. "As you wish." Chapter 25. After saying goodbye to everyone, Zhang Yuni and Ji Yueza left first. Shortly after getting into the car, Ji Yueza tilted his head and asked curiously, "Miss Zhang, are you familiar with Mr. Zhou and his team?" Without anyone else around, he stopped calling her Yuni. Zhang Yuni glanced down at her silent phone and said softly, "Siwei and Nexolith have a long-term partnership." Since the two companies were familiar with each other, she was naturally familiar with their bosses as well. Knowing she was confusing things, Ji Yueza smiled faintly. "I haven't seen Zhou Tings in a while. I didn't expect he's changed so much." Zhang Yuni paused, then continued, "How do you say that?" Ji Yueza glanced at her and paused. "He's quite approachable now." He smiled and told Zhang Yuni. He used to be quite aloof and rarely showed up at gatherings. Zhang Yuni agreed. Mr. Zhou is indeed not very approachable at work. Not approachable is a euphemism. Zhou Tings was simply difficult to deal with. Ji Yueza asked with a smile, "Has he suffered greatly from him?" Zhang Yuni, "A little," she said, "but I understand. He strives for excellence in his work, and it's for the good of the company." Zhou Tings was a man who considered the overall situation. He knew exactly what was right, and how to do it better. Zhang Yuni was well aware of this. At first, she might have thought Zhou Tings difficult to deal with, demanding too much, but after following his advice, she had no choice but to admit he was right. After repeated verification, Zhang Yuni gradually came to respect him. Though, occasionally, Zhou Ting's work ethic still irritated her to the point of vomiting blood. Let's keep things separate. Complain when necessary, admit when necessary. Hearing the partiality in her words, Ji Yueza was silent for a moment. "That's true," he said. "He's incredibly capable. Otherwise, Meng Sui wouldn't have forced him to stay at Nexolith. I just don't know how much longer he can stay." Hearing this, Zhang Yuni blinked slowly and asked jokingly, "There must be a lot of people trying to poach him, right?" "A lot," Ji Yueza said. "From what I know, several foreign companies have offered him olive branches, and he seems to have been in contact with a few before. Then, for some reason, he suddenly returned to China to pursue his career." Ji Yueza laughed. "We were all very surprised. He hadn't given any signs before that. Everyone thought he'd stay in the US. After all, he already had the card." Zhang Yuni nodded, but didn't agree with Ji Yueza's words. Instead, she asked, "Maybe he suddenly found himself having trouble adapting to his diet?" Ji Yueza was speechless, looking at her in surprise, and agreed, "It's possible." Chatting and laughing, the two returned to Caroline's house. "Back so early?" Caroline ran out to ask upon hearing the noise. Zhang Yuni, 6 o'clock. Caroline laughed, glanced at her, and asked, "Are you hungry?" "A little," Zhang Yuni said, "mainly because I still have some unfinished work." Caroline, She paused, glanced at her, and then called to the kitchen, "It's almost time to eat." Knowing that Zhang Yuni still had some unfinished work. After dinner, Caroline and the others didn't keep her, only verbally agreeing to meet again. Zhang Yuni then left. On the way back, Zhang Yuni received a message from Caroline. How come I didn't know you had any important work to do? Zhang Yuni's lips curled slightly. You didn't expose me. Caroline, I can see you're not interested in Mr. G, but I can't force you. Without waiting for Zhang Yuni's reply, Caroline asked again, I sent you two out alone this afternoon to get to know each other, but after getting to know each other, you still have no idea. Caroline promised Zhang Yuni she wouldn't match them up, but she still hoped Zhang Yuni and Ji Yueza would develop further. At least get to know each other better. Only by getting to know each other better could you know if they were a good match. She didn't want to introduce Zhang Yuni to anyone. Every time she met someone, she just felt they weren't suitable without a detailed conversation. Zhang Yuni, I know what you mean. No idea. Because she was chatting with Caroline, she simply pulled the car over and replied, Mr. G and I are not the same type of people. Caroline, okay, but I think his sister and he are both quite interested in you. Zhang Yuni, then you should say more bad things about me. To quench their ignited interest in her. Caroline choked slightly. I try my best. Zhang Yuni, yeah, then I'm going home. Caroline, go ahead. After finishing her conversation with Caroline, Zhang Yuni was about to put her phone down when she suddenly remembered something. She opened WeChat again, found the familiar profile picture she had chatted with that afternoon, and asked, Are there any strawberries left? Zhou Ting replied a minute later, Can you still eat more? The text tinged with sourness. Zhang Yuni suppressed a laugh. I can eat more. Fruit is like another stomach. Zhou Ting was slightly speechless, deliberately saying, No more. Zhang Yuni raised an eyebrow at this, and without engaging in a WeChat exchange, she simply called him. The phone rang once, and was picked up. A deep, raspy voice reached her ears. What's wrong? Zhang Yuni lazily rested her chin on the steering wheel. Really? Zhou Ting's was silent for a moment. Home? On the way, Zhang Yuni said. What about you, still at the club? Zhou Ting's, no. Zhang Yuni uttered an oh and pressed, Then where are you now? Zhou Ting's, knowing the answer, asked, Why? I came to you for strawberries, Zhang Yuni said. What, Mr. Zhou, don't keep your word? Zhou Ting's, feeling the pressure, chuckled slightly. How long until you get home? Hearing this, Zhang Yuni blinked slightly, and checked the navigation. Will you wait another 20 minutes? Zhou Ting's gave her a helpless smile, and said, Drive slowly, there's no rush. He had been waiting all afternoon, and didn't mind an extra 20 minutes. After hanging up, Zhang Yuni drove home. As she approached the residential complex, she peered toward the entrance and, against the backdrop of the night, spotted a familiar car parked on the curb. Zhang Yuni paused, considering driving over, but then reconsidered and decided to park in the basement garage before going upstairs to find Zhou Ting's. When Zhang Yuni reached Zhou Ting's car, he was on the phone. She raised her hand and knocked on the window. Zhou Ting's lowered it, looked deeply at her, and tilted his head, motioning for her to get in. Zhang Yuni opened the passenger door and climbed in. Turning back, she saw strawberries in the back seat. She didn't bother to be polite with Zhou Ting's. She reached for it and silently asked, Have you washed it? Zhou Ting's lowered his eyes, looked into her bright, radiant ones, and nodded slightly yes. Zhang Yuni's eyebrows curved as she picked up a strawberry and tasted it. Feeling the gaze of the person next to her, she ate it, nodded at him, and silently said, Delicious. Zhou Ting's lowered his eyes, and said nothing. The person on the other side was still talking, but Zhou Ting's had already lost his focus. It wasn't until the other person called out to him twice that he pulled himself back from his distracted thoughts. What? What? A female voice came from the other side. What are you doing? Are you even listening to me? Zhou Ting's, I listened to the previous part. Yinling was choked by his honesty, and had to repeat what she had just said. Zhou Ting's took note. Got it. That's it for now? Yinling hummed, and was about to ask if he was busy, but just as she opened her mouth, a beeping sound came from the receiver. Zhou Ting's hung up. Putting down the phone, Zhou Ting's glanced sideways. Are you really not full? Zhang Yuni had already eaten several. Zhang Yuni glanced at him, and said silently, Miss C's chef's cooking isn't quite to my taste. Zhou Ting's was slightly startled, then glanced at her and asked, Would you like something else? Don't we have strawberries? Zhang Yuni said strawberries were enough for her. After that, she asked, Did you have dinner? Zhou Ting's, yeah. With Mr. Meng? Zhang Yuni asked casually. Zhou Ting's, no. Zhang Yuni was surprised. Zhou Ting's glanced at her, and said indifferently, He asks too many questions. I'm too lazy to deal with him. Zhang Yuni could tell what the problem was from the look he gave her. After a moment's silence, Zhang Yuni felt like laughing. Mr. Meng isn't angry? Zhou Ting raised an eyebrow, puzzled. What is he angry about? Just. Zhang Yudi pondered. You asked him to take you to the club, and in the end, you didn't even have dinner with him. Zhou Ting looked at her. How do you know I asked him to take me to the club? Zhang Yudi blinked, before she could decide what to say. Zhou Ting asked, Did Ji Yueza tell you? Zhang Yudi hesitated. Mr. Ji said you never went there before. What else did he say? Zhou Ting was curious. Zhang Yudi raised her eyes, met his gaze, and after a moment's thought, said, What do you think he'd tell me? I don't know. Zhou Ting glanced at her indifferently. I don't know how well Director Zhang and Mr. Ji know each other. Naturally, she couldn't guess how far Ji Yueza and Zhang Yudi could go in their conversation. Hearing this, Zhang Yudi felt a little like laughing. She pretended not to notice Zhou Ting's sarcasm, and said seriously, Actually, I don't know how familiar I am with President Ji. After all, the degree of familiarity between two people isn't something one person can determine alone. Zhou Ting's, He paused, and was about to speak when Zhang Yudi suddenly added, But I don't think he and I are as familiar as President Zhou, right? After saying this, she looked directly at Zhou Ting's, seeking his opinion. What do you think, President Zhou? Zhou Ting's lowered his head slightly, taking in her sparkling eyes and delicate face. His thoughts fluttered, his Adam's apple rolled slightly, and his voice was low and pleasant, You have the final say. At his response, Zhang Yudi curled her lips silently, her eyes bright as she emphasized, I think we're more familiar. Zhou Ting chuckled, agreeing with her. Suddenly, the car fell silent. Zhang Yudi slowly ate her strawberries, while Zhou Ting glanced at her from time to time, but didn't initiate any new conversation. When Zhang Yudi had almost finished, Zhou Ting asked, Do you want to get out of the car and walk? Zhang Yudi agreed. The neighborhood was bustling with activity, with many people strolling after dinner or square dancing. The two of them walked towards the nearby square, taking in the lively atmosphere. After walking a short distance, Zhang Yudi suddenly asked, Did you go to the strawberry farm alone? Zhou Ting replied. Zhang Yudi casually asked, Why didn't you ask Mr. Meng to come along? He asked too many questions, Zhou Ting emphasized again. Zhang Yudi's words amused her, her eyebrows curved. Does Mr. Meng know you said that about him? Zhou Ting raised his eyes. If you don't tell him, he won't know. Zhang Yudi raised her eyebrows, and said jokingly, That depends on how you bribe me. If you bribe him well, she won't tell Meng Sui. Zhou Ting smiled. Not enough strawberries? Not enough. Zhang Yudi said calmly. How could I be so easily bribed? Zhou Ting chuckled softly. Any clues? No. Zhang Yudi glanced up at him. Take your time to think about it. Zhou Ting nodded slightly. Okay. The two walked on talking. As they walked, Zhou Ting asked, What are your plans for tomorrow? Zhang Yudi was silent for 3 seconds, then looked up. No plans at the moment. What about Mr. Zhou? Zhou Ting smiled faintly and extended an invitation. My plans depend on what Miss Zhang wishes. Zhang Yudi blinked. Tell me your plans first. Zhou Ting asked her, Would you like to see a play? Zhang Yudi's eyes lit up. Which one? Hearing her question, Zhou Ting smiled. Which one do you want to see? They would go see whichever one they chose. Zhang Yudi raised an eyebrow and said softly, What I want to see may not be available. Some of her favorite plays weren't performed very often. Zhou Ting understood her meaning and said slowly, We can go see them later. They weren't going to see just tomorrow. Zhang Yudi hummed. What are your options tomorrow? Zhou Ting named 2 plays. Zhang Yudi hesitated. What should I do if I want to see both? Zhou Ting pondered, then picked up his phone and checked. He suggested, How about seeing Luo Hanqian tomorrow? The Peony Pavilion is performing in South City in a month. We can go there then. Luo Hanqian hadn't been performed for 2 months, and it wouldn't be available in other cities. Zhang Yudi's eyes flickered, the corners of her lips curled upward as she said, Okay. After she agreed, Zhou Ting's had a friend reserve a ticket for him. After booking the tickets, the two of them took a stroll around the neighborhood and headed home. Zhou Ting's dropped Zhang Yudi off at the entrance of the residential complex before asking, Will I pick you up tomorrow? Zhang Yudi smiled brightly. What time? Zhou Ting's asked, What time do you want? Zhang Yudi tilted her head, thinking for a moment. 5 o'clock? Zhou Ting said, Okay. Chapter 26. It was still spring, and the weather was pleasant when it wasn't raining. Zhang Yudi woke up early. Considering she'd be out in the evening, she went to the gym. After returning home, she ate a quick bite and returned to her study. After working in the study all morning, she shut off her computer and headed to the kitchen to prepare lunch. Preparing lunch for one person doesn't take much time or effort. Zhang Yuni opened the refrigerator, glanced inside, and decided to make some egg noodles. Ms. Yang called at this moment. Hearing the ringing, she stood up and returned to the living room. Seeing the caller ID, Zhang Yuni was stunned for a few seconds. "Hello, Mom?" Ms. Yang's voice came from the other end of the line. She hummed, her tone calm. "What are you doing?" Zhang Yuni lowered her eyes. "Preparing lunch." She paused. "Have you eaten yet?" "Yes," Yang Huili agreed, then paused and asked, "Have you been busy with work lately?" Zhang Yuni was silent for a moment, then asked, "What's wrong?" "Your brother wants to go to Shanghai for a few days," Yang Huili said. "His father and I both have to work, and we're worried about him." Zhang Yuni immediately understood what Yang Huili meant. She pondered for a moment. "When does he want to come over?" Zhang Yuni's parents divorced and each started a family. Coincidentally, after each of them started a family, they both gave birth to a younger brother for her. The two of them seemed to be competing with each other. Her two half-brothers, who had the same father but the same mother, were so close in age. Every time Zhang Yuni thought about this, she found it quite magical. "There are 3 days off for Qingming Festival," Yang Huili said. "Qingming Festival is coming soon. He wants to go there for Qingming Festival." "No," Zhang Yuni said without hesitation. "I'm busy during Qingming Festival." Yang Huili frowned, her tone changing slightly. "You're not taking a day off?" Zhang Yuni was silent for a few seconds, then reminded her, "Mom, I'm going back to visit Grandma's grave during Qingming Festival." This was something she never missed every year. If she had known in advance that she wouldn't be able to go back for Qingming Festival, she would have made sure to go back a week before. Hearing this, Yang Huili was speechless, her brow furrowed. "Has it been decided?" Zhang Yuni responded, suggesting, "Have you asked him to come the weekend after Qingming Festival, or during the May Day holiday?" Yang Huili muttered, "Our family is going out for fun on May Day." Zhang Yuni pursed her lips and said nothing. After a while, Yang Huili said, "I ask him." "You go about your business." Without a trace of regret, she hung up the phone. After putting down her phone, Zhang Yuni stood there for a moment before returning to the kitchen. She wasn't craving egg noodles. She looked at the egg noodles on the table, put them back where they belonged, and returned to the living room to order takeout. After looking around, Zhang Yuni was unsure what to eat. After a long pause, she asked Zhong Ling, "What are we having for lunch?" Zhong Ling, "The hospital cafeteria, I guess. She's on duty at the hospital today." Zhang Yuni, "Okay, I don't know what to eat." Zhong Ling, "Why?" Zhang Yuni, "No." Zhong Ling, "How about you come to the hospital cafeteria and eat for free?" She knew Zhang Yuni well enough. Even if she hadn't said anything, even if they hadn't even met, she could sense something was off. Zhang Yuni had enough of takeout and food outside at work, so when she had some free time on the weekends, she would definitely cook for herself. She really enjoyed cooking. It relieved her stress. There must be a reason why she wasn't doing anything today. Zhong Ling's words gave Zhang Yuni a helpless smile. "No." Zhong Ling, "Why?" "You come for dinner, and wait for me to get off work. Then we can go shopping." "What a perfect arrangement." Zhang Yuni reluctantly told her, "I have an appointment this evening." Zhong Ling, question mark. Zhong Ling, "Who is it with?" "How come I don't know?" Zhong Ling, "What's going on?" At this point, she suddenly remembered. 2 days ago, when I was chatting with Boss Jiang, he told me that you took a man to a tavern for drinks. He was said to be very handsome. Tell me the truth. Zhong Ling had known about this for a few days, but she and Jiang Mingji had been chatting in the middle of the night. Knowing that Zhang Yuni's phone was always on silent when she slept, she was worried that sending a message would wake her up, so she thought she'd wait until she woke up to ask. After that, she got so busy that she forgot about it. Zhang Yuni laughed and replied, "What do you want to tell me?" Zhong Ling, "Don't play dumb." Zhang Yuni held her phone, a mixture of laughter and tears. After a moment's thought, she simply replied, "It's Zhou Ting's." Zhong Ling, question mark. Zhang Yuni, question mark. Zhong Ling, "The Zhou Tings I know?" Zhang Yuni deliberately replied, "I don't know how many Zhou Tingses you know." Zhong Ling, "Don't interrupt. You were the one who complained to me before, saying that you and him were irreconcilable, that the mere sight of him was annoying, and that when you got rich and became the boss, you'd bully him, torture him, and make him revise 20 versions of the proposal in one day. Was that the Zhou Tings, the client representative?" Zhang Yuni, She paused for a moment, speechless, and asked hesitantly, "Did I say that before?" Zhong Ling, remember? Zhang Yuli said sheepishly. I forgot. Zhong Ling, that's not important. What's important is it that Zhou Ting's? Zhang Yuli said helplessly, yes. Zhong Ling, okay. Zhang Yuli raised her eyebrows. That's over? She thought Zhong Ling would ask a lot of questions. Zhong Ling, I ask you the rest when we meet. Don't try to fool me then. You have to tell me everything. Zhang Yuli said helplessly, I understand. Before ending the conversation, Zhong Ling confirmed, you have a date with him tonight? Zhang Yuli, yeah, to see a play. Zhong Ling, wow, not bad. He knows you like plays? Zhang Yuli pondered, I'm not sure he knows. That's why, when Zhou Ting suggested going to the play last night, Zhang Yuli was more surprised than excited. Zhong Ling, what's the deal now? Zhang Yuli played dumb, just watching a play together. Zhong Ling replied with an eye-rolling emoji. Zhang Yuli smiled, we talk about it next time we meet. Zhong Ling, okay, my colleagues called me to lunch, so you should hurry up too. Zhang Yuli, I know. Not sure if she and Zhong Ling had talked about Zhou Ting's, but Zhang Yuli held her phone for a moment before she couldn't help but tap Zhou Ting's profile and clicked into the chat between them. But after clicking on it, she didn't know what to say to him. Was she going to say, can we meet a few hours earlier? I don't know what to eat for lunch, Mr. Zhou. Please have lunch with me. That wouldn't be appropriate. What if Zhou Ting's had a lunch appointment or had already eaten? After hesitating for a moment, Zhang Yuni ordered a random takeout. Zhang Yuni and Zhou Ting's had agreed to meet at 5 p.m. At around 4:40 p.m., she received a message from him saying he had arrived. The two people's actions were similar in some areas. Whether for work or private meetings, they would always arrive before the agreed time, leaving 10 to 20 minutes for contingency. Zhang Yuni replied, wait a few minutes, then changed her clothes and went out. On a nice weekend, there were noticeably more people outside. Even the entrance to the residential complex was no exception. When Zhang Yuni reached the gate, many people paused, lingering. She instinctively headed for her usual spot, but after just 2 steps, she saw someone waiting by a car. The pleasant spring weather, before the temperature had even risen, offered many options for clothing. Zhou Ting wore a long black trench coat today, his tall figure flattering the coat, making him stand tall and handsome. He didn't do anything, simply standing there straight, and many passers-by stopped, or let their eyes linger on him. Zhang Yuni was no exception. She slowed her pace, surveying Zhou Ting's from head to toe, and approached him. Before she could avert her gaze, the man leaning against the car, looking down at his phone, raised his eyelashes, his deep eyes fixed on her with unerring precision. Their eyes met. Zhang Yuni paused, and under his gaze, she moved her lips, Mr. Zhou. Zhou Ting's lowered his eyes to look at her, his brows raised slightly, but didn't respond. Zhang Yuni immediately realized what was happening, but inexplicably felt a little embarrassed to call him by name. She mumbled, I'm late. Zhou Ting's gaze shifted, landing on his crimson-tinged ear. The corner of his lips curled slightly, no, I'm early. Zhang Yuni uttered an oh, then asked knowingly, are you not busy today? It's Sunday. Zhou Ting's glanced at her. I only have one thing to do today. Zhang Yuni, not understanding him for a moment, asked, what? Zhou Ting's raised his eyebrows, and returned his gaze to her. In an instant, Zhang Yuni realized what was happening, and touched her nose. I think so too. Her only concern today was going to the theater with Zhou Ting's. I think. Zhou Ting seized on a loophole in her words. Zhang Yuni deliberately said, well, I think so. The day wasn't over yet, and she couldn't be sure if she had anything else to do. She insisted it was I think so, and Zhou Ting's had no choice. He smiled softly, his voice gentle, okay, let me know if you have anything else to do. Zhang Yuni, no problem. It was still early. The two decided to get something to eat first. Zhang Yuni and Zhou Ting's had originally agreed to meet at 5 o'clock, intending to eat before going to the theater. She didn't want to go hungry, and even less so, she didn't want to eat afterward, as that would only make her gain weight. The restaurant was chosen by Zhang Yuni. It was near the theater, making it convenient to get there after dinner. Zhou Ting's had no objections. Neither of them had high food requirements. They could eat a little of everything. After eating, they headed to the theater. As they checked in, Zhang Yuni realized Zhou Ting's had booked a particularly good seat, in the middle of the second row, offering a great view without being as conspicuous as those in the front row. She took her seat, and other audience members trickled in. The area was bustling with activity, and someone crossing the aisle in front of Zhang Yuni, and Zhou Ting's accidentally kicked her with their shoe. Sorry, It was a girl's voice. Zhang Yuni said, "It's okay." She was about to bend down to pat it, but the person next to her leaned over first and raised his hand to brush the footprints off her gray skirt. Zhou Ting's action startled both of them. Zhang Yuni froze, daring not to move. Even her breathing held a slight pause. Zhou Ting's also reached out his hand, and upon sensing her stiffness, he paused for a moment. A strange, silent atmosphere pervaded the two of them. After a moment, Zhou Ting's finally moved. Zhang Yuni lowered her eyelashes slightly, staring at his large, white hands, a stark contrast to the color of her skirt. Zhang Yuni didn't know how long she stared, until Zhou Ting's withdrew his hand, glanced sideways, noticed her uneasy expression, and said in a deep voice, "Okay," and she came back to her senses. The stain on her skirt was gone. "Thank you," Zhang Yuni whispered. Zhou Ting's glanced at her, but said nothing. Soon, the lights dimmed. It was 7 o'clock, and the play began. The once noisy surroundings darkened, and Zhang Yuni heard voices from the stage. She stared intently ahead, waiting for the story to unfold. The theater wasn't particularly spacious, but certainly not cramped either. It was just that if you weren't paying attention, your arm could easily brush against the person next to you. Zhang Yuni, adjusting her posture, accidentally brushed against the arm of the person next to her. It felt a little hot. Is Zhou Ting's temperature a little too high? Thinking of this, Zhang Yuni asked. "Zhou Ting's," she called, her voice low. Zhou Ting's tilted his head, leaning toward her. "What's wrong?" The surroundings were pitch black, save for the light pouring in from the stage, and the flickering screens of some people looking at their phones. But in the pitch darkness, Zhang Yuni could inexplicably catch Zhou Ting's gaze on her. The two stared at each other in the darkness, and Zhang Yuni opened her mouth. "Are you hot?" Hearing her question, Zhou Ting silently twitched his lip, a little. Zhou Ting's frank admission left Zhang Yuni at a loss for words. She blinked and stammered, "Oh." Zhou Ting's, Zhang Yuni glanced at him quickly. "Nothing," she asked casually. What Zhang Yuni never expected was that half a minute after her question, Zhou Ting suddenly sat up and took off his coat. She turned her head to look over, and Zhou Ting's leaned close to her ear, whispering, "It's hot." The man's warm breath fell, burning the skin around her ear. Zhang Yuni's breath hitched, and she suddenly felt a little warm herself. She uncomfortably touched the ear closest to Zhou Ting's and mumbled, "Then don't catch a cold." Zhou Ting's, "No." He seemed to curl his lips again, his gaze warm as he told her word by word, "I'm in good physical shape." Zhang Yuni, For some reason, Zhou Ting's words were perfectly normal, yet Zhang Yuni felt he was hinting at something. She belatedly realized that she couldn't argue with Zhou Ting's, nor could she outplay him. She had intended to tease him, but she hadn't expected to end up embarrassed. Therefore, Zhang Yuni simply shut up and focused on the performance, no longer communicating with him. The R-Hit Money performance lasted over 2 hours. Aside from a brief moment of distraction at the beginning, where she exchanged a few words with Zhou Ting's, Zhang Yuni remained especially attentive throughout the performance. From time to time, she was amused by the performers on stage. She stared intently at the stage, and someone was staring intently at her. The opera had a happy ending. The audience applauded, and the actors took their bows hand in hand. When the lights came on, Zhang Yuni suddenly came to her senses, unnoticing tears on her eyelashes. Zhou Ting's noticed and frowned slightly. "Eva." Zhang Yuni instinctively raised her eyes. "What?" Zhou Ting's lowered his eyes, rubbing his fingers on the armrest. Zhang Yuni noticed and opened her mouth to say "you." Just as she uttered a word, Zhou Ting's raised his arm slightly, inching closer to her. Zhang Yuni instinctively held her breath, her eyelashes trembling. Then, Zhou Ting's reached out, his fingers curled slightly, and wiped the tears from her cheek with the back of his fingers. The moment their cheeks touched, their hearts paused for a moment, then quickly leaped back into a throbbing ecstasy, like the applause still ringing around them. "Why are you crying?" Zhou Ting's withdrew his hand, his voice hoarse. Zhang Yuni subconsciously raised her hand to touch her face, checking she wasn't crying too hard, before saying, She paused, then suddenly said, "I really enjoy watching plays." Zhou Ting's looked at her, waiting for her next words. Zhang Yuni recalled, "My grandmother took me to the first play, and she loved it." Zhang Yuni was still in elementary school when her parents divorced. Her parents were busy with work, and their affection for each other was weak. Naturally, neither of them had much affection for their daughter. So, during the divorce, Ms. Yang was the first to express her disapproval of her daughter. Unsurprisingly, Zhang Yuni was given to Zhang's father. Zhang's father was so busy with work that he had no time to care for her. Finally, Zhang Yuni was sent back to her hometown to be cared for by her grandmother. Zhang Yuni was heartbroken. When she was first sent back, she was unhappy every day. To cheer her up, her grandmother stayed home with her almost every day, even refusing to go when someone invited her to play cards. Throughout the summer vacation, Zhang Yuni and her grandmother rarely went out. With her grandmother's company, Zhang Yuni's emotions eased, and she found new comfort. After school started, her grandmother took her to and from school, rain or shine. Since there weren't many recreational activities in her hometown, including amusement parks, her grandmother took her to plays and theater. Back then, there were occasional performances in the village, and Grandma always took Zhang Yuni along. Back then, Zhang Yuni didn't really understand what was so great about opera. She couldn't sit still, couldn't understand what was going on, and naturally, she didn't enjoy it. It was only after Grandma passed away that Zhang Yuni suddenly developed a love for it. Similarly, she knew exactly why she loved it. Because Grandma loved it, she was influenced by it. And because Grandma, when she died, still lamented that she hadn't seen her favorite performances, Zhang Yuni wanted to see more of them for her. She knew that if she saw them herself, Grandma would understand. Just now, while she was watching the performance intently, Zhang Yuni had no idea why she was crying. Looking back now, she suddenly understood. Zhou Ting looked at her as she spoke. When she finished, Zhou Ting was still looking at her. Everyone around them gradually left. Zhang Yuni pulled herself out of her memories, and looked up at the person before her, a little embarrassed. Sorry, I didn't mean to. I know. Zhou Ting spoke up at the right moment, gathering his composure. How long has Grandma been dead? Zhang Yuni smiled helplessly. She died when I was in high school. It's been over 10 years now. Zhou Ting nodded slightly and asked naturally, where is your hometown? This question surprised Zhang Yuni. You don't know? Probably not. Zhou Ting understood what she meant and smiled. People know. She knew she was from South City. But she didn't know the exact location of her hometown. Zhang Yuni smiled at him, unsurprised. Tell you next month? If they could go to South City to see a play next month, she would tell him. Zhou Ting's eyes burned into her, his Adam's apple rolling slightly, as he made a promise. It's a deal. Chapter 27. After making a simple agreement with Zhou Ting's, Zhang Yuni came to her senses, and whispered that it was time for them to leave. If they didn't leave soon, the theater would be closing. Hearing her words, Zhou Ting said nonchalantly, if it's closed, then let's watch the stars here. This was a solution Zhang Yuni had never considered. She was stunned for a moment and asked curiously, is there anything here? Zhou Ting lowered his eyes. Want to watch the stars? A little bit. Zhang Yuni realized Zhou Ting was joking, and the corners of her lips twitched slightly. But to watch the stars, you have to go to the observatory, right? Zhou Ting asked, have you been there? Zhang Yuni, no. Zhou Ting guessed, want to go? Zhang Yuni was walking ahead of him. Hearing his voice, she turned back to look at him. Her heart skipped a beat when she met his deep, serious eyes. Zhou Ting was still waiting for her answer. Zhang Yuni regained her composure, avoiding his eyes, which held a hint of anticipation and a smile, and asked obliquely, can we really see a lot of stars? Zhou Ting, should. Zhang Yuni's eyebrows lifted slightly, a hint of spirit on her face, a more relaxed expression than before. Should? Zhou Ting nodded. It was possible when I went there many years ago. Now he wasn't so sure. After all, the environment is so polluted these days that even with the help of a telescope, the stars wouldn't necessarily be as numerous as they were years ago. Zhang Yuni murmured then. She left the theater first and stood on the spacious front yard, waiting for Zhou Ting. She waited until he was shoulder to shoulder with her before looking up. What if I can't see anything? Zhou Ting lowered his eyes, watching the wind ruffle her hair, brushing it against her forehead, obscuring her clear, bright eyes. His fingers dangling at his sides curled up, and Zhou Ting suppressed the urge to raise his hands, giving a low smile. I take responsibility if you don't see me. Zhang Yuni blinked. Zhou Ting leaned forward, closing the distance between them. Under the night sky, his features were handsome, his expression serious. Want to go? Zhang Yuni, gazing at him with those beautiful peach blossom eyes, found it impossible to refuse. She pursed her lips slightly, her eyes wandering elsewhere as she mumbled, talk to you when you have time? Zhou Ting nodded slightly. After the play, it was already late. They both had work the next day, so they didn't make any other plans, and went straight home to rest. When getting out of the car at the community gate, Zhang Yuni unbuckled her seatbelt and glanced sideways at the driver. Zhou Ting. Hearing this address, Zhou Ting's raised his handsome brows slightly, hummed softly, and turned his gaze to her softly. What do you want to say? Thank you, Zhang Yuni said after a moment's silence. Zhou Ting's finally couldn't help but raise his hand and gently tapped her forehead. His voice was low and slow. If you're polite, I leave. The touch of his fingertips lingered, but before Zhang Yuni could catch it, it disappeared. She was stunned, then quickly amused by his words, speechless. That's not what I meant. Zhou Ting's nodded, retracting his finger and tapping the steering wheel. I know. But he didn't need her to thank him. The car was silent for a moment, and Zhou Ting asked, Are you feeling better? I wasn't feeling bad to begin with, Zhang Yuni replied. I just miss Grandma. Zhou Ting understood. Are you going back to see her next week? Yes, Zhang Yuni said, of course. Zhou Ting's. Which day are we leaving? Thursday after work, Zhang Yuni informed him. Friday was Qingming Festival, and Zhang Yuni would fly back to Nancheng after work that Thursday. She would stay in Nancheng Thursday night before taking a bus back to her hometown in the countryside to visit her grandmother. Zhou Ting said slowly, okay. Zhang Yuni was stunned, not quite understanding what he meant by okay. But she didn't ask, believing she'd find out eventually. The two chatted briefly in the car, saying goodnight. Zhang Yuni opened the door, exited, and returned to the complex. Zhou Ting's, as usual, waited until she was inside the complex before driving off. Every Monday was like a battle, keeping everyone busy. Even though Zhang Yuni had a very reasonable work schedule and took care of many things in advance, she couldn't avoid unexpected situations, including all sorts of last-minute meetings. After breakfast, Zhang Yuni arrived at the office. It was almost 1 o'clock, but she still hadn't sat down for lunch. When she returned to her office, Shenxina knocked on the door. Sister Eva, are you hungry? I go downstairs and get you a meal. Zhang Yuni sat at her workstation and glanced at the pile of documents on her desk. Okay. She didn't have time to go downstairs. Shenxina said softly, What do you want to eat? Anything is fine. Zhang Yuni didn't request. Just something simple. Shenxina gave her an okay sign and walked out of the office. The office door closed, and Zhang Yuni was about to get up to go to the bathroom when her phone rang. It was Caroline calling. There's a meeting at Xuanxing this afternoon. Are you free to come? Zhang Yuni immediately checked her work schedule. What time? Caroline, 3:30. Zhang Yuni agreed. No problem, I can go. Caroline, okay, I have a last-minute meeting, so you can go in my place. Putting down her phone, Zhang Yuni added the impromptu meeting to her schedule and told Lu Jingman that she could handle any emergencies while she was away. Lu Jingman replied, Okay. By the way, Sister Eva, are you free now? I want to tell you something personal. Zhang Yuni was puzzled. Are you really anxious? Lu Jingman, not particularly anxious, but certainly anxious. Zhang Yuni saw the implication. She glanced at the documents beside her and asked, Let's talk about dinner later in my office, or do you want to go out? Lu Jingman, the office is fine. Zhang Yuni, okay, you've all eaten, right? Lu Jingman, you've already eaten. Don't worry about us, take care of your own stomach. Lu Jingman and Zhang Yuni are of the same age. They've worked together for many years, and she has always admired Zhang Yuni. She may not be very old, but she's always so thoughtful and considerate. In both work and personal life, she's extremely caring and attentive to her colleagues and subordinates. Although she's a leader, there are some things she doesn't really need to be involved in, and no one would say anything if she didn't. But she's willing to take care of things, willing to give and help without expecting anything in return. Before joining Siwei, Lu Jingman worked at another company for 2 years. Before getting to know Zhang Yuni and her colleagues at Siwei, and spending so much time with them, she had no idea that working relationships could be so simple, or that the internal work environment could be so innocent. Everyone just needs to do their job well. There's no intrigue at Siwei, nor is there obvious favoritism among leaders. The only thing that exists is Caroline's preference for Zhang Yuni. But no one is jealous of this. Instead, they feel it's their due. Lu Jingman only learned after some time at the company that Caroline, upon taking over Siwei, had said she wanted to build a workplace utopia. Regardless of the outside world, at least within the company, there shouldn't be any complicated back and forth. Work is already exhausting. She doesn't want everyone to waste their energy on meaningless tasks. Of course, competition still exists in the workplace. It's the only thing that motivates and inspires enthusiasm. But she has solemnly stated that competition at Siwei is transparent, fair, and equitable, with no shady dealings. Even if connections are inserted, they must follow the normal promotion process. And generally, Connections don't stay long, working as assistants for 6 months or a year before leaving. The hardships of the PR industry are too much for most connections. Thinking of this, Lu Jingman and Zhang Yuni emphasized, "Really?" Zhang Yuni smiled helplessly. "I know, don't worry." It would be strange if Lu Jingman trusted her. She cared deeply about her colleagues. If anyone felt unwell, Zhang Yuni would approve leave without a second thought, and if she had time, she would even personally take them to the hospital. The only thing she didn't pay much attention to was her own health. She endured it if she could, and if she couldn't, she would take 2 pills and keep going. But since they were both busy, Lu Jingman didn't say much, so she just kept her words to herself. We were all adults, and Zhang Yuni would get annoyed if she talked too much. After closing the dialogue box and finishing up the important documents, Zhang Yuni was brought in by Chen Xinhe, who had packed her lunch. Zhang Yuni thanked her. "Please call Sister Man for me." Chen Xinhe, "Okay." A moment later, Lu Jingman knocked on the door and entered, closing it behind her. She sat down in the chair across from Zhang Yuni, familiarly taking a look at the food on her table. Her brow furrowed. "That's all you eat?" "I don't have much of an appetite," Zhang Yuni said. Lu Jingman glanced at her, feeling rather helpless. Zhang Yuni picked up her chopsticks, took a bite, and smiled. "What do you want to tell me?" Lu Jingman hesitated. "You eat first, I try to organize my words." She was afraid that after she finished, Zhang Yuni's appetite would be even worse. Zhang Yuni frowned, staring intently at her. Lu Jingman feigned composure. "Eat." "What happened?" Zhang Yuni took another bite. Lu Jingman shook her head slowly and whispered, "No, it's nothing work-related." Hearing it wasn't work-related, Zhang Yuni felt a tiny bit relieved. But only a tiny bit. Then, alertly, she realized, "Are you having difficulties in life?" Lu Jingman rested her chin on her hand, sighed, and looked at her. "Eat first." Zhang Yuni, Unable to dissuade Lu Jingman, she lowered her head and ate the lunch in front of her. When Zhang Yuni was almost done, Lu Jingman said, "Sister Xiaochang received a call this morning." Zhang Yuni paused as she packed, suddenly remembering something, and asked hastily, "From the hospital?" Lu Jingman, "I'm not sure." She went out to answer it. But it must have been a call from the hospital, because when she returned to the office after going out to answer the call, her eyes were red, and she wasn't focused on her work afterwards. Zhang Yuni pursed her lips, and then picked up her phone. She had been busy all morning, and there were many messages on WeChat that she hadn't had time to check. Among them was Dong Ling. She had sent Zhang Yuni a message around 10 o'clock, informing her that Hu Xiaochang's mother's test results were cancer. Zhang Yuni's breath hitched slightly when she saw that unfamiliar word, and her brows furrowed. "Early stage?" she asked with hope. "Eva," Lu Jingman observed her staring intently at her phone. "What are you thinking about?" Zhang Yuni looked up. "Did you ask her?" Lu Jingman shook her head. "No, I don't know how." Zhang Yuni hummed and pondered. "Don't ask for now. Focus on her and don't give her too much work for the time being. Let's split up her workload. I talked to Caroline about hiring 1 or 2 more people." Zhang Yuni had discussed this with Caroline before. Their department was overwhelmed with work, and staffing was always barely adequate. However, they hadn't seen anyone who was particularly suitable, so the matter was put on hold and delayed. After explaining everything to Lu Jingman, Zhang Yuni told her to go back and rest. She would keep an eye on Hu Xiaochang's situation. Not long after they left, Zhong Ling called her back. "Just finished?" Zhang Yuni flipped through the documents in front of her, and hummed absent-mindedly. "What kind of cancer?" "Ovarian." Zhong Ling sighed. "Late stage." Zhang Yuni's pupil shrank, and her fingers unconsciously curled around the document in front of her. Her lips pursed tightly. "What did the doctor say?" "Further examinations are needed. We can't yet determine whether surgery, chemotherapy, or targeted therapy are appropriate." Zhong Ling isn't a gynecologist. She works in another department. She only paid extra attention today at Zhang Yuni's request. Zhang Yuni didn't say anything. Noticing her silence, Zhong Ling fell silent too. People are always equal in the face of illness. Some illnesses seem unavoidable. After a long silence, Zhang Yuni asked, "Did she get a new appointment?" Zhong Ling honestly said, "I don't know." "How about I ask?" Zhang Yuni pondered, "No, I ask." Zhong Ling, "Okay, you'd be more appropriate to ask." Zhang Yuni responded, then thoughtfully asked, "Which specialist in your hospital is more experienced?" Zhong Ling understood what she meant and said softly, "Our hospital is known for having difficulty getting an appointment with a specialist in this area. You should ask Hu Xiaochang first. If she has no problems, I asked a colleague for help. It shouldn't be too difficult to get an appointment through the back door. Okay. Zhang Yuni muttered. Zhong Ling, thank you. Zhong Ling sneered at her. If you're still so polite, I won't help you. Zhang Yuni smiled. Then I take you out to play after you're done. That's more like it. Zhong Ling agreed, and after a moment's silence, she said, Yuni? Zhang Yuni? Don't overthink it. You've done the best you can. Zhong Ling comforted her. If the end result isn't good, don't blame yourself. Zhang Yuni was stunned. I know. After receiving her response, Zhong Ling said nothing more. Then I get back to my work. Let me know when you ask. Go ahead. After hanging up the phone, Zhong Ling pondered Zhang Yuni's final tone, still feeling uneasy. She had sent a message to her senior at the hospital, asking him to arrange for her to have dinner with the head of gynecology. If dinner wasn't possible, a face-to-face meeting would be fine. The senior replied quickly, What's up? What happened? Zhong Ling, a friend's colleague's mother has been diagnosed with cancer, and I want to help. The senior was surprised. A friend's colleague's mother? Zhong Ling, yes, can you help? She knew what the senior meant. This was too far-fetched, and there wasn't much need for help. But they didn't understand. Zhong Ling wasn't actually helping Hu Xiaochang. She was helping Zhang Yuni. She and Zhang Yuni had known each other in high school, when she was a transfer student. She was quiet and reserved. Although beautiful, she was a bit aloof and distant, giving off a distant vibe. Zhong Ling's acquaintance with her was accidental. After getting to know each other, Zhong Ling naturally understood why Zhang Yuni had transferred. As longtime friends, she was well aware of Zhang Yuni's upbringing and living conditions. From the moment Zhang Yuni asked her for help with Hu Xiaochang, she understood why she was so dedicated. Hu Xiaochang was a single mother. That alone made Zhang Yuni want to lend her a hand. She admired all single mothers, stay-at-home moms, and mothers who loved their children as much as they could. Similarly, she envied Hu Xiaochang's children. Years ago, Zhang Yuni also wished that at least one of her parents could take care of her. She didn't mind their busy schedules. As long as she was at home, she was content. Eventually, she was sent back to her unfamiliar hometown, where she only visited for a few days each new year. Although her grandmother made up for many of the losses she suffered in her childhood, allowing her to live a happy and fulfilling life, some choices, some events, inevitably left a mark on her. Zhang Yuni wanted to make life easier for Hu Xiaochang, a single mother, within her means. And Zhong Ling wanted her friend to feel more at ease, to let go of her concerns about Hu Xiaochang, including the worry that she might abandon her child because life was too hard. She wanted to reduce her anxiety. Zhang Yuni didn't know Zhong Ling had immediately contacted someone. She was also trying to find someone. She had been working in public relations for so long that she had accumulated quite a network of contacts. Zhang Yuni didn't want to single out Zhong Ling for this. She was busy with work, and she couldn't afford to burden her with too much worry and concern. But before she did, she had to think about how best to ask Hu Xiaochang about this matter. Zhang Yuni's work was a bit off-kilter all afternoon. Thankfully, the afternoon meeting didn't have much to discuss, so Zhang Yuni was able to manage it. After the meeting, Pu Li's assistant called her, Director Zhang. Zhang Yuni stopped and turned back. What's up? Pu Li said he has something to discuss with you. Pu Li's assistant smiled at her. Is it convenient for you right now? Party A is the boss. Even if Zhang Yuni wasn't comfortable, she couldn't say it. She nodded and whispered, of course. She followed Pu Li's assistant into his office. Pu Li was on the phone. He glanced up at her and motioned, sit down. Zhang Yuni sat down, and her assistant asked if she wanted anything to drink. Zhang Yuni ordered a glass of lemonade. After a while, the assistant brought the lemonade in and left. After Pu Li finished his call, he asked her, is the company busy? Zhang Yuni, not bad. She asked, what did Mr. Pu want to talk to me about? Pu Li looked at her and smiled faintly. It's nothing serious, really. I just wanted to ask if you're free lately. Zhang Yuni paused. Research? Over the weekend, Pu Li sent Zhang Yuni several messages on WeChat, some of which she replied to and some she didn't. For work-related messages, she would respond politely. For non-work messages, such as invitations to dinner, Zhang Yuni would usually reply in the middle of the night, saying, sorry, Mr. Pu, I just saw your message. I have plans tomorrow. How about another time? Pu Li was a smart person, so she naturally understood what Zhang Yuni meant. But Zhang Yuni hadn't expected him to call her into his office for further questioning. Research, Pu Li paused, not saying the obvious. Are you free? Zhang Yuni asked seriously, which day? Pu Li glanced at his schedule. Tonight? Zhang Yuni looked up at Pu, paused for a moment, and asked, tomorrow? I have something to do tonight. She wanted to meet Hu Xiaochan to chat tonight. Seeing her serious expression, Pu didn't force her. Of course, see you tomorrow afternoon? Zhang Yuni, no problem. The research was part of the contract for Xuanxing's full-year PR. Xuanxing needed to reform, and Siwei was taking full responsibility for its promotion and publicity. Promotion involves market research, surveys, and so on. Understanding the market makes promotional and operational plans more effective, and they can better tailor their solutions. After leaving Xuanxing Enterprise, Zhang Yuni intended to drive back to the office. While waiting at a red light on the way back, a new WeChat message popped up. It was from Zhou Ting's, asking if she'd be working overtime that evening. Zhang Yuni stared at the message for a moment, then, quicker than she could think, she dialed the number. It wasn't until a deep voice echoed from inside the car that Zhang Yuni realized what she had done. Hello? Zhou Ting's, somewhat caught off guard, picked up the phone and called out, Eva? Zhang Yuni looked at the green light ahead and hummed softly, wait a moment. After the light turned green, Zhang Yuni found a nearby street parking spot and parked. You're not busy? Zhou Ting said softly, not particularly. He paused, then asked, what's wrong? Zhang Yuni feigned indifference. What? Zhou Ting's, are you having trouble at work? Although he and her hadn't been in personal contact for long, they had been working together for over 2 years. Zhou Ting's wouldn't say he knew Zhang Yuni perfectly, but he certainly understood her mood swings. Zhang Yuni hadn't expected him to be able to sense her emotions even though they hadn't even met. She pursed her lips slightly. No, not really. Zhou Ting's frowned, his tone sinking slightly. Are you having troubles in your life? Sort of, Zhang Yuni sighed. But they're not my own. Zhou Ting's, He gestured for her to continue. At this moment, Zhang Yuni couldn't explain why. Perhaps she had no one else to talk to, or perhaps she had already told Zhou Ting's about some of her past experiences. So, without hesitation, she brought up Hu Xiaochan's matter. She was distressed. I don't know how to ask her. And even less did she know how to help her. When she left the company at 3 o'clock to attend a meeting at Xuanxing, Zhang Yuni took a moment to observe her, and saw her sitting at her workstation. But a closer look revealed that she was distracted, restless, and forcing a smile. After listening to Zhang Yuni's words, Zhou Ting's asked softly, which hospital? Zhang Yuni gave the name of a hospital. Zhou Ting's agreed. Zhang Yuni, what? Zhou Ting said soothingly, I know someone there who can help me find out. Zhang Yuni subconsciously asked, would it be two? She hadn't told Zhou Ting's about this matter, not with the intention of asking for his help. Before she could finish her words, Zhou Ting said, no, but I have a question for you. Zhang Yuni was suspicious. What question? He couldn't possibly be asking her. This matter had nothing to do with her, so there was really no need for her to care. A little concern would be enough. The thought had just flashed through Zhang Yuni's mind before she suppressed it. No. Zhou Ting's wasn't that kind of person. He wasn't the type to think he was meddling in other people's affairs. She waited until Zhou Ting's asked her, where are you now? Zhang Yuni blinked, glanced out the window, and gave an address. Zhou Ting said he understood. Are you rushing back to the office? Not really, Zhang Yuni replied, then suddenly asked, what do you want? Hearing the caution in her voice, Zhou Ting curled his lips slightly and confidently asked, I want you to buy me a cup of coffee. Zhang Yuni was speechless. Now? Zhou Ting, now is it convenient? In reality, he wanted to see her current state. Zhang Yuni wanted to say she wasn't available, but when she glanced outside, she saw a particularly conspicuous street-side cafe. Some things, some encounters, seemed impossible to refuse. She leaned against the window and asked softly, then why don't you come to my place? Zhou Ting quickly checked the distance. I'd be there in 15 minutes. Zhang Yuni agreed, opened the car door, and walked towards the cafe entrance. I wait for you. Chapter 28. It was past 4 o'clock, and the cafe was still quite crowded. Zhang Yuni walked in, and took a seat in a prominent spot, making it easy for Zhou Ting's to find her. 10 minutes later, Zhou Ting's arrived. The wind had been strong last night, and the temperature had dropped today. Zhou Ting's was dressed in a well-tailored dark suit, looking sharp and precise. Hearing the noise, Zhang Yuni looked up and watched him push the door open, glance around, and walk toward her. Zhou Ting's had a well-proportioned figure, with broad shoulders, a narrow waist, and long legs. Zhang Yuni had always known this. Seeing him approach, seeing his muscles tense from walking, she didn't know what was going on, and felt a little embarrassed. As Zhou Ting sat down across from her, He immediately noticed the way her eyes wandered. He raised his eyebrows slightly, his voice slowing. "Sorry for the wait." Zhang Yuni shook her head. "You're so quick." He'd said 15 minutes, but he'd actually arrived in 10. Zhou Ting said softly, "The traffic was kind of nice to me." The road leading him to Zhang Yuni was completely green. Zhang Yuni raised her eyebrows, puzzled, and asked, "Why don't I have this kind of luck on my job?" She often encountered unusually long red lights. Zhou Ting looked at her and smiled softly. "Maybe the traffic couldn't bear to see you wait too long." His arrival at the green light reduced the time Zhang Yuni had to wait alone. As Zhou Ting explained this, he felt as if Zhang Yuni shared half of his good fortune. Zhang Yuni understood his implication and silently curled her lips. "What would you like to drink?" Zhou Ting. "What are you drinking?" Zhang Yuni scanned the QR code and looked at it. "I want something flavorful. I have a salty cheese latte." Zhou Ting wasn't too interested in the strange-tasting coffee and ordered an espresso instead. People with their intense work schedules have long developed an immunity to coffee, so drinking it in the evening wouldn't keep them awake. They tended to sleep late anyway. After ordering coffee, Zhou Ting lowered his gaze and looked at her. Zhang Yuni's phone vibrated. It was a message from Caroline, asking if she was done with the meeting and what time she could return to the office. "Zhang Yuni, after the meeting, I'm going to have a cup of coffee outside. I'll be back in half an hour." Caroline didn't rush her, nor did she ask why she was out having coffee during work hours. She simply said, "Okay, come to my office when you get back." Zhang Yuni, "Okay." Pushing her phone away, Zhang Yuni looked up, her gaze meeting the person opposite her. Their eyes met. Zhou Ting didn't shift or move. On the contrary, Zhang Yuni, under his gaze, felt a slight discomfort. She blinked slowly. "Why? Are you looking at me like that?" Before Zhou Ting could reply, she furrowed her brows slightly. "Is my makeup smudged?" Zhou Ting's expression shifted slightly, and he gave a helpless smile. "No." He wanted to know how she felt. Zhang Yuni hid many of her emotions well, but those who knew her could discern them from the subtle shifts in her expression. Zhou Ting's answer reassured Zhang Yuni a little. As long as her makeup wasn't smudged, it was fine. She couldn't have Zhou Ting so handsome while her makeup was messy. While now wasn't the time to focus on appearances, Zhang Yuni could only distract herself and try to relax. After a while, coffee arrived. Zhang Yuni took a sip and tilted her head to look out the window. Zhou Ting's reflection was reflected in the French window, sipping coffee with his lashes lowered. His profile was three-dimensional, with distinct features, a high nose, and long lashes. Through the French window, Zhang Yuni could peek openly. Suddenly, the lowered figure raised his eyes and fixed his gaze on her. She looked at him, he at her. Zhou Ting's gaze seemed warm, burning her. Zhang Yuni held on for a moment, but ultimately she couldn't resist. She was the first to withdraw her gaze from the French window and turned to him. "Coffee, how does it taste?" Zhou Ting's, "Not bad." Zhang Yuni was puzzled. "Really?" She had always found espresso unpalatable. Zhou Ting's hummed and wanted to ask if she wanted to try it, but the words were too offensive, so he swallowed them back. "I'm used to it," he told her. Zhang Yuni nodded slowly, not asking further questions. After a few seconds of silence, Zhang Yuni took a deep breath. "You just said on the phone. Do you have her information?" Zhou Ting, knowing what she was going to ask, inquired, "Your colleague's mother's name and age." He needed to know this before he could have someone check. Zhang Yuni quickly opened her phone. "I asked my friend." Zhou Ting agreed. Zhongling might be in the operating room again, so she hadn't replied yet. The two of them put the topic aside for now, and quietly enjoyed their coffee. On weekdays, Zhang Yuni rarely had such leisure time. She usually went out for meetings and hurried back to the office. Let alone a cup of coffee in a cafe, she might not even have time to buy one. Zhang Yuni was just thinking when the person on the other end suddenly spoke again. "Have you figured out how to ask your colleague?" Zhang Yuni was stunned. "Do you have any good suggestions?" "Be more direct," Zhou Ting suggested. "She probably needs help right now. You've worked together for many years. She must know you well enough to understand your intentions." Hu Xiaochang must have understood that Zhang Yuni genuinely wanted to help him, not just gossiping or asking about his personal affairs out of curiosity. There was a certain truth to what Zhou Ting said. Zhang Yuni pondered for a moment, then sighed softly, cup in hand. "I thought so too, but it seems a bit cruel." Zhou Ting understood her concerns, but things had come to this. He collected himself and said thoughtfully, "Don't worry too much. Medicine is advanced nowadays, and there will be a solution." Zhang Yuni raised her eyes, her pupils filled with worry and uncertainty. Really? Of course, Zhou Tings nodded. Finally, unable to resist, he raised his hand to touch her fingers and whispered, "Trust me." He would help her. Zhang Yuni's eyelashes trembled. Before she could feel the warmth of Zhou Ting's fingertips, Zhou Tings frowned. "Why are your hands so cold?" Zhang Yuni froze in shock, opening her mouth to ask, "Really?" She raised her other hand and felt around. "It's normal. She's always like this." Zhou Tings focused, his tone slightly lowered, sounding serious. "Always like this?" Zhang Yuni hummed sheepishly. "It seems so. It's a little higher in the summer." She had a cold constitution, and her hands and feet were always cold. Spring, summer, autumn, and winter. Zhou Tings listened, silent. Zhang Yuni didn't take it personally. She slowly withdrew her hand and, under the table, touched the spot Zhou Tings had touched with her other hand. Those two fingers didn't seem cold anymore. Not only that, they were actually warm. Zhang Yuni wasn't sure if this was an illusion. Her thoughts were wandering, her heart aching. After a while, her phone suddenly rang. It was Zhou Tings. He glanced at the incoming call, said something to Zhang Yuni, and answered it right in front of her. "What's up?" It was Meng Sui's voice on the other end. "You're not in the office. Where have you been?" Zhou Tings, outside. Hearing his answer, a huge question mark popped up in Meng Sui's head. "Where's outside? You didn't skip work, did you?" Zhou Tings hummed. "It's just once in a while. President Meng shouldn't mind." Meng Sui choked, thinking to himself, "I don't mind you skipping work a few times. I'm keeping Zhou Tings at the company because I'm doing him a favor." Of course, there were other reasons. To the outside, the two of them were superiors and subordinates. Meng Sui was the president, but Zhou Tings was the one making the actual decisions. However, the fact that this person disappeared without a trace, and his assistant didn't even know about it, was quite suspicious. Thinking of this, Meng Sui asked warily, "You're not abusing your position to do anything wrong, are you?" Hearing this, Zhou Tings was slightly speechless. "What score did you get in the Chinese language test on the college entrance exam?" Meng Sui thought for a moment. "A little lower than yours, right?" "Why?" Zhou Tings didn't bother to answer him. "What do you want to talk to me about?" "I have something to discuss with you," Meng Sui said. "Are you coming back to the office today?" Zhou Tings looked across at the person across from him, looking down at their phone. "I'll be back later." Meng Sui, "Okay." He didn't ask too many questions over the phone. After all, Zhou Tings would be back soon, and he could gossip face to face. After hanging up, Zhou Tings was about to say something when Zhang Yuni looked up. "Mr. Meng?" Zhou Tings nodded. "Then let's go back," Zhang Yuni suggested. "We've almost finished our coffee." Zhou Tings looked at her intently, but didn't say anything immediately. Zhang Yuni was puzzled. "Did I say something wrong?" Zhou Tings withdrew his pointed gaze and asked, "Are you feeling better?" Coffee wasn't the main point of their meeting this afternoon. Zhang Yuni smiled at this. "Much better." Zhou Tings, "Okay." The two left the coffee shop, and Zhou Ting's car parked behind Zhang Yuni's. Walking to the car, Zhang Yuni unlocked it. "Then I go back to the office." Zhou Tings nodded and told her, "Don't worry. No matter how troublesome the problem, there's a solution." Zhang Yuni hummed, "I know." Zhou Tings then added, "Come to me anytime if you need anything." This made Zhang Yuni want to laugh. She feigned a casual air and said, "Can't I come to you if there's nothing?" Zhou Tings paused, raised his hand, and tapped her forehead. "Sure, I'm online 24 hours a day." "Really?" Zhang Yuni raised an eyebrow. "Don't you sleep?" Zhou Tings lowered his eyes, observing her sparkling eyes. His heart felt like it had been bitten, and it itched slightly. Zhang Yuni didn't wait for his reply. She looked up at him, her lips curled up. "Mr. Zhou?" Zhou Tings came back to his senses and glanced at her casually. His eyes darkened, and his voice slowed. "You don't have to sleep." If she wanted to find him, then he could stay awake. Zhang Yuni was momentarily distracted when she heard the hidden meaning in his words. She met his gaze, her ears slightly warmed, and she wondered if they were red. "Oh." She was at a loss for words, and could only say dryly, "I see." Then, she paused, then said unceremoniously, "Wait until I'm done. How about I find you afterward?" Zhou Tings thought the word sounded familiar. But he didn't interrupt her. He nodded gently, and said slowly, "Okay." He waited for her to finish. After Zhou Tings and Zhang Yuni returned to the company, they separated. Zhang Yuni went back to her office before going upstairs to find Caroline. "Come in," Caroline called out as there was a knock on the door. Zhang Yuni pushed the door open, and sat down across from her. Caroline looked up at her. I finished reading this document. Zhang Yuli nodded, saying nothing. A few minutes later, Caroline finished signing the document. Did you go out for coffee alone? Zhang Yuli shook her head. No, I was with a friend. Caroline raised an eyebrow in surprise. Friend? Zhang Yuli looked back at her calmly. Ah, a friend. She couldn't say which friend specifically. Caroline understood her and could discern her thoughts, so she didn't press the issue. She closed the document. Hu Xiaochang just called me. Zhang Yuli was surprised. What did she want to talk to you about? Caroline watched her expression change and whispered, Do you already know? Zhang Yuli hesitated for a few seconds. I'm not sure if what she told you is the same thing I know. Caroline smiled helplessly. Probably. She told me she wants to quit. Zhang Yuli frowned. Quit? Caroline nodded. She said something happened at home, and she couldn't balance her work here. Zhang Yuli was silent. Did she tell you the specifics? Caroline, she said someone in the family is sick and needs her care. The company is busy right now, and she inevitably need to take frequent leave to care for her family. With so much leave, she won't be able to complete her own work. Hu Xiaochang didn't want to increase her colleagues' workload, and she hadn't heard of any new hires in their department. Similarly, she knew Zhang Yuli would definitely refuse if she told her, so she bypassed her and went directly to Caroline. Zhang Yuli pursed her lips, then paused for a moment before asking, You didn't agree, did you? Caroline glanced at her. What do you think? Zhang Yuli smiled knowingly, relaxing a little. I can't agree to her. Caroline didn't say whether she could agree or not, only asking, Is there a solution? Let's hire 2 people, Zhang Yuli discussed with her. We've said we'd hire before, but we haven't made any arrangements. Zhang Yuli's department still had vacancies, so hiring someone was in line with company policy, and wouldn't make it seem like Caroline was favoring Zhang Yuli or making an exception for her or the department she oversaw. Caroline thought for a moment. Okay, can you contact HR? Zhang Yuli agreed. The matter was settled. Zhang Yuli had other things to attend to, so she stood up and prepared to return to her office. Before leaving, Caroline called out, Yuni. Zhang Yuli turned around. What's wrong? Caroline looked at her gently. If Xiaochang needs help, just tell me and I arrange it. She knew Zhang Yuni's style, so it wasn't surprising that she'd offer to help. So she instructed, Talk to me if you have any questions. I'm the boss. Zhang Yuni immediately understood the other meaning behind Caroline's words. She smiled faintly. Okay, I talked to her first. Caroline nodded. Go ahead. Back in her office, Zhang Yuni dealt with some urgent documents. Then, she asked Chen Xinhe to call Hu Xiaochang to her office. Hu Xiaochang guessed what Zhang Yuni wanted to talk to her about, and upon entering the office, she spoke first. Eva, I'm sorry. Zhang Yuni, Hu Xiaochang apologized so quickly that Zhang Yuni's prepared words suddenly faltered. She was speechless for a few seconds, then glanced at her and gestured for her to sit down. Sister Xiaochang, do you know what our company's biggest taboo is? Hu Xiaochang was stunned by the question. What? Zhang Yuni snorted. Overstepping the line of command. Hu Xiaochang hadn't expected Zhang Yuni to care about this. Speechless, she said awkwardly, Sorry. She wanted to say she'd be more careful, and wouldn't do it again. But as the words reached her lips, she remembered she was leaving soon. What? Zhang Yuni raised her eyebrows proudly and said, There won't be a next time. Hu Xiaochang lowered her eyes and hummed softly. Sister Xiaochang, are you happy with your work at Seaway? Zhang Yuni suddenly asked. Hu Xiaochang was stunned for a moment, then said without hesitation, Of course. She had never felt so relaxed and comfortable in a company before. This ease and comfort didn't refer to the light workload, but rather to the mood and the state of mind. Seaway's corporate culture was excellent, with almost all colleagues being women, and everyone got along very well and harmoniously. People often say that where there are more women, there are more disputes, conflicts, and grudges. In fact, that's not the case. Where there are more women, there's clearly more love, more lively, and more unity. At Seaway, Hu Xiaochang often felt like she was in a loving family. Her colleagues were friendly and enthusiastic, and her leaders were kind, strict but not harsh, serious yet gentle. They were all kind, warm and gentle. When conflicts did arise, they were resolved through discussion. They weren't even like men, smiling on the surface, but then trying to trip you up or set you up behind your back. Even if they held grudges, they wouldn't deliberately retaliate. At most, they would just give a cold shoulder. If you're happy doing this, don't quit. Zhang Yuni didn't ask why she was resigning. She simply said, I just discussed this with Caroline. Since you need to take time off for family matters, We pay you as if it were personal leave. Our department will be hiring 2 new employees, so you don't have to worry about adding to your colleagues' workload. Caroline and I were discussing this hiring process a while ago, but I've been putting it off until now. This is a perfect opportunity. Hu Xiaochang looked up suddenly. But? No buts. Zhang Yuni looked at her gently. Sister Xiaochang, have you ever thought about this? Hu Xiaochang, what? What will happen to the baby if you quit? Zhang Yuni said bluntly, you need the income to support her, don't you? Hu Xiaochang's eyes suddenly welled up. She didn't want to resign, but she had no choice. Zhang Yuni whispered, no need to resign. Just take some time off, and I take care of everything in the department. She joked, don't worry about your leave putting pressure on everyone and increasing their workload. If that happens, it's my fault as the director, not yours. It was her poor planning that caused this. It had nothing to do with whether or not her colleagues took time off. Hu Xiaochang was speechless, still hesitant. I might take time off quite frequently. I arrange it very reasonably, Zhang Yuni replied. At this point, Hu Xiaochang fell silent. After a long pause, she spoke, Yuni, thank you. Zhang Yuni stood up and hugged her. You're welcome. It's nothing. Hu Xiaochang shook her head and said nothing. This wasn't just a small favor. It was clearly a timely help. After Hu Xiaochang had calmed down a bit, Zhang Yuni continued, have your mother's test results come out? Yes, Hu Xiaochang took a deep breath, a look of melancholy on his face. Ovarian cancer. That's why I want to quit my job to take care of her. Zhang Yuni paused. Have you re-registered for the test? Hu Xiaochang looked up. Yes, but it's for 2 weeks later. Zhang Yuni knew that it was difficult to get an appointment with a good hospital and a good specialist. She nodded and took out her phone. Send me your mother's information. I have a friend who has connections at the hospital. I can ask him to help us get in through the back door. Hu Xiaochang looked at her incredulously. Is that okay? Of course. Zhang Yuni smiled and reassured her, earlier intervention is better, isn't it? Hu Xiaochang's breathing hitched slightly, and tears welled up in her eyes. Thank you. She didn't know what else to say besides thank you. The help Zhang Yuni had given her couldn't be summed up with just a few words of thanks. Zhang Yuni said gently, really, that's not necessary. Just take care of yourself and your family, and don't let yourself collapse. Hu Xiaochang nodded and took a deep breath. I will. She knew she couldn't collapse, couldn't lose heart. Zhang Yuni responded and asked her to send the message to him first. After receiving it, she immediately forwarded it to Zhou Ting's. As she forwarded it to Zhou Ting's, Zhang Yuni checked her chat list. Zhong Ling was still busy and hadn't replied yet. Less than a minute after the message went through, Zhou Ting's replied, got it. Zhang Yuni, will it affect anyone else? Zhou Ting's. No, I just asked her to work overtime. Zhang Yuni asked curiously, is it relatives? Generally speaking, this word is only used for close relationships. Zhou Ting's, Perhaps worried Zhang Yuni might overthink things, Zhou Ting's added, I introduce you when the chance arises. Seeing this, Zhang Yuni thought, forget that opportunity. She doesn't want to see a doctor when she's sick, except for Zhong Ling. Thinking, she replied, if it's not in the hospital, then it's fine. Zhou Ting's, guessing her inner concerns and the strange thoughts swirling in her head, gently curled the corner of his lip to reassure her, no. Chapter 29. Half an hour later, Zhou Ting asked Zhang Yuni if Hu Xiaochang was free tomorrow. Zhang Yuni immediately relayed the information. Finally, they arranged for Hu Xiaochang to take her mother to the hospital again at 8 a.m. the next day for a more comprehensive and advanced examination. After confirming the details, Hu Xiaochang repeatedly thanked Zhang Yuni. Zhang Yuni patted her shoulder helplessly and whispered, Sister Xiaochang, don't thank me yet. Just get this done and treat me to a meal later. Hu Xiaochang was deeply moved. Anything you want. Zhang Yuni's lips curved slightly. Okay. She comforted Hu Xiaochang, go ahead and get busy. If you need any help, feel free to tell me, Sister Si Man, or anyone else. Hu Xiaochang agreed. The office fell silent. Zhang Yuni sat at her computer, busy for a while longer, before Zhong Ling called her back. Just got out of the operating room. Zhong Ling's voice was tired. Zhang Yuni said, I guessed it. Zhong Ling replied, what do you say now? Have you asked Hu Xiaochang? Yes, Zhang Yuni told her directly. A friend helped her mother get an appointment with a specialist tomorrow for another checkup. Zhong Ling was surprised. Which friend? Which specialist? Let me check the file. Zhou Ting's. Zhang Yuni had nothing to hide from her friend. Zhong Ling, who? She almost thought she was hallucinating. Zhang Yuni was slightly speechless. You heard it. Zhong Ling sighed and changed the subject. Are you working overtime tonight? What for? Zhang Yuni asked cautiously. Zhong Ling, treating me dinner. Zhang Yuni was speechless. Seeing through her, she asked, eating isn't the point. What do you want to gossip about? Zhong Ling hummed calmly. That's good to know. Just tell me whether you're eating or not. Zhang Yuni glanced at her work schedule and had to agree, eat after 7. Zhong Ling, just what I want. After hanging up, Zhong Ling sent her a message. I forgot to mention which specialist you're seeing. She needed to see what the specialist's area of expertise was. Zhang Yuni, Dr. Duan Yinhe. Zhong Ling, question mark. Zhang Yuni looked at the question mark, confused. What's wrong? Is this doctor bad? Probably not. Zhou Tings, who could introduce her, must be reliable and capable. Zhong Ling, Zhou Tings is amazing. Zhang Yuni blinked. This doctor is amazing? Zhong Ling, very amazing. She's an expert in this field, specializing in malignant tumors. The success rate of surgery she performed was very high, and she was also the chairperson of the Ovarian Cancer Committee of the Anti-Cancer Association. If she could take over the treatment of Hu Xiaochang's mother, whether surgically or with targeted therapy, her chances would be very high. Zhang Yuni was stunned. She knew Zhou Ting's abilities and knew, given his connections, that the doctor he could introduce her to would be a formidable figure. But she had never imagined he would be such a formidable figure. Zhong Ling, Director Duan is right. Reassure Hu Xiaochang that her mother will be fine. Zhang Yuni, okay. Knowing Duan Yinhe's status and abilities in the medical community, Zhang Yuni suddenly felt that treating Zhou Tings to a meal was far from enough. He had helped her so much that she didn't know how to thank him. Zhang Yuni hesitated, debating whether to send him another thank you message, but then she felt that a verbal thank you lacked sincerity. But she hadn't thought of any other ways to express her gratitude yet. After hesitating for a moment, Zhang Yuni sent him a message. Mr. Zhou, if you need any help in the future, I definitely go through fire and water. Zhou Tings, question mark. Zhang Yuni, a friend just gave me a brief introduction to a doctor's resume. Zhou Tings looked up, perhaps understanding why she was willing to go through fire and water for him. Zhou Tings pondered for a few seconds and didn't refuse her. Okay, I make a note of that. Zhang Yuni replied with a cute emoji saying okay. Zhou Tings curled his lips slightly and was about to reply when there was a knock on the door. Before he could say anything, the person knocking on the door entered uninvited. Catching a glimpse of the smile on his face, they tooted, Mr. Zhou, not only are you skipping work, you're also slacking off on your phone. Zhou Ting remained composed, saying to Zhang Yuni that he had something else to attend to before putting down his phone and speaking. What's up? Meng Sui glanced at him curiously. Who are you chatting with? Zhou Ting ignored him. Let me guess. Meng Sui muttered to himself, Eva? Zhou Ting glanced at him, his meaning clear. You're asking a question you already know the answer to. Receiving his look of disdain, Meng Sui choked slightly, pulled out a chair across from his desk, and sat down, curious. What's your progress? Zhou Ting didn't respond, instead asking, what about the documents you wanted me to look at? Meng Sui was speechless. Let's talk about personal matters first, and then we talk about business later. I be off work soon. Zhou Ting said. Meng Sui checked the time. No overtime today. Zhou Ting gave him a neutral glance. Oh, that's not what I meant. Meng Sui came to his senses and said with a smile, I don't mean to pressure Mr. Zhou. Zhou Tings understood and said calmly, I'm going home for dinner. Meng Sui was surprised. Go home. Zhou Tings, what's the problem? No. Meng Sui paused for a moment, then asked carefully, is mom feeling unwell? It was no wonder he asked. It was a weekday, a little unusual for Zhou Tings to be home for dinner. Zhou Tings and his parents were both busy with work, and the family wouldn't get together until the weekend. So, Meng Sui couldn't help but overthink his plans when he came home for dinner on Monday night. Zhou Tings, no. Knowing what Meng Sui meant, he said softly, I have something to go home for. Knowing it wasn't Ms. Duan who was unwell, Meng Sui felt relieved. That's fine. After he finished speaking, Meng Sui uttered a sigh, you haven't answered my question yet? Why did he change the subject? Zhou Tings raised his eyelids and said indifferently, look at the documents first. Meng Sui had no choice but to hand him the documents. After Zhou Tings finished reading the documents and discussed some business matters, Meng Sui forgot to ask Zhou Tings about the progress between him and Zhang Yuni. It was just time to get off work. Zhou Tings didn't hesitate at all and hurried Meng Sui away. He was leaving for the day. When Zhou Tings drove home, A rich aroma wafted from the kitchen. Tings is back. The kitchen lady greeted him. Are you hungry? Sit down for a while. Your parents aren't home yet. Zhou Tings nodded slightly and called out, Auntie Wang. Auntie Wang smiled. Hey, wait a minute. Zhou Tings responded, unsurprised. He went back to his room first, then came downstairs when he heard a car in the yard. Dad, Zhou Tings called out as he saw someone enter the house. Zhou Likun nodded. How long have you been back? Zhou Tings, 20 minutes. Zhou Likun raised his hand and patted his shoulder. Have you been busy with work lately? Not bad, Zhou Tings replied. Why hasn't my mom come back yet? Zhou Likun hummed and explained. A patient is looking for her. She said she'd be half an hour late, so I should come back first. Zhou Tings, unfazed, walked to the living room with Zhou Likun. Sitting down in the living room, Zhou Likun remembered something and tilted his head to look at him. Your mom said you introduced her to a patient? A family member of a friend? Zhou Tings nodded. A family member of a friend's colleague. He looked up at Zhou Likun, paused for a few seconds, and asked, What are the requirements for applying for medical assistance from the hospital? Zhou Likun turned his gaze to him in surprise. Medical assistance? Zhou Tings nodded. Father and son stared at each other for a moment. Zhou Likun pushed his glasses up. Is your friend important? Zhou Tings understood Zhou Likun's other meaning and hummed softly. She's quite special. He wanted to help Zhang Yuni. At Zhou Tings' tone, a flicker of surprise crossed Zhou Likun's eyes. He paused briefly and asked curiously how special. It's hard to describe it to you. Zhou Tings smiled faintly, tilted his head, and said seriously, Dad, I want to help her. It was rare for Zhou Tings to ask his parents for help. He had been independent since childhood, always handling everything on his own. From childhood to adulthood, Zhou Likun could remember never asking his parents for anything. Whether it was studying or working, he made his own decisions and choices. Zhou Likun noted his expression and noted it carefully. I understand. I inquire about the situation once everything is confirmed. If you qualify for medical assistance, I help you apply. If not, he pondered, and before he could continue, Zhou Tings said, I can make an anonymous donation. Zhou Likun looked at him intently. Okay. He promised, and he would do it for him. Thank you, Dad, Zhou Tings muttered softly. Just then, a car sounded outside. Not surprisingly, it was Ms. Duan returning home. Zhou Likun stood up, preparing to greet someone at the door. He said seriously, No thanks, thank your mother first. She's doing the hard work. Zhou Ting agreed, walking out with him. Thank her later. Hu. After Zhang Yuni sneezed twice, Zhong Ling looked at her suspiciously. Cold? Zhang Yuni raised her hand and rubbed her nose, unsure. No. She didn't feel unwell anywhere. Zhong Ling observed her expression and advised, the temperature has fluctuated greatly lately, with a big difference between morning and evening. Be careful. Zhang Yuni smiled. I know, Dr. Zhong, don't worry. Zhong Ling glanced at her. I wouldn't worry about you. Zhang Yuni remained silent. She knew Zhong Ling well enough to know that silence was best at this moment. If she didn't argue, Dr. Zhong would at most nag her. If she argued, he would nag her all night. Zhong Ling muttered a few words and chatted with her while eating. Besides Hu Xiuchang's mother, their conversation centered more on Zhou Tings. Zhong Ling still couldn't believe how Zhang Yuni had suddenly taken a liking to Zhou Tings. Hearing her question, Zhang Yuni couldn't help but laugh. It's not that sudden, is it? Zhong Ling gave her a self-aware look. Zhang Yuni curled her lip, and a flood of images suddenly flashed before her eyes. Frame by frame, the most striking memory was that night camping in the mountains, when Tan Jiasher's girlfriend had given her a hard time, and he had spoken a word of warning. And then, there was the moment they watched the stars side by side in the dead of night, a silence pervading them. When Zhang Yuni inadvertently turned her head, Zhou Tings was looking at her. The look he gave her was so gentle, like a warm evening breeze, caressing her face gently, letting her sense his silent comfort. At that moment, Zhang Yuni knew what he was trying to soothe her with. Yeye didn't show her frustration or annoyance in her predicament. But deep down, she felt helpless and doubtful. She couldn't help but wonder if she'd done something wrong, creating a false impression that was causing this. Long ago, Zhang Yuni even wondered if she'd been uglier. Perhaps she wouldn't have so many similar troubles. Of course, she later told herself clearly that she had done nothing wrong, and it wasn't her fault that she was beautiful. She couldn't just take advantage of the situation and act ungrateful. What are you thinking about? Seeing Zhang Yuni's distracted look, Zhong Ling waved her hand in front of her. Mr. Zhou? Zhang Yuni lowered her eyes. Ling. Zhong Ling raised her eyebrows, her eyes wide. What are you doing? Usually, when Zhang Yuni addressed her so affectionately, it was always because she needed her help. Seeing her fearful expression, Zhang Yuni couldn't help but laugh. Tell me, if I pursue Zhou Ting's, what are the chances of him succeeding? Zhong Ling couldn't believe what she was hearing. She froze for a few seconds, then asked in disbelief, You've already come this far, and you're asking such a question? Zhang Yuni, which step? What do you think? Zhong Ling rolled her eyes at her. Zhou Ting's already helped your colleague, so do you two still need to pursue this step? She really didn't understand the little tricks between the two of them. Is this what a relationship like between a man and a woman in the ambiguous period looks like? Besides, even if Zhou Ting's truly needed Zhang Yuni's pursuit, Zhang Yuni wouldn't have to worry about the chances. Because she was certain of success. Zhang Yuni was speechless, pondering, there should be some sense of ceremony, right? Zhong Ling, She rested her chin on her hand and looked at Zhang Yuni, somewhat puzzled by the mindset of a woman in love, and not wanting to understand. She nodded with a hint of resignation. If you want it, then pursue her. Zhang Yuni nodded, looking at her and asking, how? Zhong Ling choked. You ask me? Zhang Yuni, ah. Zhong Ling was silent for a moment, then couldn't help asking, do I look like someone who would pursue someone? Zhang Yuni shook her head honestly, no. The two looked at each other. After a long pause, Zhang Yuni pulled out her phone. How about I look up some online pursuit tips? Zhong Ling was speechless, thinking for a moment. Why don't you take a look at the pursuit methods of your past suitors? That's not the case, Zhang Yuni said without hesitation. Zhong Ling blinked. Why? They all failed to catch me, which proves their pursuit methods are inappropriate. Zhang Yuni's reasoned analysis was sound. Zhong Ling, There was absolutely nothing wrong with that statement. Chapter 30. Zhang Yuni is someone who acts quickly once she has a clear goal. That evening, after she and Zhong Ling separated and returned home, she immediately went into her study, opened a document, and created a plan for pursuing someone. She quickly and roughly finished it, and sent it to Zhong Ling. Please take a look and see if there's anything that needs revising. If you have better ideas, feel free to give me some suggestions. After sending the message, Zhang Yuni went to the bathroom to shower. Only Zhong Ling, after washing up, saw the PowerPoint presentation Zhang Yuni had sent her. She glanced down at Zhang Yuni's next message and, with a head full of questions, clicked on the PowerPoint presentation she had received on WeChat. The title at the top read, Pursuit Plan. Zhong Ling, Only Zhang Yuni could come up with a PowerPoint presentation to plan her pursuit. She carefully read the PowerPoint presentation and replied to Zhang Yuni with a series of ellipsis marks. Zhang Yuni came out of the shower and saw it, bewildered. Isn't it good? Zhong Ling, I don't know how to comment. Zhang Yuni, just tell me the truth. Zhong Ling thought for a moment and replied, I think you can give it a try. Mainly, I don't have any experience, so I can't give you any advice. But I do have one thing to ask. Is sending flowers inappropriate? Zhang Yuni, why not? Zhong Ling, does sending flowers even mean pursuing a man? Zhang Yuni thought for a moment. Men and women are equal, aren't they? It seems so. Zhong Ling thought, then hesitated. Okay, but sending food isn't necessary. You don't have time for it. Zhang Yuni, just order takeout and have it delivered. Zhong Ling choked slightly. Before she could reply, Zhang Yuni sent a new message. If you're just doing this, won't it seem insincere? Zhong Ling thought for a moment. Yes? No. Zhang Yuni, Dr. Zhong. Zhong Ling, you. Zhang Yuni's tone grew even more serious. I'm asking you. She wasn't asking her to ask herself. Zhong Ling, oh, I don't know that either. She felt aggrieved. You know, I only have experience with secret crushes, not pursuing anyone. If she knew all that, she would have stopped pursuing secret crushes long ago. Zhong Ling's mention of secret crushes suddenly reminded Zhang Yuni of this regrettable past. She sighed, holding her phone, and replied, then I try it first. If it works, you can try it too, when your secret crush shows up. Zhong Ling was at a loss for words, admiring her logical thinking. I don't even have a secret crush on him anymore, so why would I try? Zhang Yuni, what if you have a new secret crush? Zhong Ling, can't I just have a crush on her instead? Zhang Yuni, of course. But rather than a crush, she'd prefer someone who likes Zhong Ling to be more forthright and passionate. After discussing it with Zhong Ling, Zhang Yuni realized they couldn't come up with anything useful. She initially considered asking Ren Huaiming about it, but after some thought, she decided against it. While she didn't mind Ren Huiming knowing she was planning to pursue her boss, she wasn't ready for it yet. She couldn't let Ren Huiming know before she even started. Thinking this way, Zhang Yuni proceeded with her pursuit plan, taking it one step at a time. After all, the PPT could be modified and revised repeatedly based on the actual situation. She believed she could do it. After making some minor revisions to the pursuit PPT, Zhang Yuni saved it, and said goodnight to Zhongling. Before bed, Zhongling asked, "Will we do it tomorrow?" Zhang Yuni thought for a moment. "The day after tomorrow, maybe." Zhongling, "What do you mean?" Zhang Yuni, "I was just browsing the internet, and saw a fortune blogger's new daily horoscope. Tomorrow doesn't seem like a good time to make any major decisions." Zhongling, "Didn't you do it today?" Zhang Yuni suddenly realized, "Right." Zhongling, "You're stupid." Zhang Yuni, "I'm stupid." Both were speechless. Finally, Zhang Yuni decided to wait until the day after tomorrow. She needed a little time to prepare herself mentally. Zhongling expressed her support. Finally, she reminded her that since she was already planning on pursuing someone, while she wasn't going to resort to relying on her beauty, she still needed to make some adjustments to her appearance. She couldn't waste the face that Nuwa had shaped for her. Zhang Yuni thought Zhongling's words made a lot of sense, and asked her when she was free to go shopping for clothes together. Zhongling is an orthopedic surgeon, sometimes busy, sometimes not so busy. She glanced at her schedule. Tomorrow night? Zhang Yuni, tomorrow I have to accompany the client on market research. Zhongling, after get off work? Zhang Yuni, yes TT. Zhongling, I have surgery scheduled for the day after tomorrow. Zhang Yuni sighed, then I have to wait until I get back from South City. Zhongling, that's fine. The next morning, Zhang Yuni showed up at the gym. She usually has private lessons on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, spending an hour and a half in the gym. She takes Tuesdays and Thursdays off, and visits the boxing gym on Saturdays when she has time. She prefers boxing to her regular workouts. Boxing allows her to vent many of her pent-up emotions. Seeing her appear, the coach raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Why are you here today?" Zhang Yuni hummed a sigh of relief, then said, while pedaling the elliptical trainer, "Come over for some cardio when you have time. I want to improve my figure and strength." "Coach, She looked Zhang Yuni up and down and whispered, "Are you trying to piss off my other members? Who has the proportions of a model, and still be so curly?" Zhang Yuni blinked innocently. "Don't tell them, and they won't know." The coach was speechless and sighed, then keep going. Zhang Yuni's lips curled, "No problem." She was full of motivation. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zhou Ting stayed at home last night. His house was a bit far from Nexilith, but he wasn't in a rush to get to work. So after getting up, he accompanied Zhou Lakun for a run around the area. On the way back, Zhou Lakun glanced at him and asked, "Will you take your mother to the hospital later?" Zhou Ting nodded. "Aren't you going to a meeting somewhere else?" Zhou Lakun nodded, thought for a moment, and said, "Are you really that worried?" He rarely saw his son so concerned about other people's affairs. Zhou Ting knew what he was asking and said frankly, "A little bit. I'm not in a hurry. Let's go and take a look." Hearing this, Zhou Lakun said nothing more. He raised his hand and patted Zhou Ting's shoulder. "Trust Professor Duan." Zhou Ting smiled softly and said seriously, "I do." He had believed in Professor Duan's abilities since he was a child. If he hadn't believed in her, he wouldn't have called her immediately, asking her to spare some time for help. Zhou Ting's mother wasn't having many surgeries anymore. She was focusing more of her time on further research. However, those with connections would always use their connections and favors to find her, hoping she would perform the surgery. Professor Duan's ability was unshakable, commanding unconditional trust. When the father and son returned home, Duan Yanhe was reading a document. Heard the noise, he looked up and told the kitchen that breakfast would be ready in 20 minutes. The kitchen staff agreed. "I know, I calculate the time." Zhou Ting and Zhou Lakun returned to their room to wash up, change clothes, and go downstairs. After breakfast, Zhou Ting dropped Duan Yanhe off at the hospital. When the mother and son arrived at the hospital, Zhou Ting walked Duan Yanhe to her office. Duan Yanhe noticed her son's attentiveness, but didn't ask any questions. As they walked upstairs, Zhou Ting caught a glimpse of Hu Xiaochang and her daughter waiting at the elevator. He had a vague impression of Hu Xiaochang. She had visited Nexilith twice, when the Seaway PR department held meetings. Zhang Yuni took great care of her, occasionally giving her the opportunity to speak on stage. However, Hu Xiaochang didn't see him, and Zhou Ting had no intention of going up to greet him. Hu Xiucheng's favor was Zhang Yuni's, and he was helping Zhang Yuni. Hu Xiaochang should simply thank Zhang Yuni, not him. Noticing Zhou Ting's gaze, Duan Yanhe glanced in that direction. After the two of them entered the employee elevator, she asked, "Is it them?" Zhou Ting's nodded. "Mom, I leave it to you." Duan Yanhe glanced at him and shook her head helplessly. "I do my best." Zhou Ting's placed a hand on her shoulder and whispered, "I know." When they reached the office door, Duan Yanhe immediately sent them away. Zhou Ting's was at a loss for words. "Can I stay here a little longer?" Duan Yanhe said as she put on her white coat. "No, you're disturbing my work." Zhou Ting's had no choice but to say, "Then I go to the company." "Go ahead," Duan Yanhe said softly, knowing why he wanted to stay at the hospital. "I tell you the results as soon as I have them." Zhou Ting's raised her hand and hugged her. "Thank you, Mom." Duan Yanhe glanced at him. "You're welcome. That's how I work." Zhou Ting's laughed. "Next time you need me to do something, I'd be there for you." Duan Yanhe raised an eyebrow and stared at him for a long moment. "I really do have one, I'm just afraid you can't do it." Zhou Ting's, "Go ahead." Duan Yanhe thought for a few seconds. "I think about it, and tell you later." Zhou Ting said nothing. "Okay, then I go." "You go do your thing. Drive slowly." "Got it." Leaving the hospital, Zhou Ting's went straight to the company. After seeing Professor Duan off, he entered the office almost on time. Just a few minutes after he sat down, Meng Sui arrived again. He held 2 cups of coffee, looking as leisurely as if he were just strolling into the office. "Why are you so late today?" Zhou Ting's took one of the cups and took a sip. "I took Professor Duan to the hospital." Meng Sui raised an eyebrow. "Doesn't Mom think you're being overly attentive and harboring ill intentions?" Zhou Ting's didn't even glance at him. Meng Sui didn't care, but tapped his desk and said, "I have good news for you." Zhou Ting's raised his eyelids and continued, "I heard Eva was on a blind date with Ji Yueze." Meng Sui had heard about this last night while drinking at the bar, but he drunk too much and forgotten to tell Zhou Ting's right away. What he didn't expect was that Zhou Ting's expression didn't change at all after hearing this, only a faint "oh." Meng Sui, puzzled, frowned. "What do you mean?" Zhou Ting's, "What do you mean?" Meng Sui stared at him. "Aren't you going to be nervous?" Zhou Ting's glanced at him and was about to say something when his phone lit up. He picked it up and opened it. It was a message from Zhang Yuni, saying that Hu Xiuchang's mother was already undergoing a checkup. Zhou Ting's paused, then lowered his head and replied, "Nervous?" Zhang Yuni, "A little bit." Zhou Ting's wanted to say, "Don't be nervous," but the words were empty and ineffective. He pondered how to comfort her, when he suddenly became aware of the intense gaze from the other person. Zhou Ting's looked up at the right moment, thinking of Meng Sui's question. He was incredibly calm. "Why should I be nervous?" Meng Sui was silent for a moment, then pointed at the phone in his hand. "Did Eva send you a message?" Zhou Ting's didn't say anything, but his meaning was clear. Meng Sui choked and stood up. "I'm so worried." The fact that Zhang Yuni had taken the initiative to message Zhou Ting's made it clear that Zhou Ting's had nothing to be nervous about. "You know, last night he overheard Ji Yueze chatting with a friend at the bar. The friend asked him about the follow-up to the blind date. Ji Yueze said no. Because after that day, Zhang Yuni hadn't sent him a single message. After Meng Sui left, Zhou Ting's immediately called Zhang Yuni. Zhang Yuni hadn't expected Zhou Ting's to call at this hour. She quickly picked up the phone and softly said, "Are you busy?" Zhou Ting's, "Yes." He had a lot of things to deal with, but he still managed to find time to call Zhang Yuni. Zhang Yuni was startled, then understood what he meant. "I'm fine. Just a little worried." Zhou Ting's replied, "I know." He paused, then suddenly asked, "Is there a lot of work today?" Hearing this, Zhang Yuni smiled. "A lot," she said helplessly. "I have to work overtime today." "Has Siwei been so busy lately?" Zhou Ting's asked. Zhang Yuni replied, "Well, mainly because I just won PR contracts with 2 companies, so there's a lot of preparatory work to do." Zhou Ting's understood and said, "Okay." Zhang Yuni's lips curled up slightly, and she turned to ask, "How are you guys?" Zhou Ting said, "It's okay. There will be new products launching this summer, and we've been testing them lately." Zhang Yuni suddenly realized and couldn't help but sigh, "So, I'd be busy this summer." The two chatted on the phone, nothing much to discuss, but it felt comfortable nonetheless. Zhang Yuni wasn't sure if Zhou Ting's voice had any miraculous effect. After chatting with him for a while, she suddenly felt less nervous and uneasy. The call lasted over 10 minutes. It wasn't until there was a knock on Zhou Ting's door, and his assistant reminded him that he had a meeting that Zhang Yuni took the initiative and said, "You go to the meeting. I'm busy too." Zhou Tings agreed, whispering, "Tell me on WeChat if you have anything." Zhang Yuni was silent for a few seconds. "Then it's best if nothing happens." Zhou Tings smiled. "I'll let you know when I have news." "Okay." Before hanging up, Zhang Yuni remembered something and called out to him, "Zhou Tings." Zhou Tings raised his eyebrows slightly. His tone was deep, and through the rustling of the electricity, there was an indescribable low and sexy quality. Zhang Yuni raised her hand and touched the ear that was closest to the phone. It felt a little hot. She pursed her lips and asked unexpectedly, "Do you usually grow flowers?" Zhou Tings was unable to react immediately. "What?" Zhang Yuni paused, then begrudgingly asked, "Which flowers do you think are beautiful? I'm planning on giving it as a gift, and I'd like to get your opinion." Hearing this, Zhou Tings remained silent for a moment. "Gift someone?" "Yes, a partner," Zhang Yuni said, thinking that Zhou Tings was also her partner, so she wasn't lying. Zhou Tings paused, narrowed his eyes, and said in a low voice, "As for our partner, sunflowers are more suitable." Zhang Yuni was skeptical. "Really?" Zhou Tings, "Yeah." "Okay," Zhang Yuni agreed, "I take a look." Zhou Tings, After hanging up, Zhang Yuni was busy for a while before sending a message to Zhong Ling. "Are the sunflowers nice?" Zhong Ling replied during her lunch break. Zhang Yuni, what does the question mark mean? Zhong Ling was speechless. "Are you planning to give Zhou Ting sunflowers?" Zhang Yuni, "Yes, I asked him what flowers would be suitable if I were to give flowers to a partner, and he said sunflowers." Zhong Ling was silent, a deep sense of doubt in her heart. "Doesn't he know he's the partner you're sending flowers to?" Zhang Yuni, "I don't know." Zhong Ling, "No wonder." Zhang Yuni, "Is that okay?" Zhong Ling, "Sunflowers are fine, but they can't be all sunflowers, right? You should ask the florist." Zhang Yuni, "Okay." Zhang Yuni, a man of action, immediately contacted the shops on her list who had ordered flowers before, asking for their suggestions. After a brief consideration, she ordered a bouquet without hesitation and had it delivered to Nexolitha's general manager's office on Wednesday, specifically asking Zhou Ting to sign for it. Chapter 31. After making the arrangements, Zhang Yuni turned around and went back to her work. By lunchtime, she saw Zhou Tings had sent her a new message an hour after hanging up, saying that sunflowers didn't seem suitable either. Zhang Yuni blinked and replied, "What's wrong with him? Isn't it pretty?" Zhou Tings, "Not pretty enough." Zhang Yuni, "Huh?" She thought sunflowers were pretty. Staring at the dialogue box for a moment, Zhang Yuni couldn't help but ask, "Do you have any recommendations for something more suitable?" Zhou Tings thought for a long time and asked, "A particularly familiar partner?" Zhang Yuni raised an eyebrow. "Yes." Holding her phone, she couldn't help but wonder, has Zhou Tings guessed something? As Zhang Yuni pondered, Zhou Tings sent a message. "Flowers aren't really that appropriate. I think a farewell gift might be better." Zhang Yuni, "Anything else?" Zhou Tings quickly sent Zhang Yuni a few suggestions. Lucky bamboo, money tree, cactus, etc. Zhang Yuni, Looking at the name Zhou Tings had sent, she pressed down the corners of her lips that were about to curl upwards. "Are you sure?" Zhou Tings, "Yeah." Zhang Yuni looked at the chat between them, her eyes rolling, and deliberately asked, "What if I insist on sending flowers? Are there any other options?" The message was sent, and the top of the chat window said, "The other party is typing." After typing for a long time, she received a reluctant message from Zhou Tings. "Yellow Phalaenopsis orchids, yellow Cymbidium orchids, and purple lilies are all good choices." Zhang Yuni paused, vaguely understanding something. She seemed to know why Zhou Tings had changed his mind. Thinking about it, she couldn't help but curl her lips and replied, "Okay, I consider it." Zhou Tings, "Yes." Thanks to Zhou Ting's reminder, Zhang Yuni contacted the florist again and made some minor changes to the bouquet she was sending to Nexolitha's general manager's office tomorrow. After that, she felt at ease to attend to other matters. Afterward, Zhou Tings didn't mention the matter to her again. As the workday neared its end, Zhang Yuni unsurprisingly received a message from Pu Li, saying he'd come to the office to pick her up. Zhang Yuni wanted to refuse, but then she remembered she had already agreed to work with him on market research. While they could each drive separately, it wouldn't be convenient to discuss or even discuss the matter. Besides, Pu Li hadn't done anything else out of line. He was still focused on the client he had just secured. Zhang Yuni couldn't let her emotions show too much. Until Pu Li crossed the line, she had to do her job conscientiously and professionally, complying with the client's requirements. Thinking of this, Jong Yuni replied, "Shall I pick you up?" She was being polite, but she didn't dare ask Puli to be her driver. Seeing her message, Puli raised an eyebrow and said, "No, I'm quite free." At this point, Jong Yuni reluctantly agreed, "Okay, then I trouble you, Mr. Pu." Puli replied, "No need to be so polite." After concluding her conversation with Puli, Jong Yuni quickly finished her work and left work on time. While waiting for Puli downstairs, she sent a message to Hu Xiaochang, asking if the results were in. Hu Xiaochang replied, "Tomorrow." Jong Yuni, "Okay, don't worry. We have illnesses, and we can treat them. With advanced medical technology these days, we'd be fine." Hu Xiaochang smiled bitterly, "I know. Thank you, Yuni. Professor Duan is incredibly talented. She told us too. Just trust her." Jong Yuni, "Yes, yes." After a brief chat, Puli arrived. "Eva." He rolled down the window and called out to Jong Yuni. Jong Yuni looked up, smiled faintly, and said, "Mr. Pu." She opened the door and got in. "You didn't bring a driver?" Puli hummed, and after she fastened her seatbelt, he said, "The driver's off duty." Jong Yuni smiled and nodded. The car was silent for a moment. Puli asked, "Are you hungry?" Jong Yuni, "Not bad." Puli raised an eyebrow. "What do you want to eat?" "Anything's fine with me," Jong Yuni replied, then reminded her, "Aren't we going on a research trip?" Hearing her hint, Puli gave a helpless smile. "Yes, then let's go eat at Xuanxing's competitor." Jong Yuni said politely, "No problem." The two of them set off for another well-known dim sum restaurant. The restaurant Puli chose was farther away, in the suburbs. It was rush hour, and the traffic was a bit congested. The car was silent for a while, then Puli broke the silence. "Have you been very busy with work lately?" Jong Yuni answered honestly, "A little." Puli raised his eyes, and asked jokingly, "Isn't it Xuanxing that's causing you all this trouble?" "Of course not," Jong Yuni said with a smile. "Seaway works with many clients, so its business has always been quite busy." Puli nodded slightly, understanding. "Do you know why I chose Seaway?" he asked suddenly. Jong Yuni didn't know how to answer such a question. She pondered for a moment, then said softly, "It's probably because Seaway and Mr. Pu have a strong connection." Puli was stunned, not expecting her to answer like that. He tilted his head to look at her and chuckled softly, "That's one reason, I suppose." Jong Yuni nodded, "I think so. When people meet, when companies collaborate, fate is the essence of it. Without fate, no matter how good everything else is, there will be all sorts of complications that lead to less than perfect results." The two chatted briefly as they sped to the suburbs. When they got out of the car, Jong Yuni was still a little dizzy. Thankfully, they sat down as soon as they entered the restaurant, giving her some time to calm down. "See what you want to eat." Puli handed her the menu. Jong Yuni handed it back. "I'm not picky about food. Anything's fine with me." She smiled faintly and said, "Mr. Pu, we're here to do research. Just order whatever you like." The implication was that she hoped Puli would do his research seriously, ordering dishes similar to those at Xuanxing, so they could compare and evaluate them. Puli, not sure if he understood her meaning, agreed, "Okay, I order then." Jong Yuni smiled and said, "Okay, I leave it to you then." While waiting for the dishes to arrive, Jong Yuni, remembering her duties, glanced around, observing the wait staff, the manager, and the flow of customers entering the restaurant. Puli, seeing her serious expression, whispered, "Eva, relax a little. Don't be so nervous." Jong Yuni, "Mr. Pu, we're doing research." Puli said helplessly, "That's right." He looked directly at Jong Yuni and smiled to himself, "Are you always like this?" Jong Yuni, "Huh? Mr. Pu, are you praising me?" Puli admitted generously, "Yes." Jong Yuni nodded, her face serious. "We thinkers are like this." Puli, amused by her, shook his head, took a sip of his tea, and said nothing more. The two of them had a pleasant meal. After the dishes arrived, Puli became noticeably more serious. Jong Yuni wasn't as expert in taste as Puli, so she could only offer her own opinion after tasting the food as best she could. The meal lasted almost 2 hours. It was almost 9 o'clock when they finished, and since it was getting late, Puli didn't suggest going anywhere else. After asking Jong Yuni, he drove her home. However, Jong Yuni asked him to take her back to the office. Puli was surprised. Going back to work overtime. It was almost 9 o'clock. Jong Yuni hummed, "I forgot something at the office." Puli helplessly asked, "Is it serious?" "A little bit." To prevent Puli from offering to take her back to the office and then home, Jong Yuni said, "My car is still at the office, So please, Mr. Pooh, take me back. At this point, Pooley had no reason to refuse. He reluctantly agreed, no problem, let's go. The return trip was much smoother than the outbound trip. It only took 40 minutes to get to the office building. Zhang Yuni opened the car door and got out, turning to look at Pooley. Mr. Pooh, thank you for today. Pooley glanced at her sideways. I should be the one saying this. I'm sorry to bother you with overtime. Zhang Yuni shook her head. It's my job. This is what Siwei should do. She mentioned Siwei again, and Pooley curled his lips slightly. That's it for now. I contact you later if I need anything. Zhang Yuni. Okay, Mr. Pooh, take care. Pooley drove away. Zhang Yuni stood there for half a minute before turning back and going upstairs. She did leave something at the office, but she could pick it up tomorrow. But since she was already back, Zhang Yuni simply took it and went to the garage to drive home. As soon as she arrived home, Zhang Yuni received a message from Zhou Tings, asking if she had arrived yet. During dinner, Zhou Tings had messaged Zhang Yuni, asking if she was working overtime today. She said yes, but was working overtime outside. Zhou Tings asked if it was a dinner party. Zhang Yuni said yes. Zhou Tings didn't ask any more questions, only reminding her not to drink too much and to let her know when she got home. Recalling their conversation 2 hours ago, Zhang Yuni curled her lips. Just got home. Zhou Tings, did you drink? Zhang Yuni, no. Pooley did ask her, but she said wine doesn't go well with snacks, so she didn't. After receiving her reply, Zhou Tings urged, get some rest early. Zhang Yuni, I know. After sending the message, Zhou Tings suddenly sent another, want to have noodles tomorrow morning? Zhang Yuni was stunned for a moment, then couldn't help laughing. Yes, will you treat me? Zhou Tings, 7:30? Zhang Yuni, 7:30. After agreeing on a time, they said goodnight to each other. For some reason, Zhang Yuni's mood brightened. She put down her phone, washed up, and looked forward to the next day. The next morning, Zhang Yuni and Zhou Tings had breakfast together, then drove to the office separately. Shortly after arriving, Zhang Yuni was called to a meeting. So was Zhou Tings. Zhou Tings' morning meeting didn't last long. When he returned to his office, the phone on his desk rang. He picked up the phone. Hello? Mr. Zhou, the delivery guy downstairs said he has your takeout. Ren Huiming asked Zhou Tings, puzzled. Did you order anything? Normally, Zhou Tings didn't order takeout. Zhou Tings frowned, no. After he finished speaking, he asked, are you sure it's mine? Yes, Ren Huiming replied. How about I go down and take a look? Zhou Tings hummed and hung up. A few minutes later, his phone rang again. It was Ren Huiming again. Mr. Zhou, Ren Huiming said, a little embarrassed, why don't you come downstairs? I do have a takeout order for you, and I need your signature. Zhou Tings was busy at the moment, so he said indifferently, what is it? Ren Huiming looked at the item in front of him, hesitated for a few seconds, and said, cactus. Zhou Tings, At 10 o'clock in the morning, most employees of the Nexilith group knew something. Someone told their general manager, Zhou Tings, that someone had sent him a large, impressive-looking bouquet of cacti. Someone within the group was saying that the person who sent the gift might have thought Mr. Zhou had a bad temper. Some also believed that the person who gave this gift had good wishes for their CEO, Zhou, and was praising him for his tough exterior and warm heart. In short, there were all sorts of opinions. Ming Sui had something to do this morning and arrived late. As soon as he entered, he overheard everyone's discussion. He raised an eyebrow and, without even going to his own office, headed straight for the general manager's office. Pushing the door open and entering, Ming Sui looked around and asked, where's the cactus gift you received? Zhou Ting, working at his computer, didn't even look up. Are you free? Ming Sui spotted the cactus on the table, walked over, and poked its thorns. Not free, but I still have time to come and see what's going on here. He tilted his head and asked, who sent this? Zhou Tings looked at the cactus bouquet, remained silent for a few seconds, then suddenly smiled. My partner sent it to me. Hearing his tone, Ming Sui was suspicious. What partner? Zhou Tings raised his eyelids, his meaning clear. There was no need to report to Ming Sui. Ming Sui choked slightly. Just a chat between brothers. He leaned over Zhou Tings' desk. Give me a hint and I guess. Zhou Tings, no. Ming Sui was speechless. Just as he was about to say something else, there was a knock on the door. Zhou Tings looked up. Come in. It was Ren Huiming. This time, she came in with a bouquet of calla lilies and sunflowers, vibrant and beautiful. Who sent this? Before Zhou Tings and Ren Huaimin could say anything, Meng Sui asked, "What's going on? Is it your birthday today?" Before Zhou Tings could respond, Meng Sui added, "Are you planning on having 2 birthdays this year?" "I'm not into having 2 birthdays," Zhou Tings replied, standing up and taking the flowers from Ren Huaimin. He asked in a low voice, "Who sent this?" "Ren Huaimin. It was the delivery man from earlier." Zhou Tings nodded. "Okay, thank you." Ren Huaimin shook his head, looked at the flowers, then glanced at Zhou Tings' clearly amused expression. He whispered, "Mr. Zhou, if there's nothing else, I be leaving." "Zhou Tings, go ahead." Just as Ren Huaimin was about to open the door to leave, Zhou Tings suddenly stopped him. "Is there a vase outside?" Ren Huaimin was stunned. "I think so. I go look for it." Zhou Tings agreed. After Ren Huaimin left, Meng Sui couldn't help but look up and asked, "You want to grow this bouquet of flowers?" "Well," Zhou Tings answered with rare patience. "Go find me a nice vase." Meng Sui, He lowered his eyes, silent for a moment. "Do you know who sent the flowers?" Zhou Tings, "I know." "Who?" Meng Sui was curious. Who would send Zhou Tings flowers? Zhou Tings glanced at him, silent. "Don't tell me it was Eva who sent the flowers." Meng Sui, worthy of being Zhou Tings' brother since childhood, was a friend. Although Zhou Tings sometimes ignored him, he could always read his emotions, including his inner thoughts. Meng Sui smacked his lips and couldn't help but ask, "What do you mean? Why would Eva send you flowers? How could you possibly deserve that?" Zhou Tings, He was speechless at Meng Sui's words. He wanted to retort, but found he couldn't. In truth, he hadn't expected Zhang Yuni to send him flowers. He truly hadn't deserved that. Thinking of this, Zhou Tings raised an eyebrow. "I ask her for you later." Meng Sui choked, looking at the 2 extra bouquets of flowers in the office, and sighed softly. "I don't understand your relationship." Zhou Tings hummed, his words irritating. "You don't need to understand." Meng Sui glanced at him. Zhou Tings wasn't intimidated at all, but instead urged, "When are you leaving?" Meng Sui, "What do you mean?" "I need to make a phone call," Zhou Tings said. "It's not convenient for you to be here." Meng Sui, He closed his eyes, resisting the urge to scold Zhou Tings, and turned away angrily. As he reached the door, he suppressed his anger, but couldn't help but say, "I don't think Eva's taste is very good anymore." The office door opened and closed. Zhou Tings, amused by Meng Sui's irritation, poked the sunflowers he had just received, picked up his phone, and called the delivery person. Somewhat disappointingly, Zhang Yuni didn't answer. She was still in a meeting, her phone on silent, and it wasn't convenient for her to answer Zhou Tings' call at that moment. Watching the call hang up, Zhang Yuni glanced at her boss, then furtively clicked on the screen. Then, Zhou Tings sent a new message, "Am I a partner?" Zhang Yuni understood what he meant and lowered her eyes, replying, "Aren't I?" She deliberately said, "Mr. Zhou, you haven't forgotten the friendly and close partnership between Nexilith and Siwei." Of course, Zhou Tings hadn't forgotten. It's just that he felt that his relationship with Zhang Yuni couldn't be considered a purely contractual one. But if Zhang Yuni wanted to say so, that was fine. Thinking about it, Zhou Tings replied, "I didn't forget." "Are you in a meeting?" Zhang Yuni, I'm replying despite the possibility of getting scolded by Sister C. Zhou Tings was slightly stunned. "If she scolds you, you put the blame on me." Zhang Yuni raised an eyebrow. "How do you do that?" Zhou Tings told her seriously, "Tell Sister C that it was Mr. Zhou from Nexilith, our partner, who contacted you and pressured you to reply." Zhang Yuni laughed. "Okay, I tell her that later if she scolds me." Zhou Tings, "Okay." The dialogue box was silent for a few seconds, and Zhang Yuni couldn't help but ask, "How are the flowers? Are they fresh?" Zhou Tings sent her 2 photos. Zhang Yuni clicked on them, and saved them to her camera roll. "They look pretty good." Zhou Tings, "Very beautiful." Zhang Yuni, "Are cacti beautiful too?" Zhou Tings has been very articulate lately. Director Zhang picked them, they're all very beautiful. The point isn't the cactus, but the fact that it was Zhang Yuni who chose it. Zhang Yuni was unsurprisingly pleased by Zhou Ting's words, her eyebrows raised. Just as she was about to reply, Caroline coughed and glanced in her direction. Zhang Yuni quickly put down her phone and sat up straight. After the meeting, Caroline glanced at her and said in a low voice, "Eva, come to my office." Zhang Yuni, As she followed Caroline to the office, Zhang Yuni couldn't help but wonder if she would use Zhou Tings as an excuse if Sister C really scolded her. It was he who was disrupting the team's morale, and it was Zhou Tings, the partier, who had sent messages to her, the party B, that had distracted her during the meeting. Thinking this way, Zhang Yuni felt it was inappropriate. She had a problem with her concentration. "Sit down," she said. Before she could decide how to respond to Caroline, she approached her desk and spoke to her. Zhang Yuni pulled herself back from her wandering thoughts and hummed softly, "What do you want to talk to me about?" Caroline glanced at her. "I want to tell you about Xiaocheng." Zhang Yuni was stunned, her expression turning serious. "Go ahead." Caroline finished explaining Xiaocheng's situation and told Zhang Yuni she would be interviewing a new hire the next morning before returning to work. Zhang Yuni nodded. As she reached the door, Caroline suddenly called out, "Eva." Zhang Yuni turned around. "Hmm?" Caroline stared at her intently, suppressing a laugh. "Who were you chatting with at the meeting?" Without waiting for Zhang Yuni's reply, she said meaningfully, "You seem to be in a good mood." Back in her office, Zhang Yuni felt her face strangely flushed. She wasn't sure if Caroline had noticed something, but she felt embarrassed. Suddenly, her phone vibrated. Zhang Yuni clicked on it. There were messages from Caroline and Zhou Ting's. Caroline had just sent a message telling her, "I'm not asking you to say anything about you. I'm just curious." Zhang Yuni was speechless. "I know. I'd be more careful next time." "Caroline, remember to tell me if anything happens." Zhang Yuni, "Okay, I will." When she and Zhou Ting's finally got together, she would definitely tell Caroline. After replying to Caroline's message, Zhang Yuni opened the chat window between herself and Zhou Ting's. Zhou Ting's hadn't received a reply yet, so he wondered if she'd been caught slacking off. Zhang Yuni, feeling both amused and embarrassed, sent him an emoji in reply, adding, "Mr. Zhou is so smart." Zhou Ting's then called. "Hello." Zhang Yuni was slightly embarrassed. "What's wrong?" Zhou Ting's paused for a few seconds, then asked in a slow voice, "Did Caroline mention you?" Hearing the nervousness in his voice, Zhang Yuni couldn't help but curl her lips. "I asked?" Zhou Ting's, "Sorry." Zhang Yuni was confused for a moment. "Huh? What was he apologizing for?" Zhou Ting said seriously, "It's my fault. I even chatted with Siwei's pillar during a meeting." Zhang Yuni was amused by his words. Her eyes narrowed. "Did Siwei's colleagues agree?" "She was Siwei's pillar." Zhou Ting sighed, as if pondering, and then told her, "I think they all agree." Even if others didn't agree, Caroline would definitely agree. Zhang Yuni laughed, unable to resist teasing herself and Zhou Ting's. "I didn't realize President Zhou was so impressed with my abilities." Zhou Ting's, "Really?" He chuckled softly, then said seriously, "That's my fault. I wasn't very clear before." This statement was ambiguous, and could easily be misunderstood. But Zhou Ting's didn't elaborate, and Zhang Yuni, knowing full well, didn't question whether he was simply referring to her work ability or something else. After a few seconds of silence, Zhang Yuni said softly, "I won't talk to you anymore. I'm really busy." Zhou Ting's agreed, concluding, "Come find me when you're bored." Zhang Yuni, Her breathing hitched slightly, and she blinked softly before agreeing, "Okay." Chapter 32. After a while of being bored with Zhou Ting's, Zhang Yuni got busy again. She was so busy that evening that she didn't have much contact with Zhou Ting's. The next day was the last working day before the 3-day holiday. When Zhang Yuni arrived at the office, she received a message from Zhang's father asking what time she would arrive. The two rarely contacted each other, and when they did, it was always about business matters. Zhang Yuni didn't have a deep impression of Zhang's father. Of course, there wasn't much estrangement between them, just unfamiliarity. Like the relationship between father and daughter, or father and son in most families, Zhang Yuni felt very unfamiliar with her father, uncomfortable talking to him, and awkward around him. Zhang Yuni didn't know how to describe it, but simply said that she felt the current situation was fine. When she wanted to get to know Zhang's father, he didn't give her the opportunity. And now, she no longer needed him, so maintaining the status quo was the best option. Thinking of this, Zhang Yuni lowered her head and replied, "It'd be late. I've already booked a car for the airport. You should get some rest early." She didn't need them to pick her up. Zhang's father didn't ask any further questions, only replied, "Okay. Be safe. Call me if you need anything." There was a knock on the door, and Zhang Yuni put down her phone. Perhaps because the holiday was coming up, Thursday was busier than usual. A lot of work couldn't be pushed over for 3 days, and had to be done before the holiday. When Zhang Yuni was so busy, she didn't even have time to eat. It was only when Qin Xinhe reminded her, and asked if she wanted takeout, that she casually agreed and ate a little. Zhang Yuni's flight was at 10 p.m. In the evening, she unexpectedly received a message from Pu Li, asking if she was free during the holiday. He wanted to visit Shuingxing restaurant in another city to inspect the situation. Zhang Yuni frowned and refused. However, Pu Li was acting as the principal, so Zhang Yuni couldn't refuse too bluntly. She simply said she had plans for the holiday and was going back to her hometown to visit her family. Pu Li asked, "Where is Eva from?" Zhang Yuni hesitated for a moment, but didn't hide it. After all, there was no point in hiding it. If Pu Li really wanted to know, he could find out without her telling him. So Zhang Yuni told him the truth. She's from Nancheng. Pu Li, Nancheng is a nice place. Zhang Yuni smiled faintly and replied politely, "It's indeed quite nice." She had no reason to be modest about her hometown. "Pu Li, I've been there a few times. There's a lot of delicious food there." Before Zhang Yuni could reply, Pu Li asked again, "Next time we go, could Eva recommend a few local restaurants?" Zhang Yuni replied, "If Mr. Pu needs it." Pu Li, "Yes." Zhang Yuni politely replied, "Then I tell you next time, Mr. Pu." Pu Li, "Okay." After concluding her conversation with Pu Li, Zhang Yuni breathed a sigh of relief. She put her phone down, preparing to check her email messages, when it vibrated again. As she picked it up, Zhang Yuni instinctively frowned. Qin Xinhe, who had just opened the door and saw her, asked hesitantly, "Sister Eva, what's wrong?" Zhang Yuni looked up. Nothing. She unlocked her phone and opened WeChat. Suddenly, the tension on her face eased. Qin Xinhe observed Zhang Yuni's changing expressions and blinked softly, deeply puzzled. Why was her sister Eva so upset and happy at one moment? Had something happened? Zhang Yuni had no idea what she was thinking and told her to put the documents down and go home. After Qin Xinhe left, she replied to Zhou Ting's message, "I haven't finished get off work yet." Zhou Ting then asked, "What time is your flight?" Zhang Yuni, 9:50. Zhou Ting, going straight from the office? Zhang Yuni, yes. She had already put her luggage in the trunk when she left that morning, so she wouldn't have to waste time going back and forth. A few minutes after sending this message, Zhang Yuni received a reply from Zhou Ting. "How are you going to the airport? Taking a taxi?" Zhang Yuni was startled, blinked lightly, and raised her eyebrows. "Originally, I planned to take a taxi." In fact, her original plan was to drive the car to the airport, park it for 2 or 3 days, and then drive it back on her return trip. Before Zhou Ting replied, Zhang Yuni suddenly asked, "Is Mr. Zhou working overtime today?" Zhou Ting, "Nexelith won't have to work too much overtime. We be done around 7 o'clock. Zhang Yuni, "Oh." Zhou Ting, "Yes." The dialogue box fell silent for a few seconds. Zhang Yuni suppressed a smile and asked, "Would Mr. Zhou be willing to earn some extra cash?" Zhou Ting asked knowingly, "What extra cash?" Zhang Yuni was speechless. "A driver." Zhou Ting, "I mean, how is Director Zhang going to pay for the extra cash? He's not short of money." Zhang Yuni understood what he meant and, after a moment's thought, asked, "How about Nancheng specialties?" Zhou Ting, "I think about it." Zhang Yuni was slightly speechless. "Still thinking about it?" Zhou Ting, "I think we should." Zhang Yuni paused, thought for a moment, and added, "How about Ms. Zhang from Nancheng having dinner with us?" Zhou Ting, "Deal." Zhou Ting could finish by 7 o'clock, while Zhang Yuni would have to wait until around 8 o'clock. Luckily, the company wasn't too far from the airport. Even with traffic, it could still be there in half an hour. Considering the holiday, Zhang Yuni finished her work by 7:40 and packed up to leave. As early as 7:30, Zhou Ting had already been contemplating the office building's underground parking lot. Zhang Yuni clicked on the photo of the parking area he had sent her, and told him she was going downstairs to get her luggage from the car. Zhou Ting, "I wait for you." Zhang Yuni had assumed Zhou Ting meant waiting in the car. She hadn't expected him to actually be waiting standing by his car. Seeing the man standing by the car in a shirt and trousers, Zhang Yuni involuntarily slowed down her pace. The weather was getting hotter, and Zhou Ting was at work, so he wore a suit and tie every day. The temperature in Shanghai had risen so dramatically these past few days, it felt like summer had arrived. Zhou Ting wore his suit and trousers during the day, but after a day of tossing and turning, they were already creased and wrinkled. Perhaps it was about to rain, and the underground garage was getting stuffy and hot, so he took off his suit jacket, leaving him in just his white shirt and trousers. His shirt sleeves were rolled up slightly, revealing his arms, his muscles clearly defined. The overhead light shone on him, making him look dazzling. At the noise, Zhou Ting raised his head slightly and glanced in her direction. Their eyes met for a second, and Zhou Ting put away his phone and straightened up. "All right?" Zhang Yuni hummed, taking 2 steps forward. Have you been waiting here? Zhou Ting's nodded slightly, motioning for her to open the trunk. Zhang Yuni unlocked the car with the keys, and they walked to the trunk together. Zhou Ting bent down and took out the suitcase for her. Is everything here? Yes, Zhang Yuni said. I'll only be gone for 2 or 3 days. She didn't have much. The suitcase contained only 2 sets of clothes and gifts for Zhang's father and his family. This was Zhang Yuni's habit. Although she wasn't very close to the current family members, she only visited once or twice a year, so she always had to make her message clear. After picking up her luggage, the two of them headed towards Zhou Ting's parking area. As they got in the car and drove off, Zhang Yuni asked, "Was there traffic on your way here?" Zhou Ting's whispered a little. Zhang Yuni nodded and glanced down at the navigation display. The traffic was still congested, but it wouldn't last long, so she should be able to catch her flight. The car suddenly fell silent. After a moment, Zhou Ting's gestured back. There's food in the back. Zhang Yuni looked back and saw another large bag. She leaned over to take it, opened it, and couldn't help but smile. Mr. Zhou? Zhou Ting's raised an eyebrow and glanced at her. Zhang Yuni pulled out a bag of still-warm rice balls. When did I ever give you the impression I like rice balls? Zhou Ting seemed distressed at this. The convenience store downstairs doesn't have much to offer. The 3-day holiday was about to begin, and the store downstairs from Zhang Yuni's office building was almost entirely catering to the office workers. Every morning, many office workers bought rice balls and sandwiches. Although they would restock the shelves at noon, they were almost sold out by the afternoon. When Zhou Ting's went over, there were only 3 or 2 rice balls left on the shelf. Sandwiches were a flavor Zhang Yuni didn't like. There was no choice but to take the rice balls. Hearing this, Zhang Yuni laughed. You don't have any sandwiches anymore? Zhou Ting's. We have pork floss flavor. Zhang Yuni, oh. She nodded, then couldn't help but ask, how do you know I don't eat pork floss? She and Zhou Ting's didn't seem to have discussed this issue. Zhang Yuni wasn't particularly picky about food. She could eat a little of anything. She could also eat a bite or 2 of pork floss, but given the choice, she wouldn't choose it. It was one of the few foods she disliked. Zhou Ting said softly, once, at a dinner, Manager Wang recommended a dish made with pork floss to you. Next, Aletha's PR manager had strongly recommended it, so Zhang Yuni picked up her chopsticks and took a bite. As she ate, she didn't frown or show any extra emotion. She even told Manager Wang it was delicious and had a unique flavor. But after that, she didn't touch the dish again. She even reached out to turn it away when it was passed to her. You know, Zhang Yuni never turned the table at the table, especially when dining with partners. She was patient and very easygoing. After listening to Zhou Ting's words, Zhang Yuni recalled that dinner. But she hadn't anticipated that Zhou Ting's, even without her commenting, had noticed and remembered this subtle detail. You have to remember, back then, they weren't that close. Thinking of this, Zhang Yuni raised her lip and teased the person next to her. Mr. Zhou has a really good memory. Zhou Ting's replied frankly, yes, it's quite good. Zhang Yuni, She wasn't actually complimenting him on his memory. After a few seconds of silence, Zhou Ting's chuckled softly. Besides pork floss, is there anything else you don't eat? I don't really not eat pork floss, Zhang Yuni whispered, defending herself. I just don't like it. Zhou Ting's agreed, then changed the question. Besides pork floss, is there anything else you don't like? Actually, I don't like seafood, Zhang Yuni said. I find most seafood a bit fishy. I don't like squid, octopus, or anything like that. Zhou Ting nodded. What about shrimp? Shrimp and fish are fine. Crabs are so. Zhang Yuni said. But crabs don't feel fishy. Crabs are lazy. She was a very sloppy eater. Zhang Yuni was very efficient when it came to eating. She would consciously avoid foods that took time and were difficult to satisfy. Zhou Ting raised his eyes and smiled. I understand. Zhang Yuni hummed, pursed her lips, and looked at him. What about you? Zhou Ting glanced sideways. You don't know? His gaze was so blunt and naked that it gave Zhang Yuni pause. In that moment, Zhang Yuni almost wanted to ask if he knew she had asked Ren Huiming about his preferences. After a few seconds of silence, Zhang Yuni deliberately said, I really don't know. Zhou Ting's raised an eyebrow and said indifferently, really? Zhang Yuni gritted her teeth and said, yes. She would never admit it. She knew Zhou Ting's didn't like sour things, but the last time he brought her strawberries, she had even invited him to try a few. Zhang Yuni recalled this and was about to speak, but Zhou Ting said, I don't eat sour things. Everything sour? Zhang Yuni pressed. Zhou Ting's hummed and frowned slightly. I don't like it. If he had to eat it, he could eat it. But he really didn't like it. Zhang Yuni said, I see. She agreed, then suddenly remembered something and asked, what about the sour seasoning? Is that acceptable? Zhou Ting glanced sideways. Vinegar? Zhang Yuni, yes. Zhou Ting paused, then said slowly, it's annoying too. Chapter 33. For some reason, Zhang Yuni found his words annoying, as if they held another meaning. But she didn't press the issue. She suppressed the urge to curl the corners of her lips, and slowly uttered oh. At the red light ahead, Zhou Ting stepped on the brakes, tilted his head to glance at her, and whispered, do you like it? SOSO, Zhang Yuni pretended not to hear the hidden meaning, and said seriously, a little bit is acceptable. She couldn't handle too much either. Zhou Ting chuckled and said, okay. Zhang Yuni felt a slight warmth in her ears, as she listened to his low, deep voice, but she didn't say anything else. Although the traffic was congested, Seaway was not far from the airport, so Zhang Yuni and the others arrived in less than 40 minutes. The car stopped, and Zhou Ting got out to take her luggage and handed it to her. Be careful. Zhang Yuni nodded slightly and looked up at him. Did I go in first? She didn't have much time. Zhou Ting nodded. Go ahead. Thank you. Zhang Yuni said. Zhou Ting smiled to himself, his eyebrows raised, and said, you're welcome. I'm making some extra money. Hearing him mention this, Zhang Yuni felt a little embarrassed and wanted to laugh. If you're really leaving, go back slowly. Zhou Ting responded, and as Zhang Yuni turned and took a few steps forward, something suddenly occurred to him. Eva. Zhang Yuni turned back, a bewildered look on her face. Zhou Ting lowered his eyes. When will you be back? Sunday. Zhang Yuni said. Zhou Ting asked again, what time? Zhang Yuni, you be there by noon. Zhou Ting hummed, looking at her intently. Shall I pick you up? Okay. Zhang Yuni agreed without hesitation, deliberately saying, I give you some local specialties. Zhou Ting, He gave a helpless smile and whispered, have a nice vacation. Zhang Yuni's eyebrows curved, her eyes shining as she looked at him. Zhou Ting, have a nice vacation. Watching Zhang Yuni enter the terminal, Zhou Ting turned back to his car, but didn't rush to leave. After waiting for a while, a new message came on his phone. Zhang Yuni, I've cleared security. Zhou Ting, okay. 20 minutes later, Zhang Yuni boarded the plane, and Zhou Ting drove back to his parents' place. Seeing him return, Zhou Lakun looked him up and down and casually asked, did you just finish overtime? Zhou Ting, no. Zhou Lakun raised an eyebrow, but didn't ask where he'd been. Entering the room, Zhou Ting looked around but didn't see Professor Duan. He turned and asked the person following him, where's my mom? She's in the study, reading a report, Zhou Lakun said. She'd be down shortly. Zhou Ting paused. Is the situation complicated? Zhou Lakun shook his head. I'm not sure. She hasn't discussed it with me. Zhou Ting stopped talking. Seeing his worried expression, Zhou Lakun raised his hand and patted his shoulder. Trust Professor Duan. Zhou Ting smiled and hummed softly. I do. If he hadn't trusted Duan Yanhe, he wouldn't have thought of her the first time Zhang Yuni mentioned this. Father and son sat downstairs for a while. Zhou Ting also received a message from Meng Sui, asking him to go out and play. Zhou Ting said he wouldn't go. Meng Sui asked, why? You don't have anything to do. Zhou Ting replied, I do. Meng Sui, what's the matter? Didn't Eva go back home? Zhou Ting, question mark. Meng Sui knew him well enough to know what he was wondering about the moment he saw the question mark. He was probably asking how he knew Zhang Yuni had returned home. Meng Sui kept it a secret. I won't tell you. Zhou Ting frowned slightly. Jiueza is at the club? Meng Sui, as expected of you, Mr. Zhou. I could guess that. Zhou Ting ignored him. The dialogue box was silent for a few seconds, and then Meng Sui sent a message. Aren't you curious about how Jiueza knew? Zhou Ting, not curious. In fact, I could guess that Jiueza must have asked Zhang Yuni, otherwise he wouldn't know so much. Meng Sui choked on his words, thinking, you better keep being so stubborn and not be curious. Thinking with this, Meng Sui replied, okay, that's it. Zhou Ting, He was slightly speechless and sent him a message, drink less, don't die suddenly. Meng Sui, don't curse me. He was very measured with his drinking, and it wasn't something he did every day. As the two were chatting, someone asked Meng Sui, is Ting coming? Meng Sui looked up and said, no, he's busy. What's that? Isn't it a holiday? Someone asked curiously. You, a capitalist, arranged work for Tings during his holiday? Hearing this, Meng Sui shrugged. Would I dare? It's good enough that he didn't assign me work. Zhou Ting's position at Nexolith was slightly lower than Meng Sui's, but he wasn't subject to his control or authority. The reason was simple. Meng Sui had begged him to stay at Nexolith. Whether inside or outside Nexolith, Meng Sui would always support Zhou Ting's. Although Zhou Ting's didn't seem to care about his other friends. They teased him, saying he was beneath Meng Sui and that his work was unbearable. Why wouldn't you dare? Meng Sui's words disappointed the onlookers, who fanned the flames. Your Nexolith is sole heir. The implication was that this heir wasn't Zhou Ting's, and Meng Sui was still Zhou Ting's superior, so he could certainly control him. No matter how powerful Zhou Ting's was at Nexolith, he was still just an employee. Meng Sui snorted, glanced at the man, and asked sarcastically, my father is the emperor? The others were stunned. What do you mean? Sole heir? Meng Sui crossed his legs lazily. That saying is outdated. Now whoever is capable takes the throne. Besides, I'm not particularly interested in the sole heir title. The others fell silent, unsure what to say. After a while someone asked, what do you mean? Are you saying you don't want to take over Nexolith? That's not what I said. Meng Sui refused to fall into the trap set by these people. He smiled faintly and said, let's talk about it later. Anyway, whether I take over Nexolith or Tings does, it's the same. He's more capable than me. If he wants to take over Nexolith, then he can do it. The box was silent for a moment. The onlookers exchanged glances in disbelief. They knew Meng Sui and Zhou Ting's had a good relationship, but they hadn't imagined it was this close. Just as everyone was wondering whether to say anything more, Meng Sui feigned a yawn. I'm feeling a little sleepy. He stood up and said, I'd be going home now. See you next time. He left without waiting for anyone to speak. After all, he was the figurehead of the Nexolith group, so leaving early didn't require anyone's approval. They wouldn't have any objections either. Zhou Ting only learned about the club's situation the next day. He was told by a friend who was close to Meng Sui. He said Meng Sui was truly kind to him and continued to defend him. Zhou Ting looked at the message from his friend, narrowed his eyes slightly, and then called Meng Sui. Hello? Meng Sui was still half asleep, not even checking the caller ID when he answered the phone. Who is this? Zhou Ting's chuckled slightly. What time is it? Meng Sui rubbed his eyes, opened them, and checked the time. It's only 10 o'clock. Zhou Ting's was speechless. Why were you saying all that at the club last night? TSK. Meng Sui became angry at this. I can't stand their sarcasm. Because Zhou Ting's had always been a loner, the other young men he grew up with disliked him. Of course, besides his incompatibility, there was another reason they disliked him. He was too outstanding. Besides his excellence, the other young men who disliked Zhou Ting's had grown up under his oppression and their parents' comparisons to him. And yet, they didn't dare to offend him. Although the Zhou family wasn't in business, Zhou Ting's parents held a certain position in their professional fields. Zhou Likun and Duan Yanhe are both doctors. One is now the president of a grade A hospital, and the other is not much behind. She didn't think much about the evaluation of professional titles, but she also became the head of the department. More importantly, Professor Duan's medical research is at the forefront of the industry. Both of them gave up their generous treatment abroad to return to China, and the surgeries they performed over the years have saved countless patients. They earned respect through their abilities. For this reason, Meng Sui's parents, as well as the parents of several other friends, showed great respect for Zhou Ting's parents. Naturally, everyone dared to verbally take advantage of Zhou Ting's, teasing him about being Meng Sui's subordinate, working for Meng Sui, and being controlled by Meng Sui. But Zhou Ting's never cared about this. It's not that he didn't have the ability to start his own business, nor that he didn't have better options. He stayed at Nexolith simply because he wanted to, and because he had previously lost a bet with Meng Sui, so he stayed to help him. He never cared about other people's opinions. I know you don't care, but then I can't stand it anymore, right? Meng Sui snorted coldly, then frankly said, they make me unhappy, and I can't let them get too arrogant. Zhou Ting's calmly reminded him, that's enough. You have to deal with them again in the future. Meng Sui, don't worry, they be all over me again next time we meet. It was just a few verbal taunts, so no one took it too seriously. After all, Nexolith's strength was there. They didn't want to offend Zhou Ting's, let alone Meng Sui. After a brief chat, before hanging up, Meng Sui remembered something and reminded Zhou Ting's, keep an eye on Gueza. Zhou Ting's, Ming Sui, it seems he contacted Eva last night. I suspect he's attracted to her. Zhou Tings, oh. Ming Sui frowned. Aren't you nervous? Nervous about what? Zhou Tings asked. It's normal for him to be attracted to Eva. Zhang Yuni is so outstanding. She deserves to be liked by many people. Gu's fondness for her proves he has good taste. Ming Sui choked slightly. Don't be so roundabout in praising Eva. I know she's excellent and worthy of everyone's love. What I mean is, he tooted, you have a sense of crisis. Don't let Gu take advantage of your situation. Zhou Ting understood what he meant. He raised an eyebrow slightly and said firmly, he's not that capable yet. Ming Sui, just keep this in mind. He stopped worrying about it. Okay, I'm going out. I'm hanging up now. Zhou Lakun called him from a distance to the cemetery. After hanging up, Zhou Ting pondered for a few seconds. Before getting in the car, he sent a message to Zhang Yuni, asking if she had arrived at the cemetery and how it felt to be home. He also asked that he would be going to the cemetery soon, so a reply might not be immediate. Chapter 34. Zhang Yuni saw Zhou Ting's message more than half an hour later. Last night, she arrived in Nancheng and took a taxi home. It was already 1 o'clock when she arrived home. Zhang Yuni said a few words to her father, who had gotten up to open the door, and then went back to her room to wash up and rest. Waking up a little after 6 in the morning, she, her father, and the other two drove back to their hometown in the countryside to visit their grandparents' graves. This was a regular annual event. It was still early when they arrived at the cemetery. After visiting her grandparents' graves, Zhang Yuni followed her father to the graves of other elders, burning incense and paying their respects. It was still early to finish everything. Zhang Yuni wanted to go back to the old house. Zhang Chen and his aunt didn't want to go back, as they had never lived there before. Zhang Yuni didn't mind. She asked her father to accompany Zhang Chen and the others to dinner in town, while she drove back alone. Zhang's father frowned. Can you go alone? Of course. Zhang Yuni noticed her father's reluctance and conflicted expression, and wanted to remind him that she had lived in the countryside with her grandmother since she was a child. In junior high school, she often commuted back and forth between school and the countryside alone. It was okay then, and now, almost 30, why wouldn't it be okay? Though she thought so, Zhang Yuni didn't show her emotion. She said softly, don't worry, I know the roads very well. Zhang's father hesitated, looking at the two people waiting nearby. Okay, drive slowly, we meet you in town. Zhang Yuni agreed. Zhou Ting's message was the one Zhang Yuni saw when she parked her car at the door of the old house. It was a little magical, but the moment she saw his message, Zhang Yuni suddenly felt less lonely returning to the old house alone. Zhang Yuni lowered her eyes and replied to Zhou Ting's, not bad now. After sending the message, she opened the car door and got out. Yuni's back. The neighbor aunt next door exclaimed in surprise upon seeing her. You came back alone? Zhang Yuni called out, my dad and aunt are having dinner in town, and I came back to get some food. The neighbor aunt smiled knowingly. Have you eaten yet? We be having dinner soon. Why don't you come over for dinner before you leave? She looked Zhang Yuni over, examining her. I haven't seen you in a year. You become even prettier. Zhang Yuni's lips curled. No need. I grab my things and leave. My dad and the others are still waiting. She handed the fruit she had just bought on the way to the aunt. Next time. I stay for dinner when I'm free. The neighbor aunt agreed, looking at the fruit with some disapproval. You're back, don't bring anything. Zhang Yuni, just some fruit, nothing expensive. She had eaten many meals at the neighbor aunt's house as a child. After her grandmother passed away, the old house would occasionally be visited by the neighbor aunt. Zhang Yuni felt it was only right that she should return the favor and express her gratitude. The neighboring lady couldn't do anything about her. Okay, next time, don't buy it. We buy it ourselves if we want to eat. Zhang Yuni said, okay, no problem. We do it again next time. After chatting with the neighbor for a while, she took the key from her house and entered the old house. The old house was a small 2-story building with a medium-sized courtyard at the entrance. The kitchen was in the courtyard, and there was a small vegetable garden and a well nearby. But it had been uninhabited for so long that the vegetable garden had long since become deserted and overgrown with weeds. Moss had also grown around the well. Zhang Yuni walked over to wash her hands, and noticed a small flower growing in the crack next to the well. She raised her eyebrows, took out her phone, took a photo, and sent it to Zhou Ting's without hesitation. After washing her hands, Zhang Yuni entered the house. The furniture was covered with white cloth, which was covered with dust. Zhang Yuni's room was on the second floor, so she went straight up, grabbed some old things, and walked around the house before leaving. On her way back, Zhou Ting's messaged her, asking, "The flowers are growing well." Zhang Yuni found time to reply, "I think so too." To survive in such an environment, and do so well, is truly remarkable. Zhou Ting looked at the flower she had sent him, and wanted to say, "Looks like you." But the words were on the tip of his tongue, but he felt they were out of place. This wasn't something to be happy about. On the contrary, he would rather the flower didn't resemble Zhang Yuni, or rather, that Zhang Yuni had no connection to the flower at all. To grow a flower in a crack, and to do so beautifully, requires immense effort, and immense hardship unseen by outsiders. His heart suddenly felt as if it were being tugged and squeezed, making it difficult to breathe. After a pause, Zhou Ting lowered his gaze and replied, "Going back to the city this afternoon?" Zhang Yuni, "Yes, I'll be back soon." Zhou Ting, "Okay." Zhang Yuni, "Okay, I have to drive now. We talk later." Zhou Ting urged her to be careful. When Zhang Yuni reunited with her father and the others, they had already finished lunch. "Are you hungry?" Zhang's father asked her. "What would you like to eat?" Zhang Yuni thought for a moment. "I just go get a pancake over there." "Sister, I go." Zhang Chen volunteered. "I just didn't eat enough." Before Zhang Yuni could reply, Zhang Chen's mother glanced at him. "You weren't full, so you didn't want to eat just now?" Zhang Chen snorted. "It wasn't tasty. I wanted to eat pancakes with my sister." Zhang Yuni said nothing. Zhang's father spoke. Go ahead, go ahead. You two go together?" Zhang Yuni nodded. "Okay." The two of them walked to the pancake stall. Zhang Chen looked up at Zhang Yuni and called cautiously, "Sister." Zhang Yuni, Zhang Chen waited for her to order before saying, "We have a pretty fixed meal schedule at home. I get hungry quickly as I grow, so Mom usually makes me eat at midnight. She's worried I go hungry. I wanted to wait for you, but you didn't reply to Dad's message, and we didn't know how long it would take for you to get back to us, so we ate first." He said softly, "I'm sorry." Zhang Yuni was startled. She hadn't expected him to say that. She hummed softly and touched his head. "No need to apologize. Eat if you're hungry. I'm not angry." "I know you're not angry," Zhang Chen whispered. "But you'd definitely be unhappy too. Put yourself in his shoes. If his family treated him like this, he wouldn't be happy either." Zhang Yuni was stunned for a moment, then laughed. Zhang Chen. "Huh?" Zhang Chen looked at her. "Sister, what do you want to say?" Zhang Yuni was silent for a few seconds, then looked at him and said, "You've really grown up." Zhang Chen felt a little embarrassed by what she said. He touched his nose and said shyly, "I've always grown up." Zhang Yuni's lips curled slightly. "I know." The siblings chatted for a while, then got their pancakes, and got in the car together to go back. Zhang's father drove the car back home. Zhang Yuni and Zhang Chen ate pancakes in the back seat. The car occasionally chatted, but it wasn't too noisy. The return trip took over 2 hours, and after finishing her pancakes, Zhang Yuni felt sleepy and fell asleep with her head tilted to one side. Zhang Chen turned his head and poked his mother's arm. "Mom, turn down the music. My sister's asleep." Zhang Chen's mother turned back and immediately turned down the music. Zhang Chen muttered, "Why haven't you been so attentive to your mother?" Zhang Chen, "I'll be attentive to you from now on." After returning to the city from the countryside, Zhang Yuni went back to her room for another nap. After waking up and having dinner, she went for a walk. Back home, Zhang Yuni told her father that she would be back in Shanghai the next morning. Zhang's father frowned. "Isn't it still vacation?" Zhang Yuni hummed, "I've been busy at the company." Hearing this, Zhang's father couldn't say anything else. He nodded. "What time's your flight?" "I take you there." "No need," Zhang Yuni declined. Zhang Chen rarely has a day off. "You and Auntie should take him out to play." Zhang's father looked at her. "You really don't want me to take you there?" "Really?" Zhang Yuni laughed and said seriously, "Dad, I'm not a child anymore. I can do it myself." At this point, Zhang's father no longer pushed her, and just let her do what she wanted. The next morning, Zhang Yuni woke up early, had breakfast, said goodbye to her family, and left in a taxi. However, her destination wasn't the airport, but a hotel in the city. She hadn't had time to buy local specialties yesterday. She also had plans to meet up with friends. She had booked a flight on Sunday, so changing it wasn't a hassle, but it wasn't necessary. She had made the excuse of company matters, because she felt staying home wouldn't be good for everyone. Zhang Yuni herself felt awkward, as did Zhang Chen's mother. There wasn't any particular conflict between them, but since she was Zhang's father's daughter from his previous marriage, it was natural for her stepmother to dislike her. Similarly, Zhang Yuni found it difficult to like her stepmother. They weren't familiar with each other, just strangers living under the same roof. Rather than living together awkwardly, it was better to separate and find comfort. After checking into the hotel, Zhang Yuni went out to buy local specialties. After shopping, she made a dinner appointment with a high school classmate. After graduating from high school, she and Zhong Ling went to attend school in Beicheng and later worked together in Shenzhen. The classmate she was meeting today had been close to them in high school, but due to family reasons, she stayed in Nanchang to attend school. After graduating, she had remained in Nanchang. Yuni. When Zhang Yuni arrived, Long Jing was already waiting for her in the restaurant. Zhang Yuni looked up and waved at her. Jing. The two hadn't seen each other for a long time, so the reunion didn't feel awkward. Order first, Long Jing handed her the menu. I'm starving. Zhang Yuni took it with a smile. Didn't you have breakfast? Yes, Long Jing said, but I'm still hungry. Zhang Yuni quickly ordered 2 dishes. Add more as needed. Long Jing nodded. After ordering, the two chatted. Ling Ling is on duty at the hospital again this year? Long Jing asked. Zhang Yuni hummed, taking a sip of tea from the table. It can't be helped. Someone has to be there. The two exchanged glances, and Long Jing sighed. You two are really busy. Zhang Yuni smiled helplessly and asked, Is being a teacher easy? Not at all, Long Jing said. It's busy and tiring. Being a teacher is exhausting, with so many trivial matters to attend to. Long Jing lamented, I'm almost depressed at work. Zhang Yuni expressed understanding. After all, she'd been through a similar phase herself. The two chatted and ate, the atmosphere very relaxed. Afterward, they strolled around the neighborhood. While strolling, Zhang Yuni suddenly received a message from Pu Li, asking if she was still in Nanchang. Zhang Yuni was stunned, unsure what Pu Li was up to. Before she could decide how to respond, Pu Li asked, You promised me last time to recommend a local restaurant. Does that still count? Zhang Yuni was stunned, then a guess occurred to her. Of course it does. Mr. Pu is in Nanchang? Pu Li, yes, there's a Shuanqing here too. Come and check it out. Zhang Yuni, no problem. What kind of cuisine would you like? Pu Li looked up, unsure if Zhang Yuni truly didn't understand or was just pretending to. He narrowed his eyes slightly and asked, Has Eva returned to Shanghai? Zhang Yuni answered honestly, Not yet, but I have an appointment with a friend. I probably won't be able to guide Mr. Pu this time. I hope Mr. Pu doesn't mind. She maintained a low profile, leaving Pu Li with no excuse to criticize her. Besides, it was already the holiday season, so even if Pu Li was the client, he couldn't go too far. Thinking of this, Pu Li didn't force it and took a step back saying, Then maybe next time. I'm fine with any cuisine, and Eva's recommendations shouldn't be too bad. Zhang Yuni pondered for a moment and replied, Okay, Mr. Pu, I sort it out and send it to you. Pu Li, okay. Putting her phone down, Zhang Yuni sighed. Long Jing turned her head. What's wrong? Let's find a place to sit for a while. Zhang Yuni said helplessly, Party A is coming to South City, and I have to recommend a few local restaurants to them. Long Jing was dumbfounded. You, Party B, are also doing this kind of work? Anything. Zhang Yuni spread her hands. As long as Party A asks, you can't refuse unless it's too much. After all, they still had to work together. Long Jing choked, raised her hand, and pointed. Then let's go to the cafe over there. Let's go! Sitting down at the cafe, Zhang Yuni put together a quick South City food guide and sent it to Pu Li. After sending it, she hesitated for a few seconds, but ultimately decided not to set Pu Li's messages to Do Not Disturb. Her refusal was so obvious, Pu Li probably wouldn't contact her again. Zhang Yuni's guess was correct. After sending the guide, Pu Li replied, Excuse me, Eva, and didn't contact her again. She breathed a sigh of relief. She could finally go shopping with Long Jing in peace. After shopping, Zhang Yuni returned to the hotel exhausted. She didn't pack her bags for the time being, but went to the bathroom first. After washing up and lying down for a while, she slowly packed her bags, preparing to return to Shanghai the next day. Just as she finished packing, Zhang Yuni's phone vibrated. However, it wasn't a message from Zhou Ting's, but from Ji Yueze. He asked when she was free and wanted to play billiards with her. It was strange. The day she met Ji Yueze, they had clearly agreed, tacitly believing that there would be no further contact or progress. She had no interest in Ji Yueze, and he had the same attitude towards her. But lately, Ji Yueza had been sending her messages from time to time. The messages were not excessive, making it difficult to tell what he was up to. Zhang Yuni didn't think he was attracted to her, but she didn't quite understand why he had any such intentions. What could he possibly have to talk to her about? Zhang Yuni pondered, then carefully replied to his message, Mr. G, I'm still out of town and haven't returned to Shanghai yet, so I can't play basketball with you for the time being. Ji Yueza then asked, when will you be back? Zhang Yuni, tomorrow. She had to go back to work the day after tomorrow, so there was nothing to hide about her returning tomorrow. Ji Yueza, what time will you arrive? I arrange for a driver to pick you up? Zhang Yuni politely declined. No, I have a friend. Thank you, Mr. G, for your kindness. Ji Yueza, okay. He wasn't one to be tactless, so he simply said, let's play basketball together later when we're free. Zhang Yuni agreed, no problem. Concluding her conversation with Ji Yueza, Zhang Yuni breathed a sigh of relief. Communicating with people like Ji Yueza is truly exhausting. Zhang Yuni lay in bed, lost in thought, when her cell phone suddenly rang. She quickly answered, hello? The person on the other end fell silent, then asked in a low voice, what are you doing? Zhang Yuni was startled, then rolled over and sat up in bed, whispering, thinking away. Where's Mr. Zhou? Zhou Ting's, on the phone. Zhang Yuni, She let out a laugh, her lips curled upward as she uttered, I'm on the phone right now, too. Zhou Ting smiled and suddenly asked, are you tired? Zhang Yuni paused, then whispered, a little. Whether she was eating and talking with Zhang's father, or chatting with Pu Li Ji Yueza, Zhang Yuni always felt tired. She just wasn't used to showing it. Or more accurately, she wouldn't show it too obviously. Thinking of this, Zhang Yuni was a little curious. How did you know? Zhou Ting's, your tone of voice isn't right. He could tell the difference between her happy and unhappy voice. It wasn't a big difference, but Zhou Ting's could tell. Hearing this, Zhang Yuni was surprised. Is it that obvious? She didn't feel anything at all. Zhou Ting's thought for a moment. It's not very obvious. Don't be nervous. At least others might not be able to sense it. Hearing this, Zhang Yuni felt relieved. That's good. She didn't want her partners, including colleagues, to immediately notice that she was feeling off. At her position in the workplace, it was best to keep her emotions under wraps. Zhou Ting's, aware of her concern, whispered soothingly, don't worry. Zhang Yuni responded, pursing her lips, okay. The two of them suddenly fell silent. Through the rustling of the electricity, they could clearly hear each other's breathing. After a while, Zhou Ting's asked, what did you have for dinner? Hot pot, Zhang Yuni said. Zhou Ting's, how was it? Not bad, Zhang Yuni said. If Mr. Zhou comes to Nanchang someday, I can recommend it to you. Zhou Ting's chuckled and suddenly asked, when are you going back next time? Zhang Yuni was stunned. What? When are you going back to Nanchang next time? Zhou Ting's asked, let me know in advance. He would then come to Nanchang for hot pot. Zhang Yuni blinked, then realized, it hasn't been decided yet. I tell you when it's decided? Zhou Ting's, okay. The two chatted aimlessly. As they chatted, Zhang Yuni's doorbell rang. She nodded and asked what was going on. The person outside said there was takeout for her. Zhang Yuni was just beginning to wonder when a message came in from Long Jing. My mom made you something to eat. I've had the delivery guy deliver it. Please pick it up. Zhang Yuni immediately opened the door and took the food from the delivery guy. After closing the door, before she even put the food down, the person on the other end of the line frowned and asked, you aren't staying home? Zhang Yuni had forgotten this and replied, not today. Zhou Ting paused, not asking why. He was silent for a moment, then suddenly called her seriously, Eva. Zhang Yuni, what's wrong? Zhou Ting stood on the balcony of her room, faintly hearing voices, and the ringing of a phone in the living room downstairs. He lowered his eyes slightly and unexpectedly asked, can tomorrow's flight be rescheduled? Zhang Yuni was surprised. Reschedule? Yes, Zhou Ting said, wait a moment, let me check the tickets. Before Zhang Yuni agreed, Zhou Ting asked her in a negotiating tone, how about you cancel it, and buy a new one for me? For the evening? Zhang Yuni didn't agree immediately, but asked, why? I want to try Nanchang's hot pot early. What do you think? Zhou Ting asked her opinion. Zhang Yuni suddenly realized. You? Come to Nanchang tomorrow morning? Did they mean to have lunch together here? Zhang Yuni thought, she must have understood correctly. Zhou Ting's, no. He turned back to his room, checked his computer, and saw there was a flight to South City in 2 hours. He whispered, how about tonight? Zhang Yuni was stunned, opened her mouth, and finally asked, "Isn't it a little too late?" Zhou Ting smiled faintly. "I think it's okay." He looked at the flight information and asked, "Was that the same flight you took the day before yesterday?" Zhang Yuni, "Yeah." Zhou Ting's, "Then it's not too late." Zhou Ting's had made his decision, and Zhang Yuni seemed to have no reason to stop him. Of course, she didn't really want to stop him. She thought for a few seconds. "Then come on, I take you around South City tomorrow?" Zhou Ting smiled. "Okay." Chapter 35. The moon was bright, and the stars were sparse. Even on a holiday, the terminal was still bustling with people. Zhou Ting's emerged from the terminal and immediately spotted Zhang Yuni, waiting by the exit. The evening wind was still quite strong, and the temperature in South City was slightly lower than in Shanghai. It was the Qingming festival, and a light drizzle fell, leaving the ground damp. So Zhang Yuni wore a long windbreaker and a baseball cap, revealing only a small part of her face. She was tall and slender, looking handsome and cool. This caught the attention of many passers-by. Zhou Ting's was also a little surprised. When they had agreed to come over, Zhang Yuni hadn't mentioned picking him up, and similarly, Zhou Ting's didn't need her to pick him up. It was unsafe late at night. Zhou Ting stopped and looked at her carefully, curious about how long it would take for her to notice him. Suddenly, he saw Zhang Yuni pull her phone from her pocket and tap it twice. He pulled out his own phone and saw a new message. "Zhang Yuni, are you out yet? I'm at exit 5. Zhou Ting curled his lips and walked towards her. Then he raised his hand and gently tapped the brim of her hat. Zhang Yuni instinctively looked up, and at the brightly lit terminal entrance, their eyes met. After a few seconds, Zhang Yuni slowly put her phone away. "So soon?" Zhou Ting raised an eyebrow and whispered, "I arrived early." He asked Zhang Yuni, "How long have you been waiting?" "Not long," Zhang Yuni replied. "About 20 minutes. Zhou Ting gave a helpless smile, lowering his gaze to watch her lips move, his mind shifting. "How did you get here?" "Take a taxi," Zhang Yuni said honestly. Zhou Ting's, unsurprised, paused and asked, "Are you cold?" Zhang Yuni shook her head. "I'm fine. How about you?" "Not cold." Zhou Ting's raised his chin slightly, indicating, "Shall we leave here first?" Zhang Yuni, "Yes." The two of them went directly to the taxi area, hailed a taxi, and went to the hotel to check in. It was already late, but because South City has a vibrant nightlife, the roads were still congested in the early morning hours, and street vendors were everywhere, brightly lit. Zhou Ting's had been to South City several times, but never at this time. He looked out the window at the bustling scene, a little curious. Is it this lively here every night? Zhang Yuni thought for a moment. It's a little better in the winter. South City is cold in the winter. Night owls don't like to go out, so the streets are naturally a little quieter. Zhou Ting's raised his eyes slightly, and turned his gaze to her. Zhang Yuni casually walked over, her eyes flickering slightly, a bit puzzled. "What's wrong?" "It's a little hard to imagine," Zhou Ting said. "Was the nightlife here this lively when you were in school?" Zhang Yuni sighed. "Not that exaggerated, but it was certainly quite lively." Talking about school, she and Zhou Ting said, "The street in front of our high school was still crowded even at 2 a.m. Zhou Ting's frowned. "Don't high school students have to go to bed early?" "It's a little quieter on weekends and school days," Zhang Yuni explained. Zhou Ting suddenly realized something and asked, "Is the high school far from here?" Zhang Yuni was startled. Meeting his curious gaze, she offered, "If you don't mind, we can go during the day." Zhou Ting agreed, not a problem. How could he be bored visiting Zhang Yuni's high school? He wanted to see the places where she had lived and studied. Half an hour later, the two of them got off the car. Although it was a holiday, Zhang Yuni's hotel was quite affordable, so there were still rooms available. Zhou Ting requested the same room type on the same floor as Zhang Yuni, took the room card, and they went upstairs first. As they entered the elevator, Zhang Yuni suddenly remembered to ask, "Are you hungry?" "No," Zhou Ting said, feeling a bit amused. "I've already had dinner." Zhang Yuni uttered an "oh," suddenly at a loss for words. Their hotel room was on the 16th floor. The elevator opened. Zhou Ting glanced at the room, then lowered his gaze to the person beside him. "Eva." "Zhang Yuni, Zhou Ting lowered his eyes, glanced at the time on his watch, and asked softly, "Are you sleepy?" "Not bad." Zhang Yuni vaguely understood Zhou Ting's meaning. "How about you?" "Not tired?" Zhou Ting stared at her intently, his eyes dark and luminous. After hearing her question, a faint smile crossed his overly beautiful peach blossom eyes. "No, I'm still in good shape." Zhang Yuni was slightly embarrassed and blinked lightly. Then, shall I take you to the bustling city center first? Zhou Ting's. Then I leave it to Eva. Zhang Yuni's lips curled up. You're welcome. She couldn't sleep either. Zhou Ting's didn't actually bring much with him, just a bag. Putting the bag down, they both headed out the door again. The hotel is located in the city center, and it only takes about 10 minutes to walk to the bustling city center. Therefore, the two men, both still in good physical condition, decided to walk. The evening breeze was pleasant, refreshing and cool. Zhou Ting's and Zhang Yuni walked side by side, able to see and hear the bustle in the distance. The two were immersed in the atmosphere, relaxed. Is it crowded? Zhang Yuni asked Zhou Ting's as they approached. Zhou Ting's looked around and said confidently, a lot. He was prepared, but still a little surprised by the sheer size of the crowd. Zhang Yuni chuckled, looked up, and suddenly asked, when you came to South City before, did you check in at the iconic South City building? Zhou Ting followed her gaze, and curled his lips. No you? Me neither. Zhang Yuni touched her nose, a little embarrassed. That iconic building didn't exist when I was in school. It only appeared when I was in college. But by then, Zhang Yuni hadn't been back often. Even when she did, she wouldn't specifically come here to take photos and check in. For her busy schedule, this seemed a bit boring and a waste of time. But at this moment, she felt she could live a less hectic life. Occasionally, spending time on things that didn't have much meaning was actually not bad. Zhou Ting guessed it, nodding slightly. He asked, in a negotiating tone, what time does it close over there? 2 o'clock, Zhang Yuni said. Do you want to go up? Zhou Ting glanced sideways, his expression serious. Want Eva to accompany me? Zhang Yuni was slightly startled, realizing he was giving her a way out. She arched her brows slightly. No problem. Many people were still checking in at the iconic South City building late at night. Zhang Yuni and Zhou Ting's waited in line for a while before it was their turn. Zhou Ting's asked her to stand over first while he took her picture. The moonlight was bright, its white light casting a shadow on the ground. Zhang Yuni was in Zhou Ting's camera. He held up his phone, perfectly capturing the person not far away, and pressed the record button. Perhaps because she wasn't used to taking photos, Zhang Yuni's smile was a little strained and shy as she looked up at the camera. But her features were delicate, and even a face couldn't hide her radiant beauty. The photo was frozen and saved. Zhang Yuni waited a moment before asking, is it ready? Zhou Ting's replied yes. Do you want to see it? If he remembered correctly, women had to ensure their photos turned out well. If the photos weren't good, they had to retake them. No need, Zhang Yuni wasted no time, quickly sauntering over to Zhou Ting's side. Go ahead, I take a picture of you. Zhou Ting's had no choice but to hand her his phone. After taking her solo photo, Zhang Yuni prepared to leave. Unexpectedly, Zhou Ting's asked the girl in the queue behind them, hello, could you please take a picture for us? The girl was flattered and quickly extended her hand. Of course. She had already noticed the couple in front of her, handsome and beautiful, with outstanding temperaments. Their aura was incredibly harmonious when they stood together. If it weren't for the rudeness of secretly taking photos, she would have secretly snapped a picture of them and told her friends she'd struck gold tonight. She'd met a truly stunning couple. Zhou Ting smiled and handed her the phone. Thank you. The girl shook her head, you're welcome. The two of them were talking, and before Zhang Yuni could react, Zhou Ting's tugged on her arm and pulled her to the check-in point. He tilted his head slightly and said, in a low voice, look at the camera. After taking the photo and leaving, Zhang Yuni was still a little dazed. She wasn't quite sure what had just happened. Until someone next to her stopped and called out, Eva. Zhang Yuni was bewildered. Huh? Zhou Ting's, seeing her so dazed, rarely did he. He pressed the corner of his lips, that was about to curl upward and gestured to the other side. Want to buy some food? Zhang Yuni blinked. What do you want? Special snacks? Zhou Ting's asked. Zhang Yuni agreed. The two of them walked towards a roadside food stall. They weren't hungry at the moment. They were simply drawn in by the smells. Zhang Yuni used to enjoy these less healthy foods, but she'd been eating less in recent years. She introduced several snacks to Zhou Ting's and bought them. The two of them walked, stopping occasionally to buy something to eat, from the bustling main street to the end of the street. By the end of their journey, the number of pedestrians had thinned out. It was getting late, so Zhang Yuni suggested going back to rest, and Zhou Ting's agreed. Back at the hotel, Zhou Ting's walked Zhang Yuni to her room. Good night. Zhang Yuni pursed her lips and agreed. Good night. As Zhou Ting's turned around, Zhang Yuni reminded him, Zhou Ting's. Zhou Ting's looked back, his gaze deep in hers. What's wrong? Remember to send me a copy of the photo, Zhang Yuni said. The photo had been taken with Zhou Ting's phone. At this, Zhou Ting's curled his lips slightly. Okay, I send it to you later. Go to bed early. Zhang Yuni, you too. After returning to her room and washing up, Zhang Yuni saw the photos Zhou Ting's had sent her. He had sent several selfies, as well as 2 photos of the 2 of them together. Zhang Yuni looked at the 2 photos, and the scene of the photo shoot flashed back to her mind. At that moment, she was surprised. She hadn't expected Zhou Ting's to ask someone to take a photo of him. What did he mean by this? Zhang Yuni had to think about it. But her enemy was too cunning, leaving her at a loss for words. Zhang Yuni pondered, raised her hand, and poked the person in the photo. The 2 of them were not close in this photo, not intimately, just standing side by side, but there was an inexplicable atmosphere. More importantly, Zhang Yuni noticed that when she looked at the camera, Zhou Ting's gaze was tilted toward her. Noticing this, she blinked slowly. After staring at him for a while, Zhang Yuni realized that Zhou Ting's wasn't very photogenic. She thought he looked better in person than in photos. But even so, he still looked handsome in the photo. After staring at it for a while, Zhang Yuni saved the photo to her phone and was considering whether to post it on WeChat Moments, when Ren Huiming suddenly sent her a message. Ren Huiming, Yuni. Are you asleep? Zhang Yuni, no, what's wrong? Ren Huiming, you're from South City, right? She must be remembering correctly. Zhang Yuni, yes, why are you asking that all of a sudden? Ren Huiming then sent a photo. Is this the famous check-in spot in South City? Zhang Yuni was stunned and replied, yes, what's wrong? She had gone to check in with Zhou Ting's tonight. Ren Huiming, you didn't see Mr. Zhou's moments? Zhang Yuni, what? After sending the message, Zhang Yuni quickly opened her moments. Upon refreshing, she saw a post Zhou Ting's had made over 10 minutes ago. No text, just a photo. No one was in the photo either, just a landmark of South City, the backdrop for their photo tonight. Zhou Ting's wasn't one to post on Moments, let alone share his daily life. His Moments content was mostly company promotions, announcements for tech summits, and so on. Today's seemingly ordinary Moments post exploded with a list of shared friends. We were all night owls, and when Zhang Yuni clicked on the comments, she saw likes and comments from Ming Sui and others. What's going on? Is this Nancheng? When did he go to Nancheng? He was late in Nancheng during the long weekend, or was he on an inspection trip? No way, Mr. Zhou, you're still working on your vacation? There were quite a few comments, but Zhou Ting's only replied to one Ming Sui's. Ming Sui initially left a string of question marks, then sent a single TSK. Zhou Ting's replied with a question mark. Ming Sui, I'm busy out having fun, but I do have time to go to South City. Zhou Ting's didn't reply to the last message. For some reason, Zhang Yuni felt that Ming Sui must have gone to chat privately with Zhou Ting's. She pondered over her phone as Ren Huiming's new message came in. Did you see that? Zhang Yuni, I saw it. Ren Huiming, Mr. Zhou, what do you mean by that? Can you explain it to me? She actually understood something, but didn't dare ask directly. Of course, she was also afraid of offending Zhang Yuni. Zhang Yuni was stunned, knowing what Ren Huiming was asking. She hesitated for a moment, then made no secret. I was the one who received him when he came to South City. Ren Huiming, question mark. Before Zhang Yuni could reply, she sent another message. I knew it. Zhang Yuni, I wasn't hiding it from you on purpose. Ren Huiming, I understand. I don't mind. But I want to gossip a little. How are you two doing now? Zhang Yuni, just about friends. Ren Huiming asked again. If it was delivered to the office a few days ago, it couldn't have been you, right? At the time, everyone in the company was curious and discussing who had sent the cactus to Zhou Ting's. After the cactus, they sent sunflowers and calla lilies. After much speculation, no one had an answer. Ren Huiming thought of Zhang Yuni, but it seemed unlikely. That didn't seem like something Zhang Yuni would do. Only then did she feel compelled to ask her. The mention of flowers made Zhang Yuni even more embarrassed, but she still answered Ren Huiming frankly. Yes. Ren Huiming, oh my god. No wonder President Ming said President Zhou was just lucky. Zhang Yuni, huh? That's something she didn't know. Ren Huiming told her without reservation that the day Zhou Ting's received the flowers, Ming Sui, curious, went to the general manager's office. As she left, she heard Ming Sui muttering, what's the good of Zhou Ting's? He's just lucky. After hearing Ren Huiming's retelling, Zhang Yuni couldn't help but laugh. so I don't know how good I am with President Ming. Ren Huaiming, because you're already good enough. Zhang Yuni arched her eyebrows. I think I'm pretty good too. Ren Huaiming, of course I am. It's getting late, so I won't talk to you anymore. Keep up the good work, I'm rooting for you. Zhang Yuni, I try my best. Ren Huaiming, yeah. I hope you can win Mr. Zhou over soon. Zhang Yuni, okay. After chatting with Ren Huaiming for a while, they finally concluded their conversation. After putting her phone down for a moment, Zhang Yuni couldn't resist picking it up again and opening Zhou Ting's moments again. After hesitating for a few seconds, Zhang Yuni liked his post. Chapter 36. That night, Zhang Yuni rarely suffered from insomnia. Originally, she had been prepared for insomnia, even an all-nighter. In recent years, she had struggled to sleep well when she returned to South City. Although she wasn't someone who particularly needed sleep, she could get by with minimal sleep when she was busy. Only when she was completely relaxed did she need a little more sleep. If she hadn't gone back to South City for the Qingming Festival, she might have gotten some sleep. After returning, there was no way around it. Zhang Yuni had visited the hospital and a psychologist, but nothing could be done about it. Later, she just let it go. She wouldn't be in South City for long anyway, and she could make up for the sleep she missed here back in Shanghai. She woke up a little after 8. Zhang Yuni and Zhou Tings were both quite energetic people, going to bed at 2 or 3 in the morning, and not staying up very late the next day. Their biological clocks were set, and they would wake up even if they didn't want to. After getting up and washing up, Zhang Yuni and Zhou Tings went to a nearby breakfast area. There was a famous rice noodle shop nearby. Zhang Yuni had been there twice before, so she wanted to take Zhou Tings there to try it. After breakfast, Zhang Yuni took Zhou Tings to her high school. Entry required registration, and Zhang Yuni was a little surprised that the security guard at the gate still remembered her, even after more than 10 years of graduation. The two of them entered the school smoothly. Zhou Tings glanced at her and said with a smile, "It seems Eva was quite famous in school." Hearing the teasing in his words, Zhang Yuni raised her eyebrows slightly, and said without a hint of modesty, "Not bad." Zhou Tings curled his lips. "You must have had very good grades when you were in school." "Yes," Zhang Yuni admitted, not too proudly. "Zhong Ling, and I used to be a very good friend of mine. I introduce you to her later. We were competitors." Zhou Ting raised an eyebrow, immediately thinking of the photos she'd posted together on WeChat Moments. Unsurprisingly, it was that friend. "We were competing for first and second place." Recalling high school, Zhang Yuni felt a little amused. "We didn't get along at first. She transferred to this school during her sophomore year. Zhang Yuni came from a small town, and at first, no one took her seriously. Besides her beauty, she had no other attractive qualities. It wasn't until the midterm exam of her sophomore year that she took first place in the grade, catching the attention of the teachers and other students. That's how Zhong Ling and her became increasingly familiar. Before Zhang Yuni transferred, Zhong Ling had been first in the grade. Competition is motivation though. Zhong Ling didn't mind Zhang Yuni taking her first place in the class though. That was just a way of saying she didn't mind. Behind the scenes, Zhong Ling began to work hard. The first time they broke the ice was when Zhang Yuni and the other students were organizing a field trip, and Zhong Ling was absent, citing family matters. As a result, Zhang Yuni ran into her at the city library. They stared at each other in bewilderment. After a while, Zhong Ling took the initiative and asked, "Would you like to sit here?" Zhang Yuni hummed, not asking if she was done with her family chores. Anyway, the two of them played dumb. It wasn't until the evening when they were reading and were about to leave the library that Zhong Ling suddenly asked, "Why aren't you going on the field trip?" Zhang Yuni could easily have said she wasn't interested, but she smiled and said, "The outing isn't cheap." She didn't want to ask Zhang's father for too much money. At that time, Zhang Chen had just been born, and the family had many expenses. Besides, Zhang's father had spent a lot of money and used many connections to transfer Zhang Yuni from a small town to Nanchang No. 1 Middle School, a school with outstanding teaching and research. Zhang Yuni naturally knew that if she asked for an outing, Zhang's father would give her the money. He wasn't stingy with her material things. There wasn't much affection between them, but Zhang's father felt a responsibility towards her. He would be willing to cover Zhang Yuni's daily expenses, although that was his responsibility. But Zhang Yuni had already decided that she wouldn't be home much longer, and she didn't want to live with him forever. So, she wanted to spend less of Zhang's father's money, so that her debt would be smaller. Of course, another reason was that Zhang Chen needed money at the time, and his aunt had quit her job to take care of him. Zhang's father had to support the family of 4, and the expenses were enormous. Zhang Yuni was a frugal person. She wouldn't tell her father about any expenses that weren't absolutely necessary. Hearing this, Zhong Ling was stunned, a look of embarrassment crossing her face. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. She wasn't aware of Zhang Yuni's specific circumstances. Zhang Yuni smiled faintly, shook her head, and said, It's okay. She didn't think it was shameful to be broke now. She was sure she would be rich in the future. Hearing this, Zhong Ling raised her eyebrows in surprise. I think you'd be great in the future, too. Zhang Yuni laughed. You too. Zhong Ling felt a little embarrassed at this. She raised her hand and touched her nose. Why didn't you ask me why I didn't go on the picnic? Zhang Yuni sighed. Something happened at home. That was my excuse. Zhong Ling gave her a gloomy look and sighed. I wanted to secretly work hard without everyone knowing and get first place back in the class. After she finished speaking, she looked at Zhang Yuni warily. Don't tell me you didn't see through me just now. Zhang Yuni looked innocent. I didn't. I thought you were bored after finishing your family chores and came to the library. Zhong Ling, She was silent for a few seconds, then looked at her and said, Thank you. Zhang Yuni smiled brightly. You're welcome. I keep your secret, Zhong Ling said. Zhang Yuni was slightly startled, then smiled and said, Then I won't tell the students. Our top student, Zhong, is in the library today. Zhong Ling choked. It's a deal. It's a deal. Because of their chance encounter in the library, the two became increasingly familiar with each other. Zhong Ling would occasionally discuss problems with Zhang Yuni. Since Zhang Yuni was better at math and Chinese than Zhong Ling, she would explain them to her. Similarly, since Zhang Yuni's English was weaker, Zhong Ling would also help her. Occasionally, Zhong Ling would find various excuses to treat Zhang Yuni to meals, bringing her bread and milk tea. She would say that since she taught her 2 subjects, she only taught her 1, so she had to prepare food for her, which was fair. In reality, Zhang Yuni's living expenses were not particularly low, nor was she starving or struggling financially. But Zhong Ling worried that she was reluctant, worried she wouldn't eat well, and worried she'd be upset. So she used this excuse to care for her and protect her self-esteem. Over time, the two became best friends. In their studies, they competed fairly and openly. Whoever came in first was happy, and whoever came in second wasn't upset, just kept trying. After hearing Zhang Yuni's simple words, Zhou Ting paused and whispered, You're also considerate of her self-esteem. She knew Zhong Ling came to the library to secretly study, but she didn't expose her. Not only that, when Zhong Ling asked her why she was there, she was the first to drop her mask and tell Zhong Ling something so private, letting her guard down. Zhang Yuni was stunned, then said gently, It's just the sensitivity of adolescence. Have you ever had that phase? Zhou Ting asked. Zhang Yuni thought about it and said, I don't think so. She introduced Zhou Ting's to the campus flowers and plants, the teaching buildings, the dormitories, and so on, saying as they walked, Although I live with my grandma, I'm very happy. Especially during those years in the countryside, Zhang Yuni received a lot of love. Whatever she lacked from her parents, her grandma filled for her. Grandma would often tell her, Our Wen is the most amazing, and the one she loves most is Wen. She gave Zhang Yuni an extraordinary amount of love. When Zhang Yuni was new to school in the countryside, her grandma would drop her off early and pick her up late. Even if she was accompanied by children from the same village, her grandma would still pick her up, rain or shine. When it suddenly rained while she was in the classroom, other students would worry about how they would get home later, and would ask if they had umbrellas, and if they could give them a ride home. Some people would get anxious, craning their necks to look outside, wondering if their parents would come to pick them up. But not Zhang Yuni. Zhang Yuni would attend class peacefully, knowing full well that her grandmother would be waiting for her at the school gate with an umbrella, ready to pick her up. Love is palpable. Even though Zhang Yuni was still young at the time and didn't quite understand what love was, how it could be embodied, she was certain that her grandmother loved her most. Her grandmother's love for her meant protecting her, caring for her in every way. And she passed on her love to her. Because of her grandmother's love, Zhang Yuni gradually became confident and decisive. Her grandmother's protection gave her confidence and a fearless spirit. Similarly, thanks to her grandmother's education, she retained her purest kindness and warmth. Zhou Tings listened attentively. After a long pause, he slowly said, Grandma takes good care of you. Yes, Zhang Yuni smiled. Everyone says so. Zhou Tings replied, then paused. Do you miss her? Yes, Zhang Yuni admitted. But I just visited her 2 days ago. She should be doing well now. Zhou Tings remained silent, simply staring at her intently. After a moment, he called her Eva. Zhang Yuni? Zhou Ting suddenly raised his hand and gently stroked her hair, as if to comfort her. Feeling the warmth of his palm, Zhang Yuni froze for a moment. She pursed her lips awkwardly and whispered, "My grandma likes to touch my head like this too. You're just like her." Zhou Ting's, He withdrew his hand, his brows raised slightly. "Did you do that on purpose?" "Of course not," Zhang Yuni denied, lowering her head and continuing forward. "It just suddenly occurred to me." The truth was, she felt that if she didn't say it, she would be tempted to have Zhou Ting's touch her again, or perhaps even ask for a hug. To avoid expressing the thought that was surfacing in her mind, Zhang Yuni decided to say something to ruin the mood. Zhou Ting's remained silent, unwilling to speak. Zhang Yuni said a few words, then laughed to herself. "Let me take you over there. That's our school's honor roll. There used to be a picture of Zhong Ling and me there. We were both outstanding graduates. I wonder if it's still there now." The two of them walked towards the wall of the honor roll. There were many people's photos on the wall. Zhang Yuni hadn't found hers yet, so Zhou Ting said yes. "Zhang Yuni, where is it?" Zhou Ting pointed. Zhang Yuni, on the honor roll, wore a blue and white school uniform and a high ponytail, revealing a face the size of a palm. She looked a little more immature in high school than she does now, but her eyes were just as round and bright. She faced the mirror, the corners of her lips curling up slightly in a faint smile. The moment Zhou Ting saw the photo, his mind flashed back to her high school days. He thought she must have been bright and confident then, but also low-key and reserved. Zhou Ting stared intently at the photo. After a moment, he turned to Zhang Yuni and asked, "Can I take a picture?" Zhang Yuni blinked. "Of this picture?" Zhou Ting nodded. "If you want to take pictures, take them." Zhang Yuni authorized him to use her photos, but couldn't help asking, "What are you taking them for?" As Zhou Ting asked this, he looked at her deeply and smiled slowly. "For archiving." He wanted to preserve, to remember every moment of her past that he had never experienced or witnessed. Chapter 37. Hearing Zhou Ting's response, Zhang Yuni uttered a very slow "oh." Zhou Ting's glanced sideways at her, then pulled out his phone. Zhang Yuni watched his movements, a little embarrassed after realizing it belatedly. This photo doesn't come out very well. It was her ID photo for the honor roll, and her face was bare and youthful. Zhou Ting's took several photos before saying with a smile, the other students would be furious if they heard this. Even though it wasn't a perfect photo, it was already the most outstanding, eye-catching, and beautiful one on the honor roll. If it had been good, what would the others have done? Zhang Yuni was speechless. "That's not what I meant." Zhou Ting's curled his lips, admiring her embarrassed expression, before slowly saying, "I know." Of course he knew she didn't mean that. She wasn't that kind of person. After taking the photos, the two of them explored other parts of the school. Zhang Yuni had wanted to take Zhou Ting's to the teaching building to see the classroom where she used to take classes, but the building was now locked, and no one was allowed in on weekends. She had to ask the administrator for a key, so she gave up. After leaving the school, Zhang Yuni asked Zhou Ting's if she wanted to have hot pot or eat nearby. Zhou Ting's asked, "Are there any restaurants near the school you frequent?" "Yes, but I don't know if you like them," Zhang Yuni said. Zhou Ting's, "What?" "Fish hot pot," Zhang Yuni explained. "There's a fish hot pot place right outside our school that's really delicious. It doesn't have a single fishy smell. Because it was so well made, she'd occasionally crave it." Zhou Ting's, seldom seeing her so eager to eat, curled his lips and said, "Let's go eat." Zhang Yuni had just had hot pot yesterday, so there was no need to eat again today. The fish hot pot restaurant was open. Although the students had all gone home for the holidays, business was still brisk. Several tables were occupied, some of them having driven in. Zhang Yuni and Zhou Ting's found a seat by the window. She took the menu from the owner and tried to pass it to Zhou Ting's, saying, "The host should follow the guest's wishes." Just as she reached out her hand, Zhou Ting said, "Just order." He followed the host's wishes. Zhang Yuni didn't dwell on such trivial matters. She quietly took the menu back, picked up the pen beside her, and ticked off the items on the menu, asking, "What kind of fish would you like? What flavor? Anything else?" Zhou Ting's answered each question one by one. After ordering, Zhang Yuni took a sip of the tea Zhou Ting's had poured, then turned to look out the window. "It's been so long since I've been home, and the surroundings seem to have changed quite a bit, yet at the same time, nothing has changed." Zhang Yuni didn't know how to describe it. She was lost in thought, her gaze wandering somewhere. Zhou Ting's looked up at her, his gaze fixed on her calm profile, his thoughts stirring slightly. Soon, the fish hot pot arrived. Zhang Yuni snapped back to her thoughts, and enjoyed it with Zhou Tings. Before enjoying it, she took out her phone, took a casual photo, and sent it to Zhong Ling. Zhong Ling was caught off guard. ? Zhang Yudi smiled and replied, "Next time we're back in South City, let's go visit the school together." Zhong Ling, you don't have to send the picture. She'd been craving this for a long time. When they were in Shenzhen, they'd also tried a local fish hot pot restaurant. But none of them were as good as the one near the school. Either the flavor was too bland or too strong. In short, they were all dishes they'd never return to. Zhang Yuni curled her lips and admitted, "I did it on purpose." Zhong Ling was speechless. Alone? Or with Jingjing? Zhang Yuni, I just made an appointment with Jingjing yesterday. Zhong Ling, oh right. She knew about it. Thinking about it, she asked, so who are you with today? Zhang Yuni, guess. I tell you after we finish eating. Zhong Ling, This guy is really going a bit too far. After talking to her, Zhang Yuni put down her phone and chatted with Zhou Tings while they ate. However, they didn't talk much. Neither of them liked to talk over a meal. They exchanged a few brief words before continuing to eat in silence. After they finished, Zhang Yuni didn't rush to pay the bill with Zhou Tings. After all, it didn't matter who paid. After they left the school, Zhang Yuni took Zhou Tings on a stroll through some of the more distinctive streets in South City. The holiday was packed, and the quiet of the alleyway was unnoticeable. Instead, the crowds continued to flow. Finally, the two found a coffee shop, sat down, and watched the people come and go. Suddenly, Zhang Yuni's phone vibrated. She clicked it, and saw it was a message from Shen Shuao, asking if she was busy. The two hadn't been in touch since their last meeting. Shen Shuao was busy terminating her contract with her previous agency. Although Aurora had lost a lot of the fan spending power brought by Zhujiao due to the Zhujiao incident, their prompt decision to cut losses and issue a termination announcement had made many passers-by feel more positive about the beauty brand. Passers-by thought it was quite courageous for the brand to promptly abandon an artist like Zhujiao, who lied and deceived his fans. Similarly, Zhang Yuni didn't rush Shen Shuao too much. At the same time, they were also looking for other artists, who might be suitable for the Aurora brand endorsement role. If Shen Shuao really didn't want to take the role, they needed to have a backup plan. Zhang Yuni quickly replied, "What's wrong?" Shen Shuao, I want to talk to you about the Aurora endorsement. Zhang Yuni pondered, I'm not in Shanghai right now. Is 9 o'clock in the evening okay? Shen Shuao, sure, I sleep late too. Where can we meet? Zhang Yuni, I'm fine. What are your requirements? Shen Shuao didn't have high expectations, but she was a female celebrity, so there weren't many places she could go. Also, she and Zhang Yuni were discussing private matters today. After a moment's thought, Shen Shuao asked, do you mind coming to my house? Zhang Yuni was slightly startled, then smiled and asked, aren't you afraid I reveal your address? Shen Shuao assured him, as Siwei's PR director, he's probably pretty tight-lipped. She spoke with conviction. After all, the most basic quality required of a PR career is the ability to maintain confidentiality. Otherwise, who knows how much trouble it would cause. After making an appointment with Shen Shuao, Zhang Yuni noted it in her calendar. Putting her phone down, she inadvertently met Zhou Ting's gaze. Zhang Yuni paused for a few seconds, then couldn't help but ask, why are you looking at me like that? Work? Zhou Tings asked. Zhang Yuni nodded, suddenly remembering the gossip she had heard earlier. She was silent for a moment, then nodded, yes, Miss Shen wants to discuss something with me. Zhou Ting raised his eyes. Miss Shen? Shen Shuao. Zhang Yuni told him, pausing, Mr. Zhou should know her. He had already confessed to Zhou Tings, so there was no way he didn't know. Hearing this, Zhou Tings raised his eyebrows slightly. I know. Zhang Yuni, oh. Zhou Tings lowered his eyes, looking at her with a smile. That's it? Zhang Yuni tilted her head to look at him, her eyes bright. Under Zhou Ting's gaze, she couldn't help but ask, you two should be very familiar with each other, right? Hearing her question, Zhou Tings couldn't help but let out a soft laugh. Not familiar. Zhang Yuni blinked, a few words written on her face. Really? Zhou Tings curled his lips and whispered, we are quite familiar with each other. Zhang Yuni choked slightly and muttered, I didn't ask you to compare. Zhou Tings observed her expression, and then said seriously, she and I met because of Ming Sui. Zhang Yuni, Mr. Ming? Zhou Tings nodded. Their parents had a good relationship, and he had first met Shen Shuao at the Ming families. However, Zhou Tings had to admit that he and Shen Shuao had known each other for many years, since high school. But they hadn't kept in touch. He had only added their contact information after returning to China over 2 years ago. After hearing what Zhou Ting said, Zhang Yuni remained silent for a while. She paused for a moment, then said seriously, "Actually, Mission is quite lovely." They hadn't interacted much, but Shen Shuao had a genuinely lovable personality, and she didn't have the airs of a big star. Zhang Yuni had served artists, who were relatively low profile, but had high airs. Compared to that person, Shen Shuao was practically an angel. Zhou Ting raised his eyelids. "Really?" Zhang Yuni looked at him. "No. I don't know," Zhou Ting replied. "We've never been alone together for more than half an hour." So he didn't know Shen Shuao very well. Zhang Yuni was surprised. "Less than half an hour?" "Usually with Meng Sui," Zhou Ting said. Zhang Yuni nodded silently, thinking, so that's how it is. But even without even half an hour of alone time, Shen Shuao still fell for Zhou Ting's. Thinking of this, Zhang Yuni couldn't help but turn her gaze back to Zhou Ting's. Noticing her scrutiny, Zhou Ting's calmly met her gaze. His expression of indifference made Zhang Yuni a little embarrassed. After a while, Zhang Yuni took a sip of the coffee on the table. "I heard that, Shen." Before she could finish her words, Zhou Ting smiled and said yes. Shen Shuao had indeed confessed her feelings to him. Zhang Yuni pursed her lips and said nothing more. Instead, Zhou Ting continued, "Why don't you ask me why I rejected her?" Zhang Yuni sighed. She hadn't wanted to ask, but since Zhou Ting had already said so, she continued, "Why?" "She's not my type," Zhou Ting said. Zhang Yuni's eyes flickered, and she stared at Zhou Ting's for a long moment, but ultimately didn't ask the question that was on the tip of her tongue. She actually wanted to ask, "What type do you like?" How could I know? This question seemed too obvious. And a little silly. Zhang Yuni pondered, mumbling, "I see." Zhou Ting stared at her intensely, taking in her tense expression, a flicker of smile in his eyes. The two of them left the topic at that. Zhou Ting didn't say anything further, and Zhang Yuni didn't ask any further questions. After finishing their coffee, they walked around the area before returning to the hotel to pick up their luggage and head to the airport. Zhou Ting had bought a ticket for around 5 p.m., so they arrived in Shanghai a little after 7 p.m., just in time. Zhang Yuni had never expected that she wouldn't run into Pu Li while she was strolling through the streets of South City with Zhou Ting, but instead bumped into him on the plane. She and Zhou Ting boarded the plane and sat down. As soon as they sat down, Zhou Ting called. He said something to Zhang Yuni and answered. Zhang Yuni also lowered her head and pulled out her phone, ready to check if there was anything she needed to do. Just as she opened her email, a familiar voice called from the side, "Eva." Zhang Yuni looked up in bewilderment, her mind blanking for a moment when she saw Pu Li standing next to her. After several seconds, she said, "Mr. Pu?" "It's really you," Pu Li nodded, speaking to her in a familiar tone. "I thought I was seeing things." He looked at Zhang Yuni. "I didn't expect it was really you." Zhang Yuni opened her mouth, unsure what to say. She was silent for a few seconds, then smiled awkwardly. "Well, I didn't expect to meet Mr. Pu here." At that moment, Zhang Yuni was just thankful that when Pu Li asked her to be his guide yesterday, she hadn't told him she'd returned to Shanghai, but had said she had something to do with a friend. Otherwise, she would have had to face the embarrassment of having her lie exposed. "Didn't expect it?" Pu Li raised an eyebrow. "Did you forget? I told you I was in South City." "No," Zhang Yuni explained. "I meant I didn't expect you to leave so soon." Pu Li smiled. "Tomorrow, I have a meeting to attend at work." Zhang Yuni suddenly realized, "I see." Someone else was boarding the plane behind him, so Pu Li didn't chat with Zhang Yuni for long, but took the aisle seat next to her. He was accompanied by an assistant. Business class seats weren't very numerous. Pu Li occasionally exchanged a few words with Zhang Yuni, and they seemed to have a very good relationship. Before takeoff, Zhou Ting's phone call ended. He tilted his head, looked at the two people chatting next to him, and narrowed his eyes slightly. But Pu Li didn't notice him. When Zhou Ting answered the phone, he deliberately moved closer to the window, slightly sideways, fearing disturbing those around him. Now that the call was over, Pu Li's attention was back on Zhang Yuni. Of course, there was another reason. Although Pu Li and Zhou Ting had met once, it was too brief, and they hadn't exchanged words. It's normal for them to have no impression of each other. The plane took off smoothly. The business class cabin was silent, and Pu Li didn't speak to Zhang Yuni again. Only when the plane descended and a distinct noise could be heard inside the cabin did Pu Li remember something and called out to Zhang Yuni, "Eva." Zhang Yuni turned, "Mr. Pu?" Pu Li didn't mind the polite address and asked with a faint smile, "Do you have friends coming to pick you up? If not, We can give you a ride on the way. Zhang Yuni paused, trying to figure out how to refuse without being rude or offensive. Shou Ting, who had been working on his laptop in silence, suddenly raised his head and turned towards the two of them again. Just as Pu Li felt he looked familiar, but couldn't quite place his identity, Shou Ting spoke first, his tone calm. She has someone to give her a ride. Chapter 38. Even after getting off the plane, Zhang Yuni still hadn't recovered from the awkward situation. None of them had any luggage to check, so they could leave directly from the plane. As they parted ways, Pu Li glanced at Zhang Yuni and Shou Ting and smiled faintly. Eva, we be leaving first. See you next time. Zhang Yuni smiled faintly. Okay, Mr. Pu, see you next time. Pu Li nodded, paused briefly, then turned his gaze to Shou Ting, politely saying, Mr. Zhou, let's have a drink together sometime. Shou Ting nodded, his expression stern. No problem. Pu Li and his assistant left, and Zhang Yuni and Shou Ting fell into a moment of silence. The two stared at each other. Zhang Yuni was just about to think about what to say when Shou Ting spoke first. Eva. Zhang Yuni? Shou Ting lowered his lashes, gazing at her with a deep gaze. He raised his hand and tapped her forehead, saying, with a hint of bitterness, you're quite popular. This made Zhang Yuni want to laugh. She sighed and said slowly, it's my job. Her job required her to be popular and well-liked. Shou Ting was speechless. Just as he was about to say something else, his phone rang. He glanced at the incoming call and answered it. I know. We be leaving now. After hanging up, he looked at Zhang Yuni and said, the driver's here. Shall we go out first? Zhang Yuni nodded. The two walked a few steps forward when Shou Ting suddenly said, you know the person who picked us up at the airport? Zhang Yuni was startled and turned to look at him. Could it be President Ming? Shou Ting hummed and asked, do you mind? Zhang Yuni thought for a moment. What do you mind? She didn't seem to mind anything. Besides, Meng Sui should have noticed something from her last interaction with Shou Ting at the club. It was a bit late to say she minded now. Shou Ting smiled to himself. Let's go. Zhang Yuni agreed. The two walked towards where Meng Sui had parked. Seeing the two men coming out, Meng Sui greeted Zhang Yuni before speaking to Shou Ting. You can go a little slower. Shou Ting, I try next time. Meng Sui choked. Zhang Yuni couldn't help but laugh as she listened to their conversation. After getting in the car, Meng Sui turned to look at her. Eva, where do you live? Let me take you home first. Zhang Yuni gave the address. Excuse me, Mr. Ming. Meng Sui didn't seem to care. Serving a beautiful woman is no trouble at all. Shou Ting gave him a neutral glance. Meng Sui, not at all afraid of him, glanced back, silently asking, what's going on? Shou Ting withdrew his gaze coldly. The three of them left the airport. Meng Sui occasionally exchanged a few words with Shou Ting and Zhang Yuni, creating a harmonious atmosphere in the car. As they chatted, Zhang Yuni's phone vibrated. She opened it and saw a message from Pu Li. He asked her if she was familiar with Shou Ting. Pu Li's question left Zhang Yuni a little unsure how to respond. She pondered for a few seconds and replied, we're quite familiar. Pu Li, I heard Siwei and Nexalith have a friendly partnership. You've been in charge of Nexalith's PR for a few years, right? Zhang Yuni, yes. She held her phone and glanced up at the person sitting in the passenger seat. Shou Ting glanced at her, seeming to notice something. What's wrong? Nothing. Zhang Yuni retracted her gaze, pursed her lips, and replied to Pu Li, but I'm familiar with Mr. Zhou, and it's not just work. She said it so clearly that Zhang Yuni suspected Pu Li would be able to discern the underlying meaning. Sure enough, after sending the message, Pu Li didn't reply again. Zhang Yuni breathed a sigh of relief. But at the same time, she was also a little worried about Siwei and Xuanqing's collaboration. However, judging from her interactions with Pu Li so far, he seemed to be someone who kept his private and public lives separate. Not long after, they arrived at their neighborhood. Meng Sui parked the car, and when Zhang Yuni opened the door and got out, Shou Ting followed suit. The two retrieved their luggage from the trunk. Zhang Yuni took it and raised her eyes slightly. Then I go home first? Shou Ting hummed, lowering his gaze to her hand resting on the suitcase handle. After a few seconds of silence, he said, get some rest early. I contact you anytime. Zhang Yuni was stunned for a moment, then laughed. Okay. Shou Ting, go ahead. Goodbye. Zhang Yuni said to Shou Ting, then to Meng Sui. Shou Ting walked her to the door, and waited until she was inside before turning and leaving. Back in the car, Meng Sui tooted unceremoniously, do you know what you look like now? Shou Ting didn't even glance at him. Meng Sui didn't care, muttering to himself, top-notch resentful man. You look so reluctant to leave. Why didn't you tell Eva? Zhou Tings was silent for a few seconds. What? You said you're interested in her, and want to be with her. Meng Sui said bluntly, you two have feelings for each other. Isn't that easy to say? Or are you afraid Eva will reject you? Zhou Tings, no. He wasn't worried about Zhang Yuni rejecting him. Then what's there to worry about? Meng Sui didn't understand. Zhou Tings remained silent. Relationships aren't that simple. Of course, he could simplify things. Just say he likes her and get together, but he's a cautious person, and so is Zhang Yuni. Zhou Tings could sense that Zhang Yuni's thinking aligned with his own. They both wanted to think things through, to get to know each other better, to know more about each other before making a decision. Some people are more impulsive in relationships, getting together if they like someone, while others can get to know each other later. Zhou Tings and Zhang Yuni, on the other hand, take a gradual approach and are the type of people who idealize relationships. They don't accept being together and realizing they've made a mistake, or that they've fallen in love with the wrong person, and then breaking up. What they wanted was to be together forever. That was a heavy statement, and it seemed unnecessary. After all, to most people, it was just a relationship. People can fall in love many times. If they fall for the wrong person, they fall for the wrong person. Just cut their losses in time. But Zhou Tings and Zhang Yuni were the ones who held such ideals in their relationships. They had a surprising tacit understanding in some areas. They had never discussed the subject, but they knew exactly what the other was thinking. Zhou Tings thought, and replied to Meng Sui, you don't understand. Meng Sui choked, glared at him, and started the car. I don't understand. You can take your time, but you have to seize the opportunity, and don't let others take advantage of you. At this point, Zhou Tings thought of Pu Li, who had occasionally exchanged a few words with Zhang Yuni on the plane. He turned to look at Meng Sui. What do you mean? Didn't I tell you? Meng Sui glanced at him with a hint of disdain. Jiuza seems to be thinking of pursuing Eva. Zhou Tings, oh. Meng Sui, no opinions. He won't stand a chance. Zhou Tings said calmly. Meng Sui tilted her head to look at him, raising an eyebrow at his confident expression. Then work hard. Get Eva soon. I quite like her. Who do you like? Zhou Ting's tone suddenly cooled. Speechless, Meng Sui quickly added, admiration. I admire Eva very much. Is that okay? Zhou Tings, just barely. Hearing this, Meng Sui was nearly irritated to death. He glared at him coldly and stopped talking. After sending Zhou Tings home, Meng Sui didn't leave. Not only had he usurped his position, he also bossed Zhou Tings around. Since he'd been working as a driver at the airport, Zhou Tings tolerated it for the time being. While they were ordering takeout, Zhou Tings sent Zhang Yuni a message, asking if she'd eaten yet. Just on the way back from the airport, Zhou Tings asked Zhang Yuni if she wanted to have dinner together. Zhang Yuni declined, saying she had to meet Shen Shuao later to discuss a collaboration, and wouldn't be able to make it in time for dinner. Zhang Yuni was rushing out the door when she saw Zhou Tings' message. When she got home, she showered and put on some simple makeup. Although she was meeting a woman, Shen Shuao, she was there to discuss work, so she had to maintain proper appearance. As Zhang Yuni entered the elevator, she replied to Zhou Tings, I eat after I see Miss Shen. Zhou Tings, Zhang Yuni, she just messaged me, asking me to pick up a takeout order for her at the entrance of their complex, so I decided to pick one up for myself as well. Zhou Tings curled his lips. That's a good idea. Zhang Yuni, I think so too. Did you and Mr. Meng eat together? Zhou Tings simply sent her a photo of the food. Zhang Yuni clicked on it, her eyebrows raised slightly, and with a hint of surprise, she asked, is this homemade? It looks delicious. Zhou Tings, do you like it? Zhang Yuni didn't think much of it and replied, yes, it looks delicious. The message was sent, and the elevator opened. Zhang Yuni added, I'm getting in the car. Zhou Tings, drive slowly at night. Zhang Yuni, I know. The two of them paused their conversation. Zhang Yuni drove to Shen Shuyao's residence and packed some food for her and herself at the door. Shen Shuao lived in a villa complex, so Zhang Yuni drove into the complex after making her purchases. Perhaps Shen Shuao had given her advance notice, and Zhang Yuni had already registered her personal information, so she found Shen Shuyao's building without any problems. After parking the car, she rang the doorbell. Someone came out to greet her. Why are you so slow? Shen Shuao opened the door and led Zhang Yuni in, not feeling any awkwardness at all. Come on in. Zhang Yuni smiled and greeted her. Good evening, Miss Shen. So polite? Shin Shuya was stunned for a moment, then laughed. Good evening. The two of them went inside together. Shin Shuya beckoned Zhang Yuni to the restaurant. I'm starving. Zhang Yuni shook her head helplessly. Didn't you hire a housekeeper at home? Shin Shuya stood nearby, watching her open the bag. Yes, it's vacation time. When they ordered takeout in their neighborhood, they either had to pick it up at the gate or have the security guard deliver it. Shin Shuya was a celebrity, and she didn't want the security guard frequently delivering her takeout. That would somewhat tarnish her image as a detached celebrity. In certain matters, Shin Shuya was particularly concerned about prestige. Zhang Yuni looked bewildered. Sit down. Shin Shuya pointed to the stool next to Zhang Yuni. Don't be polite. Zhang Yuni curled her lips. Okay. The two of them didn't rush into conversation. They first filled their hungry stomachs. After eating, Zhang Yuni gathered the garbage and placed it outside the door, so she could take it away when she left later. After finishing, she met Shin Shuya's piercing gaze. Zhang Yuni was confused. Why is Miss Shin looking at me like that? Shin Shuya, still sitting at the dining table, asked, What's going on between you and Zhou Ting's? What? Zhang Yuni was momentarily stunned. Shin Shuya glanced at her. Don't play dumb. You must have heard it. Zhang Yuni, She was stunned and walked over to sit across from her. Aren't we supposed to discuss the Aurora endorsement? There's no rush, Shin Shuya said. Answer my personal question first. Zhang Yuni was speechless. After a pause, she asked, Why do you think Zhou Tings and I are making progress? What do you think? Shin Shuya rolled her eyes at her. Zhou Tings even contacted me about you. You two must have a complicated relationship. Otherwise, she wouldn't have deliberately sent the photo of herself and Zhou Tings having dinner to test her. What Shin Shuya didn't expect was that he didn't care at all. She was frustrated for several minutes. Zhang Yuni was defeated by Shin Shuya's logic. She was silent for a moment, then asked curiously, Do you still like him? You knew about my confession? Shin Shuya asked. Zhang Yuni was slightly embarrassed and touched her nose. I've heard someone mention it. Okay. Shin Shuya nodded, speaking frankly. I've always liked him, but that doesn't affect my good impression of you. Zhang Yuni was slightly startled and couldn't help laughing. Thank you. You're welcome. Shin Shuya spread her hands and told Zhang Yuni directly, My liking for him is my business. His relationship with you is yours. I won't dislike you just because he's close to you. That was unnecessary. Even if she and Zhang Yuni liked the same man, they were just two women in a healthy competition, not enemies. At this point, Shin Shuya couldn't help but ask, You like him too, right? I have a crush on him, Zhang Yuni admitted. Upon hearing Zhang Yuni's response, Shin Shuya couldn't help but sigh softly, resting her hands on her chin as she said, I knew I had good taste. Zhou Tings was truly outstanding, able to inspire both her and Zhang Yuni, a highly skilled professional, to have a certain fondness for him, even a fondness for him. Zhang Yuni was stunned for a moment, then suddenly understood what she meant. She chuckled, I'm honored. After she finished speaking, she thought of something and jokingly said, But I think Zhou Tings is the luckier one, right? Shin Shuya blinked and nodded earnestly, her tone serious. I think he's lucky to be liked by us. Zhang Yuni chuckled and nodded in agreement. The two chatted in a relaxed atmosphere. After a while, Shin Shuya sighed. Zhang Yuni was bewildered. What's wrong? Shin Shuya looked at her, a little aggrieved. I feel like I don't have a chance. Zhang Yuni was startled and opened her mouth to say something, but then realized it wasn't the right time to offer any words of comfort or encouragement. I don't mean anything else, just expressing my feelings. Shin Shuya stated, I've known him for so many years, and he hasn't been able to warm up to me. Now that you're here, it's even more impossible. She was no fool. She had long sensed that Zhou Tings had a special place in her heart for Zhang Yuni. She hadn't mentioned it before because she was trying to play dumb, to pretend she didn't know. Zhang Yuni was silent for a moment, then said, I'm sorry. What are you apologizing for? Shin Shuya was amused by her, and snorted proudly, I think Zhou Tings would be at a loss if he lost a suitor like me. Zhang Yuni quickly responded, I agree. Shin Shuya was amused by her nervous expression, and rolled her eyes. Did you mean your apology just now? Zhang Yuni, of course. Then, Shin Shuya hesitated for a few seconds. Can I make a request of you? Zhang Yuni was caught off guard. What request? Have a drink with me, Shin Shuya said unexpectedly. It's been a while since I've had someone to drink with. Zhang Yuni had never expected Shin Shuya's request to be this. She thought for a moment. Tonight? Shin Shuya, not convenient for you. I have to work tomorrow. Zhang Yuni discussed with her, Is the weekend okay? I can drink with you. Shin Shuao pondered for a moment and agreed. It's a deal. Zhang Yudi smiled. No problem. After agreeing, Zhang Yudi changed the subject. Mission. Shin Shuao, I see. She knew what she was going to say by looking at Zhang Yudi's expression. Let's talk business. Zhang Yudi smiled brightly. Yes, let's talk about the endorsement. They talked about business for a long time. Zhang Yudi explained the details of Aurora's situation to Shin Shuao and understood her demands and conditions. She wrote down everything and told Shin Shuao that she would meet with Aurora as soon as possible and get back to her. It was already past 11 o'clock when they finished. Zhang Yudi drove home, arriving at midnight. After washing up and lying in bed, Zhang Yudi saw the message Zhou Tings had sent her over half an hour earlier, asking if she'd returned home. Seeing his message, Zhang Yudi's mind wandered for a moment, and she couldn't help but think of the questions Shin Shuao had asked her that night. How she felt about Zhou Tings, how much she liked him, and she thought Zhou Tings was interested in her too, so why weren't they together yet? What had Zhang Yudi said to Shin Shuao then? She recalled that she had told Shin Shuao that it wasn't the right time yet. Although she and Zhou Tings had known each other for over 2 years, they hadn't understood each other well during those years, and even had certain misunderstandings. Though the misunderstandings had been resolved, they still hadn't reached the point of knowing each other intimately. While it's true that intimacy isn't necessary at the beginning of a relationship, couples who know each other well and have been together for too long are more likely to break up. Dating requires novelty and excitement. But Zhang Yudi didn't want a relationship that started hastily, much less one that started and ended hastily due to a lack of understanding. She and Zhou Tings were both older, and she didn't want that. She wanted to stay together forever. Zhang Yudi disliked sudden separations and leaving, and she hated the word break even more. She wasn't sure if Zhou Tings felt the same way, but she thought he would respect her feelings. Just as she was thinking, her phone vibrated again. Zhang Yudi picked it up and read it. It was still a message from Zhou Tings. You haven't gone home yet? Zhang Yudi pulled herself out of her thoughts. Her lips curled up. Yes, I just finished washing up. Why aren't you asleep yet? Zhou Tings, what about you? Zhang Yudi chuckled, understanding what he meant. I'm going to bed. Good night. Zhou Tings, good night. See you tomorrow. Zhang Yudi blinked and deliberately asked, see you tomorrow? Are Siwei and Nexilith having a meeting together tomorrow? Zhou Tings, it doesn't seem to be scheduled. Zhang Yudi, then how? Before she even sent the word see you tomorrow, before she even sent the message, Zhou Tings sent a new message. I mean we. Are we meeting? He was asking for Zhang Yudi's opinion. Zhang Yudi smiled, holding the phone, and deliberately teasingly said, depends on my mood? Zhou Tings, okay. I wait for Director Zhang's message. Zhang Yudi was amused and replied, no problem. I tell you tomorrow. Zhou Tings, okay. Putting down her phone, Zhang Yudi contentedly went to sleep. Perhaps because of the pre-bedtime chat with Zhou Tings, Zhang Yudi slept exceptionally well that night. The next morning, she woke up and went to the gym. After returning home from the gym and washing up, she saw the message Zhou Tings had sent her over half an hour earlier. Good morning, are you up yet? There was another message below. Just so you know, Director Zhang, how are you feeling today? Chapter 39. Zhang Yudi couldn't help but curl her lips at the sight of these two messages. She replied earnestly to Zhou Tings, not bad. Zhou Tings, want to have breakfast together? Zhang Yudi checked the time and replied, maybe I won't be able to make it today. Having just returned from a long holiday, she had a lot of work piled up. Zhang Yudi wanted to get to the office early to sort it out, so she wouldn't be so rushed and flustered when she officially started work. Zhou Tings, okay, then you're busy. Zhang Yudi replied helplessly, okay, I find you when I'm done. Zhou Tings, okay. Remember to have breakfast. Zhang Yudi, I know. Putting her phone down, Zhang Yudi quickly put on her makeup, changed her clothes, and went to the office. When she arrived, only the cleaning lady and the cleaning lady were there. She walked from the basement garage to the office, and only after sitting down did she remember she had forgotten to buy breakfast. Zhang Yudi rubbed her head, then picked up her phone and sent a message to Chen Xinhe, transferring some money with a note. Bring me breakfast. Chen Xinhe replied instantly. No problem, rice balls again? Zhang Yudi paused for a moment. Let's have sandwiches today. At 8:40, colleagues began arriving. There was a knock on Zhang Yudi's office door. She lowered her head from looking at documents and called out, come in. Sister Eva, this is your breakfast, and... Before Chen Xinhe could finish her words, Zhang Yuni looked up. She was startled by the sight of something on her desk. What is this? There was a paper bag next to it. Chen Xinhe quickly replied, the security guard gave it to me when I came in. He said someone specifically asked to bring it to you. Zhang Yuni was taken aback. She opened the bag and saw an insulated lunch box and a card inside. The card was unsigned, with only a simple message, eat well before working. Remember to balance work and rest. Who sent this? Chen Xinhe watched Zhang Yuni's expression change and couldn't help but wonder. When Zhang Yuni leaned over to look at the card, she felt a little guilty and pressed it close to her chest, hiding it from her. After doing this, she realized she was being too conspicuous. The card had no signature, no embarrassing words, so even if Chen Xinhe saw it, it wouldn't matter. Thinking about it, Zhang Yuni hesitated. A friend sent it. Chen Xinhe blinked, a look of sudden realization on his face. Okay, I'm relieved it's from a friend. Hearing this, Zhang Yuni laughed. It couldn't possibly be from a rival, could it? Chen Xinhe spread his hands. What if? Zhang Yuni shook her head, feeling both amused and embarrassed. Go on, get on with your work. Thanks for the breakfast. Chen Xinhe, of course. I make you a cup of coffee? Okay. After Chen Xinhe left, Zhang Yuni finally took out the package Zhou Tings had quietly delivered downstairs to the company. Opening it, Zhang Yuni smiled. She and Zhou Tings often had an inexplicable rapport. She'd been craving a sandwich this morning, and the breakfast Zhou Tings had brought her was also a sandwich. After opening the lid, Zhang Yuni took out her phone, took a photo, and sent it to him. Got it. When did Mr. Zhou come? Zhou Tings. I forgot. Zhang Yuni looked at the sandwiches beside her and asked hesitantly, are these two sandwiches, made by my aunt at home? They don't look like they were bought. If you buy something, it should come with its own packaging. Zhou Tings. No. Zhang Yuni. Huh? Zhou Tings. I made it. Let me try it. Zhang Yuni was surprised. You can cook? Zhou Tings was helpless. When did I ever give Director Zhang the impression of being out of touch with the world? Zhang Yuni was slightly speechless. No, I'm just a little surprised. It was also a bit unexpected. After all, most people these days can't cook. Even a career-oriented man like Zhou Tings, with his busy schedule, actually has time to cook, to make sandwiches. Zhou Tings, sandwiches are simple. Zhang Yuni, making them both beautiful and delicious is a bit difficult. Zhou Tings, let me try it first. I'm not sure if it suits your taste. Zhang Yuni didn't rashly reply that it would definitely suit her, even though she was thinking so. She lowered her eyes and smiled. Okay, I try it. Putting down her phone, Zhang Yuni picked up the still warm sandwich beside her. The filling wasn't particularly rich, but it had all of Zhang Yuni's favorites: avocado, luncheon meat, cheese, and egg. Zhang Yuni took a bite. The sandwich was soft, rich, and not dry at all. It tasted delicious. Her eyes lit up, and she sent an emoji to Zhou Tings with one hand. Zhou Tings was busy in the office, but he knew she'd already tried it. He curled his lips slightly. Delicious? Zhang Yuni, I like it. She didn't know whether others thought it was delicious. All she knew was that she loved it. Zhou Ting's eyebrows lifted slightly at this. He held his phone in one hand, pondering for a few seconds. Want to try a different flavor next time? Zhang Yuni, what other flavors? Zhou Tings, this is a secret for now. Are you eating it tomorrow? Zhang Yuni didn't directly refuse, simply asking, isn't it too much trouble? Zhou Tings, I want breakfast too. Even if he didn't eat, he didn't think it was a bother. Zhang Yuni pressed down the corner of her lips. Can I order then? Zhou Tings, what flavor would you like? Zhang Yuni, I saved the tutorial. I send it to you later. She had saved it, intending to make it herself on the weekend, but she'd gotten lazy over the weekend and hadn't done anything since. Since Zhou Tings wanted to do it, she didn't hesitate. Zhou Tings, okay. Both of them were busy, so the conversation ended shortly. Zhang Yuni finished the sandwich Zhou Tings had prepared. Since she couldn't finish the one his assistant had bought, she planned to have it for lunch or as a snack during overtime. She had a meeting this morning. After returning to the office, Zhang Yuni called Hu Xiaochang and asked her to come to her office. The two had contacted each other during the holiday, and Zhang Yuni asked about her comprehensive examination results. The condition had been confirmed, and treatment options were being considered. Are you okay? Zhang Yuni asked softly, letting her sit down across from her. Hu Xiaochang hummed, looking well. I'm fine. I'm mentally prepared. Zhang Yuni sighed softly and reassured her, everything will be fine. Don't worry too much. Auntie will be fine. Hu Xiaochang replied, I believe it. Zhang Yuni then inquired about other aspects of her condition. Hu Xiaochang told her that her mother was now hospitalized, and the attending physician was still discussing the best and most appropriate treatment for her mother. Zhang Yuni nodded. What do you think? Do you want conservative treatment or surgery? I hope surgery can alleviate her pain. Professor Duan told me that surgery can also create better conditions for subsequent chemotherapy, Hu Xiaochang said. Zhang Yuni understood and gently patted her shoulder. What does your mother think? She doesn't want treatment at all. At this point, Hu Xiaochang felt helpless. She sighed. Her eyes instantly reddened. She's afraid of being a burden to me. Hu Xiaochang's mother is a typical mother who cares for her children. She felt that at her age, there was no need to struggle any further. Surgery was expensive, and she didn't want to burden Hu Xiaochang. Her own burdens were heavy enough. She always told Hu Xiaochang that she had no ability and hadn't provided much help to him since he was a child. While other children his age were able to play around and spend time with their parents, she and Hu Xiaochang's father were working away from home, leaving her as a left-behind child in their hometown. She felt she owed Hu Xiaochang a lot and didn't want to owe her more. Every mother is different. Zhang Yuni listened, speechless for a long moment. After a moment, Zhang Yuni asked, Auntie, are you convinced now? Hu Xiaochang smiled bitterly. Well, I told her that even though there are still risks after the surgery, I want her to stay with me for a few more years. I only have her, my father, and our child by my side. Zhang Yuni raised her hand and gently hugged her. You still have us colleagues. She whispered soothingly, if you have any difficulties, let us know immediately. I asked Sister C about the expenses. I remember our company has an employee hardship allowance. Hu Xiaochang lowered his head and nodded emphatically, his voice choking. Okay, I tell you if I have any difficulties. Yes, you must tell me. Don't handle it alone. At this point, Zhang Yuni asked, You're going to the hospital after work recently. Does anyone have someone to pick up and take care of your child? Hu Xiaochang said yes, I asked a neighbor to do it for me. Zhang Yuni nodded. Will he be left alone after we take him home? For now, Hu Xiaochang said. I don't want to burden the neighbors too much. Zhang Yuni understood. She pondered for a moment, then looked at Hu Xiaochang. Sister Xiaochang. Hu Xiaochang, How about sending the child to the office? She suggested to Hu Xiaochang, take good care of your mother during this time. I pick the child up after school and let her stay at the office. You can pick her up after you're done. Hu Xiaochang's daughter was only 3 years old. But because she had to work and there was no one to take care of her at home, she was sent to kindergarten when she was just over 2 years old. Hu Xiaochang was stunned. Isn't this bad? There's nothing wrong with it, Zhang Yuni said gently. But you should ask her opinion. If she agrees, then do it. Although the child was only 3 years old and didn't understand many things, Zhang Yuni believed that no matter the child's age, you should always ask her opinion when making decisions for her. As long as you communicate well with children, they will understand and comprehend. Hearing this, Hu Xiaochang hesitated. But, no buts. Zhang Yuni put her hand on her shoulder, stopping her from refusing. If you don't want to bother your neighbor, we colleagues are fine. You don't have to worry about her disturbing us. I let her stay in my office, so she doesn't disturb the other colleagues. Besides, as long as a girl isn't overly naughty, few people will dislike her. Hu Xiaochang fell silent. After a long pause, she looked up at Zhang Yuni. Then I go back and discuss this with her. Zhang Yuni, I wait for your good news. Hu Xiaochang stood up to leave. Before she left, she looked at Zhang Yuni with tears in her eyes. Yuni, thank you so much. Zhang Yuni smiled and shook her head. It's my duty. After Hu Xiaochang left, Zhang Yuni immediately searched online for tips on how to care for and accompany a 3-year-old girl. She hadn't spent much time with little girls. Aside from Ho Dongling's daughter, she had had little contact with other children. Thinking of Ho Dongling, Zhang Yuni quickly sent her a message. Are you busy? Teach me how to raise a child when you have time. 10 minutes later, Ho Dongling's message came back. ? Ho Dongling, are you pregnant? Zhang Yuni was choked by her words and, with a laugh, explained, No, it's a colleague's baby. Ho Dongling, that startled me. Zhang Yuni wanted to say something, but she was also taken aback by her words. With her busy schedule, it's hard to believe she could have a baby. Ho Dongling quickly replied, Wait a minute. I give you some baby care tips when I get home later. Zhang Yuni, okay, no rush. With Ho Dongling's help, Zhang Yuni suddenly felt less anxious and nervous. In the afternoon, Zhang Yuni attended a meeting at Aurora to discuss Shin Shuyao's endorsement and promotion. For the next few days, Zhang Yuni was kept busy. She and Zhou Tings didn't meet often. When they met occasionally, she would take the breakfast Zhou Tings handed to her early in the morning and make it herself. The two didn't even have the time or opportunity to enjoy breakfast together. On Friday, Hu Xiaochang told Zhang Yuni that she would be taking a few days off next week. Her mother's surgery had been scheduled for Sunday. Professor Duan sacrificed his weekend to have her mother's surgery, and she would have to stay in the hospital for a few days afterward. She had also discussed this with her child, who had promised to come to the office after school and let Yuni take care of her. Zhang Yuni agreed without hesitation. Will your dad come? Hu Xiaochang shook her head. He'd be here for 2 days, but he's tied up with work, so he only has 2 days off. Hu Xiaochang's father worked on a construction site, was exhausted, and had no vacation time, but thankfully, he earned a good salary. She told Zhang Yuni, if he takes too much leave, they fire him. My mom's hospitalization costs money, and she needs further treatment, so her father really needed the job. Zhang Yuni understood their pain. Okay then. I take care of the baby on the day of the surgery. You don't have to bring her to the hospital. I take her out to play. Hu Xiaochang was stunned. Isn't that inappropriate? It's not inappropriate. I don't work overtime on Sundays. Zhang Yuni smiled and comforted her. You're going to the hospital Saturday night, right? Hu Xiaochang nodded. My dad's coming Saturday night, and I'm going to pick him up. We're both planning to stay at the hospital. Ovarian cancer is a major surgery, and Hu Xiaochang was worried her mother would be nervous, so she wanted to be with her at the hospital. Zhang Yuni agreed. Then I pick up the baby from your house tomorrow? She and Hu Xiaochang's daughter had met twice before. She should still remember me, right? Hu Xiaochang hesitated. You really don't have anything else to do this weekend? Yes, Zhang Yuni said with a smile, to experience childcare. Hu Xiaochang chuckled and whispered, okay, I ask her when I get home. No problem. Zhang Yuni reached out and hugged her. Don't worry, Auntie is a kind person. The operation will go smoothly. Hu Xiaochang nodded, his eyes firm. I believe the operation will go smoothly too. She get better. Her mother had never done anything bad. When she was poor, even if she found money, she would report it to the police and fine the owner. Fate couldn't be so unfair to her. Considering she had to play with the children on the weekend, Zhang Yuni finished all her work on Friday night before going home. It was already 11 o'clock when she got home. Gazing at the pitch-black room, Zhang Yuni rubbed her hair with a slight sense of fatigue. She changed her shoes, didn't rush to wash up, and dragged her tired body onto the sofa, unwilling to move. When Zhou Tings called, Zhang Yuni was about to fall asleep on the sofa. She picked up the phone dazedly, and the person on the other end fell silent. Did I wake you? Zhang Yuni rubbed her eyes, slightly more awake. I seem to be asleep, but also not. Zhou Tings was startled. So busy these days? Zhang Yuni hummed, with a melancholy tone that only characterized her conversations with him. A little bit. Everything just piled up at once. The Aurora endorsement deal was finalized, and Shin Shuao signed the contract. Next came promotion, which Siwei was responsible for. Siwei also had responsibility for the reforms at Xuanxing. Although the company had been hiring recently, Zhang Yuni wasn't particularly satisfied with the interviews, and they hadn't yet found anyone. So, she might be busy for a while. Listening to her tone, Zhou Tings wanted to say something, but it felt empty. He couldn't offer Zhang Yuni any substantial help, and Zhang Yuni wasn't one to complain or ask for help. Others. When the word others flashed through his mind, Zhou Tings frowned. He didn't like it. Noticing Zhou Tings' silence, Zhang Yuni asked, What are you thinking about? Zhou Tings paused and whispered, I'm wondering if I should ask you out tomorrow, since you're so tired. Hearing this, Zhang Yuni couldn't help but laugh. Have you come to a conclusion? Zhou Tings, Do you want to ask me out? Zhang Yuni prompted. Zhou Tings smiled, his eyebrows raised slightly. Eva, do you want to meet me? Zhang Yuni felt Zhou Tings was being unfair. He had been the one to bring it up, and now he was questioning her. She opened her eyes, staring at the ceiling, and thought deeply before she couldn't help but ask, How can you make an appointment like that? Zhou Tings chuckled softly, then said, Eva, are you free tomorrow? If so, would you like to have dinner with me? Zhang Yuni deliberately said, A verbal invitation? I think about it, and tell you tomorrow. She knew Zhou Tings would indulge her, so she couldn't help but take advantage of his pampering. Zhou Tings didn't get angry, and said yes in a gentle voice. Zhang Yuni was already tired, and the phone call didn't last long. Zhou Ting's told her to wash up and rest, then hung up. The next morning, when Zhang Yuni woke up naturally, she saw a message from Zhou Ting's on WeChat, asking her to let him know when she woke up. Zhang Yuni immediately sent him an emoji. A few minutes passed after she replied, and Zhou Ting's didn't send another message. Zhang Yuni laid down for a while longer before getting up and washing up. While washing up, she sent a message to Hu Xiaochang, saying she'd pick up the kids from her house that afternoon. The two of them made an appointment, and Zhang Yuni finished washing up. She was just debating whether to go out for breakfast or stay home when the doorbell rang. Zhang Yuni opened the door. Standing outside was a delivery man carrying a bouquet of flowers. "Miss Zhang, your takeout has arrived." Zhang Yuni was stunned for a few seconds before reaching out to take it. "Thank you." The door closed, and Zhang Yuni took the flowers out of the bag. She first glanced at the card on the bouquet. The card was written in the familiar handwriting. "Miss Zhang, would you like to meet today?" This time, Zhou Ting's name was written on the back of the card. Zhang Yuni stared at the elegant, powerful words before her, and the corners of her lips curled up slightly. She put the card down and picked up the phone on the table. Just as she was about to send Zhou Ting's a message, he opened his phone first. "Hello." Zhang Yuni answered quickly. "Did you get the flowers?" Zhou Ting's asked. Zhang Yuni lowered her eyes, looking at the delicate pink flowers before her, and asked curiously, "What kind of flower is this?" "Zhou Ting's, cool rose." Zhang Yuni raised an eyebrow. "What a unique name." Zhou Ting's replied slowly, "Do you like it?" "I do." Zhang Yuni told him honestly. "It's very pretty and cute. It's also very soft pink." Zhou Ting's curled his lips. "That's good." The moment he saw the cool rose, Zhou Ting's knew she would like it, and that it suited Zhang Yuni. Zhang Yuni hummed a nod, and suddenly called out, "Zhou Ting's." "Zhou Ting's, what's wrong?" "I don't have a vase for this bouquet. Would you mind going with me to buy one?" Zhang Yuni asked. Zhou Ting smiled at her request and replied solemnly, "It would be my honor." Chapter 40. The two agreed to meet at 11 o'clock for lunch, and then go to the porcelain market to buy vases. Zhang Yuni dressed up carefully to go out with Zhou Ting's. She knew she was pretty, and wouldn't look bad without too much dressing up, but everyone loves beauty, and she wouldn't mind being a little prettier. At 10:50, Zhou Ting sent her a message, telling her he was waiting at the door, and not to worry. He just wanted to let her know he arrived, nothing more. But Zhang Yuni wasn't one to be late. She was about to change her shoes when she saw Zhou Ting's message. "Zhang Yuni, okay, then Mr. Zhou, please wait for me for 5 minutes. It takes about 5 minutes to get to the elevator from home, downstairs, and then walk to the door." Zhou Ting's, no problem. He could wait as long as he wanted. Right now, he wasn't in the least bit anxious about waiting for Zhang Yuni. Zhang Yuni smiled, changed her shoes, and headed out. As she approached the gate of the residential complex, she spotted Zhou Ting's chatting with the security guard. The weather had warmed up again, and he was dressed very casually today, loose, dark trousers, paired with a simple white t-shirt and a thin jacket in the same color as the trousers. His sleeves were slightly folded, revealing his muscular arms. The veins on the backs of his hands bulged, giving him a clean and fresh look. Zhang Yuni watched from afar, slowing her pace and examining him. Suddenly, sensing something, Zhou Ting's turned his head and looked in her direction. Their eyes met. Zhou Ting's gaze fixed on her, his eyebrows raised slightly, and his eyes moved slightly. His gaze was so intense and direct that Zhang Yuni felt a little embarrassed. She wasn't dressed particularly well today. She had to pick up Hu Xiaochang's daughter later, so her outfit was casual. But she also had her own subtle thoughts. Zhang Yuni was tall and slender. She wore a hollowed-out slip dress today to avoid the inconvenience of carrying a child. She paired it with light-colored, loose-fitting jeans, creating a casual yet playful look. "Why are you waiting here?" Zhang Yuni asked, approaching Zhou Ting's. Zhou Ting's paused, retracting his intense gaze, and whispered, "It's too far over there." He wanted to see her sooner. Zhang Yuni, She paused for a moment, then slowly understood the meaning behind his words, and let out a soft "oh." Zhou Ting's took in her expression, smiled faintly, turned to say something to the security guard, and left with her. Getting in the car, Zhang Yuni buckled her seatbelt. "What are we going to eat?" Zhou Ting's, two choices. Zhang Yuni turned to look at him. Zhou Ting's told her two options, a Western restaurant with excellent steaks, and a fusion restaurant. Which one should she choose? Zhang Yuni hesitated for a moment, and chose the fusion restaurant. Zhou Ting's curled his lips, and said, as he drove over, "I guess you'd choose this one." Zhang Yuni raised an eyebrow and said deliberately, "Is it still too late for me to change my mind now?" Zhou Ting smiled softly, his eyes smiling as he glanced at her. "Are you sure?" Zhang Yuni hesitated. "If I'm not sure, I won't change my mind." Zhou Ting smiled and agreed. The two drove to their destination. On the way there, Zhou Ting remembered something and said, "Your colleague's mother has surgery tomorrow." "Did she tell you?" Zhang Yuni hadn't expected Zhou Ting to still be thinking about this. She had assumed someone as busy as him would have forgotten about it after helping her. She hadn't expected him to remember it, even to know the details. "Didn't tell me?" After a long pause, Zhang Yuni didn't say anything, and Zhou Ting frowned slightly. Zhang Yuni quickly snapped back to her senses. "I told you. I know my colleague's mother has surgery tomorrow." At this point, Zhang Yuni suddenly asked curiously Zhou Ting's. "Zhou Ting's, Do you have any brothers or sisters?" Zhang Yuni asked, "Just cousins, or cousins?" Zhou Ting's, "Yes." He told her, "I have a cousin who is several years older than me." Zhang Yuni blinked. "Aren't there any younger ones?" "No," Zhou Ting's replied. "What's wrong?" Zhang Yuni leaned against the car window, tilting her head to look at him. "Is your cousin married?" "She's single," Zhou Ting's told her. "Why are you asking that suddenly?" Zhang Yuni spoke frankly and honestly. "I was thinking about asking if you had any experience with children." Now, there was no need to ask. He definitely didn't. Zhou Ting was surprised, but quickly realized, "Are you going to visit the mother and daughter you rescued earlier today?" "No," Zhang Yuni shook her head. "After we buy the vase, you might have to take me to pick up my colleague's daughter." She told Zhou Ting that she would be caring for her colleague's daughter tonight, tomorrow, and for the next few days. Zhou Ting suddenly understood. "Okay." He asked, "How old is she?" 3, Zhang Yuni said. "Actually, I have some tips on raising children that a friend sent me." But she hadn't had much experience with children, so the tips were just empty talk. She was still nervous. Zhou Ting understood, paused, and asked, then asked her later. "Zhang Yuni, what? Do you mind having more uncles to look after her?" Zhou Ting asked seriously. Zhang Yuni was stunned for a moment, then suddenly laughed. "I don't think she mind." Zhou Ting raised an eyebrow. "Why?" Zhang Yuni tilted her head to examine him, then said seriously, "No little girl would refuse such a handsome uncle, right?" She thought to herself, "I wouldn't have refused when I was a kid." Hearing this, Zhou Ting hummed nonchalantly and said slowly, "Did Eva meet any handsome uncles when she was a kid?" "Yes," Zhang Yuni said deliberately, "a lot. I was very popular when I was a kid." Zhou Ting admitted this. He smiled helplessly, tapping his fingers on the steering wheel. He glanced at her sideways and said softly, "Still now." Zhang Yuni blinked, almost not realizing what he meant by still now. She was stunned for a few seconds, then couldn't help but curl her lips upwards in laughter, deliberately saying, "Really? How come I didn't know?" Zhou Ting stared straight ahead and said meaningfully, "Shall I count for you?" Zhang Yuni was slightly speechless and fell silent for a moment. "Okay, you count for me." Now it was Zhou Ting's turn to be silent. He ran through a few names in his mind, then said, "Next time? Counting today might give me a heart attack." Zhang Yuni was amused by him. She tilted her head and gazed out the window for a moment before slowly saying, "Mr. Zhou has quite a few romantic partners, right?" Zhou Ting's, "No." Zhang Yuni looked incredulous. Zhou Ting suddenly slammed on the brakes and waited for the red light with the car in front. While waiting, he turned his head to look at Zhang Yuni and said softly, "I rejected them all." He rejected everything he knew. Except for one person. Zhang Yuni could clearly feel her ears warming, perhaps even red, under his gaze. She met his gaze, suppressed her visibly accelerated heartbeat, and, with a vague hum, said softly, "I understand." Their conversation ended there. After a while, the car arrived at the lunch spot. Zhou Ting had called ahead to make a reservation, so they didn't have to wait. After entering the private room and ordering their dishes, Zhang Yuni and Zhou Ting chatted about work for a bit before eating. They didn't spend much time at lunch. Afterward, Zhang Yuni asked Zhou Ting to take her to a market for a porcelain collection she had previously collected. She'd been drawn to it the moment she saw it online, but she hadn't had the time or company. On the way there, Zhang Yuni messaged Zhong Ling, "I'm going to the market later. Do you want me to bring you anything?" They both have a love for buying tableware. When they see something they like, they can't stop. Zhong Ling, who was having dinner at her teacher's house today, saw her message and replied, "Anything nice." Zhang Yuni, "Cups or tableware?" Zhong Ling, "What are you buying?" Zhang Yuni, "My main target is a vase." Zhong Ling, then I want a vase too. Anything nice. Zhang Yuni was at a loss for words. Okay, I send you photos later. Zhong Ling, okay. A little later, Zhong Ling sent another message. Who did you go with? Zhou Ting's? Zhang Yuni, yes. Zhong Ling immediately sent her a few thumbs up emojis. Zhang Yuni, keep a low profile. Zhong Ling, okay. The Jinsei market is a bit far from where we're eating. It took them a 40-minute drive to arrive. Because it was the weekend, there were quite a few people there. Zhou Ting's parked his car and looked around for a spot, then parked it neatly before they got out and got in. From his parking, Zhang Yuni discovered another good thing about Zhou Ting's. He parked straight, not taking up too much space on either side. Similarly, he wouldn't just park his car on the side of the road, blocking the way. Even though there were already many cars parked cramped on the side of the road, he didn't choose those spots, preferring to drive around a bit more. Zhang Yuni admired this aspect of his. For someone who'd often been sidelined by the parking space next to her, someone parking like Zhou Ting's was the kind of person she'd dream of encountering. Noticing something strange about the way Zhang Yuni looked at him, Zhou Ting's was puzzled. Why are you looking at me like that? Your parking skills are really good, Zhang Yuni complimented him heartily. Zhou Ting's was puzzled. Huh? He let out a laugh. I remember your parking skills were pretty good too. He'd seen Zhang Yuni park. Mentioning this, Zhang Yuni felt a pang of frustration. I was forced to learn that. She couldn't help but complain to Zhou Ting's about the driver parking in the next space. Zhou Ting's frowned. Have you discussed it? I've already contacted the property management, but it's no use. Zhang Yuni sighed. I don't dare offend them too much. Women are often at the receiving end of many issues, and although Zhang Yuni is independent, she still fears being harassed. She doesn't want to risk unnecessary trouble. Even if it's not her fault, even if it's the other person, or even if it's a problem with society's inadequate protection of women, she can't help but worry. After all, the other person knows where she lives, and perhaps even that she lives alone. Sometimes, Zhang Yuni is truly confused. She, and many other women, are clearly the victims. They know they should defend their own interests, but reality is too harsh, forcing them to make certain compromises. Zhang Yuni knows her actions are wrong, but she has no better solution. She's busy and doesn't have the time to engage in a heated argument about parking. She can only offer some reminders, hoping they can regain a little bit of morality, a little conscience, and recognize that this is inappropriate. Zhou Ting's understood Zhang Yuni's helplessness. He frowned and looked at her intently. Then how do you park? I can park, but getting out is a little difficult. The parking spaces in their complex are inherently narrow, and there's no way to change that. Seeing Zhou Ting's serious expression, Zhang Yuni feigned a casualness. Fortunately, I'm thin. I'm used to it now. Zhou Ting's lowered his eyes, pondering for a moment. What did the property management say? They tried to communicate as much as possible, but after several attempts, it was fruitless, Zhang Yuni said. So, it's just been dropped. To avoid spoiling the mood for either of them, Zhang Yuni didn't dwell on the topic and appropriately changed the subject. Let's go over there first. I saw that store online. Zhou Ting understood what she meant and nodded gently. Okay. Putting everything else aside, they could enjoy their private time together. The porcelain market was overflowing with porcelain, and so were the people. The dazzling array of porcelain was dazzling. Before they'd even visited a few shops, Zhang Yuni had already set her sights on several pieces. She hesitated. I don't know which one to buy. Zhou Ting whispered, we can buy them all. Zhang Yuni was speechless. I don't need so many vases. I don't have that many flowers to put in them. Zhou Ting raised his eyes and reached out to touch one she liked. Yes, let's buy them all. Zhang Yuni paused for a moment, then smiled to herself. Even if we do, 2 or 3 will be enough. Zhou Ting nodded hesitantly. That's fine. We can come back next time if we want to buy more. Zhang Yuni, okay. The two of them strolled leisurely, not in any rush. In the end, Zhang Yuni bought 3 vases, considering giving one to Zhong Ling, and also a few cups and tableware. Considering that Hu Xiaochang's daughter would be living with her and might eat at home, she also prepared a cute tableware set for her that the little girl would surely love. Even Zhou Ting's bought 2 vases. Those 2 were the ones Zhang Yuni had been hesitant to buy, but decided they were too many, so she finally gave up. She asked Zhou Ting's why he bought the vases. Zhou Ting's glanced at her casually and said leisurely, Eva, I have flowers to tend to too. Zhang Yuni was stunned, then suddenly realized, the flowers I gave you last time. Are they still alive? Zhou Ting's, alive. Can they live that long? Zhang Yuni was surprised. Zhou Ting's still alive, for now. He had looked at her when he left that morning and thought she was almost dead. Zhang Yuni was shocked. How did you raise her? Zhou Ting's, I want to know. Zhang Yuni nodded obediently. Zhou Ting's kept it a secret. I tell you when I get home. Leaving the porcelain market, the two went to Hu Xiaochang's house to pick up her daughter. Hu Xiaochang's daughter is named Hu Yuyu. When Zhang Yuni first heard the name, she was struck by how unique it was. Hu Xiaochang smiled and said she gave her the name because she hoped she would live a carefree life, without considering anything else. Later, she realized that after changing her surname to Hu, it was easier to pronounce her full name as Hu Yuyu. But everyone was used to it, so she didn't change it. It's a very unique name. Zhou Ting's asked Zhang Yuni, echoing her sentiments. Zhang Yuni nodded. I said that before. The two smiled at each other. Hu Xiaochang lived quite far from the city, more than an hour's drive. It was already 6 in the afternoon when Zhang Yuni and Zhou Ting's arrived. Yuni. Hu Xiaochang waved at her upon seeing her. Zhang Yuni looked up. Sister Xiaochang. Hu Xiaochang responded, then suddenly noticed Zhou Ting's walking with her. She froze, her eyes widening in disbelief. You and Mr. Zhou. I take her here, Zhou Ting's replied, greeting her and then squatting down to talk to the little girl standing next to Hu Xiaochang. Hello, little Hu Yuyu. Hearing Zhou Ting's words, Hu Xiaochang opened her mouth and looked at Zhang Yuni. Zhang Yuni then explained, he's the friend I was talking about, the one who introduced Annie to the doctor. Hu Xiaochang's eyes suddenly lit up, and when she looked at Zhou Ting's, they were filled with gratitude. Mr. Zhou, it was you who helped us. Thank you. She began to ramble. If it weren't for you and Yuni, I don't know what I would have done. Zhou Ting smiled faintly and said politely, Thank you, Yuni. It was a piece of cake for me. Zhang Yuni was the one who was most worried. Hu Xiaochang was stunned, then realized, I know. She had taken it all to heart. Zhang Yuni shook her head, no need. She exchanged a few words with Hu Xiaochang and squatted down, like Zhou Ting's, in front of Hu Yuyu. She extended her hand. Yuyu, do you remember me? I'm Sister Yuni, Hu Yuyu called her in a baby voice. I remember you. They had met before. During their previous meeting, Zhang Yuni had asked Hu Yuyu to call her auntie, but Hu Xiaochang said that in her daughter's mind, all unmarried women were sisters. After that, she called Zhang Yuni, always Sister Yuni. Zhang Yuni's eyebrows curved. It's me. We meet again. You're getting more and more beautiful. She sincerely praised Hu Yuyu and then introduced her. This is Auntie Yuni's friend, and a partner of your mother's company. His name is Zhou Ting's. You can call him Uncle Zhou. Is he married? Hu Yuyu asked unexpectedly. Zhang Yuni, She turned to look at Zhou Ting's. Zhou Ting's glanced at her and answered the child's question, no. Then he's my brother, Hu Yuyu said firmly. Zhang Yuni was amused by her strictness. She glanced at the person next to her with bright eyes, and hesitated a moment. You can call him brother too. Hu Yuyu nodded. Hello, brother. I'm Hu Yuyu. You can call me Yuyu. Zhou Ting smiled and extended his hand to her, his brows softening. Hello, nice to meet you. Hu Yuyu, me too. Hu Xiaochang was busy going to the airport to pick up her father. She briefly spoke to Zhang Yuni, put Hu Yuyu's daily necessities in the car, and left. In an instant, only 2 adults and a child were left in the car. Hu Yuyu realized it later, and burst into tears after Hu Xiaochang left. Zhang Yuni and Zhou Ting coaxed her for a while, and only after they promised to take her to the amusement park did she stop crying. Shortly after she stopped crying, she suddenly asked Zhang Yuni, Sister Yuni, is my brother your boyfriend?